Chapter 1. Master, I will take responsibility for you. In the Xia Kingdom, in the heavenly domain, the jungle is dense, swamps are widespread, and poisonous insects abound. A toxic mist shrouds the area year-round, earning it the name Death Zone. In such a harsh survival environment, even wolves and fierce beasts face near certain death upon entering. Yet, deep within the heavenly domain, a young man with a grim expression gazes at the enchanting figure partially obscured by a thin veil atop a green stone. The crimson reflection on the stone is particularly striking. The surrounding toxic miasma seems to have dissipated, forming a clearing of about 100 feet around the two of them. Master, I was wrong. Please don't drive me away. I will take responsibility for you, Li Mu said earnestly, his face filled with both pleading and determination as he looked at his master, the blushing cold Qingzhu. Wretched disciple, be quiet. Who asked you to take responsibility? Cold Qingzhu, both embarrassed and angry, glared at Li Mu with cold eyes, her breath quickening. Her body, with its stunning curves, was trembling with overwhelming emotions. The emotional turmoil caused a tearing sensation in her body, making her frown even deeper. Didn't he realize that her skin was torn? This wretched disciple, due to his unique constitution, had previously gone into a frenzy while attempting to break through his realm. The accumulation of yang poison had led him to lose his rationality. In a critical moment, she had used her own body as a furnace to absorb the yang poison from within Li Mu. Under normal circumstances, mutual cultivation would greatly benefit both parties. However, this wretched disciple, in his frenzied state, had an excess of yang poison. This had caused her to be eroded by the yang poison, and if it weren't for the peculiar environment of the heavenly domain, she might not have been able to withstand it. Even so, her realm had regressed, and her cultivation had plummeted as a result. I've been with you day and night, Master. If I leave, you'll be all alone in this heavenly domain. I can't abandon you, Li Mu said bitterly, looking at cold Qingzhu, speaking each word with sincerity. Be quiet. Cold Qingzhu was momentarily taken aback, a complex expression flashing in her eyes before she angrily reprimanded him. What happened earlier was just to suppress the yang poison within you. That matter is over and should not be mentioned again. Now that your Pure Yang Dao Technique has reached the 6th level, it's time for you to leave. But there's no but. Before Li Mu could speak, Cold Qingzhu continued to scold him. Don't forget what your master advised you. The Pure Yang Dao Technique operates autonomously at the 6th level, and the environment of the heavenly domain can no longer suppress it. Your constitution is unique only by finding your 7 senior sisters can you hope for a glimmer of survival. And you carry the deep blood feud on your shoulders. Do you want to hide in the heavenly domain for the rest of your life? Cold Qingzhu's resolute voice caused Li Mu to pause, and then a wave of towering hatred surged in his dark eyes. The nightmare-like scene from 8 years ago flashed through his mind. It was his comingafage ceremony, and the Leaf family was brightly decorated, filled with celebration. But that very night, a group of men in black stormed in. They killed everyone in sight, leaving the Leaf family in a pool of blood and corpses. His mother's fate was uncertain. His sister was missing, and his father, gravely injured, desperately brought him to the Ji family before sacrificing himself to lure away the mysterious pursuers. Afterward, their fates remained unknown. What he never expected was that the Ji family, who were close friends with his father, would actually turn against him and actively seek to hand him over. Fortunately, the young girl from the Ji family secretly helped him escape. In his desperation, he fled north and was eventually brought into the celestial domain by his master. His master told him he was a pure yang body, a person of destiny, and taught him the Pure Yang Sutra. However, cultivating the Pure Yang Sutra required merging with an extreme yin body after reaching the 3rd level to advance smoothly. Otherwise, he could suffer severe injuries, regress in cultivation, or even go mad and explode from the internal pressure. The environment of the celestial domain was unique and could suppress the yang poison, allowing him to reach the 5th level, which was already a significant achievement. When he advanced to the 5th level earlier, Li Mu didn't think much of it. Yet, he never imagined that a moment of carelessness would lead him to go mad at the 6th level, ruining his master's reputation. Thinking of this, Li Mu suddenly knelt down. The blood feud runs deep, and I cannot forget it. But master, I cannot bear to part with you either. With a serious expression, Li Mu looked at Lung Qingzhu and asked, "Master has passed away. Why won't you leave this place with me?" His master was not only his savior, but also his teacher and his first love. Seeing the solemnity on Li Mu's face, Lung Qingzhu sighed lightly, though her expression remained cold. She practiced the emotionless path and had long grown weary of the mundane world. She had never considered leaving. Moreover, with the yang poison raging in her body, leaving recklessly would only increase the danger. "You ungrateful disciple, do you want me to step into the mundane world?" Lung Qingzhu's beautiful face darkened, and her bright eyes fixed on Li Mu as she scolded, "You are indecisive and defying your master's words. Get out of here quickly, or I will take action." Seeing the determination on Lung Qingzhu's face, Li Mu could only nod helplessly. "I will go," he said softly, slowly standing up and looking at Lung Qingzhu with a complicated expression. "Master, since you are not an extreme body, and you previously helped me through dual cultivation with the yang poison within you, it's better not to take action." With his current cultivation level, he could fight against his master, but given that she was afflicted by the yang poison, acting rashly would only hasten its spread. Lung Qingzhu's face changed slightly, and her slender hand instinctively clenched, clearly surprised that Li Mu had seen through her condition. This ungrateful disciple had remarkable insight, and his talent for cultivation was astonishing. With your master's cultivation level, combined with the unique environment of the celestial domain, you should be able to hold on for another year. Master once said that when the Pure Yang Sutra is cultivated to the 8th level, one can step into the holy realm and help others defy fate. 8 years ago, I was too weak and could only watch helplessly as my master passed away. This time, I cannot give up on master. Li Mu thought to himself, his eyes gradually becoming resolute as he gazed intensely at Lung Qingzhu. Under Li Mu's unwavering gaze, Lung Qingzhu's face flushed slightly. Her complex expression softened a bit. "As teacher and disciple, there's nothing much I can give you. I have already informed your senior sister if you encounter difficulties after leaving the celestial domain, you can seek their help." As she spoke, Lung Qingzhu hesitated and took out half of a jade pendant from her bosom. "I once stepped into the mundane world and was saved by someone. If you encounter the holder of this half jade pendant, and conditions permit, please return this kindness on my behalf." Oh, Mu nodded gravely, taking the jade pendant and casting a deep glance at his master's wife, Lung Qingzhu. Without further hesitation, he stomped his foot on the ground, and with a thunderous boom, he shot out like a cannonball. The poisonous miasma filling the heavenly realm seemed to retreat as if it had encountered a natural enemy, while Li Mu's figure resembled a raging ape, vanishing into the vast sea of trees within just a few breaths. "Master, I will definitely return to save you within a year." The echo of Li Mu's voice resonated throughout the heavenly realm, leaving Lung Qingzhu with a complex expression as she gazed in the direction he had disappeared. After a moment, a faint smile emerged on her lips, enchanting and captivating. "This rebellious disciple really has a kind heart. Yet the injuries within me are not merely from the yang poison. Removing them is no easy task." Lung Qingzhu murmured softly, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of confusion. "Such a fateful connection. I once severed all emotions and devoted myself to the path of forgetfulness, only to be hurt by my own indifference. Now, I am deeply entangled in emotions, yet they are of the most intense and unyielding kind. Perhaps this is fate." Chapter 2. The Tomb of Attire in the Celestial Domain. Li Mu did not descend the mountain directly. Instead, his figure moved like a cheetah, stopping in front of a massive tomb mound. The tomb mound stood against the Celestial Domain, serving as both a gateway into it and a barrier guarding it from the outside. Li Mu's expression was complex as he gently brushed away the leaves and dust from the tombstone before gazing at the photograph on it. It depicted a woman in her 30s, dressed in red, with an exquisite appearance, especially her slightly melancholic eyes, which evoked a sense of pity. This was his master, Yi Honglian, known as the medical immortal of Ghost Valley, who had brought him into the celestial domain 8 years ago. Master Yi Honglian had a gentle personality. Their relationship was more like that of friends than just a master and disciple. In contrast, his master's wife, Lung Qingzhu, was cold and indifferent, with a strict demeanor. Master usually kept a low profile, and after her injuries began to heal, she chose to enter seclusion. No one expected that after 6 months in seclusion, Yi Honglian would suddenly fall gravely ill, and even her unparalleled medical skills could not save her. She requested to be buried outside the celestial domain, wanting to guard its entrance even in death. Master, I've come to say goodbye. Li Mu whispered. I've already cultivated the Pure Yang Dao Sutra to the 6th layer. It's time for me to leave. As for Master's wife, I will do my utmost to fulfill your wishes. As he spoke, his expression suddenly tightened. The tomb of Master Yi Honglian had been shrouded in a barrier, preventing any probing with spiritual senses. Yet at this moment, accompanied by a rustling sound, several auras became apparent. Who is it? Show yourself. Li Mu's aura surged, causing the surrounding swamp to boil and sending dead branches and leaves swirling into the air like a storm of ash. From the bushes to the right of the tomb mound, several men clumsily crawled out. Upon seeing that only Li Mu was present, they visibly relaxed. I thought it was someone important making a fuss. Turns out it's just a punk. One of the men, with a sharp face and a sneering smile, looked at Li Mu and said mockingly, but you're too late. We've already gotten here first. What? Li Mu's eyes darkened. A chilling, killing intent surging forth like a tidal wave, causing the temperature around him to plummet. Master Yi Honglian lay here in eternal rest. Yet this group of tomb raiders had intruded upon her grave, disturbing her peace. They truly deserved death. What the hell did you just say? The sharp-faced man's expression soured as he cursed and charged at Li Mu. He raised the Luoyang shovel in his hand and swung it down without hesitation. Get lost. Ignoring the shovel in the man's hand, Li Mu raised his hand and struck out like lightning. The sharp-faced man didn't even have time to grunt before he was sent flying dozens of meters away by the terrifying force, crashing hard into the swamp filled with miasma. The other men's pupils constricted in shock as they instinctively took a step back, their eyes filled with horror as they stared at Li Mu. Is this guy even human? With just one slap, he sent a fully grown man flying dozens of meters? No one cared whether the sharp-nosed, monkey-cheeked man lived or died. Given the force of that terrifying blow, he might have passed out the moment he took off into the air. Moreover, falling into the swamp filled with poisonous mists meant certain death. Little brother, I am Zhou Jin from the Black Tiger Gang in Yang City. My companion spoke out of turn earlier, and I apologize on his behalf. I hope you can forgive us, said a middle-aged man who was clearly the leader of the group, quickly cupping his hands in a gesture of respect. Even he, no matter how dull, understood that they had kicked a hard rock today. I killed your companion, and you don't want to take revenge? Li Mu said, narrowing his eyes and looking at Zhou Jin mockingly. He brought this upon himself. Zhou Jin's face stiffened, but he quickly forced a smile in response. You do know how to read the situation. Li Mu replied indifferently, and Zhou Jin felt a flicker of hope. But it's too late. Li Mu shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the grave of his master, Yi Honglian. Kid, we've already given you enough face. Don't push your luck. Before Zhou Jin could speak, a muscular young man shouted in anger, Don't think we're afraid of you just because you have brute strength. We're also people who live by the sword. And if it comes to blows, you might not walk away unscathed. You'd better think it through. Behind our Black Tiger Gang stands the Zhou family of Yang City. Shut up. Li Mu's eyes turned cold, and in an instant, he vanished like a ghost. When he reappeared, he was in front of the muscular young man, grabbing him by the neck and lifting him off the ground. With the shocked gazes of the others upon him, he leaped high into the air, slamming the young man down onto the ground with tremendous force. The impact created a pit about a foot deep in the earth, and the muscular man lay in it like a broken rag doll, all his bones shattered, dead before he could even scream. Zhou Jin's face turned pale, and the other two looked at Li Mu, their faces filled with fear. The ruthlessness and decisiveness of his actions, along with his terrifying strength, left them utterly terrified. You dare to kill me? The Black Tiger Gang won't let this go, especially with the Zhou family behind us. Zhou Jin exclaimed, his face shifting between anger and fear. The Zhou family is a prominent clan in Yang City. We came here to help the young lady, Zhou Qingyuan, find opportunities in the Valley of Ghosts. To offend the Black Tiger Gang and the Zhou family over a misunderstanding is simply not worth it. The other two also gripped their clubs tightly, staring at Li Mu as if facing a great enemy. A misunderstanding? Digging up my master's grave and disturbing her rest. No one can save you now. Li Mu said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped his foot on the ground and soared into the air. In a flash, his lightning-fast kick sent the other two flying dozens of meters away, their breaths cut off for good. What? You're a disciple of the Valley of Ghosts? That is impossible. Zhou Jin's heart sank in terror as he retreated. People say that the healer of the valley only takes female disciples and never male ones, a hard rule that has never been broken. Moreover, the grave was empty, merely a symbolic tomb. Zhou Jin was startled, as if grasping at a lifeline in a moment of panic. his voice hoarse with desperation. "Little brother, there must be some misunderstanding. There's nothing in that grave." Before Zhou Jin could finish his sentence, a sudden pain pierced through his back. Accompanied by the sound of breaking bones, his clothes tore apart, and he fell to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. His eyes widened in shock. A look of horror still etched on his face, unable to close his eyes in death. "Disturbing the dead and disrupting their peace. Let this be your eternal rest," Li Mu said coldly as he walked towards Yi Honglian's grave and bowed respectfully. "Master, I will return to see you in a year." After speaking, Li Mu casually tucked away the red dagger and stood up to leave. These people came from Yang City, and the place he was headed to was also Yang City. That was once his home, from which he had fled in disgrace 8 years ago. Now it was time to go back. Blood for blood, vengeance for vengeance. Not long after Li Mu disappeared, Lung Qingzhu quietly emerged. Looking at the massive grave before her, a fleeting look of melancholy crossed her stunning, cold face. "I almost got discovered." Chapter 3. The peach tree replaces the plum tree in the old Li family mansion. Li Mu's eyes were deep and contemplative. 8 years had passed, and the world had changed dramatically. The once glorious Li family mansion had become a dilapidated ruin after a devastating fire. Weeds grew wild, and crumbling walls were visible everywhere, casting a particularly bleak shadow under the setting sun. The haunting images of that tragic night replayed in his mind like a film reel. Li Mu stepped inside, his gaze heavy with memories. "Young man, don't go in there. It's a haunted house. You'll be bringing bad luck upon yourself," warned a few passers-by. "That's right. 8 years ago, a fire here claimed the lives of 18 people," another added. "In the past, you could often hear cries at night, said to be the ghost of a woman haunting the place. The Zhou family had someone exorcise the spirits, and it calmed down, but ever since, no one dares to step in." Li Mu paused, turning to the speakers. His family had suffered a terrible calamity, with 18 lives lost to a massacre. When had this place become a haunted house? And what about the cries from years ago? Could it be, junior brother? "I might have found a clue about what you asked me to investigate," said his third senior sister, Zhang Mingyao, over the phone, pulling Li Mu back to reality. 8 years ago, those who harmed the Li family were the Zhou family, their former vassals. The Zhou family had taken the Li family's name and not only participated in that tragic event, but also seized a significant portion of their assets. Now, they were a prominent family in Yangqing. Zhou Qingyuan from the Zhou family was set to marry into the Zhao family, another powerful clan, in 3 days. The alliance of these two families would be formidable. The Zhou family's background is quite deep, and the incident from back then has far-reaching implications. You need to be cautious. Additionally, I found out, your sister Li Qianqian was captured and raised by the Zhou family. It's rumored that she will be given as a gift to the jade-faced Buddha at her coming-of-age ceremony. Boom. Li Mu felt his eyes widen in fury. A cold, murderous intent surging forth like a tidal wave, chilling the air around him. Today was his sister's coming-of-age ceremony. How dare the Zhou family? The sound of thunder echoed in his mind. Back then, the Zhou family was in dire straits, and his father took them in, helping them through their crisis with the intention of supporting their resurgence. Yet, the Zhou family repaid kindness with betrayal, turning into ungrateful wolves. Thoughts of the Li family's 18 lives lost in the inferno, the rivers of blood, and the hellish scenes flooded his mind. He remembered his parents' mysterious disappearance and his sister being raised like livestock. The overwhelming intent to kill surged skyward. The Zhou family must pay blood for blood. In a flash, he sped toward the Zhou family's location like a ghost. "Junior brother, are you listening?" On a plane heading to Yangqing, a beautiful young woman with an exquisite face paced anxiously, unable to suppress her frustration. The Zhou family had stood strong for years, their foundation impressive, and now they had connections with martial sections. Her junior brother, alone, would face the Zhou family's intricate web and would undoubtedly suffer greatly. "Zhang Dong, take people to the Zhou family immediately and ensure my junior brother's safety." Zhang Mingyao hung up the phone, a frosty determination etched on her stunning face. If anyone dared to harm her junior brother, she would make the entire Zhou family pay with their lives. The Zhou family's villa was brightly lit, adorned with festive decorations, radiating an atmosphere of joy and celebration. Outside the villa, many onlookers gazed at the grand Zhou residence, their faces filled with envy. The Zhou family's business had flourished in recent years, and now they were set to form an alliance with the Zhao family, poised to become the leading power in the elite circles of Yang City, with their ascendance seemingly just around the corner. The patriarch of the Zhou family was gravely ill, with no hope for recovery, but unexpectedly, they had managed to form a connection with the infamous Jishio, known as the Buddha with a jade face. With his intervention, it seemed likely that the old man might live another decade. Rumor had it that the jade-faced Buddha was known for his violent temperament. Though he was not conventionally handsome, he was notorious for his indulgences, particularly with young maidens who had just come of age, leading many to a tragic end over the years. It was a pity for Li Qianqian, who, as a descendant of the Li family, had fallen into such a predicament at the hands of mere servants. Keep your voice down. If anyone hears you, you won't live to tell the tale. Inside the Zhou villa, Zhou Hongsheng sat at the head of the table, a smile on his face that betrayed a hint of illness. Surrounding him were several core members of the Zhou family, each standing by attentively. Are we all ready? Zhou Qingyuan, dressed in a qipao that accentuated her graceful figure, glanced at the young man beside her. As the current head of the Zhou family, she was a woman of remarkable capability, earning her respect within the family despite her gender. Zhou Qingyuan nodded in response, speaking softly, "We're ready." Thankfully, we didn't place our hopes on the Black Tiger gang. With the jade-faced Buddha's help, Grandpa will surely recover. Zhou Qingyuan nodded, her beautiful eyes turning towards the second floor, where a delicate and slender young girl was being escorted down by two individuals. The girl's face was pale, her eyes wide with fear, and the white lace nightgown she wore barely concealed her figure, trembling slightly from terror. Li Qianqian, what expression is that? After all these years of being cared for by the Zhou family, serving the jade-faced Buddha as his plaything is a privilege for you. Zhou Qingyuan approached Li Qianqian with a sinister expression, gazing at her closely as he spoke in a low voice. Did you really think you were still the high and mighty Miss Li? You'd better be smart and serve the jade-faced Buddha well, otherwise, I'll make your life a living hell. Li Qianqian remained silent, her face ashen and biting her lip, despite her body trembling uncontrollably. Yet, when she looked at the Zhou family members, her eyes were filled with an overwhelming hatred. What? After all these years of a role reversal, you still haven't gotten used to it? It seems we've been too lenient with you during your time in the Zhou family. Zhou Qingyuan grinned maliciously at Li Qianqian. All right, now that we're all prepared, let us take her to her room, Zhou Qingyuan said with a slight smile, her gaze indifferent as she swept over Li Qianqian, seemingly oblivious to the hatred directed at her. The disparity in their statuses was stark. Li Qianqian was now merely an ant whose fate lay in the hands of others, unworthy of her attention. You heartless wretches of the Zhou family, I will haunt you even as a ghost. Li Qianqian cried out in despair, her voice piercing. After years of torment in the Zhou household, her life had become a living hell. If it weren't for her unwavering belief that her brother was still alive, she would have taken her own life long ago. Now, trapped in a dire situation, she had resolved that even in death, she would not tarnish her purity, nor would she allow the Zhou family to have their way. Let's talk after tonight. Zhou Qingyuan sneered as he crushed a pink pill and forcefully pushed it into Li Qianqian's mouth. Watching her face visibly redden, his smile grew even wider. If there were really ghosts, why haven't your dead parents shown up yet? Zhou Qingyuan said coldly, his gaze towards Li Qianqian filled with mockery. Boom! In the next moment, a deafening thunderclap echoed through the air. Accompanied by flashes of lightning, the once boundless starry sky was now shrouded in dark clouds, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Zhou Qingyuan's smile suddenly froze, and the other members of the Zhou family exchanged worried glances. At the same time, a voice filled with chilling murderous intent roared, reverberating alongside the thunder. Today, the Zhou family will be exterminated. Chapter 4. The Mayfly Shakes the Tree. Unable to withstand a blow, a chilling voice, like thunder rolling in the sky, echoed with a menacing intent around the Zhou family villa. Everyone in the Zhou family looked up, their expressions dark, directing their gaze towards the entrance. There, a tall and slender figure slowly approached, partially obscured by the flashes of lightning, revealing a face filled with indifferent murderous intent. Presumptuous. Who do you think you are to come to my Zhou family and cause trouble? Do you have any idea where you are? You think you can spout nonsense here? Several members of the Zhou family glared angrily, especially upon seeing Li Mu alone, immediately shouting harshly at him. In the past, a mere servant. Now you dare to act so arrogantly in front of the Zhou family. Li Mu raised his head, his expression emotionless as he replied, You are Li Mu? Zhou Qingyuan's pupils constricted, his expression shifting dramatically. You're still alive? I'm alive. Surprised? Li Mu's indifferent gaze swept over Zhou Qingyuan, finally landing on Li Qianqian, who stood beside him with a flushed face and dazed eyes. His expression suddenly darkened. Let her go? You can talk about that after you manage to walk out alive. Zhou Qingyuan sneered at Li Mu, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Should I say you're too naive, or just plain foolish? You survived by luck back then, yet you dare to walk into the Zhou family's trap now. Let my brother go, and I'll do whatever you want. Li Qianqian's face was flushed, her dazed eyes still holding a glimmer of clarity, tears streaming down her face. "Shut up," Zhou Qingyun coldly reprimanded, and then waved his hand. Dozens of Zhou family guards charged towards Li Mu. Li Mu's expression darkened as his foot suddenly stomped on the ground. The hard floor erupted like an earthquake, sweeping towards the guards. Before the guards could react, they collided with the rising floor. The immense force caused them to spit blood and be thrown back, crashing to the ground, unconscious or worse. "What?" Zhou Qingyun's face changed drastically, and the other Zhou family members looked equally shocked. However, before they could make a move, Li Mu's iron fist, like a torrent of steel, struck Zhou Qingyun's right shoulder with lightning speed. Crack! Accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, Zhou Qingyun let out a horrific scream, collapsing to the ground, his right shoulder a mess of blood and flesh, the sight horrifying against the backdrop of his shattered bones. "You little beast, how dare you hurt my grandson?" Zhou Hongxing's eyes nearly popped out as he sprang to his feet and roared. Li Mu remained indifferent, his foot suddenly lifting, and without hesitation, he delivered a powerful kick to Zhou Qingyun's chest. With tremendous force, Zhou Qingyun was sent flying, crashing into a pillar in the hall, blood spewing from his mouth as he died on the spot. The entire Zhou family hall fell into a deathly silence. No one expected Li Mu to be so ruthless. "You little beast, how dare you?" Zhou Hongxing's face turned pale as he trembled, standing to face Li Mu, his murky eyes ablaze with fury. Zhou Qingyun frowned slightly, remaining silent throughout, her gaze towards Li Mu flickering with uncertainty. In just 8 years, Li Mu underwent a remarkable transformation, displaying exceptional skills. Ignoring Zhou Hongxing, he quickly moved to embrace the unconscious Li Qianqian. What a vicious spring toxin! Li Mu's gaze turned as cold as steel, his fingertips lightly brushing against Li Qianqian's painfully flushed cheek, his heart filled with murderous intent. However, in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. The Pure Yang Dao Technique within him began to operate at a terrifying speed on its own. Li Mu glanced at Li Qianqian, his face shifting between emotions. With his cultivation level, he found himself unable to eliminate the spring toxin within her. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Mu placed his palm against Li Qianqian's back, channeling the Pure Yang Dao Technique to absorb all the spring toxin from her body. As he watched the crimson flush on his sister's face visibly fade, he finally sighed in relief, managing to temporarily suppress the toxin within himself. He lifted his head, a chilling rage surging in his dark eyes as he looked at the pale-faced Zhou Hongxing. "Zhou Hongxing, my Li family has treated your Zhou family well. Why did you strike against us 8 years ago?" Li Mu coldly questioned. "Who is the mastermind behind this? Speak, and I will leave your corpse intact. You know there is someone pulling the strings and still dare to act recklessly in the Zhou family?" Before Zhou Hongxing could respond, Zhou Qingyun spoke calmly, a smile that was neither here nor there on her face. "Do you really think that knowing a bit of martial arts allows you to run wild in the Zhou family? Master Lin, please take action." Behind Zhou Qingyun, a man in black slowly stepped forward, his gaze menacing. "I didn't want to intervene, but you shouldn't ruin my senior brother's plans. If you leave this woman behind and kneel to apologize, I can spare your life." Master Lin spoke indifferently, his calm voice laced with an undeniable authority. "What are you?" Li Mu shot a disinterested glance at Lin Kuan, a mere 7th-level martial artist who didn't even qualify to enter the ring. "You're asking for death." Lin Kuan's expression darkened as he stepped forward, his bones cracking ominously. "I'll break your limbs and shatter your teeth. And then let us see if you can still be so arrogant." With a fierce shout, Lin Kuan charged at him, his right fist clenched, exuding raw power as he threw a punch. Li Mu watched Lin Kuan rush towards him with indifference, his hand extending lightly to seize Lin Kuan's ferocious iron fist. Lin Kuan's expression changed drastically. His punch packed hundreds of pounds of force, but was effortlessly restrained by Li Mu. He attempted to break free, but to his horror, he found that no matter how hard he struggled, it was futile. "Pathetic," Li Mu said calmly. Then, with a sudden grip, a cracking sound echoed as Lin Kuan screamed in agony, his hand crushed to pieces. Next, before the astonished gazes of everyone present, Li Mu effortlessly lifted Lin Kuan with one hand and slammed him hard to the ground. Once, twice, with each impact, the ground emitted a deafening thud, like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of every Zhou family member. By the time Lin Kuan was slammed down for the 3rd time, the ground was already cratered with a hole nearly a foot deep. Lin Kuan's body was completely shattered, drenched in blood, and he was already lifeless. The entire Zhou family villa was engulfed in a deathly silence, with everyone staring in shock at Li Mu, who resembled a killing god. No one had expected that the brother of the jade-faced Buddha could be so easily defeated. He was a martial artist, far stronger than an ordinary person. Yet before Li Mu, he appeared as weak as a newborn. Zhou Hongsheng, who was behind the murder of my parents? Li Mu asked coldly, fixing his gaze on Zhou Hongsheng. You don't need to know that, Zhou Hongsheng began to reply, but before he could finish, a brutal voice that sounded like a raging tiger came from the direction of the back hall of the Zhou family. You killed my brother and ruined my plans. How do you want to die? Chapter 5. Shaking the mountain to startle the tiger amidst the roar of anger, a towering figure slowly emerged with heavy footsteps. His physique was as robust as an ox, his face filled with bulging muscles, exuding a violent and oppressive aura that surged forth like a tidal wave. My younger brother truly lacked ambition, but that was no reason for you to kill him. The jade-faced Buddha spoke in a voice like a tolling bell, his copper-like eyes particularly menacing, coldly staring at Li Mu. The jade-faced Buddha? Li Mu looked at the figure before him, resembling a butcher, and couldn't help but twitch his lips. He never expected that the jade-faced Buddha, who made the people of Yang City turn pale at the mention of his name, would possess such a demeanor. Do you know who I am? You should understand what fate awaits you, the jade-faced Buddha said with a half-smile. His eyes filled with a bloodthirsty glint. So, will you choose to die to atone for your sins, or shall I take action? Just based on you? Do you think you're worthy? Li Mu replied calmly, his words immediately causing an uproar. Unaware of the peril, utterly arrogant. How dare you speak to the jade-faced Buddha like that? You deserve to be cut into 1,000 pieces. Enough. Before Li Mu could respond, the jade-faced Buddha spoke first. His bloodthirsty eyes coldly fixed on Li Mu, a heavy aura began to rise from within him. Come die. With a furious roar, the jade-faced Buddha moved, his massive body charging toward Li Mu like a small mountain. His rough, fan-like hand stirred up a gust of wind as it reached out to grab Li Mu. Get lost. Li Mu remained unfazed, ignoring the overwhelming oppressive aura, and stepped forward. With a seemingly ordinary hand, he struck down at the jade-faced Buddha. Boom. The explosive sound echoed like thunder, shaking the entire Zhou family villa to its core. Everyone's faces changed dramatically, and they all retreated, squinting to look towards the dust-filled hall. As the dust gradually settled, the hard floor had already been smashed into a pit about 10 feet wide. In the pit, the jade-faced Buddha lay sprawled like a dead dog, blood and foam spilling from his mouth. His copper-like eyes were filled with disbelief. Cough. The jade-faced Buddha's face turned ashen as he coughed up blood, staring at Li Mu in horror. You are a master of controlling energy? In the martial arts world, refining the body is the foundation. Breaking through the physical shackles is considered the entrance to being a martial artist. After that, it is further divided into several realms: blood chi, opening the source, energy movement, energy control, true essence, divine travel, transcendence, and entering the saint. Do you want to know? Li Mu lowered his head, indifferently gazing at the jade-faced Buddha's disfigured face. In the next moment, he suddenly lifted his foot and, under the horrified and desperate gaze of the jade-faced Buddha, slammed it down. Puffed. With a single stomp, the jade-faced Buddha's head burst like a watermelon, blood mixed with brain matter splattering everywhere. Hiss. The Zhou family members present couldn't help but gasp in shock. Their eyes filled with uncontrollable horror as they looked at Li Mu. How is this possible? Zhou Hongsheng trembled all over, filled with dread as he gazed at Li Mu. The scene before him sent chills down his spine. He never imagined that the frail child from 8 years ago would now be a completely different person. Decisive and ruthless, his methods were brutal and bloody, as if a demon had descended upon the world. Zhou Qingyuan's face was equally pale, her eyes filled with shock as she looked at Li Mu. She too had not expected Li Mu to be so powerful, easily killing the jade-faced Buddha, who had personally intervened. Mr. Li, I apologize for being late. Just then, several agile figures rushed in, with the foremost one possessing a stern face and short hair that stood like steel needles, exuding an air of sharpness. Who are you? Li Mu asked coldly, his inner aura roaring as he regarded the man before him. Under Li Mu's gaze, Zhang Dong's heart tightened suddenly, feeling as if he were being targeted by a venomous snake or a wild beast. He didn't dare to delay and quickly spoke up. My name is Zhang Dong, and I've been sent by your senior sister, Zhang Mingyao. There was a bit of a mishap earlier, which is why I'm late. Please forgive me, Mr. Li. Enough. Li Mu waved his hand and turned his gaze to the unconscious Li Chanqian, a hint of softness appearing in his eyes. After 8 years apart, the little girl had grown into a lovely young woman, but long-term malnutrition and abuse from the Zhou family had left her looking quite fragile. Even in her slumber, her slightly closed eyelashes trembled, revealing her unease. First, take my sister to settle down. I have other matters to attend to, Li Mu said calmly. After speaking, Zhang Dong glanced at the chaos around them, hesitated, and nodded. The young lady has been arranged a place to stay at the Yunhai Xingtian Yunding Tiangong. I will take her there now, Zhang Dong said solemnly, turning to leave with the unconscious Li Qianqian. Watching Zhang Dong and the others depart, Li Mu then turned his attention to Zhou Hongsheng. My patience is limited. Who exactly was behind your actions back then? Li Mu asked in a low voice, a barely noticeable blush rising on his face. If you're so keen to know, why not ask your parents underground? A man dressed in a gray short shirt, holding a folding fan, stepped out slowly, resembling a scholar. Scholar, you've come. Zhou Qingyuan exclaimed with delight upon seeing the newcomer, quickly getting to her feet. If I hadn't come, wouldn't the Zhou family have been turned upside down by this little thing? The scholar smiled faintly, his eyes narrowing into a dangerous arc as he looked at Li Mu. Scholar, are you with the over-the-river dragon? Li Mu asked coldly. He had gathered some intelligence about the forces in Yang City on his way there. The over-the-river dragon, Huang Qiuxing, was undoubtedly the ruler of Yang City. His capable subordinates, the scholar and the beast, were both ruthless killers. You have some insight, but not much, the scholar said with a faint smile, his gaze sweeping over Lin Kuan and the corpse of the jade-faced Buddha. To kill the jade-faced Buddha shows some skill, but the Zhou family is under my protection. As the scholar's words fell, he suddenly twirled his folding fan, transforming it into a sharp blade that shot toward Li Mu. The blade was incredibly sharp, slicing through the air with a whistling sound, glinting coldly as it aimed for Li Mu's throat. Li Mu's gaze sharpened, and the previously suppressed spring poison surged violently. With a flick of his wrist, a crimson dagger appeared silently, striking like a specter towards the scholar's neck. The scholar's face changed dramatically, and every hair on his body stood on end. He instinctively tried to dodge, but it was too late. Blood erupted from his neck, tracing a line down as he collapsed to the ground, eyes wide open, lifeless. Zhou Hongsheng was filled with horror, and the other members of the Zhou family wore expressions of terror. No one had expected that in just a brief encounter, the right-hand man of the overlord would be killed on the spot. Zhou Hongsheng, I give you 3 days. If you refuse to speak, the Zhou family will be annihilated. Li Mu said in a low voice, forcing back the wave of spring poison raging within him. Despite his cultivation level, he could not completely suppress it after his earlier exertions. As his words fell, his eyes gradually turned crimson. He scanned the Zhou family members, and in a flash, he appeared beside Zhou Qingyuan like a wraith. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized Zhou Qingyuan and pulled her into his embrace. The blood debt of the Zhou family will start to collect, with some interest from you. Chapter 6. I'm really angry right now. Dad, what should we do? Qingyuan has been killed, Qingyuan has been kidnapped, and even Lord Shuxing and the jade-faced Buddha have died at the hands of that little beast. Is the Zhou family finished? A middle-aged man looked at Zhou Hongsheng with panic in his eyes. The others in the Zhou family were also restless, knowing that given their family's past actions against the Li family, Li Mu's powerful return would surely lead to their annihilation. What's there to panic about? Are you all so easily frightened by a stray dog? Zhou Hongsheng slammed his cane on the table, the loud noise instantly silencing everyone. After scanning the room, he immediately commanded, Go, report Shuxing's death to Lord Jianglong right now. Also, inform the Zhao family about Qingyuan's kidnapping. With the Zhao family and Lord Jianglong backing us, that little beast can't turn the tide. After hearing Zhou Hongxing's orders, everyone finally calmed down. After all, Lord Jianglong was the top figure in Yang City, and the Zhao family's connections were even stronger than theirs. With their support, even if Li Mu arrived in 3 days, it would be a dead end for him. Meanwhile, Li Mu had brought Zhou Qingyuan to Yunhai Xingtian, the most upscale villa area in Yang City, where only the wealthiest and most influential could reside. Among them, Yunding Tiangong stood out as the most unique property in the area. Back in the day, the Li family was considered quite prosperous in Yang City, but they still did not have the status to live in Yunding Tiangong. My third senior sister has quite a mysterious identity, Li Mu thought as he gazed at the luxurious villa. When he first entered the celestial domain, he had only met Zhang Mengyao, his third senior sister, a few times. She had shown him great care, especially since he was the only male disciple in the entire celestial domain. After Zhang Mengyao went out to train, they had not seen each other again. He never expected that she would be the owner of Yunding Tiangong. Li Mu, let me go quickly, or Brother Jia will never let you off. Zhou Qingyuan glared angrily at Li Mu. Brother Jia? Zhao Yinjia? Li Mu asked teasingly. That's right. I'm getting married to Brother Jia in 3 days. If you let me go now, I can persuade him to spare your life, otherwise. Zhou Qingyuan said proudly, knowing that Zhao Yunjia was not only her fiancé, but also a core disciple of a major sect. No matter where Li Mu learned his skills, he could never be Zhao Yunjia's match. Before she could finish her sentence, Li Mu slapped her across the face from a distance. Smack! Zhou Qingyuan received a solid slap, leaving a bloody handprint on her face. I don't care who your fiancé is or who supports your Zhou family. In 3 days, the Zhou family will be annihilated. As for you, I'm really angry right now. Li Mu sneered coldly, then waved his hand, a force gripping Zhou Qingyuan. With that, he left. Li Mu, you'll get what is coming to you. Zhou Qingyuan roared. In this situation, she knew perfectly well what Li Mu intended to do. But no matter how much she struggled, it was futile. Li Mu ignored Zhou Qingyuan and went straight to the guest room. Creak. The door slammed shut, followed by a thunderous noise from inside. The first time? What about the first time? 2 hours later, Li Mu walked out of the room without changing his expression. Zhang Dong and the others were waiting outside, diligently keeping watch. Mr. Li. Zhang Dong immediately stood at attention and saluted. His eyes seemed to be filled with admiration. You've worked hard. Li Mu ignored him and casually tossed a few pills over. These pills were concocted by him in the celestial domain and were remarkably effective for martial artists in regulating their breath and strengthening their bodies. Although Zhang Dong didn't know what these pills were called, he could tell from their fragrant aroma that they were anything but ordinary. The young lady's junior is indeed generous. Thank you, Mr. Li. Zhang Dong replied respectfully. By the way, where's my senior sister? The young lady has something to attend to. She'll come to Yang City to see you as soon as she's done. Zhang Dong said. All right, you can go now. Li Mu nodded and then approached the bed. Looking at the unconscious Li Qianqian, his heart ached like it was being cut by a knife. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of life she had endured over the past 8 years. At least he had his senior sister and master to keep him company. While she had been raised by the Zhou family, treated as a tool for profit, living in constant fear. Qianqian, from today onwards, I won't let anyone hurt you again. Li Mu took out a pill and gave it to Li Qianqian. In fact, he had even more powerful pills that could help her become a martial artist directly. But after years of malnutrition, her body was too weak. For now, he could only help her regulate her health and wait for her to recover before considering anything else. After adjusting the blanket for Li Qianqian, Li Mu sat cross-legged beside her. Although he had just spent 2 hours detoxifying, it was impossible to cleanse everything in one go. Therefore, the immediate priority was to resolve the remaining spring poison in her body. Li Mu clasped his hands together, gathering his internal energy to separate the spring poison from her blood. However, when he was about to expel the poison from her body, he found that it clung to her like a parasite, making it incredibly difficult to remove. To resolve it, even he needed to exert some effort. What a domineering spring poison. The Zhou family could never have produced something like this. Li Mu's expression darkened. Fortunately, he had returned. Otherwise, if Li Qianqian had fallen victim to this poison, being toyed with by the jade-faced Buddha, she would have lost not just her purity, but perhaps her life as well. No matter who you are behind this, you all must die. Li Mu clenched his fists tightly. Then he stood up and, under the puzzled gazes of Zhang Dong and the others, walked back into the room where Zhou Qingyuan was. Since the spring poison couldn't be easily resolved, there was no need to waste more effort on it. Sounds echoed from the room. At the same time, the news of Zhou Qingyuan's abduction had already spread throughout Yang City. As Zhou Qingyuan's fiancé, Zhao Yunjie was furious upon hearing the news. Damn it! I'm going to chop him to pieces. Zhao Yunjie shouted, ready to storm the Cloud Summit Palace to rescue Zhou Qingyuan. Don't be impulsive. At that moment, the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Ding, approached to calm Zhao Yunjie down. Grandpa, how can I not be impulsive? Everyone in Yang City knows that Qingyuan is my fiancée, yet that scoundrel Li Mu actually kidnapped her. It's like he's rubbing my face in the dirt. And it's already late at night. Who knows what Li Mu has done to Qingyuan? Zhao Yunjie clenched his fists, his eyes filled with rage. I understand that if it were anywhere else, I wouldn't need to be told. I would personally go rescue my granddaughter-in-law. But that place is Yunding Tiangong. And we can't act recklessly. Zhao Ding said. Yunding Tiangong. Isn't that just the Yunhai Xingtian Villa area? Zhao Yunjie was puzzled. The Zhao family is one of the top families in Yang City. Who is there that we can't provoke? You need to remember, in Yang City, Yunhai Xingtian is Yunhai Xingtian. And Yunding Tiangong is Yunding Tiangong. Yunhai Xingtian can be bought with money, but Yunding Tiangong, only those with a strong enough background are qualified to purchase. Our Zhao family has connections in the provincial capital. Doesn't that qualify us? Of course not, because the people living in Yunding Tiangong are beyond even our connections. Zhao Ding replied. What? Zhao Yunjie was stunned. He never expected that a mere stray dog could be linked to such a powerful force. It's no wonder Li Mu's strength has increased so rapidly. Chapter 7. Finish him in the past 3 days. Everyone knew that Zhou Qingyuan had been kidnapped. Yet no one dared to step in to rescue her. During this time, Li Mu finally managed to refine all the spring poison within him. To his surprise, after the refinement, his physical strength had actually increased. It seems this is definitely not ordinary spring poison. I must get to the bottom of this with the Zhou family. Li Mu snorted coldly, then stood up. The time had come. Today was the day the Zhou family would be exterminated. Brother, you're finally out after 3 days. As soon as Li Mu opened the door, Li Qianqian leaped into his arms, crying uncontrollably. 8 years. 8 years. I thought I would never see you again. Qianqian, it's okay, don't cry. I'm here. Li Mu gently ruffled Li Qianqian's dry, yellow hair, feeling a deep sense of guilt. Brother, you must have suffered a lot these past 8 years, right? Li Qianqian looked at Li Mu's resolute face and murmured. After all, Li Mu was just an ordinary person back then, and now he could easily defeat martial artists like the scholars. The effort he must have put in over these 8 years was beyond what an ordinary person could imagine. Silly girl. I've been enjoying great food and company with beautiful women every day these past 8 years. I haven't suffered at all. Li Mu chuckled. You're just trying to fool me. Li Qianqian clearly didn't believe Li Mu's words, thinking he was just trying to comfort her. All right, you rest well. I'll be back soon. Li Mu said. Brother, you're going to the Zhou family, right? I want to go too. Li Qianqian clenched her fists. For the past 8 years, she had constantly thought about revenge. Now that she had the chance, she couldn't let it slip away. Qianqian, you wait here. Leave the revenge to me. Li Mu gently rubbed Li Qianqian's forehead. After all, he was planning to wipe out the Zhou family, and the scene would undoubtedly be very bloody. Although Li Qianqian was filled with hatred for the Zhou family, she wouldn't be able to handle such a gruesome sight. Moreover, the Zhou family would definitely have alerted the Jianglong and the Zhao family, and even their backing forces might be involved. He wouldn't necessarily have the energy to take care of Li Qianqian at that time. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Dong immediately came over. Zhang Dong, make sure to protect my sister and don't let her leave Yunding Tiangong, Li Mu instructed. Yes, Mr. Li. Zhang Dong nodded, and then ordered his subordinates to stand guard around Yunding Tiangong. Brother, please be careful. Li Qianqian knew that if she went along, she would just be a burden to Li Mu, so she could only quietly remind him. Don't worry, in Yang City. No one has been born, yet who can hurt me? Li Mu laughed heartily as he made his way to the entrance of Yunding Tiangong. At this moment, Zhou Qingyuan had not eaten or drunk anything for 3 days and nights, and had been enduring torment. She was hanging by a thread. Upon seeing Li Mu come out, her eyes were filled with fear. Summoning her last bit of strength, she said, Li Mu, please, don't. I. Jiegu. I'm sure. You want to say that Zhao Yunjia won't let me go, right? Well, I'll take you back to the Zhou family and let you witness how the Zhou family and the Zhao family are brought to ruin. Li Mu let out a cold laugh, and then a surge of power enveloped Zhou Qingyuan as he headed towards the Zhou family's villa. What the hell? Who is that person? Isn't that Zhou Qingyuan, the eldest daughter of the Zhou family? You don't know? That's Li Mu. Li Mu? The one from the Li family? Exactly. He's become quite the celebrity these days, having captured Zhou Qingyuan and kept her in the Cloud Top Palace for 3 days without anyone daring to rescue her. Today, he even declared he would annihilate the Zhou family. But with so many experts gathered today, who knows who will end up being destroyed? Wow, this is intense. As Li Mu made his way, whispers followed him everywhere. He paid no mind to the chatter and walked straight to the entrance of the Zhou family villa. This could be interesting. Li Mu sensed a powerful aura inside the villa, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. Though they were far from his match, it was quite rare for such a strong presence to appear in a small place like Yang City. No matter who you are, since you've chosen to stand with the Zhou family, be prepared for death. Li Mu chuckled coldly, then lifted Zhou Qingyuan and smashed her directly against the Zhou family's main door. Boom. With a loud crash, Zhou Qingyuan's body broke through the door. Having gone 3 days without food or water, she was barely clinging to life. After suffering such a heavy blow, she was now gasping for breath. Bastard. Zhao Yunjia saw this scene and felt his blood boil. He was about to charge at Li Mu, unable to tolerate the sight of his fiancée being treated this way. However, Zhao Ding quickly stopped him. Knowing full well that Zhao Yunjia was no match for Li Mu, Zhou Hongsheng, the 3-day deadline has arrived. Reveal the mastermind behind this, and I can give you a quick end. Otherwise, you'll regret ever coming into this world. Li Mu strode to the entrance, kicked Zhou Qingyuan aside, and coldly stared at Zhou Hongsheng. You little beast. With Lord Guojianglong and the Zhao family present today, you have no right to act recklessly. Zhou Hongsheng roared. Oh, so you aren't planning to speak? Li Mu sneered, having anticipated this outcome. After all, Zhou Hongsheng was notoriously cunning and ruthless. Why would he easily comply this time? You're Li Mu, the stray dog from the Li family back then? At that moment, a middle-aged man in white stepped forward, glancing disdainfully at Li Mu. Oh, so you're the Guojiang insect? Li Mu responded with a cold smile. Though this guy claimed to be the top dog in Yang City, in Li Mu's eyes, he was nothing. You dare to show disrespect to Lord Guojianglong? A burly middle-aged man behind Guojianglong erupted in anger and rushed towards Li Mu, intent on tearing him apart. Kill him. Tear him apart. Zhao Yunjie clenched his fists. Though he wasn't a match for Li Mu, the beast was the top expert under Guojianglong, stronger than any scholar. So when the beast attacked, Li Mu would surely end up in a complete mess. Guojianglong didn't stop the beast. He wanted to see just how capable Li Mu was, the one who could eliminate a scholar. As the humanoid monster charged towards him, Li Mu remained completely unfazed. With a casual flick of his fist, he struck the beast squarely in the chest. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the creature's ribs shattered, piercing into its heart. Blood erupted from its mouth like a crimson fountain, a dazzling sight to behold. Boom! In an instant, the massive body of the beast collapsed to the ground. What? The onlookers were stunned. This beast weighed over 300 pounds. Just imagine the force it could generate when running. Yet, it was taken down by Li Mu with a single punch? How terrifying was this guy? Even the overlord couldn't help but furrow his brow. It seemed he had encountered a formidable opponent today. Chapter 8. Xiaoyan arrived, and I still strike no wonder. You are already a master of the Qi and Blood realm. It's no surprise you can slay both scholars and fierce beasts. The over-river dragon stared intently at Li Mu, and at the same time, his Qi and blood surged within him, making his skin appear as if it had turned red. The Qi and Blood realm? Impossible. I am a core disciple of the Yunlan sect. I haven't reached the Qi and Blood realm yet. So how could he? Zhao Yunjie exclaimed, his face filled with disbelief. Both the scholar and the fierce beast were peak masters of the body refinement realm, yet he killed them in an instant. He must at least be a master of the Qi and Blood realm. Zhao Ding said, that's right. Once you cultivate to the body refinement realm, you can be called a warrior. Perhaps to ordinary people, a warrior is an invincible existence. However, after the body refinement realm, there are still the Qi and Blood. Opening the source, Qi movement, control of energy, true essence, divine travel, transcendence, and entry into the saint realm. The difference between each of these realms is like heaven and earth. The over-river dragon said. So if he is in the Qi and Blood realm, today? Zhao Yunjie frowned. He is in the Qi and Blood realm, and so am I, and even in the late stage of the Qi and Blood realm. Otherwise, how could I be called the top dog of Yang City? The over-river dragon sneered coldly as he stepped forward. Kid, you've reached the Qi and Blood realm at such a young age. It seems you've had quite a few fortunate encounters over the years. But you shouldn't have killed my people. The over-river dragon said with a mocking smile. Qi and Blood realm? You can say that if you want. Li Mu shrugged, not taking the over-river dragon's words to heart. In his eyes, the Qi and Blood realm was no different from an ant. His Pure Yang Dao scripture had already reached the 6th layer, although he wasn't clear on the specifics of his realm. Even a master of energy control would be no match for him. This was the domineering nature of the Pure Yang Dao scripture. All right, I'm giving you a chance to live. Kneel down and admit your mistake. Become my servant, and I'll spare your life. The over-river dragon said, hands behind his back, looking down on Li Mu. Ignorant of your own limits. Li Mu rolled his eyes, and then directly struck out with a palm from a distance. Whoosh! An incredibly powerful aura immediately surged through the air. The over-river dragon was taken aback and quickly raised his hands to defend himself. But in the face of absolute power, his defense was as good as nothing. Bang! The over-river dragon was sent flying by that palm, crashing into the wall of the Zhou family villa, leaving a human-shaped dent in the wall. The over-river dragon lay in the indentation, his organs shattered, his entire body crushed. The top dog of Yang City was killed by Li Mu with a single slap. The scene was dead silent. Everyone thought that the over-river dragon would be able to subdue Li Mu. No one expected such an outcome. What a pathetic thing, with such little power. Daring to protect the Zhou family? Li Mu smirked slightly, and then looked towards Zhou Hongsheng. Zhou Hongsheng shuddered all over. If even the over-river dragon wasn't a match for Li Mu, just how powerful was this guy? Brother Zhao, please take action. Zhou Hongsheng immediately turned to Zhao Ding. After all, Zhou Qingyuan and Zhao Yunjie were engaged, making their families in-laws. When in-laws are in trouble, Zhao Ding cannot stand by and do nothing. Zhao Ding's lips twitched. He was only at the early stage of Blood Qi realm, not even as strong as the over-the-river dragon. The over-the-river dragon had been killed with a single slap by Li Mu. If he intervened, he would only meet the same fate. However, thinking of Zhou Qingyuan's identity, Zhao Ding felt compelled to step forward. Otherwise, how could their Zhao family possibly have a marriage alliance with the Zhou family given their status? So Zhao Ding spoke up. Li Mu, let my granddaughter-in-law go first, and we can discuss everything else. Oh, Let her go? Li Mu looked at the half-dead Zhou Qingyuan and couldn't help but sneer. No matter what other identities Zhou Qingyuan had, as long as she was a member of the Zhou family, she had to die. However, he still needed to extract information about the spring poison. Otherwise, he would have killed Zhou Qingyuan long ago. Seeing that Li Mu had no intention of releasing her, Zhao Ding said in a deep voice, Li Mu, I know you are very powerful and even have connections with the people behind Yunding Tiangong. But my Zhao family is not to be underestimated. Moreover, Shao Jie is a core disciple of Yunlan's sect. If we inform them, you will be in a dead end. Do you really want to go this far? That's right, I am a core disciple of Yunlan's sect. Zhao Yunjie also stepped forward, thinking that his identity as a core disciple would make Li Mu think twice. However, Li Mu completely ignored Zhao Yunjie and directly sent a slap through the air towards him. Shut up. Li Mu sneered coldly as the slap was already aimed at Zhao Yunjie. Shao Jie, be careful. Zhao Ding was shocked. Zhao Yunjie was the future of the Zhao family. He absolutely could not be harmed. So, Zhao Ding immediately stood in front of Zhao Yunjie, only to be sent flying by Li Mu's slap. Bang! Zhao Ding crashed into the wall like the over-the-river dragon, turning into a puddle of mush. Zhao Yunjie was completely stunned. The over-the-river dragon had no backing and was killed by Li Mu with a single slap. Yet he had Yunlan's sect as support, and still, Li Mu showed him no mercy. If it weren't for his grandfather blocking that slap, he would have been killed too. Li Mu, you better wait for me. Zhao Yunjie immediately turned to flee, seeking help from Yunlan's sect. Thinking of escaping? Li Mu sneered coldly, and then sent another slap through the air. Since he was making a move, he had to eradicate the threat completely. Damn it! Zhao Yunjie was horrified and immediately quickened his pace. However, he was simply too slow, and it seemed like he was about to be turned into mush. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared, blocking Zhao Yunjie and deflecting Li Mu's slap. You finally showed up. Li Mu sneered coldly. When he came to the Zhou family, he had sensed a very strong aura, much stronger than the over-the-river dragon. Kid, you have some nerve to attack a disciple of Yunlan's sect. The figure looked at Li Mu coldly. Master, I'm so glad you're here. Quickly kill him. Kill him. Zhao Yunjie, seeing the old man, immediately clung to him, pointing furiously at Li Mu. Yunlan's sect? Don't even mention Yunlan's sect. Even if Shaoyan came, I would still strike. If you don't want to die, just get lost. Li Mu glanced at the old man and said coldly, How dare you? Who does Shaoyan think he is to compare himself with the Yunlan sect? I am an elder of the Yunlan sect, and we are. The old man was about to boast about the might of the Yunlan sect, but Li Mu didn't have time to listen to his rambling. With a swift motion, he delivered a slap through the air. Impudent. The old man fumed. As an elder of the Yunlan sect, he was a master at the opening Yuan realm. How dare this mere youth lay a hand on him? In an instant, he waved his hand, and a faint red hue appeared on his skin. This was the hallmark of the opening Yuan realm. The energy surged within him, and that red hue served as his strongest defense. With it, he was practically invulnerable, a true master. Haha, do you really think you're that impressive? My master will. Zhao Yunjie burst into laughter. However, before his laughter could even fade, Li Mu had already turned the old man into a puddle of flesh with a single slap. The so-called surging energy was utterly meaningless in front of Li Mu. Chapter 9. A well-ordered scene. Zhao Yunjie's laughter froze, and the atmosphere turned tense once again. Who could have imagined that even the experts from Yunlan's sect would not escape death? Was there really no one capable of bringing Li Mu to justice? Li Mu, you dare to kill my master? Zhao Yunjie glared at Li Mu angrily. His master held a high position in Yunlan's sect, and once they learned of this, they would surely come to seek revenge on Li Mu. I understand. Li Mu was too lazy to engage in further conversation with Zhao Yunjie and simply swatted him dead with a single slap. He then turned to Zhou Hongsheng and said, Zhou Hongsheng, all the helpers you called have been killed. Aren't you going to say something? Li Mu, what kind of fortuitous encounter have you had? Zhou Hongsheng was on the verge of collapse. Even the expert from Yunlan's sect had been killed with a single slap. Who in Yang City could deal with Li Mu now? That is not the point. Li Mu's face darkened as he stepped forward. An overwhelming aura pressed down on Zhou Hongsheng, causing him to gasp for air, his legs giving way as he fell to his knees. Li Mu, I'll talk, but you have to promise to spare the Zhou family. Zhou Hongsheng gritted his teeth. He didn't want the Zhou family to be exterminated. Spare them? Who spared the Li family? Li Mu's eyes turned blood red as he glared at Zhou Hongsheng. Even after 8 years, he vividly remembered that moonless night. On that night, dozens of his family members had perished under the butcher's knife. His parents were missing, and his sister had nearly been given to the faceless Buddha as a plaything. All of this was caused by the Zhou family, and now Zhou Hongsheng dared to ask him to spare the Zhou family? Li Mu, they are already dead. Why hold on to it? We can give you a lot of money, a lot of money. A middle-aged man from the Zhou family quickly said. Why hold on to it? They are my family. Li Mu glared at the man in fury and then struck him with a slap. Slap. The middle-aged man's head spun a complete 360 degrees before he collapsed to the ground. Li Mu, why create more bloodshed? Because I am a Li. Li Mu roared, then formed his fingers into a sword, and a stream of sword energy immediately appeared before him. Li Mu, let us talk this out. Don't kill my Zhou family. Zhou Hongxing's face changed drastically. If that sword struck down, the Zhou family would truly be wiped out. Let us talk. Let them go speak with the king of hell. Li Mu waved his hand, and the sword energy shot out. Puff, puff. As the sword energy passed, everyone was drenched in blood, collapsing to the ground. Watching his family members fall one by one, Zhou Hongxing's heart bled. Li Mu, I will haunt you even as a ghost. Zhou Hongxing roared and prepared to bite down on the poison pouch hidden under his tongue. Death. In front of me. Life and death are not yours to decide. Li Mu chuckled coldly, then waved his hand, rendering Zhou Hongxing unable to move his mouth. He then pulled out the poison pouch and tossed it to the ground. You. How did you find out? Zhou Hongxing's face darkened. He had actually prepared for two outcomes today. If the overlord and the Zhao family could kill Li Mu, everything would be fine. If they couldn't kill him, he would take poison and end his own life, for he dared not reveal the mastermind behind it all. But Li Mu had actually seen through his scheme? Does he not know who my master is? Li Mu sneered. His master was the Ghost Valley medical immortal, and his medical skills were even above those of his master. With such petty tricks, how could Zhou Hongxing possibly hide from his eyes? I'm not going to waste more words with you. Li Mu sneered coldly, then took out a silver needle and stabbed it directly into Zhou Hongxing's forehead. In an instant, Zhou Hongxing felt as if 10,000 ants were gnawing at his heart, and his entire face contorted in agony. Stop. Please stop. Zhou Hongxing felt on the verge of collapse, desperately pleading for Li Mu to cease. I have methods that are even more painful than this. Want to give them a try? Li Mu retorted with a cold laugh. You're a devil? Zhou Hongxing looked at Li Mu in terror. That previous sensation was even more unbearable than descending into hell. To deal with a devil, I must be even more devilish. Li Mu shrugged, not taking the title to heart at all, because the kind-hearted Li Mu from 8 years ago was already dead. In fact, our Zhou family's downfall was all planned. Zhou Hongxing began to speak. Planned? Yes, our Zhou family fell into misfortune, sought refuge with the Li family, and arranged for Qing Yuan to marry you. It was all part of the plan, but due to a twist of fate, your marriage was called off, and we had no choice but to strike at the Li family. Zhou Hongxing continued. Marry me? Why? I don't know either. I'm just following orders. Following orders? Whose orders? Li Mu furrowed his brow. After all, someone who could make Zhou Hongxing so obedient was definitely not simple. I don't know. Everything was instructed by someone named Taishiu Luo. I only have a one-way line of contact with him, and he always comes to find me. By the way, the spring poison affecting Li Qianqian was given by Taishiu Luo. Zhou Hongxing said. Taishiu Luo? Why do you listen to him? Because. Zhou Hongxing's eyes suddenly filled with terror, and he trembled uncontrollably as if he had thought of something horrifying. Because he is a devil, a true devil. A true devil? Worse than me. Li Mu was puzzled. Why did that guy insist on making Zhou Qingyuan marry him? After their marriage was called off, why did they want to massacre the Li family? And why did they inflict such a terrible spring poison on Li Qianqian? Li Mu, I've told you everything I know. Please, give me a quick end, or Taishiu Luo will make my life worse than death. Zhou Hongxing's gaze was vacant, and his emotions were tense, clearly reaching a state of madness. It seems you really don't know anything. Li Mu shook his head, then, with a single slap, killed Zhou Hongxing. At this point, the entire Zhou family was left with only the half-dead Zhou Qingyuan. I have avenged you, Li family. Li Mu stood up and bowed in the direction of the Li family's old residence. However, he understood that the matter of revenge was far from over. Who was that Iron Azura, and what were his true intentions? All of that remained unknown. Li Mu approached the half-conscious Zhou Qingyuan and took out a pill, giving it to her. Zhou Qingyuan regained consciousness, and, seeing the devastated Zhou family villa and the bodies of her family scattered everywhere, she broke down. Her entire family had been wiped out, and all the familiar faces from her past were gone. Even the family of Jiego, whom she had regarded as her last hope, had perished. Li Mu, you bastard. You bastard. Why didn't you just kill me outright? Zhou Qingyuan roared. Your life and death are in my hands. Li Mu sneered. After all, he needed to find the Iron Azura, and Zhou Qingyuan couldn't die just yet. Chapter 10. The World at One's Feet. Li Mu, I want to kill you. Zhou Qingyuan roared in anger. The helplessness of not being able to control her own life and death nearly driving her to the brink of collapse. When you targeted the Li family back then, you should have anticipated this day would come. Li Mu sneered, glancing at the luxurious Zhou family villa before setting it ablaze with a single flick of his wrist. Watching the flames blaze, Zhou Qingyuan was overwhelmed with rage and fainted on the spot. Li Mu didn't linger and promptly took Zhou Qingyuan back to the Yunding Heavenly Palace. News of the death of Guojiang Long and the destruction of the Zhou family, along with the murder of Zhao Ding and his grandson, quickly spread through Yang City. After all, one was the top dog of Yang City, and the other was a leading family. The Zhao family was among the most prominent in the city. Such explosive news was bound to travel fast. Wow, that kid from the Li family is something else. He single-handedly wiped out the Zhou family. I think the Zhou family deserved it. The Li family took them in, only for it to turn into a farmer and snake story. Exactly, they had it coming. But that kid is a bit too high profile, openly destroying a family like that. How could the enforcement team just sit back and watch? Not to mention, both the Zhou and Zhao families have backing. That kid has stirred up a hornet's nest. Rumors swirled throughout Yang City, and the news soon spread beyond its borders. Hundreds of kilometers away, in a loft, a man wearing a black iron mask laughed upon hearing the news. Haha, he has finally made his appearance. The masked man exclaimed. Lord Iron Azura. He was able to kill Guojiang Long, so his cultivation must have reached the opening realm. Should we send someone to capture him? One of his subordinates asked respectfully. No need, I will go personally. I couldn't facilitate his union with Zhou Qingyuan back then, and I had to destroy the Li family. I never expected Li Qingyang to take Li Mu and escape. Now that Li Mu has returned after his training, his bloodline is even more suitable. The masked man said with a hearty laugh. Then congratulations, Lord Iron Azura. Congratulations? I'm just carrying out orders. The masked man shook his head, a hint of loneliness flashing in his eyes. Lord Iron Azura, you are a master of the Qi motion realm, and yet you still. His subordinate looked at him in shock, for in Jiangdong province, a master of the Qi motion realm was already at the pinnacle. Yet this guy was merely following orders? What do you know? In your eyes, the Qi motion realm is supreme, but to those big figures, I am not even worth mentioning. The masked man said with a bitter smile. So what about this Li Mu? Forget it. Why am I telling you all this? The masked man shook his head and left. At this moment, Li Mu had already returned to the Yunding Heavenly Palace with Zhou Qingyuan. When Li Qianqian learned of the Zhou family's annihilation, she burst into tears. For 8 years, she had never stopped thinking about avenging her family. Now that the Zhou family had been destroyed, her wish had finally been fulfilled. Brother, thank you. Li Qianqian threw herself into Li Mu's arms, crying uncontrollably. Silly girl. They are also my kin. Li Mu gently rubbed Li Qianqian's forehead, and then said, all right, get some good rest. After a while, we need to go look for Mom and Dad. Then we can all reunite as a family. Okay. Li Qianqian nodded, and then looked over at Zhou Qingyuan, whose face was ashen. This woman had poisoned her, intending to hand her over to the jade-faced Buddha. She could truly be called a venomous woman. Li Qianqian, are you satisfied now that the Zhou family has been wiped out? Zhou Qingyuan glared at Li Qianqian with red eyes, filled with rage. I only regret not being able to personally tear them to shreds. Li Qianqian clenched her fists and stepped in front of Zhou Qingyuan, delivering a fierce slap. Smack! Zhou Qingyuan's face immediately flushed red, clearly feeling the weight of 8 years' worth of resentment in that slap. Ugh you! Zhou Qingyuan glared at Li Qianqian, ready to curse. But before she could, Li Mu raised his hand and slapped her. Smack! Zhou Qingyuan's face instantly swelled, 2 of her front teeth knocked out. Her tongue numb, unable to say a word, only able to glare at Li Mu in anger. If it weren't to lure out Taishio Luo, you would have been dead long ago. How dare you look at me like that? Li Mu sneered. Zhou Qingyuan gritted her teeth, a glimmer of hope igniting in her heart. After all, Taishio Luo was the backing of the Zhou family. Once he arrived, Li Mu would be doomed. She would personally avenge her fallen family members then. Afterward, Li Mu tossed Zhou Qingyuan into an iron cage and called for Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong, help me find someone. Who are you looking for? Zhang Dong was puzzled. After all, didn't Li Mu only have Li Qianqian as a relative? Who else could he be searching for? The Ji family, Ji Xiaoya. Li Mu stated clearly, when his father had taken him away to escape. He had been left with the Ji family while his father distracted their enemies. Unfortunately, the Ji family had tried to turn him over to please the Zhou family. Thankfully, Ji Xiaoya had secretly helped him escape, allowing him to survive. So upon returning to Yang City, he had inquired about the Ji family's situation. After Ji Xiaoya helped him escape, the Ji family had offended the Zhou family and had no choice but to leave Yang City. Ji Xiaoya had also been expelled from her family and had since gone missing. The Ji family certainly needed to be dealt with. But he also had to repay Ji Xiaoya's kindness. Yes, I will get right on it. Zhang Dong did not ask further. Since Li Mu wanted to find someone, he would ensure he located Ji Xiaoya. Not to mention that Li Mu was Zhang Mingyao's junior brother. The pills Li Mu had given him were enough for him to dedicate himself to Li Mu's cause. A few hours later, Zhang Dong returned with a grim expression. You couldn't find her? Li Mu frowned. Zhang Dong was not an ordinary person. Unless it was a special circumstance, he wouldn't appear so troubled. Mr. Li, we found the person, but... Zhang Dong hesitated. Speak plainly. Mr. Li, we found her, but it seems we won't be able to bring her back. Zhang Dong said. Can't bring her back? What do you mean? Mr. Li, at first, I reached out to many connections, but couldn't find any news about Ji Xiaoya. It was only later that I found someone from the underground special forces who informed me that Ji Xiaoya had been sold to Yiping Tianxia. Zhang Dong said. Yiping Tianxia? Then let's just bring her back. Mr. Li, it would be easier if it were somewhere else. But Yiping Tianxia is very special. Even if the young lady comes, it might still be quite difficult. Even with the third senior sister, it would be difficult? Li Mu was taken aback. After all, judging from Zhao Ding and the others' reactions, the third senior sister's status must be significant. If even she has to be cautious about Yiping Tianxia, then it's definitely not an ordinary place. However, since Ji Xiaoya is his savior, he must rescue her, no matter how dangerous it is. Chapter 11. The Path to Death. Indeed, Yiping Tiantang is a gray area, a place exclusively for the indulgence and extravagance of the rich and powerful. Moreover, Yiping Tiantang operates in a chain format, backed by a super powerful force. Zhang Dong explained. I don't care about any super powerful force, just give me the address. Li Mu said coldly, determined to save the person he aimed to rescue, even if it meant going against the heavens themselves. Mr. Li, you absolutely mustn't act impulsively. How about I send a message to Ms. Zhang and let her think of a way? Zhang Dong quickly advised Li Mu. No need. Li Mu shook his head. He knew that Zhang Mingyao cared for him deeply. Once she learned about this situation, she would undoubtedly intervene. That would put her at odds with the powerful force behind Yiping Tiantang, and that would be problematic. So, it was better for him to go alone. Mr. Li, since you are determined to go, please take this card. Seeing Li Mu's resoluteness, Zhang Dong realized that persuasion was futile. He took out a card and handed it to Li Mu. What kind of card is this? Li Mu examined the black bank card in his hand. Mr. Li, this is from Miss Zhang. She said to give it to you when you needed it. I believe you need it now. Zhang Dong said. Li Mu was taken aback. Does Zhang Mingyao know everything? Miss said that this bank card was given to her by her 7th senior sister, and she asked her to pass it on to you. What? 7th senior sister? Li Mu was startled. His senior sisters were all so mysterious. They didn't even meet him and just handed him things. He wondered how much money was on this black card. However, he was going to save someone. Not to spend money. Mr. Li, to enter Yiping Tiantang, you need to verify your funds. So, you must take this bank card. Zhang Dong reminded him. All right. Li Mu conceded and left Yunding Tiangong with the black card. Half an hour later, Li Mu arrived at the outskirts of Yangqing. It was quite desolate, but in the middle of the emptiness stood a half-finished building. The building was not tall, resembling a farmhouse. This was hardly the kind of location one would expect for a luxurious place like Yiping Tiantang. Nevertheless, Li Mu approached the front of the half-finished building and spotted an entrance to a basement. Halt! What do you want? As soon as Li Mu reached the basement door, he was stopped by 2 security guards. Li Mu glanced at the 2 men and was surprised to see they were masters at the peak of body refinement. Masters at the peak of body refinement guarding the door? Yiping Tiantang is quite impressive. I naturally want to go in. Li Mu said. Has Yiping Tiantang fallen to this point? Anyone can just walk in? At that moment, a young man approached, looking coldly at Li Mu. A glint of coldness flashed in Li Mu's eyes, but he did not make a move. After all, they were outside Yiping Tiantang, and acting rashly would surely alert those inside. It would be difficult to rescue Ji Xiaoya then. Young Master Luo, please come in. The 2 security guards immediately bowed and let the young man through. The 2 then looked at Li Mu and said, to enter Yiping Tiantang, you must verify your funds. Verify funds? Why isn't he verifying them? Li Mu asked. He is a member of the Luo family from Yang City. With the Zhou and Zhao families gone, the Luo family is one of the top families. Do they really need to verify funds? The 2 replied. Is this enough? Without saying much, Li Mu took out a black card. Where did you get that? One of the guards looked disdainful. You think you can just waltz in with a random bank card? Who knows if there's any money on it? However, the other guard immediately pushed him aside and said flatteringly, Sir, please, after you. Oh, Li Mu toyed with the black card, somewhat surprised. The difference in the guard's attitude was astonishing, but he didn't dwell on it. Saving Ji Xiaoya was more important. So, Li Mu put away the black card and entered Yiping Tiantang. Old Wang, what do you mean? You let him in with just a random bank card? You didn't even check the funds. One guard said, clearly confused. Funds? That black card itself is funds. Do you understand? Huh. What kind of black card is that? That's a Heijin card from Tianxing Bank. There are only about 100 in the entire Dragon Kingdom. The other guard explained. Huh. 100? It can't be fake, right? Fake. Each Tianxing Bank Heijin card has a chip for tracking. If any fakes are found, specialists will be dispatched immediately. Not to mention this kid. Even a master of Qi could only meet a dead end. So in the whole Dragon Kingdom, no one would be foolish enough to use a fake Tianxing Bank Heijin card. But there's no one like him in Yang City. The guard was puzzled, as anyone with a Tianxing Bank Heijin card must be either extremely wealthy or influential, yet he didn't recall anyone named Li Mu among the prominent figures of Yang City. That's right, he is from out of town. Okay, I almost messed with someone I shouldn't have. The guard felt a chill, realizing that Tianxing Bank was one of the top banks in the Dragon Kingdom. Possessing a Tianxing Bank Heijin card was definitely not something he could afford to provoke. Meanwhile, Li Mu had already arrived at Yiping Tiantang and noticed that the interior decor was in stark contrast to the dilapidated building outside. Even the floors were made of the highest quality marble, and the crystal chandeliers lining the pathways were extravagant. Moreover, there were peak-level body refining experts patrolling at regular intervals. And occasionally, a master of Qi appeared, making the place feel exceptionally secure. Because of this, the wealthy elite could indulge in their lavish lifestyles here without a care. However, Li Mu wasn't interested in any of that. He headed straight into a hall. Have you heard? There's an auction tonight. As soon as Li Mu entered the hall, he overheard a few people discussing. An auction? Yes, it's the night of a young beauty's debut. One person remarked. A young beauty? Debut? The others were speechless. As they were all high-ranking individuals, and such women were a dime a dozen. Why would they need to auction one off here? Hee hee. Don't you all think about it? Why would an ordinary woman be put up for auction at a place like Yiping Tianxia? One person laughed. The crowd was momentarily stunned. It seemed to make sense. What kind of place is Yiping Tianxia? Could an average woman ever catch its eye? The ones put up for auction must have stunning beauty. Such women would definitely be thrilling to play with. No matter how much money it costs, it would be worth it. Moreover, I heard this woman is from the Ji family, a proper lady. How delightful. The man laughed heartily. Haha, no matter who this woman is, I'm determined to win her. Luo Ding burst into laughter upon hearing this. With the Zhou and Zhao families gone from Yang City, the Luo family is now at the forefront. Who would dare to challenge him tonight? Meanwhile, Li Mu clenched his fists. Yiping Tianxia is too bold. How dare they auction off Ji Xiaoya? Chapter 12. Is this kid crazy? As more people entered the staff was already in place. A group of people pushed a large iron cage onto the stage, covered with a curtain that obscured its contents. However, Li Mu, with his keen senses, could vaguely detect the aura emanating from inside the cage. Helplessness, weakness, timidity, fear. If that girl hadn't secretly let him go back then, she wouldn't have ended up like this. Little girl, just wait. I'll take you away soon. Li Mu sat down, his eyes fixed intently on the cage. After the staff pushed the cage to the center of the stage, they all left. Then, a middle-aged man in a suit stepped onto the stage. Scanning the crowd of wealthy young elites and dignitaries below, he immediately broke into a smile, saying, Haha, it looks like all the big shots from Yang City are here. So I won't drag this out any longer. Let us get straight to tonight's main event. With that, the man pulled down the curtain covering the cage with a vigorous tug. Inside stood a girl in a purple evening gown, her long hair cascading down to her waist. With a melancholic gaze and a delicate little mouth, her rosy cheeks made her look utterly captivating, especially with her slender frame. It evoked an irresistible urge to hold her close and protect her. Oh my God, a true gem. When Luo Ding saw Ji Xiaoya, his mind went completely blank. He had only one thought racing through his head. He must have Ji Xiaoya for himself. He would spend 100 million if necessary. A true gem, truly a treasure. The other wealthy young men also widened their eyes, and even some older gentlemen seemed restless. After all, a man remains a boy at heart, forever in love with 18-year-old girls. Seeing the crowd's reaction, the middle-aged man was quite pleased. When they acquired Ji Xiaoya for one, they recognized her potential. With a little makeover, she would be a money-making machine. Moreover, Ji Xiaoya had been expelled from the Ji family, leaving her with no worries at all. So the middle-aged man tapped the table and declared loudly, I can see everyone is quite satisfied, so I won't waste any time. Tonight, we are auctioning her deflowering night, starting at 10 million, with each bid increasing by no less than 10 million. 10 million? Ji Xiaoya's lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but she shook her head, revealing a bitter smile. Having been cast out by her family, she no longer had any refuge. Now, under one's control, her only chance of survival was to become a tool for profit. Suicide. In one. Even that was a luxury. Her downfall was all due to letting Li Mu go. Yet, in these 8 years, she had never regretted her decision. If given the chance again, she would still let Li Mu go. Because throughout her life, it was only Li Mu who had treated her like a sister. The entire Ji family never regarded her as one of their own. Thus, when they learned she had let Li Mu go, they wasted no time in expelling her from the Ji family. But after tonight, I will no longer be pure. Brother Li Mu, we can only meet again in our next life. Ji Xiaoya closed her eyes and gave up resisting. The more fragile she appeared, the more it ignited the competitive spirit among Luo Ding and the others. No matter how much money they had to spend, they were determined to buy Ji Xiaoya's first night. They wanted to thoroughly dominate her. I'll offer 50 million. Anyone who dares to compete with me will regret it. Luo Ding shouted, his gaze fixed intently on Ji Xiaoya. The middle-aged man chuckled, 50 million for the first night. And if we have a few more nights, that'll be a solid money-making venture. With so many eager faces in the crowd, it was clear the price would only rise. However, just as everyone prepared to bid and the middle-aged man wore an expectant expression, Li Mu sneered and said, no need to bid. I'm taking her with me. Huh. That voice sounds so familiar. Ji Xiaoya's body trembled slightly. It had been 8 years, and hearing that voice still excited her. But she didn't open her eyes because she understood that even though she had let Li Mu go back then, escaping now would be nearly impossible. 8 years ago, the Zhou family had already set up a trap, and Li Mu was likely in grave danger. She was afraid that opening her eyes would only bring disappointment. The others turned to look at Li Mu, and when Luo Ding recognized him, he immediately erupted in anger. Who the hell let you in? Yeah, I know all the prominent figures in Yang City, but I've never seen him before. A young man remarked. Aren't you supposed to verify funds at Pintianxia? How did he get in? The crowd was furious, and the middle-aged man forced a smile, saying, Sir, please do not disrupt the auction process, or I will have to ask you to leave. Why should I be polite to him? Luo Ding was furious. Delaying his enjoyment of Ji Xiaoya was akin to looking for death. With that, he stormed toward Li Mu. He didn't care how Li Mu had managed to sneak in. Today he was going to teach him a lesson. After all, the Zhou and Zhao families were gone, and the Luo family was the strongest in Yang City. There was no one in the city he couldn't handle. Seeing Luo Ding approach with such aggression, Li Mu's expression darkened. He was already irritated by Luo Ding's bidding. Did this guy really want to lay hands on him too? With that thought, Li Mu raised his hand and slapped down hard. Is this guy insane? He's attacking Luo Ding? Someone gasped. Yeah. The Luo family is one of the top families in Yang City. Who would dare provoke him? Another added, that kid is done for. He has offended Pintianxia and the Luo family. He won't be walking out of here today. The crowd shook their heads in disbelief. But before their words could even settle, Li Mu's slap had already landed. Smack. The sound echoed sharply as Luo Ding was sent crashing to the ground. Then, a spray of blood erupted, and he was reduced to a puddle of flesh and bone. As the scent of blood filled the air, the crowd was stunned. Did he just kill him? A young man was bewildered. That was Luo Ding, the son of the Luo family in Yang City. And he was just slapped to death by this guy, right in front of Pintianxia? This was a blatant disregard for both Pintianxia and the Luo family. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback. He had considered that Li Mu might have some background, and even thought that Li Mu could know Ji Xiaoya. However, he never expected Li Mu to be so decisive. Just a bid from Luo Ding was enough to be dismissed with a single slap. It was terrifying. But this was Pintiantang. How could they allow Li Mu to act so recklessly? So, the middle-aged man immediately said in a deep voice, Kid, you're looking for death. Looking for death? Li Mu let out a cold laugh and waved his hand. A force immediately surged through the air, tearing the iron cage apart. Then, with a gentle strength, Li Mu lifted Ji Xiaoya over. Brother Li Mu, is it really you? Ji Xiaoya slowly opened her eyes, looking at Li Mu in disbelief. Was this just a fantasy before her death? Chapter 13, Li Mu must die. Xiaoyu, it's me. I'm here to take you home. Li Mu looked at Ji Xiaoyu gently. This girl had been his little follower since childhood. Back then, the Li and Ji families were close friends. And Ji Xiaoyu often came to his house to play, always calling him Brother Li Mu. Later, after the Li family's misfortune, the Ji family sold him out. It was Ji Xiaoyu who secretly released him, which led to everything that followed. Brother Li Mu, is it really you? Ji Xiaoyu felt the warmth of Li Mu's body and dared to confirm that she wasn't dreaming. She then threw herself into his arms, crying uncontrollably, releasing all the grievances she had suffered over the past 8 years. Xiaoyu, it's all my fault for coming back late. making you suffer. Li Mu felt a deep sense of guilt. If he had returned sooner, Ji Xiaoyu wouldn't have had to endure so much pain. Brother Li Mu, I didn't suffer. Just being able to see you again makes me so happy. Ji Xiaoyu sobbed. Then, she suddenly remembered something and quickly said, right. Brother Li Mu, you need to leave quickly. The people from Yiping Tiantang are all devils. They're not human. You have to get out of here. Li Mu ruffled Ji Xiaoyu's hair and smiled. Xiaoyu, now that I'm back, no one will dare to bully you again. But Brother Li Mu, all right, you rest for now. Leave everything here to me. Li Mu smiled faintly and then pulled Ji Xiaoyu behind him. The others, still in shock, were waiting to see how this situation would unfold. After all, Li Mu had killed Luo Ding in Yiping Tiantang, and neither the Luo family nor Yiping Tiantang would let this go easily. Kid, you killed someone in my Yiping Tiantang. Don't you think we deserve an explanation? A middle-aged man sneered, and soon a large group of people surged in. Among them were 3 or 4 experts at the Qi blood realm, and the middle-aged man himself was a powerful figure at the opening Yuan realm. If you dare to cause trouble in Yiping Tiantang, you must pay the price. An explanation? You imprisoned Xiaoyu and even planned to auction off her first night? I haven't asked you for an explanation yet, and you want one from me? Li Mu sneered. Haha, once you enter my Yiping Tiantang, you belong to us. We'll handle things however we want. The middle-aged man laughed coldly and waved his hand, signaling several Qi blood realm experts to charge at Li Mu. Looking for death, Li Mu's expression darkened. He formed his fingers into a sword and swung them fiercely. Uft! The sword energy whizzed through the air, and in the blink of an eye, those Qi blood realm experts had their throats cut cleanly. How is this possible? The middle-aged man was horrified. Those were experts in the Qi blood realm, powerful beings who had already condensed their blood energy. Yet, they were taken down by Li Mu with a single move? This guy is terrifying. Oh my god, this guy is so fierce. A young master looked at Li Mu in fear. I remember now. Isn't this the guy who brought Zhou Qingyuan to the Zhou family? Yes. He is the one who wiped out the Zhou and Zhao families. Damn it. No wonder he dared to slap Luo Ding to death. But now, he has provoked Yiping Tiantang. He is probably doomed. The middle-aged man was initially quite worried, but when he thought about the backing of Yiping Tiantang, he calmed down. Kid, you really have some skills. You must be a master of the art of power, right? Otherwise, you couldn't kill from a distance. But you shouldn't come here to cause trouble for Yiping Tiantang. He sneered. Cause trouble? Isn't that exactly what you're doing? Disrupting our auction, stealing our items, and even killing our people. What else would you call it? Hand over Ji Xiaoyu now and surrender peacefully. Maybe you can still keep your body intact, otherwise. The corners of the middle-aged man's mouth curled slightly. He knew he wasn't a match for Li Mu, but he had the backing of Yiping Tiantang. No matter how bold Li Mu was, he wouldn't dare to kill him. Enough. Li Mu snorted coldly, not wanting to waste any more words with the middle-aged man. He simply slapped him with a single blow. Bang. The once smug middle-aged man was turned into a pulp by Li Mu's slap. What the hell? All the young masters present were stunned. This was the head of Yiping Tiantang in Yang City, a strong practitioner of the Kaiyuan realm. And Li Mu just attacked without a second thought? Moreover, he killed him with just one slap? This guy is way too bold. So great. Ji Xiaoyu trembled at the sight. Clearly, during her time at Yiping Tiantang, this middle-aged man had not been kind to her. If it weren't for wanting to profit from her first time, he would have likely acted against her long ago. Now that this guy was killed by Li Mu's slap, she felt no sympathy whatsoever. She just wanted to applaud. I killed him, so feel free to report me to Yiping Tiantang. Li Mu glanced at the body on the ground and said coldly to the crowd. The group of young masters trembled in fear. They might have acted arrogantly in Yang City, but in front of Li Mu, they didn't even dare to breathe. This guy is terrifying. Now, I'm taking Xiaoyu with me. Do you have any objections? Li Mu asked. And no, none at all. The crowd quickly shook their heads, not daring to say another word. After all, this guy had killed both Luo Ding and that middle-aged man with a single slap. If they said anything more, they would probably end up as a puddle of flesh too. This guy wasn't going to reason with them. That's best. Li Mu sneered, then took Ji Xiaoyu and left Yiping Tiantang. As they reached the entrance, the 2 guards saw Li Mu leaving with Ji Xiaoyu and couldn't help but marvel. Damn, I heard her auction price tonight is at least 50 million. No wonder he has a black gold card from Tianxing Bank. He secured it so easily. Thank goodness I didn't offend him. Of course, if I hadn't told you that was a black gold card from Tianxing Bank. While the 2 guards were chatting, they suddenly saw the nobles from Yang City rushing out like a pack of frightened dogs. What is going on? The guards were puzzled. These people looked like they had lost their souls. After everyone had finished their run, the person inside finally came out and recounted what had just happened. The 2 guards, upon hearing this, felt their legs go weak. Luckily, They had no idea that Ji Xiaoya was taken by Li Mu. If they had known, their attempt to intervene would have ended with them being turned into mush by a single slap from Li Mu. Just thinking about it sent shivers down their spines. Meanwhile, this news quickly reached the headquarters of Yiping Tiantang in Jiangdong province. What? Someone dares to cause trouble at Yiping Tiantang? And they even killed our branch manager? They clearly don't take us seriously. A middle-aged man erupted in fury upon hearing this. Yiping Tiantang is a major national force, and if they can't handle a small branch's issues, how will they establish their presence in the country? Therefore, regardless of who Li Mu is, he must be eliminated. Chapter 14. The skilled keep coming Xiaoyu. Is that really you? In the Yunding Tiangong, Li Qianxian rushed over as soon as she saw Ji Xiaoyu being brought back by Li Mu. Back then, both she and Ji Xiaoyu were Li Mu's little followers, and they were practically inseparable best friends. Unfortunately, after the upheaval 8 years ago, they hadn't seen each other since. Qianxian, I thought I would never see you again. Ji Xiaoyu hugged Li Qianxian tightly, crying uncontrollably. All right, you two will have plenty of time to catch up later. Let's eat first, Li Mu said. Both nodded in agreement, then sat down, holding hands. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Ji Xiaoyu turned to Li Mu and said, Brother Li Mu, you killed the head of Yiping Tianxia in Yang City. They definitely won't let this go easily. I think you should leave Yang City. Haha, he dared to auction you off. He deserves to die. Li Mu reclined lazily in a nearby armchair, seemingly unconcerned. Brother Li Mu, I've been locked up in Yiping Tianxia for so long, so I do know a bit about their strength. They are a massive force that spans the entire country, with many experts. I heard that last time. There was a master of Eugene who caused trouble at Yiping Tianxia, and as a result, their headquarters sent people to take him out. Ji Xiaoyu explained. Oh, a Eugene master was taken out? Li Mu raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Although he didn't think much of Eugene masters, they were definitely top-tier experts in the entire Jiangdong province. It seems that Yiping Tianxia really does have some clout. However, given what Yiping Tianxia did to Ji Xiaoyu, even if they had a celestial being overseeing them, they wouldn't escape death. Yeah, or you could. All right, no need to say more. Just stay here and don't worry about Yiping Tianxia. Li Mu ruffled Ji Xiaoyu's hair and then left the room, allowing the two to catch up properly. Afterward, Li Mu went to the room where Zhou Qingyuan was being held. As soon as Zhou Qingyuan saw Li Mu enter, she rushed over, ready to fight him to the death. After all, her family was gone, and she had nothing left to lose. Sit still. Li Mu waved his hand, and a force immediately pinned Zhou Qingyuan to the ground, rendering her unable to move. Li Mu, I beg you to kill me. Just kill me. Zhou Qingyuan cried, tears streaming down her face. She no longer wanted to live this life that was worse than death. Don't worry, when Taishiu Luo arrives, I will grant your wish. Li Mu sneered, then sat down cross-legged. Today, he didn't perform the rites of sleep, as he had realized that after the dual cultivation with Zhou Qingyuan a couple of days ago, his Pure Yang Dao scripture had actually made progress. It doesn't make sense. My master and mistress both said that my Pure Yang Dao scripture can only advance by merging with a body of extreme yin. Why was I able to? Li Mu glanced at Zhou Qingyuan, who didn't seem particularly special, yet somehow allowed his Pure Yang Dao scripture to advance a small level, achieving the mid-stage of the 6th layer. Forget it. I should focus on stabilizing my realm first. Li Mu muttered to himself, then closed his eyes and began to circulate the Pure Yang Dao scripture. The operation lasted for a whole day and night, and Zhou Qingyuan, who was trapped on the ground, was both hungry and thirsty. However, in order not to rely on Li Mu, she managed to keep silent. You've got some backbone. Li Mu chuckled, then released her from her confinement and left the room. Mr. Li, something's happened. As soon as Li Mu stepped out, Zhang Dong rushed over in a panic. What's going on? Li Mu asked. The Luo family has come with people from the Yunlan sect. Zhang Dong replied. Oh, the Luo family? Li Mu was taken aback. Didn't he just kill a Luo Ding? Why were they making such a fuss and coming to Yunding Tiangong? As for the Yunlan sect, hadn't he just taken down an elder? Were they also coming to Yang City to meet their demise? Mr. Li, the Luo family isn't much to worry about, but the Yunlan sect still holds some power in Jiangdong province. Although it's just an elder who came, we can't underestimate them. All right, let us go take a look. Li Mu stretched and made his way to the entrance of Yunding Tiangong. Li Mu, you finally arrived. You killed my son, and I want you to pay with your life. Luo Yunxing glared at Li Mu in fury. The Luo family had finally managed to become the #1 family in Yang City after the Zhou and Zhao families were destroyed. Yet, before they could even settle in, his only son was killed by Li Mu. How could he bear it? However, he knew Li Mu was formidable, so he had hesitated to confront him. Fortunately, with the elder from the Yunlan sect present, he mustered his courage to come and take down Li Mu. Oh, you want me to pay with my life? Then we'll see if you have what it takes. Li Mu beckoned with his finger towards Luo Yunqing. Luo Yunqing's lips twitched, and he turned to the old man beside him. Kid, you're quite arrogant, daring to kill even the elders and disciples of my Yunlan sect. Showing no respect at all, the old man scolded. They were preventing me from taking my revenge, so naturally, I had to kill them. Am I supposed to let them live for the new year? Li Mu shrugged, clearly unimpressed by the old man's threats. After all, this old man was merely at the peak of the Kaiyuan realm, not even at the Qi movement realm, hardly a challenge for him. Seeking death. The old man was enraged. Anyone who dared to look down on the Yunlan sect in Jiangdong province deserved to die. With that, the old man drew a long sword from his waist, radiating a crimson aura, and charged at Li Mu with incredible speed. Mr. Li, be careful, Zhang Dong exclaimed in shock, as Li Mu stood completely still. Haha, are you scared, silly? The old man rejoiced, his sword already at Li Mu's chest. However, when he was just a meter away, he suddenly found himself unable to advance an inch. How is this possible? The old man was stunned. He was at the Kaiyuan realm and could only channel his power to form a protective red layer around himself. Yet, at such a distance from Li Mu, he couldn't move forward at all. What realm was Li Mu at? Qi movement realm? Yujin realm? Or even something higher? Sigh, I thought you were impressive. Li Mu sighed, then suddenly exerted his strength, causing a powerful force to erupt. Boom. With a loud bang, the force instantly shattered the old man's sword. The broken blade flew back and plunged violently into the old man's chest. Thud. The speed of the blade was so great that it pierced right through his chest. The old man was also knocked back several dozen meters by the tremendous impact, crashing to the ground. How is this possible? The old man looked at Li Mu in disbelief. He was a peak practitioner of the opening Yuan realm, yet he couldn't even touch the hem of Li Mu's garment. This guy is terrifying. Let's go? Luo Yunqing dared not linger any longer and turned to run. Go to hell. Li Mu sneered, then waved his hand. The blood-soaked broken sword immediately flew out, sending Luo Yunqing straight to his demise. All right, come out. After killing Luo Yunqing, Li Mu did not return. He realized there were still others in the distance, and their strength was even greater than that of the old man. Chapter 15. You're a devil. You're a devil. That's right, you actually found me. No wonder you dare to oppose me, the One Piece world. At this moment, a middle-aged man emerged from under a large tree in the distance. Seemingly casual, but in the blink of an eye, he was already just a few meters away from Li Mu. Zhou Gang from One Piece world. Mr. Li, this man should not be underestimated. He is a powerful figure at the late stage of the Qi movement realm. Zhang Dong quickly reminded Li Mu. Late stage of the Qi movement realm? Li Mu chuckled coldly. He didn't even take the masters of the Qi control realm seriously, let alone the Qi movement realm. He then looked towards another big tree and shouted, you might as well come out. There's no need to hide. There's someone else? Zhou Gang was surprised as he glanced at the other tree. He had hidden himself so well, and yet had not noticed anyone else around. How did Li Mu discover him? Moreover, the person who could remain undetected by him must be even stronger. Haha, interesting, interesting. Taisho Luo leaped down from the tree and walked over with a smile. Iron Mask, you are Taisho Luo? Upon seeing the newcomer, Li Mu immediately clenched his fists. The mastermind behind the entire tragedy of the Li family was none other than this Taisho Luo. That's right. I am Taisho Luo. It seems Zhou Hongsheng told you everything. Fortunately, I have always had a direct line of contact with him. Taisho Luo grinned, not denying his identity. In his view, no matter how powerful Li Mu was, he was not his match. His plans could be executed today, so there was no need for him to hide anymore. Master Taisho Luo, please take action and kill this brat. He is a remnant of the Li family and has destroyed my entire family. Zhou Qingyuan rushed out, pointing viciously at Li Mu. Zhou Qingyuan, oh Zhou Qingyuan, why are you so useless? You can't even handle something as simple as drugging Li Qianqian. Taisho Luo looked at Zhou Qingyuan with disdain. Master Taisho Luo, I did drug Li Qianqian, but I don't know why. Zhou Qingyuan quickly explained. She had indeed drugged Li Qianqian, but the drug ended up affecting Li Mu instead. Furthermore, Li Mu had vented his frustrations on her. Shut up, you useless waste. If you were as ruthless as the other members of the Zhou family, things would have been settled long ago. Taisho Luo said harshly. You? What do you mean? Zhou Qingyuan's face was filled with confusion. As ruthless as the other members of the Zhou family? Li Mu frowned as well. From Taisho Luo's words, it seemed that Zhou Qingyuan was different from the rest of the Zhou family. Upon reflection, during the entire incident years ago, it appeared that Zhou Qingyuan had indeed not participated. Even when the Zhou family initially wanted to betroth her to him, she had been extremely unwilling. Could there be more to this story? What do you mean? You don't need to know. Once I capture Li Mu, you will no longer have any value. Taisho Luo coldly smiled, then took big strides toward Li Mu. He killed the person in charge of One Piece World. His life is mine. Zhou Gang, seeing Taisho Luo about to strike, also charged toward Li Mu. One Piece World? Iron Azura let out a cold laugh. His strength might not be able to match that of the first-class world, but the people backing him were certainly not to be trifled with. Therefore, he showed no mercy to Zhou Gang and launched a punch directly at him. The force of the punch rushed through the air, causing Zhou Gang to stumble backward in fear. Peak of the Qi movement realm. Zhou Gang furrowed his brows, although a few people had stronger abilities than him. If he wanted to kill Li Mu today, it was probably going to be impossible. Enough talk, you two. Let's go together. Li Mu sneered, dismissing the two Qi movement realm fighters as mere amateurs. Did they really think they were formidable? Did they think they could come at him just because they wanted to kill him? Did they really believe that after 8 years of training, he would be their opponent? What a joke. Iron Azura's expression turned cold as he stomped forward. With each step, the ground trembled, leaving deep footprints on the floor. A joke? No. You are the real joke. Li Mu's lips curled slightly. To others, the Qi movement realm seemed powerful, but to him, it was no different from trash. So when Iron Azura charged at him, Li Mu merely waved his hand, and a gigantic palm flew out, grabbing Iron Azura by the neck. How is this possible? Iron Azura exclaimed in shock, as Li Mu's move rendered him completely immobile. Just how terrifying was this guy's strength? Is it you who ordered Zhou Hongsheng to wipe out the Li family? I want to see what you look like. Li Mu sneered, then removed Iron Azura's iron mask. In an instant, an extremely ugly face appeared before Li Mu. His face was covered in wrinkles and warts, making him look utterly repulsive. No wonder he wore an iron mask. Li Mu spat at him, and then put the mask back on, thinking it would be better for his appetite. You bastard. I'll make you pay? Iron Azura roared. He had been born with this face, and had been ostracized and bullied by his peers as a child. Therefore, he wore the iron mask, trained rigorously in martial arts, and became ruthless. Anyone who had seen his true face had been killed by him. Heh, I'll kill you soon. Li Mu replied coldly, then turned his gaze to Zhou Gang, who was trembling and immediately turned to flee. The peak Qi movement realm Iron Azura was no match for Li Mu, so why would he engage with him? Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Trying to run? Li Mu waved his hand, and a blast of energy shot out, striking Zhou Gang in the back. Poof! Zhou Gang spat blood, looking at Li Mu in terror. Li Mu, you can't kill me. I'm one of the heads of the first-class world in Jiangdong province. If you kill me, they won't let you off. Zhou Gang shouted desperately. Mr. Li, Zhou Gang really can't be killed. Last time he humiliated Miss. She had no choice but to endure it. Perhaps you should. Zhang Dong quickly reminded Li Mu. He dared to bully my third senior sister? A cold glint flashed in Li Mu's eyes. His third senior sister treated him like family, and this scoundrel actually dared to humiliate her? He initially wanted to slap him to death, but now it seems he must be thoroughly tormented. Li Mu took out a few silver needles and thrust them through the air. As the needles pierced his body, Zhou Gang immediately writhed in agony, letting out continuous wails. The sound of his screams made Zhang Dong's scalp tingle. To inflict such suffering on a strong practitioner of the Qi movement realm, Li Mu's methods were truly. Enough of that. Let him suffer. We need to have a chat. Li Mu turned his gaze toward Taisho Luo. There's nothing to discuss. Taisho Luo glared angrily at Li Mu. Oh, are you sure about that? Li Mu toyed with the silver needles in his hand, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Looking at the needles in Li Mu's hand, and then at Zhou Gang, who was suffering immensely, Taisho Luo's legs trembled uncontrollably. This guy is a devil. He really regretted not just killing Li Mu outright back then. Chapter 16. The road to revenge is still long after hesitating for a moment. Taisho Luo finally gave up struggling. His resolve wasn't much stronger than Zhou Gang's. If Zhou Gang was in such pain, why should he suffer more? All right then. Tell me, why did you deliberately cause the Zhou family to go bankrupt and then turn to our Li family, while also trying to set me up with Zhou Qingyuan? Li Mu asked. What? Deliberately going bankrupt? Isn't it your Li family that used despicable means to swallow the Zhou family, and now you want to take me by force? Zhou Qingyuan looked at Li Mu with anger, feeling that the truth was being turned upside down. Taisho Luo glanced at the ignorant Zhou Qingyuan and then spoke. Because your Li family has too much fortune, and your physique is special, as is Zhou Qingyuan's. If you two were to combine, it would sever the fortune of your Li family. Huh, our fortune is too strong. Li Mu was speechless. At that time, although the Li family was one of the top families in Yang City, it was only relatively significant within Yang City itself. When placed in Jiangdong province, or even the entire Long country, they were hardly noteworthy. So, He couldn't believe that the Li family's fortune was too strong. Yes, your fortune is too strong. I wanted to use Zhou Qingyuan to break your Li family's fortune. Unfortunately, since both you and Zhou Qingyuan disagreed, I had to wait until 8 years ago when your Li family's fortune was at its weakest before I let Zhou Hongsheng take action, Taisho Luo said. What did you say? Zhou Qingyuan collapsed onto the ground. Taisho Luo's words indicated that the Zhou family's bankruptcy was not the doing of the Li family. It wasn't that the Li family swallowed the Zhou family, but rather the Zhou family deliberately went bankrupt and then turned to the Li family. The goal was to disrupt the Li family's fortune? But why was this different from what her grandfather had said? Li Mu ignored Zhou Qingyuan and continued to ask. Then why did you want her to poison Qianqian? I thought that 8 years ago, I could completely annihilate your Li family. But then your parents went missing. And you disappeared too, leaving only Li Qianqian under the Zhou family's care. For these years, I've been using her to lure you out. But there has been no movement at all, so I had no choice but to use this method to break your Li family's fortune. Taisho Luo continued. What? Zhou Qingyuan suddenly felt a pounding headache. Wasn't it said that if she drugged Li Qianqian, Taisho Luo would help her grandfather with his illness? It turned out that Taisho Luo was trying to disrupt the Zhou family's fortune. What had she become? A complete villain. One last question. Who is behind you? Li Mu's gaze was sharp as he looked at Taisho Luo. I have no one behind me. This is all my own scheme. Taisho Luo denied it outright. For he understood how terrifying the people behind him were. Once he revealed it, even if he died, he would probably be dragged out and humiliated. Is that so? Li Mu was too lazy to argue with Taisho Luo, and directly took out 2 silver needles and stabbed them in. Taisho Luo immediately began to scream in agony, his eyes filled with fear. No matter how terrifying the person behind you is, I can tell you clearly that I can be dozens of times more terrifying. Li Mu smiled and then took out a knife, making a small cut on Iron Azura's temple. Instantly, a thin stream of blood sprayed out from Iron Azura's vein. The blood column wasn't large, but it was clear enough to see. At this flow rate, you should be able to remain conscious for about an hour. During this hour, you will experience increasing pain, giving you plenty of time to reflect on all the evil thoughts you've had throughout your life. After that, you will gradually lose consciousness due to excessive blood loss. However, my silver needle will prompt your body to quickly secrete adrenaline, keeping you awake for another hour. In that hour, you will clearly see your body slowly deflate until your heart can no longer pump blood from the wound. At that point, you can die. After hearing Li Mu's words, Iron Azura trembled uncontrollably. He had imagined many ways to die, but enduring 2 hours of torment? That was terrifying. Moreover, the agony of Zhou Gang in the distance was still ongoing, clearly confirming that what Li Mu said was true. He would truly be better off dead. Devil. You are a devil. Iron Azura looked at Li Mu in fear. I've said it before, to deal with a devil, you must use even more devilish methods. Li Mu shrugged, unbothered by the label. Quick with the needle, I'll talk. Iron Azura broke down. He really didn't want to experience the kind of death Li Mu described. Li Mu immediately took out the silver needle, and Iron Azura's suffering finally stopped. After a moment, Iron Azura spoke. How did you know there was someone behind me? My constitution is special. Ordinary people can't see it. Not even someone at the Qi-driven realm. As for Zhou Qingyuan's constitution, it's even more hidden. You definitely can't detect it. Li Mu replied. Good. It seems my master was right. If you don't die, you will become a great threat. Oh, your master? Indeed. The matter of the Li family's fortune was told to me by my master. All my arrangements are also his instructions. What is his name? Which sect does he belong to? What grievances does he have with my Li family? Li Mu asked. 8 years ago, the Li family only had a bit of influence in Yang City, and your Iron Azura's master must be at least a master of the Qi control realm, right? How could there be any intersection? His name is Master Yulong, but I don't know what sect he belongs to. As for grievances, according to him, he has no enmity with your Li family, but your Li family's fortune will have a significant impact on him. I don't know the specifics. Iron Azura said. Master Yulong? Li Mu frowned. After all this time, the bloodbath of the Li family was due to a person named Yulong, who believed that the Li family's fortune would affect him. So, it led to the family's destruction? What kind of nonsense is this? Where can I find him? Li Mu asked. Jiangdong Province, Yushan Cave, that's where I trained. My master gives me tasks from time to time, but he never shows himself. That's the only clue you have to find him. Jiangdong Province, Yushan Cave? Looks like I need to make a trip to the provincial capital. Li Mu sighed. He had originally planned to find his parents after saving his sister. Now it seems the road to revenge is still long. Li Mu, I've said all I needed to say. Can you give me a swift end now? Taisho Luo felt a sense of relief. He didn't want to die. But at that moment, He didn't want to live either. He understood his master's methods. Once his master found out, he would truly wish he were dead. Of course, Li Mu kept his word and prepared to take action. But just then, a convoy suddenly sped in from the distance. A group of people in matching uniforms got out. When Tai Xiao Luo saw them, his expression became extremely complicated. Why did they have to come now of all times? Tai Xiao Luo felt despair creeping in. Chapter 17. Only a strong fist can speak reason. Who are they? Li Mu furrowed his brows as he saw the newcomers. They were all dressed in uniform, and their cultivation levels were exceptionally high, with the lowest being at the peak of the opening realm. Among them, one even reached the mastery realm. Such individuals were extremely rare in Yang City. Even in the entire Jiangdong province, they would be considered a rarity. This is bad. This is really bad. There. Members of the enforcement team. Zhang Dong's expression changed instantly upon seeing them. The enforcement team? Li Mu was taken aback. He had heard of the enforcement team years ago, but had never encountered them in person. What are they doing here? Right. They must have come to investigate after you wiped out the Zhou family. Zhang Dong said. They come to investigate just because I eliminated the Zhou family? A cold light flashed in Li Mu's eyes. Where were the enforcement team when the Li family was slaughtered and his family had to flee for their lives? Now they show up to investigate. What a joke. Kid, are you Li Mu? The middle-aged man at the forefront approached Yunding Tiangong and coldly stared at Li Mu. I am Li Mu. Li Mu stepped forward without hesitation, confronting the middle-aged man. My name is Qin Shou. I'm the squad leader of the Jiangdong branch of the enforcement team. We suspect you are related to the massacre of the Zhou family in Yang City, and we need to take you back for investigation. The man said. Qin Shou? What were your parents thinking? Li Mu was speechless. What a name. The corner of the middle-aged man's mouth twitched. He was well aware of the ambiguous nature of his name, but it was given by his parents, and he had no choice in the matter. Presumptuous. How dare you speak to the squad leader like that? A young man stepped forward, sternly reprimanding. I'm speaking. When did it become your turn to interrupt? Li Mu's face darkened, and he unleashed a slap through the air. A powerful force surged through the air, causing the young man to shudder in fear. Qin Shou immediately stomped his foot, and a force rose up to block Li Mu's slap. Bang! With a crisp sound, the two forces collided in midair, creating a shockwave that sent several enforcement team members stumbling back several meters. A young mastery realm expert at such a young age. No wonder he is so bold. Qin Shou looked at Li Mu with some surprise. After all, being able to unleash such a formidable force from a distance could only be done by a mastery realm expert. It was rare to see someone in their mid-20s achieving such a level in the enforcement team. You're not bad yourself. Li Mu smiled casually. He had only used a fraction of his strength in that strike. Although Qin Shou was a mastery realm expert, to Li Mu, he was nothing. Li Mu, you may be talented, but you committed an offense in our squad's jurisdiction, so you must come back with me for investigation. Qin Shou shouted. Oh, why? Why? The enforcement team is responsible for the safety of the entire Jiangdong province. You wiped out the Zhou family, so naturally, we need to take you back for investigation. Qin Shou stated. Is that so? 8 years ago, when the Zhou family harmed the Li family, where were you? Now that I have destroyed the Zhou family, you come in full force to arrest me? Li Mu's eyes were bloodshot. If the law enforcement team had intervened back then, how could the Li family have been exterminated? Humph. The massacre of the Li family is still under investigation by our law enforcement team, and we will eventually bring justice to the Li family. But that doesn't justify your actions against the Zhou family. Qin Shou exclaimed. Ha ha. Li Mu burst into laughter. You mean to tell me that the law enforcement team couldn't figure out something that even Senior Sister San could? This is clearly a blatant double standard. What are you laughing at? Qin Shou asked. I'm laughing because I've already avenged myself, and I've even exposed the mastermind behind it all. Why don't you give the Li family justice right now? Li Mu replied. Mastermind? Qin Shou raised an eyebrow. Do you know him? Yes, I do. Tai Xiao Luo was acting on the orders of Zhou Hongsheng, who slaughtered the Li family. And behind him is Yulong Zhenren. So, if you capture Yulong Zhenren, you can restore justice for the Li family. Why don't you go arrest Yulong Zhenren right now? Li Mu pointed at the ground where Tai Xiao Luo lay. Qin Shou glanced at Tai Xiao Luo, and his eyes flickered when he heard the name Yulong Zhenren. It was clear that he was aware of Yulong Zhenren's existence. It was even possible that he knew Yulong Zhenren was the mastermind. After 8 years of investigation, how could there be no leads? Get him back to headquarters, Qin Shou commanded with a wave of his hand, preparing to have Tai Xiao Luo taken away for questioning. Li Mu did not stop him. After all, he already knew about Yulong Zhenren's existence, and Tai Xiao Luo had lost his value. However, Tai Xiao Luo's face changed dramatically. If he hadn't exposed Yulong Zhenren, he would have preferred to be taken away by the law enforcement team, as he might still have a chance to escape. But now that he had reported Yu Longzhenren, once he went to the law enforcement team, Yu Longzhenren would have means to get him out. At that point, he would be worse off than dead. So, Taixiu Luo shouted, "Qin Shou, everything Li Mu said is true. My master, Yu Longzhenren, is the mastermind behind it all, but I won't go back to the law enforcement team." Not going back to the law enforcement team? How will you give a statement? Qin Shou sneered. Humph. Do you think I don't know about the dark secrets of your law enforcement team? I've already said everything I needed to say. I'm leaving first. Taixiu Luo shouted, then picked up a broken sword from the side and directly slashed his own throat. He would rather die now than be tortured by his master. It seems that Yu Longzhenren is indeed terrifying. Li Mu shook his head. The fact that someone like Taixiu Luo would rather die than go to the law enforcement team only showed how frightening Yu Longzhenren was. You heard it too. Yu Longzhenren is the mastermind. If you capture him and kill him to restore justice for the Li family, I can cooperate with your investigation. Li Mu said. Humph. Who knows if what he said is true? If we randomly bring someone into act, should we also go capture this Yu Longzhenren? Do you think the people in the law enforcement team are fools? Qin Shou scoffed. Li Mu's eyes were cold and a hint of killing intent radiated from him. Zhang Dong was taken aback and hurriedly urged, Mr. Li, please don't act impulsively. The enforcement team is a coalition formed by the 10 great families and the top 10 sects of Longhua. If you clash with them, you won't be able to move an inch in Longhua. I don't care about any enforcement team. Those who don't speak reason deserve to die. Li Mu sneered. He had once trusted others, but that only led to the bloodbath of the Li family. So, for the past 8 years, he had only believed in his own fists. Only when your fists are strong enough will others be willing to reason with you. Chapter 18. Are you done yet? The atmosphere became tense in an instant. Qin Shou was already prepared to capture Li Mu at any moment. Li Mu, on the other hand, was filled with murderous intent. Since the enforcement team was being unreasonable, he decided to eliminate them. Zhang Dong stood firmly in front of Li Mu, knowing that if Li Mu truly wiped out this enforcement squad, not only would Zhang Mingyao be in danger, but even the people behind her wouldn't be able to save him. In the Dragon Kingdom, the enforcement team represented the dignity of the 10 great families and the 10 major sects. Anyone who dared to eliminate the enforcement team would face a joint pursuit from all 10 families and sects. No matter how strong Li Mu was, could he truly stand against these families and sects? Mr. Li, take my advice and don't act impulsively. Zhang Dong urged Li Mu quickly. Li Mu glanced at Zhang Dong. He had always been loyal and had never spoken to him so seriously before. It was clear that the enforcement team had an incredibly powerful backing, but to let himself be taken by the enforcement team and humiliated, he would never agree to that. If necessary, he could wipe out this enforcement team and then go to the provincial city to find Master Yulong to avenge the blood feud of the Li family. By then, with no worries, he could fight the enforcement team to the death. Get out of my way. I want to see if the people from the enforcement team have 3 heads. Li Mu sneered. Zhang Dong was at a loss for words. With his strength, he couldn't possibly stop Li Mu. All right, you all stop arguing. Just take me away. At that moment, Zhou Qingyuan, looking ashen, suddenly spoke up. Huh. And who might you be? Qin Shou glanced at Zhou Qingyuan. My name is Zhou Qingyuan, the last survivor of the Zhou family. I can prove that what Taixiu Luo said is true. It was indeed my Zhou family that was manipulated by Taixiu Luo to destroy the Li family. Zhou Qingyuan said expressionlessly. Nonsense. Just because you say so, does that make it true? Qin Shou sneered. They had spent 8 years investigating this matter without results. How could they let Zhou Qingyuan admit it with just a few words? If this got out, where would the enforcement team's reputation go? I am the only survivor of the Zhou family. Why would I lie? Besides, my family brought this upon themselves, and their destruction was deserved. Do not blame Li Mu. Zhou Qingyuan glanced at Li Mu, her eyes filled with complex emotions. In the past, she thought that Li Mu coveted her beauty, which led the Li family to scheme against the Zhou family. Therefore, she felt justified in the Zhou family's revenge against the Li family. Later, when her grandfather fell gravely ill, Taixiu Luo made her drug Li Qianqian, and she betrayed her initial intentions. But today, she realized that everything was a conspiracy orchestrated by Taixiu Luo and the Zhou family. She had been kept in the dark all along. The Li family had always been the victims. The bloodbath of the Li family, Li Mu's 8-year disappearance, and Li Qianqian's 8 years of confinement. Each of these tragedies was thanks to the Zhou family. She could no longer face Li Mu and Li Qianqian. Perhaps revealing the truth to the world was the only thing she could do now. Humph, just because you claim to be the only survivor, does that make you one? Do you dare obstruct the enforcement team from doing their job? Go die? Qin Shou shouted loudly, then flicked his fingers. A surge of power immediately shot out from his fingertip, transforming into a sharp arrow that flew straight toward Zhou Qingyuan. Zhou Qingyuan closed her eyes. She felt she had no face left to live, and death seemed preferable. Li Mu let out a cold snort, and a wave of energy instantly shattered Qin Shou's attack. Li Mu, why did you save me? Zhou Qingyuan looked at Li Mu with a strange expression. Wasn't he intent on killing her? Why did he choose to save her instead? I said, your life and death are in my hands. He has no right to kill you. Li Mu sneered, then waved his hand, sending a gust of energy that swept Zhou Qingyuan behind him. After all, based on what Tai Xiaoluo had said, Zhou Qingyuan had never been involved in the events of that year. Over the past 8 years, she had even secretly helped Li Qianqian. It was only because of Zhou Hongxing's illness that she had reluctantly poisoned Li Qianqian. Essentially, she was not on the same side as the Zhou family. Seeking death, Qin Shou's face darkened. If Zhou Qingyuan survived, wouldn't it mean everyone would know the law enforcement team was not strict in their duties? Thus, Qin Shou prepared to take action against Li Mu, intending for the other team members to capture Zhou Qingyuan. Once she was in the law enforcement team, he had plenty of ways to make her change her testimony. Stop. At that moment, a delicate voice rang out. Everyone immediately turned their gaze toward the distance. They saw a young woman in a white long dress gracefully walking towards them. Her figure was alluring, and the white dress couldn't conceal her voluptuous shape. Her delicate face was stunning, and with a ponytail, she looked youthful and vibrant. Her long legs were particularly eye-catching, and her extraordinary aura made it impossible to look away at first glance. Miss Zhang Dong immediately stepped forward and bowed respectfully. All right, you can step back. The woman in white nodded, and then turned to look at Li Mu. Junior brother, why are you standing there in a daze? The woman in white opened her arms and smiled. Cough, senior sister, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Li Mu felt a bit awkward. When they met in the heavenly domain, they always embraced each other. But now, with so many people watching, it felt a bit inappropriate. Are you still my junior brother? Zhang Mingyao glared at Li Mu. Li Mu awkwardly smiled and walked over, giving Zhang Mingyao a big hug. In an instant, a rush of youthful fragrance hit him, stimulating his senses. Although he often hugged her in the heavenly domain, this was his first embrace since leaving. Li Mu felt the Pure Yang Dao formula inside him stirring, and the warmth from Zhang Mingyao just happened to calm that restlessness. This feeling was intoxicating. Junior brother, that's enough. Zhang Mingyao felt a bit awkward, as she was starting to feel a bit constricted in her chest. Li Mu also awkwardly released his hold. He finally understood why his master wanted him to seek out his senior sisters. Each of them possessed an extremely lean constitution, which could counterbalance the overbearing power of his pure yang body. Otherwise, as he continued to cultivate the Pure Yang Dao formula, his physical body simply wouldn't be able to withstand it. Senior sister, you've lost weight. Li Mu took a moment to assess Zhang Mingyao, noting that she felt a little different to hold than before. Although the difference was slight, he could still sense it. Zhang Mingyao's gaze flickered for a moment. She quickly masked it, but Li Mu still caught the change. It seemed that the third senior sister was having her own troubles out there. Li Mu pondered to himself. Meanwhile, in the distance, Qin Shou was furious and shouted, Hey, are you guys done yet? I'm still right here. Chapter 19, Senior Sister Zhang Mingyao. Ahem. I almost forgot about Captain Qin. Zhang Mingyao tapped her forehead and said awkwardly, You are. Right, let me introduce myself. I am Zhang Mingyao from the Zhang family in Jiangdong province. She smiled. Zhang Mingyao? The one famously known as the Jiangdong flower? Qin Shou looked at Zhang Mingyao in surprise. He thought that the first impression Zhang Mingyao gave was one of breathtaking beauty. He never expected her to have such a big reputation. Ahem. That's a bit of an exaggeration. Zhang Mingyao's face flushed. She felt that being called the Jiangdong flower was a bit much. Li Mu carefully examined Zhang Mingyao. Her looks were indeed among the very best in Jiangdong province. Calling her the Jiangdong flower was definitely not an overstatement. Miss Zhang, what brings you here? Qin Shou asked, clearly becoming more polite. After all, Zhang Mingyao had a well-known reputation, and the Zhang family was a prominent one in Jiangdong province. It was better to avoid conflict. Actually, I am here to convey an order. Convey an order? Yes, this is an order from your law enforcement team's headquarters in the capital. The Zhou family orchestrated the Li family massacre, and they deserve punishment. This case must not be pursued any further. After saying this, Zhang Mingyao tossed a piece of paper over. After Qin Shou received the paper and read it carefully, his expression changed multiple times. All right, everyone, gather up. Qin Shou sighed and led his team away. Senior sister, what is going on? Li Mu asked. Little junior brother, I know your strength is formidable, but the law enforcement team is formed by the 10 great families and the 10 major sects of the Dragon Nation. If you were to destroy this enforcement team, the consequences would be unimaginable, Zhang Mingyao explained. So this order. Actually, I originally planned to come to Yanqing. But once I heard you took down the Zhou family, I knew the law enforcement team would definitely intervene. And since the law enforcement team is large and has a complex structure, I had to detour to the capital to get this order issued. Zhang Mingyao continued. Large structure and complex factions? Li Mu was taken aback. The law enforcement team had so many intricacies? Indeed. While some of the 10 great families and 10 major sects are based in the capital, others are located in various provinces. Therefore, the law enforcement team in this province will inevitably show favoritism in their enforcement. Zhang Mingyao explained. So, senior sister, are you suggesting that Yulong Jinren is deeply connected to the law enforcement team? Li Mu frowned. If that were the case, the truth behind the Li family massacre was definitely not simple. No wonder, even after 8 years, the murderer had yet to be uncovered. Even Zhang Mingyao had to go to the headquarters in the capital just to temporarily suppress this matter. Exactly, this issue needs to be approached with a long-term strategy. That's why I went to the headquarters to temporarily resolve your conflict with the Zhou family. As for Yulong Jinren and the law enforcement team, we'll have to deal with that later. Zhang Mingyao said. Thank you, senior sister. Li Mu understood that Zhang Mingyao meant well. Otherwise, if the law enforcement team were truly wiped out, the consequences would be hard to predict. Though he wasn't afraid, Zhang Mingyao would definitely get involved. And that would create too much of a stir. Little junior brother, it's only been a few years since we last met. Why have you become so sentimental? Do we really need to thank each other? Zhang Mingyao patted Li Mu on the shoulder and smiled. By the way, where's senior sister Qi? She gave me the card. But why isn't she here? Li Mu asked. Senior sister Qi is busy. Her family business is much larger than mine, and she has a lot on her plate. Zhang Mingyao replied with a smile. Have you been in touch with the other senior sisters? Let's talk about that another time. Zhang Mingyao laughed and dodged the question. Li Mu didn't press further and instead turned his attention to Zhou Qingyuan. Li Mu, I'm sorry for what my family did to the Li family. Just kill me. Zhou Qingyuan said, closing her eyes with a hint of guilt. It's your Zhou family that has wronged the Li family, not you. Besides, we haven't found the Jade Dragon Master yet, so you can't die? After saying that, Li Mu took Zhou Qingyuan back to Yinding Tiangong. Does it matter whether we find the Jade Dragon Master or not? Zhou Qingyuan said bitterly. She already knew the truth and had lost the courage to live on. She felt she owed too much to the Li family. If I say it matters, then it matters. Li Mu said expressionlessly, while Zhang Mingyao remained silent, smiling to herself. She knew Li Mu too well. If he didn't know the truth, he wouldn't hesitate to kill Zhou Qingyuan. But now that he understood the situation, there was no way Li Mu would kill her, as he was definitely not the kind to commit senseless murder. Qianqian, I'm sorry. After entering, Zhou Qingyuan knelt directly in front of Li Qianqian. If it hadn't been for Li Mu's return, Li Qianqian's innocence would have been destroyed by the jade-faced Buddha. And Zhou Qingyuan was the mastermind behind it all. Li Qianqian also understood the circumstances and felt very conflicted at that moment. For 8 years of captivity, the Zhou family had never treated her as a person. However, Zhou Qingyuan was an exception. Sometimes, she would angrily scold her while giving her some food, claiming she was worried about her starving to death and losing value. At least Li Qianqian's parents were still alive, and she had her brother to protect her. As for Zhou Qingyuan, both her parents were dead, and she had no relatives left. You can get up now? Li Qianqian said with a complex expression. Li Mu ruffled Li Qianqian's hair. Despite the 8 years of suffering, she still had a kind heart. Then he turned to Zhang Mingyao and said, by the way, Senior Sister San, I'm heading to the provincial capital next. What about you? Of course, I'm also going back to the provincial capital. I have some matters to attend to at home. Zhang Mingyao replied. That's perfect. Let's go together. No need. I have things to take care of, so I'll go ahead. Senior Sister San, wait a moment. Li Mu immediately chased after her and pulled out a black pill from his pocket. This is a heart protection pill. Zhang Mingyao exclaimed, shocked. As a disciple of the Ghost Valley medical immortal, she naturally knew the value of the heart protection pill. The 7 sisters of the sect couldn't manage to refine it, yet Li Mu surprisingly succeeded. Indeed, this is the heart protecting pill. Just now, when I embraced you, I noticed that you seemed troubled, third senior sister. This pill can protect your heart. Once you return to the provincial city, no matter what happens, just wait for me. Li Mu placed the heart-protecting pill in Zhang Mingyao's hand and said seriously, in the past, in the heavenly domain, it was always the senior sisters who took care of him. Now that they are out, no matter what troubles they face, he will be at the forefront. Fool! What could possibly happen to me? I'm the eldest daughter of the Zhang family. Zhang Mingyao laughed heartily, then turned around. But in that brief moment of turning, her eyes had already turned misty, because she understood that this farewell might mean they wouldn't have the chance to meet again in the future. Chapter 20. How terrifying is it really? Captain, Zhang Mingyao has gone too far by running to the capital for orders from headquarters. Qin Shou slammed his weapon down on the table in the law enforcement building, his face full of indignation. We are just a branch. We still have to follow headquarters orders. Captain Lin Tao said calmly. But Captain, Jiangdong province is under our jurisdiction. This kind of order should come from our branch. By going to the headquarters for orders. Zhang Mingyao is clearly looking down on us and your Lin family. Qin Shou argued. I know that, but this is just Zhang Mingyao's personal connections. It has little to do with the Zhang family. Lin Tao shook his head. Although the Zhang family was a prominent clan in Jiangdong province, they were still far inferior to the Lin family. If the Zhang family couldn't shake our branch, there's no way they could influence the headquarters in the capital. The only reason Zhang Mingyao could obtain that order was through other connections. But this still undermines the prestige of our law enforcement branch. Your Lin family. Enough. No need to dwell on it. Zhang Mingyao won't be able to flaunt her power for much longer, Lin Tao said with a faint smile, not taking the matter too seriously. Captain, did you receive some information? Hee. Isn't Zhang Mingyao known as the flower of Jiangdong? Naturally. There will be someone to court her. Someone to court her? Qin Shou's eyes lit up. Given Zhang Mingyao's temperament, she would definitely not comply with someone she didn't like. But what if that person was someone she couldn't provoke? Then it would be quite a show to watch. By the way, Captain, what about that kid Li Mu? Qin Shou quickly changed the subject. Although the matter regarding headquarters orders had come to a pause, the bloodbath of the Li family from years ago still had no conclusion. If Li Mu kept digging into it, it was likely that secrets would eventually come to light. Don't worry. There are people who fear the exposure of that incident even more than we do. If that kid stays in Yang City to live a quiet life, let him be. But if he dares to come looking for Master Yulong, Lin Tao sneered, a chilling and terrifying aura emanating from him that startled Qin Shou. It was clear that the bloodbath of the Li family was no simple matter. Brother Yunding, are we really going to the provincial capital? Li Qianqian asked. Master Yulong is in the provincial capital. I have to go there. Li Mu replied seriously. We must investigate the events from back then. This is our only lead. Brother Li Mu, maybe we shouldn't go? Ji Xiaoya expressed her concerns. Yiping Tianeng has a branch in the provincial capital, and the Ji family is also there. If they find out you've gone to the provincial capital, they definitely won't let it go. Ji Xiaoya was worried. After all, Li Mu had killed someone from Yiping Tianeng, and knowing their nature, they would certainly not let Li Mu off the hook. Plus, the Ji family had betrayed them back then, trying to hand Li Mu over. Now that Li Mu had returned, how could the Ji family just sit back and do nothing? Furthermore, after leaving Yang City, the Ji family had already established themselves in the provincial capital and were thriving. Their strength was far beyond what the Ji family of that time could compare to. She was worried that with Li Mu's current strength, he wouldn't survive 3 days in the provincial capital. Oh, the Ji family is also in the provincial capital? Li Mu sneered. It was a perfect opportunity to settle old scores. He then prepared to take them to the provincial capital. However, as soon as they reached the door, they saw Zhang Dong and the others standing outside with great respect. Mr. Li, the plane is ready, Zhang Dong said respectfully. You're still here? Li Mu was somewhat surprised, thinking that Zhang Dong and the others would have followed the third senior sister back to the provincial capital. Mr. Li, the young lady instructed us to follow your orders from now on, Zhang Dong said. Li Mu frowned. Zhang Dong and the others were the third senior sister's trusted aides, and since he had already resolved matters in Yang City, why were they still lingering around him? Mr. Li, our Zhang family is also a prominent family in Jiangdong province, with many clan members. The young lady might have found better subordinates. Zhang Dong said with a bitter smile. All right then, let us head to the provincial capital. Li Mu didn't think too much about it. Whatever needed to be addressed would be revealed once they arrived. So, the group quickly headed to the airport to board a private plane, racing towards the provincial capital. Li Mu, you already know to find the Jade Dragon Master, so why are you bringing me along? On the plane, Zhou Qingyuan looked at Li Mu in confusion. Leave you behind to wait for you to commit suicide? Li Mu closed his eyes and said casually, whether I live or die has nothing to do with you now. Right? I said, your life and death are in my hands. If you want to commit suicide, you'll need my approval. You. Zhou Qingyuan shot Li Mu a glare, but chose not to speak further. Meanwhile, Li Qianqian and Ji Xiaoya were busy chatting away while admiring the scenery below. Look, those snow-capped mountains are so high. Li Qianqian leaned against the window, pointing at the distant peaks. Yeah, they rise above the clouds, so beautiful. Ji Xiaoya was also astonished. Having been locked away by Yiping Tianeng for so many years, she hadn't seen snow-capped mountains, let alone small hills outside. Zhou Qingyuan also gazed at the distant mountains, her expression revealing a strange look. Snow mountains? Li Mu suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the distant peaks. Brother, what's wrong? Li Qianqian noticed something was off with Li Mu's expression and immediately asked out of curiosity. Yang City is 1,000 kilometers from the provincial capital, and there are no snow-capped mountains along this route. Li Mu instantly turned to Zhang Dong. Although he had spent 8 years in the celestial realm, he still had a general understanding of the outside situation. This was definitely not the road to the provincial capital. Li Qianqian and the others were also stunned. They had just been mesmerized by the beauty of the snow mountains and hadn't thought about this. Zhang Dong's lips twitched awkwardly as he said, "Mr. Li, the young lady said to take you to the seaside to relax first. After you've recuperated, it won't be too late to go to the provincial capital." Relax at the seaside? Li Mu chuckled coldly, recalling Zhang Mingyao's strange behavior earlier. There was definitely something wrong with this. So, Li Mu looked at Zhang Dong seriously and said, "Zhang Dong, did the third senior sister instruct you to follow me from now on?" "Yes. Are you going to listen to me or not?" Li Mu asked. "Mr. Li's words are Mrs. Orders, so we naturally will listen," Zhang Dong replied. "Now tell me the truth. What happened to Senior Sister San?" Li Mu pressed on. "Mr. Li, the last order from the miss was for me to take you to the seaside, after which I was to fully obey you. As for anything else, I really don't know," Zhang Dong explained. You don't know?" Li Mu was taken aback. Looking at Zhang Dong, it was clear he was not fully aware. He was simply following Zhang Mingyao's orders. Li Mu immediately said, "Zhang Dong, turn the direction right now and head to the provincial city." "Mr. Li, the Mrs. Command was for me to wait until we reached the seaside before following your orders. I must carry out her instructions," Zhang Dong insisted. "Then I'll have to go myself." Li Mu's expression darkened. Zhang Mingyao must be in serious trouble if she didn't want him to go to the provincial city. That meant he had to go even more. With that, Li Mu waved his hand, and a surge of power immediately penetrated the cabin door, taking control of the pilot. The plane instantly changed direction. Zhang Dong stared in shock. Controlling someone from afar? Just how terrifying is Li Mu's strength? Chapter 21. Zhang Mingyao's decision. "Mr. Li, your strength is truly terrifying, but..." Zhang Dong hesitated for a moment before speaking up. "But what?" But the young lady anticipated this. "So she ordered that the fuel on this plane is simply not enough to reach the provincial capital," Zhang Dong said. "What?" Li Mu was speechless. This only further indicated that Zhang Mingyao was in trouble in the provincial capital. And it was serious trouble. Zhang Mingyao was afraid that if he reached the provincial capital, he would go help her. "Mr. Li, why don't we head to the seaside first? Once we refuel, we can proceed to the provincial capital," Zhang Dong suggested. "No. There's no time," Li Mu shook his head. They were already over 1,000 kilometers away from Yang City, and flying to the provincial capital would take several more hours. If they went to the seaside to refuel, they would waste too much time. "But Mr. Li..." "No buts. If we delay, Senior Sister San will be in danger," Li Mu shouted, startling Zhang Dong. "Mr. Li, you mean the young lady? Think about it. Why did Senior Sister San leave you with me? Why did she insist you take me to the seaside?" "It's because she's encountered trouble she can't resolve and is afraid I'll go help her," Li Mu said. "That can't be. The young lady is a master at the chi phase. What kind of trouble could she not handle?" Zhang Dong was somewhat taken aback. In his eyes, Zhang Mingyao was omnipotent. She could even leverage orders from the law enforcement headquarters. What trouble could she possibly face? A master at the chi phase? Do you know that above the chi phase there are realms like the energy control, true essence, divine travel, transcendence, and entry into sanctity? Each realm is worlds apart. Li Mu explained. Zhang Dong's expression changed. He had thought Zhang Mingyao's orders were strange, especially her insistence that no matter what Li Mu said, he had to be taken to the seaside. Could it be that Zhang Mingyao was really in danger? "Mr. Li, I will personally pilot the plane and use the fuel from the auxiliary tank to get to the provincial capital as quickly as possible." Zhang Dong made up his mind and immediately headed to the cockpit. His life had been saved by Zhang Mingyao. If she was truly in danger, even if it meant defying her orders, he had to take Li Mu back to the provincial capital to save her. Only then did Li Mu sit down. Although he could fly, with his current strength, he couldn't match the speed of the plane. By the time he reached the provincial capital, it would be too late. Meanwhile, in a villa in the provincial capital, Zhang Mingyao looked at herself in the mirror and forced a smile. "Yao Yao, didn't I tell you to go to Kyoto for help? Why do you still look so troubled?" A middle-aged woman approached Zhang Mingyao and asked quietly. "Mom, I went. But she would only help me with one thing." Zhang Mingyao replied with a bitter smile. "Isn't that good? You just need to ask her to help refuse this marriage proposal, right? Why are you still frowning?" "Mom, I asked her to help me get an order from the law enforcement headquarters," Zhang Mingyao said. "An order from the law enforcement headquarters? Why?" The middle-aged woman was somewhat taken aback. She knew her daughter didn't want this marriage. However, the other party was simply too powerful, so strong that the Zhang family had no right to refuse. Therefore, She decided to call in a favor from years ago and sent Zhang Mingyao to Kyoto for help. To her surprise, Zhang Mingyao used that favor to obtain a command from the enforcement team headquarters, and this command wasn't even about her. Mom, please don't ask, Zhang Mingyao said with a bitter smile, shaking her head. In fact, when she went to Kyoto, she had considered using that favor to resolve her own troubles. But then she thought, given Li Mu's temperament, he would definitely clash with the enforcement team. If that happened, Li Mu would surely end up in serious trouble. So, she exchanged the favor for a command from the enforcement team headquarters, which meant there would be no conflict between Li Mu and the enforcement team. As for her own matters, she would just have to bear them herself. Yao Yao. The middle-aged woman looked at Zhang Mingyao in astonishment. Ever since she was little, Zhang Mingyao had always been calm and collected, never acting impulsively. But this time, she seemed so driven by her emotions. Mom, I don't regret this, but I might not be able to fulfill my filial duties anymore. Zhang Mingyao collapsed into her mother's arms, tears soaking her clothes. It's okay. We, the Zhang family, will bear it together. The middle-aged woman comforted Zhang Mingyao. Madam, Miss, the Tang family, they're here. At that moment, a maid rushed in, looking flustered. Finally here? Zhang Mingyao wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes, her gaze filled with determination. Yao Yao, don't be afraid. We'll face it together. The middle-aged woman patted Zhang Mingyao's shoulder, then they both headed to the main hall. As soon as they reached the entrance of the hall, Zhang Mingyao saw Qin Shou arriving at the Zhang family with a group of people. Qin Shou, what brings you here? Zhang Mingyao frowned. Miss Zhang. Since you're engaged to young Master Tang, our enforcement team naturally came to congratulate you. Besides, with young Master Tang in Jiangdong province, we have to ensure his safety. Qin Shou sneered. You. Zhang Mingyao clenched her fists. This Qin Shou was just here to see her embarrassment. Enough wasting my time here. Young Master Tang is waiting inside. Qin Shou shrugged, his eyes filled with mockery. Wasn't she so arrogant when she used the command from the enforcement team headquarters to pressure him? Let us see how arrogant she would be now. Oh, and don't do anything reckless. If the Zhang family offends young Master Tang, you won't have a place to stand in Jiangdong province. Qin Shou added. No need for your concern. Zhang Mingyao shot a glare at Qin Shou and then walked into the hall. Inside the hall, the family head, Zhang Zhendong, was frowning deeply. He understood his daughter's temperament. She disliked young Master Tang and would never agree to this marriage, no matter what. However, the Tang family's power far surpassed that of the Zhang family, and he couldn't make any choice between his daughter's happiness and the survival of the Zhang family. The decision was entirely in Zhang Mingyao's hands. Next to Zhang Zhendong sat a young man with his legs crossed. His demeanor was frivolous, but the aura around him made Zhang Zhendong feel uneasy. Moreover, there was an old man standing next to the young man, whose strength was even more terrifying. They've arrived? The young man was sipping tea when he suddenly spotted Zhang Mingyao outside the door, his eyes widening in an instant. Dressed in a flowing white dress with a purple sash, and wearing an expression that was both innocent and captivating, this was the image he longed to see. Given his status, he was used to beautiful women throwing themselves at him. But he found a greater sense of achievement in conquering a woman like Zhang Mingyao, who would rather die than submit. Mr. Li, we're almost at the provincial capital. Once we land at the airport, you should head straight to the Zhang family. Zhang Dong pointed towards the cluster of skyscrapers ahead. Chapter 22. Who dares to touch my senior sister? No need to wait for the landing. Just fly over the Zhang family's villa, and I'll jump down directly, Li Mu said. What? No way. Zhang Dong shuddered in fear. He knew Li Mu was strong, possibly even a master of energy manipulation. But even a master would be risking their life jumping from nearly 1,000 meters in the air. At such a height, even if you were a master, a jump would likely end in disaster. He had brought Li Mu back to save Zhang Mingyao, not to send him to his death. We don't have time. If we wait to land, I'll have to rush to the Zhang family, and by then, it'll be too late. Li Mu shook his head. The last time Zhang Mingyao left, something was off with her eyes. This time, Zhang Dong had taken him to the seaside, which meant trouble was brewing. He was worried that every minute he delayed would put Zhang Mingyao in more danger. So he had to hurry. And jumping from the air was the only option. Mr. Li, how about taking a parachute? Zhang Dong suggested. No need. A parachute would waste too much time. Li Mu shook his head. Parachutes not only took time, but also made it hard to control direction. He could simply use his physical abilities to descend and manipulate his speed and direction, allowing for a precise landing at the Zhou family's location. Brother, this is too risky. Li Qianqian expressed her concern. In her understanding, no one could jump from 1,000 meters without a parachute. Qianqian, my third senior sister saved my life. I must save her. Li Mu replied. You haven't taken your revenge yet. Is it worth it? Zhou Qingyuan suddenly interjected. Was it worth taking such a huge risk just to save a senior sister with no blood relation? Huh. She is my senior sister. Not only would I jump from 1,000 meters, but I'd also walk through fire and water for her. And as for revenge, I'll make sure to survive. Li Mu laughed heartily, then moved to the cabin door. Mr. Li, ahead is the Zhou family villa. Please, be careful, Zhang Dong said respectfully. Don't worry. I'll be fine. You take them to a safe place and wait for my news. Li Mu declared before leaping into the air, diving straight down from a height of 1,000 meters. What the hell? Did I just see that right? He jumped without a parachute. A person on a distant plane exclaimed in disbelief. Is this some kind of extreme sport? Even for extreme sports, you need a parachute. At the very least. A wingsuit, right? P.S. just in regular clothes. P.S. asking for death. I don't even see a logo on his clothes. Ugh. It just proves the saying, your death will exceed your imagination. In the courtyard of the Zhang family villa, Tang Xiaobai put down his teacup, scanning Zhang Mingyao from head to toe with a satisfied look in his eyes. Then he spoke. Zhang family head, there is no more uncertainty about the wedding. Today, I'll take Yao back to Kyoto. What do you think? Zhang Jintong's expression darkened, anger flickering in his eyes. Yet he couldn't express it. As Tang Xiaobai's status was special, and the Tang family behind him was not something he could provoke. Even though the Zhang family is a prominent clan in Jiangdong province. In the eyes of the Tang family, they are nothing at all. A single word from Tang Xiaobai could send the Zhang family into an abyss from which they could never return. Since no one has any objections, I'll take Yao with me. Tang Xiaobai stood up, stretched lazily, and prepared to leave. In the distance, Qin Shou couldn't help but chuckle. It seems that their captain was right. Wasn't he Zhang Mingyao the belle of Jiangdong? Tang Xiaobai is just the flower picker. Once Zhang Mingyao is taken to Kyoto by Tang Xiaobai, their enforcement team will have plenty of ways to deal with Li Mu. Wait. At that moment, Zhang Mingyao suddenly spoke up. Oh, Yao, do you have any objections to my arrangement? Tang Xiaobai asked. Tang Xiaobai, here is a contract. Zhang Mingyao suddenly pulled out a contract from her waist. A contract? Zhang Jindong and the others were stunned. What was the point of a contract at this time? Yao, what do you mean by this? Tang Xiaobai asked. Tang Xiaobai, how do I know that after you take me back to Kyoto? You want to make things difficult for the Zhang family? So I agree to go back to Kyoto with you. But you must sign this contract, stating that from now on, you will not make things difficult for the Zhang family. Zhang Mingyao said. No problem. Tang Xiaobai shrugged. Making things difficult for the Zhang family meant forcing Zhang Mingyao into a marriage with him, and now that he had succeeded, what was the point of making things hard for them anymore? So he took the contract, glanced over it, and signed without hesitation. Seeing Tang Xiaobai sign the contract, Zhang Mingyao felt relieved. She then looked at her parents, tears welling up in her eyes. Mom and Dad, your daughter is unfilial and can no longer stay by your side. Zhang Mingyao knelt on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Yao, don't say such things. It's Dad who is useless. Zhang Jindong's face was full of bitterness. Although the Zhang family claimed to be a prominent family in Jiangdong, he was merely at the mid-stage of the Qi Master level. Tang Xiaobai himself was also at the mid-stage of the Qi Master level, and the elder behind him was at the peak stage. Not to mention, the Tang family had even more experts. So he could only watch helplessly as Zhang Mingyao was taken away by Tang Xiaobai. Enough of this nonsense, let us go already. Tang Xiaobai was getting impatient. He was eager to return to the bridal chamber. Zhang Mingyao took a deep look at her parents, then bit through a small pouch in her mouth. In an instant, her face turned dark, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Yao. The middle-aged beauty was shocked, immediately embracing Zhang Mingyao, only to find that her life force had completely vanished. Zhang Mingyao, what are you doing? Tang Xiaobai was alarmed. What use was a corpse to him? Tang Xiaobai, you signed the contract, but you can't go back on it. Zhang Mingyao said with her last ounce of strength. The contract states that you must return to Kyoto with me. But it doesn't say I have to be alive when I go back. You can take my corpse back with you? Zhang Mingyao smiled, blood at the corners of her mouth, mocking Tang Xiaobai. Why are you doing this? Tang Xiaobai shouted angrily. He had gone to great lengths to win over Zhang Mingyao. But why was she willing to die rather than leave with him? Because I have already given my heart to someone else, but unfortunately, in this lifetime, I will never have the chance. Zhang Mingyao sighed and slowly closed her eyes. As a disciple of the Ghost Valley medical immortal, she was using a deadly poison. Even if she made it to the capital, no one could save her. Tang Xiaobai, I will fight you to the end. A middle-aged woman roared in fury. She had only one daughter, and now Tang Xiaobai was forcing her to death. But Tang Xiaobai ignored her, gritting his teeth and saying, Damn it, even if I have to die, I will take her back to the capital. The woman I want, even if she becomes a ghost. Must stay by my side. You're a bastard. Zhang Zhendong was completely enraged. Even if he was no match for Tang Xiaobai, today he was determined to seek justice for his daughter. Just then, a loud voice rang out from the sky. Who dares to harm my senior sister? Chapter 23. Do you really think I dare not kill you? Huh, who is it? Everyone in the courtyard looked up at the sky, and then they saw Li Mu descending from above. What incredible speed! Tang Xiaobai was shocked. Although he was a master of qi manipulation, the rapid descent meant Li Mu would surely be dead or severely injured. The elder behind him frowned as well. Li Mu was falling from a height of at least several hundred meters. At that height, even he would likely meet his end. How could this guy be so reckless? You fool, what are you doing here? Zhang Mingyao, on the verge of death, also saw Li Mu plummeting from the sky and could only shake her head helplessly. The reason she had Zhang Dong take Li Mu away from the provincial city was to prevent him from getting involved. Yet, Li Mu had come anyway. Her junior brother was just so considerate. But unfortunately, she wouldn't be able to witness what was about to happen next. With that, Zhang Mingyao closed her eyes. Her life force extinguished. Just before Li Mu landed, he sensed the cessation of Zhang Mingyao's life force, and his fury erupted instantly. He hurried as fast as he could, but he still didn't arrive in time. Sister, Li Mu roared, then descended like a meteor, crashing into the courtyard of the Zhang family villa. Boom. The ground trembled with a loud sound, and a cloud of dust erupted. Huh, she is dead? Once the dust settled, Tang Xiaobai immediately looked towards the large pit. He thought that with such a rapid descent, anyone would surely meet a tragic end. However, Li Mu jumped straight out of the pit and rushed to Zhang Mingyao, picking her up in his arms. Sister, why are you so foolish? Li Mu grasped Zhang Mingyao's wrist, checking her pulse. Only then did he realize that her pulse had completely stopped. Medically speaking, Zhang Mingyao was already dead. However, Li Mu examined her heart again and found that the heart-protecting pill he had given her previously was actually working. There was still a faint heartbeat. If he could detoxify her in time, he might be able to save her. What is going on? Why did you force my sister to death? Li Mu glared angrily at the middle-aged woman. You're the one Yao Yao risked everything to save? The middle-aged woman looked Li Mu up and down. Young, handsome, vigorous, he was indeed the type Zhang Mingyao liked. But why would someone as calm and wise as Zhang Mingyao make such a decision? My sister risked everything to save me? Li Mu was taken aback. You still don't know, do you? She went to Kyoto this time for. The middle-aged woman sighed and recounted the events leading up to Zhang Mingyao's trip to Kyoto. When Li Mu learned that Zhang Mingyao had a chance to avoid marrying Tang Xiaobai, but chose to give up her own happiness to prevent conflict with the law enforcement team, his heart trembled involuntarily. His sister was still so indulgent towards him. Even when facing danger, she wouldn't allow him to be harmed. But she was so foolish. What did the law enforcement team matter? What was there to fear? So, they pushed the third senior sister to her death, right? Li Mu coldly glanced at Tang Xiaobai beside him, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Young man, let it go. Yao Yao did this so you wouldn't be caught in a crisis. The Tang family, you can't afford to provoke. A middle-aged woman advised Li Mu. It was clear that her daughter would rather die than let Li Mu fall into danger. Now that her daughter was gone, she didn't want Li Mu to meet the same fate. Those who harm my senior sister will die. Li Mu's face darkened as he returned Zhang Mingyao to the middle-aged woman. Young man, don't act impulsively. Yao Yao is already dead. Don't let her efforts go to waste. The middle-aged woman continued to persuade him. Auntie, take good care of the third senior sister. She is not dead. I have a way to save her. But before I save her, they all have to die. Li Mu said, his eyes blood-red as he looked at Tang Xiaobai. What? Yao Yao can still be saved? The middle-aged woman was overjoyed. She knew Zhang Mingyao had studied medicine and that her master was incredibly skilled. Could it be that Li Mu could summon her master? Regardless, as long as there was hope, she would never give up. Kid, who the hell are you? Zhang Mingyao is mine in life and mine in death. Even if she's dead, I will take her body with me. Tang Xiaobai sneered. Tang Xiao, this is Li Mu, a remnant of the Li family from Yang City. Zhang Mingyao went to the law enforcement team's headquarters in Kyoto for him, which is why we couldn't capture him. At that moment, Qin Shou quickly explained to Tang Xiaobai. If he could gain Tang Xiaobai's favor, he could rise to great heights. Tang Xiaobai's expression darkened instantly. Zhang Mingyao went to the law enforcement team headquarters for Li Mu. She had also mentioned that her heart was already taken. It seemed that she had feelings for Li Mu. As a distinguished young master of the Tang family, a master in martial arts, and backed by countless experts, he was also a handsome man. He had pursued Zhang Mingyao for years, but had never received a favorable response. And now, to save Li Mu, Zhang Mingyao was willing to sacrifice herself? Why? How is he inferior to Li Mu? You're seeking death. Tang Xiaobai's eyes burned with rage. Even if Li Mu dared to jump from a height of several hundred meters, he would die today. Seeking death? Li Mu's eyes gleamed coldly as he stepped toward Tang Xiaobai. Impudent. You dare to disrespect Tang Xiao? Someone, take him down. Qin Shou immediately waved his hand, leading the law enforcement team to attack. This was an opportunity to show his loyalty, and he wouldn't miss it. Qin Shou, do you really think I won't kill you? Li Mu shouted. If it hadn't been for the third senior sister last time, he would have already killed Qin Shou. Did this guy really think he was afraid of the law enforcement team? Humph, daring to threaten the law enforcement team adds to your crimes. Take him down, Qin Shou shouted, and several law enforcement team members charged forward. Die, Li Mu roared, then formed his fingers into a sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy that sliced through the air around him. A wave of sword energy sliced through the surrounding team members, cleaving them in half and leaving the scene drenched in blood. Incredible. Qin Shou was taken aback, taking out several Qi-empowered law enforcement officers in a single move. Li Mu's strength was indeed formidable. However, as the squad leader, he couldn't let Li Mu act so arrogantly. You little punk, it's time for you to die? Qin Shou roared as he charged forward. Come at me. Li Mu, no longer holding back, waved his hand. Instantly, Qin Shou was seized by an overwhelming force and was pulled into Li Mu's grasp. Li Mu, you. Qin Shou's face changed dramatically as he realized that, despite being a master of Qi manipulation, he had no ability to fight back against Li Mu's grip on his neck. Just how terrifying is this guy? Chapter 24. My name is Li Mu. Young man, don't act impulsively. Zhang Zhendong was taken aback by Li Mu's fierce demeanor. Qin Shou was the squad leader of the enforcement team, and if Li Mu killed him, the enforcement team would never let it go. Although Li Mu was seeking revenge for Zhang Mingyao, wasn't Zhang Mingyao's ultimate goal to ensure that Li Mu and the enforcement team would be locked in a deadly conflict? Impulsive? I'm completely clear-headed right now. Anyone who dares to harm my third sister must die. Li Mu's eyes were blood-red, and the killing intent radiating from him made Qin Shou's legs go weak with fear. Li Mu, please don't do anything reckless. This is the provincial capital, and we have a branch of the enforcement team here. We have true Essence Realm experts. If you kill me, the enforcement team branch and even the headquarters will issue a kill order against you. Qin Shou hurriedly tried to persuade Li Mu. After all, he didn't want to die. Now you're scared? It's too late. Li Mu sneered coldly and then suddenly exerted his strength. Bang! With a loud crash, Qin Shou's head was crushed into a pulp. His body collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud. This bloody scene sent shivers down everyone's spine. After all, Qin Shou was a mid-level expert and a genius of the enforcement team. How could he be crushed so easily by Li Mu? You little punk. You've got some guts to kill even the squad leader of the enforcement team. Tang Xiaobai was furious upon witnessing this, but he felt no fear. After all, he had a peak true essence expert behind him, along with the entire Tang family as his backing. He believed that even if Li Mu was furious, he wouldn't dare to lay a hand on him. What asked the enforcement team to me? I'll kill you anyway. Li Mu glared at Tang Xiaobai, his anger boiling over. It was Tang Xiaobai who was the mastermind behind Zhang Mingyao's suicide by poison. Relying on his noble status, he had tried to force Zhang Mingyao into submission. Even after her tragic death, he still showed no remorse and wanted to take her back to Kyoto. 100 deaths wouldn't be enough to atone for his sins. Kill me? You think you can? Tang Xiaobai sneered, dismissing Li Mu entirely. He was a mid-level true essence practitioner himself, and his bodyguard was a peak true essence expert. What could Li Mu possibly use to fight against him? Old man, kill him. Tang Xiaobai commanded the elder behind him. Yes, young master. The elder moved in without hesitation. Run, kid. Zhang Zhendong exclaimed in alarm. Although Li Mu had killed Qin Shou, this elder was a peak true essence expert. As Tang Xiaobai's bodyguard, he was undoubtedly a seasoned veteran with rich combat experience, far beyond what Li Mu could match. Run? I'm here to kill. Why would I run? Li Mu's expression darkened. Perhaps to others, a peak true essence expert seemed incredibly powerful, but to him, a peak true essence practitioner was just a bigger ant. So when the elder charged at him, Li Mu stood his ground without moving an inch. Draw the sword of the east. The elder shouted, and a massive amount of power surged from his body, forming a long sword before him. The sword grew larger and more formidable, its power astonishing. At the peak of his power, Li Mu's inner strength had reached a terrifying level, capable of killing enemies from 100 paces away and possessing the formidable strength of 1,000 men. That young man was in danger. Seeing this scene, Zhang Zhendong couldn't help but shake his head. However, Li Mu remained completely unperturbed. As the long sword came at him, he simply extended his right hand with an air of indifference, slowly raising 2 fingers. Bang! The long sword came crashing down, seemingly ready to turn Li Mu into mush. But when the sword landed between Li Mu's fingers, it suddenly became immovable. What? The old man was momentarily stunned. This was his full-force strike, and under the peak of his power, no one could withstand it. Yet Li Mu had blocked it with just 2 fingers? With such meager strength, he dared to act as a bodyguard? Li Mu glanced coldly at the old man and then tightened his fingers. Bang! The long sword, transformed by inner strength, disintegrated into nothingness. The tremendous shockwave sent the old man staggering back 2 meters, his eyes wide with fear as he looked at Li Mu. You are a master of the true essence realm, the old man exclaimed. What? The true essence realm? Tang Xiaobai looked at Li Mu in surprise. He was a genius of the Tang family, having used abundant family resources to break through to the mid-stage of the Qi mastery realm at the age of 25. Yet here was Li Mu, with seemingly no background, achieving a breakthrough to the true essence realm at a similar age. He had heard that throughout the Dragon Kingdom, those who could break through to the true essence realm before 30 were exceedingly rare. At least he must be in the true essence realm, otherwise, it would be impossible to so easily neutralize my attack. Young master, you should leave quickly. I'll hold him off. The old man realized that Li Mu was not someone to be trifled with and immediately urged Tang Xiaobai to escape. Tang Xiaobai was no fool and turned to flee. The person I want to kill, even the king of hell can't save. Li Mu sneered, then reached out with a hand, grabbing Tang Xiaobai from afar. Break for me. The old man suddenly threw a punch at that giant hand, but Li Mu countered with a slap. Another invisible hand came crashing in, sending the old man flying more than 10 meters away. Uffed. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood, staring at Li Mu in disbelief. With just a wave of his hand, Li Mu could defeat him. His strength was beyond anything the old man had anticipated. Let go of the young master. Although the old man knew he wasn't Li Mu's match, his duty was to protect Tang Xiaobai. If Tang Xiaobai died, he would not escape punishment upon his return. So the old man charged at Li Mu again. Seeking death, Li Mu's expression darkened. Initially, he only wanted to kill Tang Xiaobai. But if this old man was intent on throwing his life away, then he would send him to the afterlife. With that, Li Mu swung his hand again. Slap! A massive hand flew through the air, crashing down on the old man and slamming him into the ground. Crack! The old man was reduced to a bloody pulp. What? Tang Xiaobai was completely stunned. A peak Qi master expert had been turned into mush by a single slap? Just how terrifying was Li Mu's cultivation level? This. Zhang Zhendong was also numb. He thought he had seen it all. However, Li Mu's methods truly exceeded his understanding, at least within Jiangdong province. He had never encountered such a terrifying person. But Zhang Zhendong quickly regained his composure and said, Kid, killing that old man isn't a big deal. But you absolutely cannot kill Tang Xiaobai. Oh, why not? Li Mu asked. That old man is just a bodyguard, and there's room for negotiation. But if you kill Tang Xiaobai, the Tang family will be out for your blood. Zhang Zhendong replied. That's right. My Tang family is a prominent and influential clan in Kyoto. If we take a stand, we can easily crush the Zhang family. As for you, if you kneel and admit your mistake, I might spare your life. Tang Xiaobai laughed heartily. Your words remind me. Quickly call the Tang family. Li Mu said. Haha. Are you scared? That's good. I'll make the call right now. Tang Xiaobai sneered and immediately called his father. Before Tang Xiaobai even had a chance to speak, Li Mu snatched the phone away and coldly said, Is this the Tang family in Kyoto? I just killed Tang Xiaobai. Remember this name. Li Mu, Li as in Li Mu, and Mu as in Mu. If you want revenge for Tang Xiaobai, come find me directly. Chapter 25. This child must die. Who the hell are you? How dare you kill my son? I will make sure you suffer a fate worse than death. Tang Yunxiong raged, his anger boiling over. Although the Tang family wasn't particularly notable in the capital, they were a colossal force in Jiangdong province. How could it be that his son was about to be killed there? However, Li Mu didn't waste time with him and simply hung up the phone. Beep, beep, beep. Listening to the dial tone, Tang Yunxiong felt like he was going to explode with rage. Find out who this Li Mu is. What is his identity and background? He immediately cursed. Yes, third master. His subordinates didn't dare to slack off, especially since Tang Yunxiong was particularly fond of his son, Tang Xiaobai. If Tang Xiaobai really died, that Li Mu would definitely wish he was never born. After hanging up, Li Mu turned his gaze to Tang Xiaobai, who was now pale and trembling. He had thought that Li Mu wanted him to call his father to ask for some benefits. Instead, Li Mu was notifying his father to come collect his corpse. Kid, don't be impulsive. Zhang Zhendong quickly advised Li Mu. You haven't killed Tang Xiaobai yet. There's still time to reconsider. Once you kill him, there will be no place for you in the entire dragon country. Impulsive? Li Mu shook his head and stared intently at Tang Xiaobai. Li Mu, right? Please don't kill me. I'll give you whatever you want. How much money do you need? How many resources? I can give you anything. Please, please don't kill me. Tang Xiaobai begged desperately, his pants already dampening without him realizing it. You were so arrogant when you forced my third senior sister to her death. You even wanted to take her body back, didn't you? Li Mu coldly glared at Tang Xiaobai, the murderous intent in his eyes making Tang Xiaobai tremble in fear. I was wrong. I won't dare again. He stammered. Heh, if admitting fault was enough, then why would anyone need fists? Li Mu sneered coldly, and then threw a punch. Boom. Tang Xiaobai's head exploded from Li Mu's punch, and his lifeless body collapsed to the ground. It's over. Zhang Zhendong was at a loss for words. His daughter was gone. And now even the person she cared about was dead. Uncle Zhang, please clean up the scene. I need an absolutely quiet room to detoxify my third senior sister. Li Mu said as he took Zhang Mengyao from the middle-aged woman. Huh, you mean Yao Yao is still alive? Zhang Zhendong immediately became excited. Of course, our master is the Ghost Valley medical immortal, and I have inherited his true teachings. Even if my third senior sister has one foot in the underworld, I will bring her back, Li Mu said with a cold smile. All right, I'll have someone prepare it right away, Zhang Zhendong shouted, then instructed the butler to prepare the room and send people to clean up the scene. When Li Mu carried Zhang Mengyao into the room, the middle-aged woman quietly said, Brother Dong, what do you think of him? Decisive in action, loyal and righteous, worthy of lifelong trust. But unfortunately, he killed members of the enforcement team and Tang Xiaobai. He probably doesn't have much time left. Well, the enforcement team is manageable. It's just a squad leader. As long as we're willing to invest some resources, we can suppress this situation. But with Tang Xiaobai, it's probably a matter of life and death. Zhang Zhendong sighed bitterly. Although the enforcement team tends to protect their own, it's just a small squad. As long as the Zhang family is willing to part with some of their assets, this matter can be smoothed over. However, the Tang family is a prominent family in the capital, and Tang Xiaobai is the apple of Tang Yinxiong's eye. So this is likely to end badly. Never mind. Once I help Yao Yao with the poison, I'll let them leave Jiangdong province to live their carefree lives. And we'll deal with this mess, said the middle-aged beauty. Yes, this time Yao Yao went so far as to poison herself to avoid causing us trouble. I feel like such a terrible father, Zhang Zhendong said with some self-reproach. At this moment, in the room, Li Mu laid Zhang Mengyao on the bed and gently removed her gauzy dress, revealing her back as white as jade. However, Li Mu was not in the mood to appreciate this scene. He sat cross-legged and placed his hands on her back, channeling a surge of energy from his palms into Zhang Mengyao's body. As this energy flowed in, the toxins around her heart began to be slowly expelled, and her heart started to regain a faint rhythm. But this was just the beginning, as the poison she had ingested was a rare and bitter toxin, derived from a plant known as the everlasting bitter herb. Once this toxin enters the body, it gathers in the heart through the bloodstream, attaching itself to the walls of the blood vessels near the heart. Even a tiny residue can be fatal. If it weren't for the heart protection pill he had previously given Zhang Mengyao, she would likely have already passed away. Even so, Li Mu had to use that energy to gradually cleanse the venom stuck to the blood vessels. This was a monumental task. As time passed, the toxins in Zhang Mengyao's body were slowly expelled, and she gradually began to regain consciousness. Where's this? Zhang Mengyao opened her eyes, looking around at the familiar surroundings, feeling a bit dazed. Remembering how she had fainted just before, when Li Mu had descended from the sky, she instantly became alert. Junior brother, how are you? Zhang Mengyao asked. Third sister, don't speak. The everlasting bitter toxin in your body hasn't been completely cleared yet. Don't move, Li Mu cautioned. Junior brother, why are you so foolish? Didn't I tell Zhang Dong to take you to the seaside? Why did you come back? Third sister, if I hadn't returned, you would really be dead. Are you asking me to be ungrateful? Junior brother, but your return is useless. There are enforcement team members and people from the Tang family. You're no match for them. Besides, I've ingested the everlasting bitter toxin. No one can resolve it. Zhang Mengyao said with a bitter smile. Third sister, Qin Shou has already been killed by me, and as for Tang Xiaobai, he has also died at my hands. I have the ability to resolve this everlasting bitter toxin completely. Right now, all you need to do is close your eyes and rest. Li Mu said. Junior brother, you. Zhang Mengyao felt a warmth in her heart. After all, Li Mu had killed members of the enforcement team and even people from the Tang family for her. What kind of pressure had he been bearing? Moreover, to break the 1,000-year curse, how much energy would Li Mu have to expend? She glanced down for a moment. Feeling no embarrassment at all, in front of her junior brother, she felt there was nothing to hide. So she closed her eyes, ready to let Li Mu help her detoxify. After the detoxification, no matter how great the danger or pressure, she was willing to face it together with Li Mu. Meanwhile, as Li Mu was helping Zhang Mengyao with her detoxification, Captain Lin Tao of the Jiangdong branch of the enforcement team was seething with rage. How dare this insignificant Li Mu kill a squad leader of the enforcement team? This was a complete disregard for their authority. This boy must die. Chapter 26. Why aren't you dressed properly? Get everyone back immediately. Call all 10 teams on duty outside. Lin Tao ordered without hesitation. Captain, Jiangdong province is vast. If we recall all the teams, it could lead to trouble. One of his subordinates cautioned. Trouble? Our team leaders have been killed, and you're worried about trouble? Lin Tao scoffed. As the captain, if he couldn't handle a single Li Mu, how could he maintain his position in Jiangdong province in the future? Understood. I'll make the arrangements right away. The subordinate didn't dare to argue further and quickly went to contact the teams. As the orders were relayed, the teams began to make their way back to the provincial capital from various locations across Jiangdong province. Such a significant movement naturally sparked speculation among the major families and factions in the area. What's going on? Isn't the law enforcement team patrolling Jiangxing? Why are they suddenly withdrawing all at once? I heard it's an order from the Jiangdong branch of the law enforcement team. Apparently, one of the enforcement teams was completely wiped out in the provincial capital. What? An enforcement team was wiped out? And in the provincial capital? That's like digging up the earth under the emperor's nose. No wonder Lin Tao called everyone back. But who has the audacity to do such a thing? It seems to be someone named Li Mu, and he is currently at the Zhang family. The Zhang family? Now that's interesting. Everyone in Jiangdong province was buzzing with discussions, realizing that this wasn't just a simple matter of an enforcement team being eliminated. If it were merely about capturing a murderer, there would be no need to mobilize all teams from the Jiangdong branch. Lin Tao alone could have apprehended the culprit. The commotion Lin Tao was causing had a purpose, to take down the Zhang family along with it. Brother Dong. It looks like Lin Tao isn't coming with good intentions. Shouldn't we warn Li Mu? Song Lei said, looking worriedly at Zhang Zhendong. Yes. He is using this as an excuse to take us down. Zhang Zhendong paced back and forth. What should we do? Should we send them away now? Song Lei asked. No, Li Mu is currently detoxifying Yao Yao. This is a critical moment. We absolutely cannot interrupt him. For now, we can only wait. If Lin Tao really comes, I will risk everything to protect Yao Yao and Li Mu. Zhang Zhendong gritted his teeth. His previous weakness had led to Zhang Mengyao's tragic fate. This time, he would never allow her to be harmed again, even at the cost of his own life. Meanwhile, in the room, Li Mu had nearly resolved the centuries-old poison within Zhang Mengyao. She had fully regained consciousness, but Li Mu, drained from the effort, could only slump against the side. Zhang Mengyao hurried over to support him, not having time to dress properly. In that moment, Li Mu found his face resting against Zhang Mengyao's gentle embrace. The warm and delicate feeling instantly lifting his spirits. Junior brother, why are you so foolish? You could have stayed by the seaside and returned to take revenge after everything settled down. Now, you've completely offended the law enforcement team and the Tang family. Zhang Mengyao supported Li Mu, her face filled with pity as she spoke. Third senior sister, without you, even if I avenge the blood feud of the Li family, it wouldn't mean much. Li Mu looked at Zhang Mengyao with a pale face, and time seemed to rewind to 8 years ago, when he first entered the heavenly domain. At that time, he was gravely injured, and it was Zhang Mengyao who healed him. Zhang Mengyao felt a flutter in her heart. No matter what, she could sense Li Mu's feelings. Third senior sister, why don't you put on some clothes first? Li Mu said awkwardly, as he had removed Zhang Mengyao's clothes for the sake of healing. Now he lay in her arms, where she was barely covered, and the situation felt. Junior brother, I won't bother with clothes. I'll just carry you to bed. Zhang Mengyao smiled charmingly, then stood up and effortlessly lifted Li Mu. To bed? Li Mu was taken aback. What was third senior sister planning to do? Junior brother, when Tang Xiaobai pressured me before, I said I had someone in my heart. I felt a bit shy about it, but this time, you risked your life to save me, so I won't hide it anymore. I, like you. Zhang Mengyao's face turned crimson as she looked at Li Mu, her neck flushed as well, making her seem truly adorable. Third senior sister, Li Mu was stunned. In fact, he had feelings for all 7 senior sisters, but had never dared to express them. Now that third senior sister had revealed her feelings, he felt a mix of emotions. Junior brother, you should rest well. I'll take care of everything. After placing Li Mu on the bed, Zhang Mengyao drew the curtains. As time passed, a few hours later, Zhang Mengyao had already nestled in Li Mu's arms, her face as red as an apple. Junior brother, weren't you seriously drained of energy? How come? Zhang Mengyao shot Li Mu a glare, initially intending to reward him casually. However, the seemingly exhausted Li Mu suddenly seemed to regain all his vigor. Cough cough. Third senior sister, you have an extreme body. while I possess a pure yang body. The combination allows my stamina to recover quickly. Li Mu grinned. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to last these few hours. Moreover, after their exchange, he discovered that his Pure Yang Dao Technique had directly advanced to the peak of the 6th level. He had jumped 2 small realms, which was astonishing. No wonder third senior sister was so powerful. Her extreme body was significantly stronger than Zhou Qingyuan's. If I had known this earlier. Zhang Mingyao covered her face, suddenly feeling a bit regretful. All right, it's about time. I think the enforcement team will be here soon. Li Mu said calmly as he got dressed. Junior brother, I've already used my mother's favor, and I don't think I can do anything about the enforcement team, Zhang Mingyao said, feeling a bit ashamed as she dressed. Third senior sister, I've never taken the enforcement team seriously. Li Mu patted Zhang Mingyao's shoulder, speaking with confidence. Zhang Mingyao was taken aback for a moment. The law enforcement team was formed by the joint efforts of the 10 great families and the 10 major sects of Longhua. Did Li Mu really not take the law enforcement team seriously? Was he being arrogant or had he lost his mind? All right, let's go, Li Mu said with a calm smile, and then he led Zhang Mingyao out of the room. Seeing Zhang Mingyao walk out of the room alive, Song Lei and Zhang Zhendong finally felt relieved. Yao, why are you so foolish? Song Lei rushed over, hugging Zhang Mingyao tightly and bursting into tears. Mom, I just didn't want to put you in a difficult position, Zhang Mingyao replied, feeling a bit guilty. She had thought that ending her own life would resolve everything. But she hadn't considered how much guilt her parents would feel if she were gone. By the way, why is your hair so messy? And your clothes aren't fastened properly? Song Lei quickly changed the subject, wanting to avoid anything too emotional. With this shift in conversation, Zhang Mingyao's face turned a bright red, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. Chapter 27. Are law enforcement officers repeat offenders? Seeing Zhang Mingyao's face turn red, Song Lei immediately realized what was going on. With her hair disheveled and clothes in disarray, and alone with a man, what else could it be? Song Lei felt a bit embarrassed. The topic shift was not handled well. Just then, Zhang Dong arrived with Li Qianqian and others, diffusing the awkward atmosphere. Zhang Dong, didn't I ask you to take the junior disciple to the beach? Why did you bring him back to the provincial capital? Did you think my words were just for show? Zhang Mingyao immediately began to scold him. Zhang Dong was taken aback for a moment. He knew bringing Li Mu back would definitely earn him a scolding from Zhang Mingyao. However, he didn't expect the usually gentle Zhang Mingyao to be so fierce upon their first meeting. Ahem, I made him bring me back. Li Mu quickly defended Zhang Dong, realizing the situation could get awkward if he didn't step in. In that case, I'll let you off this time, Zhang Mingyao said quickly. Zhang Dong was once again confused. Did Zhang Mingyao's anger come and go that quickly? Brother, let us not talk about that for now. When we arrived, the entire law enforcement team had rushed back to the provincial capital. There's also movement from Yiping Tianghua and Yunlan sect. You need to leave quickly, Li Qianqian said anxiously. Yes, brother Li Mu. If we don't leave now, it will be too late, Ji Xiaoya urged Li Mu, as these people were all coming for him. Yao, quickly take Li Mu out the back door. Then catch a flight out of the provincial capital and never come back, Zhang Zhendong also urged. Uncle Zhang, if we leave, how will you explain it to the law enforcement team? Li Mu smiled calmly. After talking with Zhang Mingyao, he had learned some basic information about the provincial capital. Although Jiangdong province didn't have the 10 major families and 10 major sects of the law enforcement team, the Lin family had formed a marriage alliance with the Xianyuan family from the capital. The Xianyuan family was one of the 10 major families. So the Lin family used this connection to get Lin Tao appointed as the captain of the law enforcement team. The Lin family and Zhang family had always had grievances, and Lin Tao had been looking for opportunities to use the law enforcement team to wipe out the Zhang family, but he had never succeeded. If he took Zhang Mingyao away this time, Lin Tao would definitely seize the opportunity to annihilate the Zhang family. So he absolutely could not leave. Besides, it was just Lin Tao. What was there to fear? Explain? I'll give him a piece of my mind. At worst, we'll fight to the death. Zhang Zhendong sneered. No need. A mere law enforcement team isn't something I'm afraid of. Li Mu laughed heartily. After cultivating with Zhang Mingyao, his strength had improved. While he might not be able to withstand the 10 major families and 10 major sects head-on, dealing with a law enforcement division was not a problem. You little punk. You've got quite the audacity. Just then, Lin Tao's voice echoed from outside. Zhang Zhendong's expression changed instantly. Lin Tao had arrived so quickly. As he spoke, there was a loud bang, and the door of the Zhang family villa was pushed open. With Lin Tao leading 10 squad leaders and a large group of law enforcement officers charging in, Zhang Zhendong felt a bit fearful, but he still stepped forward and said in a deep voice, Lin Tao, this is my Zhang family. What do you want by bringing the enforcement team here? What do I want? Zhang Zhendong, you are harboring a serious criminal from the enforcement team, and you deserve to be punished. Today, I have led the enforcement team here to eliminate the criminal and take you all down in one fell swoop. Lin Tao replied with a cold smile. Serious criminal? What nonsense are you talking about? Zhang Mingyao immediately stepped forward, questioning loudly. Haha, Li Mu killed an entire squad of my enforcement team. Isn't that a serious crime? You've been hiding him for so many days, which makes you accomplices. I have the right to act first and report later. Lin Tao sneered. Oh, aren't you going to ask me why I killed him? Li Mu interjected. Humph, no matter what the reason is, you killed my enforcement team as personnel. So you must die? Lin Tao declared. Haha, you're all the same. Li Mu scoffed, noticing that Qin Shou, without any discernment, was about to kill Zhou Qingyuan, the only survivor. Lin Tao didn't care about any reasons. As long as someone killed an enforcement officer, it was a death sentence. Are all the enforcement team members this unreasonable? If even the enforcers disregard the law, then there's no need for such an enforcement team to exist. Humph. Dare to insult the enforcement team? Seize him, Lin Tao shouted. Also, anyone who obstructs the enforcers will be considered an accomplice and dealt with ruthlessly. Understood. 10 squad leaders nodded and immediately led their teams into the Zhang family villa, surrounding Li Mu and the others completely. Everyone frowned, as the squad leaders of the enforcement team were all skilled practitioners. Lin Tao, the captain, was even a powerful warrior at the true essence realm. Even the most ordinary enforcement team member had the cultivation of the Qi movement realm. With over 100 of them on the opposing side, they were outnumbered and outmatched. Lin Tao, right? If there's an issue, come at me. Li Mu frowned. Although he did not regard Lin Tao highly, the sheer number of opponents posed a significant threat. If a fight broke out, Li Qianqian and Ji Xiaoya would be in danger. Humph, you're all accomplices and deserve to be killed. Lin Tao sneered. As long as he eliminated everyone here, he could dictate what happened next. Looking for death. Li Mu's expression darkened as he prepared to take out the 10 squad leaders first, then deal with Lin Tao. Once the squad leaders were gone, the rest of the team would be no threat. Stop. Just as Li Mu was about to make his move, an elder suddenly flew in from midair, hovering above them. Elder Wang. Lin Tao was taken aback upon seeing the newcomer. This man was from the enforcement team's headquarters in Kyoto. How did he end up in Jiangdong province? Did the headquarters already know that Li Mu killed Qin Shou? Were they sending someone to eliminate Li Mu? The Elder Council of the enforcement team has decreed that Qin Shou disregarded the law and used punishment privately. He deserves to be punished. Li Mu's actions in killing Qin Shou were to eliminate a threat to the enforcement team. Elder Wang stated. Why? Lin Tao roared. He had finally found an opportunity to eliminate Li Mu and the Zhang family. And now the headquarters was saying that Li Mu's killing of Qin Shou was to eliminate a threat to the enforcement team? What excuse does he have left to kill Li Mu? Furthermore, before setting off, he boasted that he would not only kill Li Mu but also wipe out the Zhang family. And now he returns empty-handed. What face does he have left to stand in Jiangdong province? All members of the enforcement team returned to formation. Elder Wang shouted. The squad leaders exchanged glances, unsure whether to follow Lin Tao or Elder Wang. Are you all planning to rebel? Elder Wang barked, prompting the squad leaders to finally lead their teams away from the Zhang family villa. Lin Tao gritted his teeth and looked at Elder Wang, saying, Elder Wang, I'm withdrawing from the enforcement team and will act on my own. Is that acceptable? I'll only concern myself with the matters of the enforcement team. Elder Wang let out a cold laugh and ignored Lin Tao. He then glanced at Li Mu, his expression quite complex. Li Mu was taken aback. What was going on here? Chapter 28. What a big mouth. Third senior sister. Is this another connection you've arranged? Li Mu looked at Zhang Mingyao in surprise. Just a moment ago, Lin Tao was declaring he would annihilate them, and now he is withdrawing from the enforcement team? Zhang Mingyao shook her head. This time she hadn't done anything. Whatever. Li Mu sighed. If all 10 squad leaders of the enforcement team had come at him together, he wouldn't have had a problem, but Li Qianqian and the others might have been in danger. However, now that the enforcement team was gone and only Lin Tao remained, he didn't take him seriously at all. Li Mu, I hope you grow up soon. Elder Wang laughed heartily and then flew away. Huh. Li Mu was puzzled. Hope you grow up soon. Did the enforcement team know about him? If so, why hadn't they acted when the Zhou family orchestrated the massacre of the Li family? It seemed he had to make a trip to Kyoto. Li Mu sighed. The Li family massacre was too convoluted. Even if he found Master Yulong, the truth might not be revealed. Li Mu, you actually managed to reach the headquarters. Impressive. But I've already left the enforcement team and am no longer bound by their rules. I'll definitely kill you today. Lin Tao glared at Li Mu in anger. Kill me? Li Mu smiled calmly. If Lin Tao hadn't left the enforcement team, the team would likely come to rescue him if he tried to kill Lin Tao. But now that Lin Tao had directly left the enforcement team, even if Li Mu killed him, the enforcement team wouldn't intervene. That's right. It's not just you. Everyone from the Zhang family has to die. Lin Tao roared, drawing his long sword, exuding a murderous aura in an instant. Haha, Captain Lin is truly a man. He'd rather leave the enforcement team than let this scoundrel go. Impressive, impressive. At that moment, a hearty laugh echoed. Huh, Xiaozun. Lin Tao immediately looked over and saw a middle-aged man approaching. Oh no. Zhang Zhendong's expression changed dramatically upon seeing this person. Dad, who is he? Zhang Mingyao noticed Zhang Zhendong's worry. Clearly, this man was someone significant. Deputy Sect Master of the Yunlan Sect, Xiaozun, a powerful Jinyuan realm expert. Zhang Zhendong explained. What? Deputy Sect Master of the Yunlan Sect? Zhang Mingyao was speechless. What on earth had Li Mu done to offend the Yunlan Sect? The Yunlan Sect was one of the top 3 sects in Jiangdong Province. Now their Deputy Sect Master had come. Cough, cough. There was a disciple from the Yunlan Sect who was supposed to marry her, but I accidentally killed him with a slap. And that is how we ended up with this enmity, Li Mu awkwardly explained, pointing at Zhou Qingyuan. Huh, you like her? Zhang Zhendong was somewhat displeased. Wasn't he supposed to be risking his life to save his daughter? How could he also like Zhou Qingyuan? How could I like her? Li Mu quickly shook his head. If you don't like her, then why did you kill her fiancé when they were about to marry? Why go so far as to offend a major sect like the Yunlan Sect? Zhang Zhendong asked. It's a long story. Li Mu was at a loss for words. He definitely hadn't killed Zhao Yunjia because he liked Zhou Qingyuan. You. Zhou Qingyuan immediately shot a resentful glance at Li Mu, her haggard appearance making it seem like she was blaming him for not daring to admit the truth. Li Mu was at a loss for words. He truly didn't have feelings for Zhou Qingyuan. Yet, they had been involved in certain matters, and it wasn't just once. How could he possibly explain that? Humph. Zhou Qingyuan glared at Li Mu. Although she couldn't take revenge on him, she could certainly create some trouble. After all, he had vented his frustrations on her. Ahem, let's deal with the current mess first. Li Mu felt a headache coming on. He wished he had just dealt with Zhou Qingyuan decisively from the start. Meanwhile, Xiaozun stepped forward and said with a smile, Captain Lin. Since we're going to kill Li Mu anyway, why not do it together? It doesn't matter who does it. They're all dead in the end. Lin Tao didn't refuse, as his goal for the day was to eliminate Li Mu and destroy the Zhang family. Haha, in that case, count me in. Just then, another voice interrupted. Everyone turned to see a burly man striding confidently into the Zhang family villa. It was Zheng Xiaohuai, the manager of Yiping Tiangong. Upon seeing him, Zhang Zhendong shuddered again. Junior brother, you've attracted the attention of Yiping Tiangong as well? Zhang Mingyao was somewhat speechless. Ahem, Yiping Tiangong captured Xiaoyu, so I went to demand her back. When they refused, I had no choice but to take action. Li Mu shrugged. After all, Ji Xiaoya was his savior. How could he just stand by? You really know how to pick your battles. Zhang Mingyao said, feeling exasperated, as Yiping Tiangong was far stronger than Yunlan Sect. No matter how powerful Yunlan Sect was, it was still just a local sect in Jiangdong Province. Beyond Xiaozun, there was only one sect leader. However, who knew how many experts were above Zheng Xiaohuai? Even if Li Mu managed to escape today, he would still face relentless attacks from Yiping Tiangong in the future. No, it was they who were picking their battles. Li Mu shrugged. If Yiping Tiangong hadn't captured Ji Xiaoya, he wouldn't have sought trouble with them. Little thing, do you dare to argue? Once you're in Yiping Tiangong, you're one of us. Even if it's to the ends of the earth, we will bring you back. As for you, you've killed 2 of our generals. So I must kill you today? Zheng Xiaohuai sneered. Brotherly, it's all my fault. Ji Xiaoya looked at Li Mu with guilt. If it weren't for saving her, Li Mu wouldn't have offended Yiping Tiangong. Silly girl, what are you talking about? If it weren't for you, I would have been dead long ago. So don't say it's just Zheng Xiaohuai. Even if all of Yiping Tiangong came, they wouldn't be able to take you away. Li Mu smiled. Ji Xiaoya, Li Qianqian, and Zhou Qingyuan all looked at Li Mu in surprise, although they didn't know where his confidence came from. Hearing him say that filled them with a sense of security. Haha, what a big talk. With the 3 of us, the true essence realm experts, coming together. Do you really think you have any chance of surviving today? Zheng Xiaohuai looked at Li Mu with contempt. Although they were unsure of Li Mu's true strength, he appeared to be only about 25 or 26 years old. Even if he were the most outstanding genius, his cultivation would only be at the true essence realm. The 3 of them were seasoned geniuses, and if they teamed up, Li Mu would definitely not last more than 3 moves against them. Indeed. Do you know what the true essence realm is? It's when one's internal energy has been cultivated to its peak, crossing to a higher level of quality. With just a gesture, one can unleash devastating power capable of destroying the world. You might be able to defeat someone at the mastery level, but in front of a true essence expert, you wouldn't even have the strength to fight back. This is why those at the mastery level can only be squad leaders. While to become the captain of the law enforcement team, one must be at the true essence realm, Lin Tao said with great pride. Oh, now that you mention it, I'm actually curious to see what it feels like to take down someone in the true essence realm. Li Mu replied with a grin. Chapter 29. 1 against 3 haha. Kill a true Yuan realm expert? You really are naive. Xiao Zun burst into laughter, knowing that in Jiangdong province, a true Yuan realm practitioner is an unbeatable existence. You think Li Mu can take on all 3 of them by himself? What a ridiculous joke. All right, enough talk. Let the 3 of you come at me together. Li Mu coldly stared at the trio and beckoned them with a finger, looking for death. The 3 of them were furious and swiftly drew their weapons. Kid, grab a weapon. Don't say we're bullying you. Zhong Xiaohua sneered. Weapons? You're not even worthy of me using one. Li Mu clasped his hands behind his back, a look of disdain on his face. What the hell? Zhang Zhendong shivered at this. If he were to become Li Mu's enemy, it wouldn't be because Li Mu beat him to death, but because he'd be infuriated to death. Li Mu was facing 3 powerful, true Yuan realm experts, the top tier in Jiangdong province. Even in the capital, they would have a solid standing. And yet Li Mu said they weren't even qualified to make him use a weapon? How arrogant can you get? Li Mu is so handsome. Ji Xiaoya gazed at him with infatuation, as if she were transported back to her childhood. Back then, she and Li Qianqian were both Li Mu's little followers. Even if he tripped, they thought he looked cool doing it. This guy. I hope he doesn't trip and fall, Zhou Qingyuan muttered. But then she shook her head. After all, Li Mu had killed her entire family. How could she possibly worry about him? Damn. Xiao Zun cursed loudly. He had seen many geniuses, but he had never met anyone as showy as Li Mu. So, Xiao Zun was the first to charge at Li Mu. With a sweep of his long sword, a fiery red power immediately enveloped it. Following that, a stream of fiery red sword energy shot through the air. Destruction slash. Xiao Zun shouted. And the sword energy soared above Li Mu's head. A true Yuan realm expert has already solidified their inner strength, making their power greater and their range farther. Truly able to kill from 1,000 meters away, Zhang Zhendong quickly explained to the others. Only then did everyone realize they had seen skilled practitioners before, but compared to true Yuan realm experts, they were far behind. In terms of both momentum and power, they were in completely different leagues. In that moment, they all began to worry for Li Mu, but Li Mu remained unfazed. With a wave of his hand, he effortlessly caught the incoming sword energy. Oh, is this what a true Yuan realm expert is like? Not impressive at all. Li Mu grasped the sword energy and suddenly exerted force. Bang! With a crisp sound, the sword energy instantly dissipated into nothingness. What? Xiao Zun was taken aback. Although he was only at the early stage of the true Yuan realm, his inner strength was incredibly formidable. How could it be so easily countered by Li Mu? Want to try mine? Li Mu sneered, then formed a sword shape with his fingers. A stream of sword energy whistled through the air, cutting through the void and heading straight for Xiao Zun. Retreat. Xiao Zun didn't dare to be careless and immediately unleashed a massive amount of true essence to shield himself. Bang! The sword energy collided directly with Xiao Zun's true essence, shattering it instantly. The immense force knocked Xiao Zun back several dozen meters, crashing him hard into the wall. Quite interesting. Li Mu chuckled. His previous opponents were usually defeated with a single slap. This Xiao Zun managed to block a sword strike, indicating that true essence practitioners were indeed formidable. Impressive. Lin Tao was also taken aback. Although Xiao Zun was not as strong as he was still at the initial stage of true essence. Yet, his full force attack was easily blocked and repelled by Li Mu. Now it's your turn. Li Mu coldly looked at Lin Tao, then suddenly exerted his strength, propelling himself like an arrow released from a bow, dashing straight toward Lin Tao. One sword breaks the yin and yang. Lin Tao shouted loudly, raising his sword with both hands and releasing a massive amount of true essence, which coalesced around his long sword. Boom, boom, boom. As the true essence surged, the sword energy instantly extended to 10 meters in length. With a powerful downward strike, the sword energy surged toward Li Mu. Sword energy? Secret technique? I'll break it with a punch. Li Mu roared and punched forward. You're going to take on a secret technique with your bare body? Seeking death. Lin Tao sneered. If Li Mu also used a secret technique to counter his one sword breaks the yin and yang, he might have a chance. But using his physical body to withstand his sword energy, wasn't that just asking for death? Even true essence practitioners have vulnerable bodies. Once a martial artist breaks through to the blood chi realm and surrounds their body with blood chi, their physical form becomes less significant. From that point on, they focus on cultivating secret techniques, accumulating inner strength, and converting it into true essence. These steps hardly involve physical training. Therefore, The physical bodies of true essence practitioners cannot compete with the secret techniques of other experts at the same level. Everyone thought Li Mu would be split in half by Lin Tao's sword. But the next moment, Li Mu's fist struck the sword energy. Another one sword breaks the yin and yang. Screw your yin and yang. Li Mu sneered, exerting his strength, and the sword energy actually shattered. How is that possible? Lin Tao was shocked. He knew exactly how powerful this sword strike was. Even Xiao Zun, using all his strength, might not be able to withstand it. And Li Mu managed to break it with just a punch? How strong was this guy's physical body? It seemed that the Pure Yang body was indeed formidable. Li Mu rubbed his fist, realizing that despite the impact, his skin hadn't even broken. After all, he was a Pure Yang body, practicing the Pure Yang technique. Each breakthrough refined his physical form to the extreme. Thus, he was on a different path from other martial artists. While others focused on strengthening true essence and learning secret techniques to combat enemies, treating their physical bodies as secondary, he trained both his body and techniques simultaneously. And his physical form was even more powerful. That's why he dared to clash fists with Lin Tao's one sword breaks the yin and yang. Damn it. Let's all go at it. Zheng Xiaohua shouted loudly, realizing the terrifying strength of Li Mu, and he didn't dare to confront him alone. Soon, the three of them joined forces to attack Li Mu. Let us do this together. Li Mu sneered, and then made a swift motion with his hand, slamming his fist down onto the ground with tremendous force. Break! With Li Mu's powerful shout, a shockwave instantly spread out, and three incredibly strong streams of true essence surged up from the ground, transforming into three massive dragons that charged directly at the trio. What an overwhelming pressure! The three were taken aback, astonished that Li Mu could take on three opponents and still possess such immense power. Just how terrifying was this guy's cultivation level? Such a formidable technique. I've never seen anything like it in all of Jiangdong province. Chapter 30. I have more important matters to attend to. Zhang Zhendong was stunned when he saw Li Mu's attack. He had thought that Li Mu's physical strength was already his greatest asset. However, this secret technique Li Mu unleashed was even more outrageous. He had witnessed battles between true essence realm experts, but compared to Li Mu's move, those were far behind. Yaya, is your sect really that strong? Song Lei asked. Not exactly. Zhang Mingyao replied awkwardly. Among the 7 senior sisters, each had their strengths. Although she ranked third, her combat power was at the bottom. However, there weren't many who were as strong as Li Mu. As they spoke, the 3 giant dragons released by Li Mu had already collided with the 3 of them. Despite utilizing all their strength, they couldn't withstand Li Mu's attack. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 loud crashes, the 3 of them were sent flying, crashing to the ground and spitting out blood. Li Mu, what? What kind of move is this? Lin Tao looked at Li Mu in disbelief. He considered himself exceptionally powerful, with a technique that was 1 in a million. Yet, he couldn't even withstand a single move from Li Mu. Wanna know? Go ask in the underworld. Li Mu sneered, then flicked his finger, sending a strand of true essence soaring into the air, transforming it into an arrow that came crashing down. Li Mu, even though I'm no longer part of the enforcement team, I am a member of the Lin family. If you kill me, you'll be making an enemy of the Lin family. Lin Tao shouted in a hurry as he saw Li Mu preparing to go for the kill. Make an enemy of the Lin family? You're about to kill me, and you expect me to respectfully send you back? How naive, Li Mu shouted. And then the arrow descended directly. Uft. The arrow pierced through Lin Tao's chest, nailing him to the ground. Let's go? Xiao Zun and Zheng Xiaohui trembled in fear. Since Li Mu dared to kill Lin Tao, he certainly wouldn't hesitate to kill them as well. Want to leave? Li Mu waved his hand, and 2 invisible hands rushed forward, dragging the 2 of them back. Li Mu, we can talk. We can talk. Xiao Zun quickly forced a smile. The overall strength of their Yunlan sect was at most on par with the Lin family. If Li Mu disregarded the Lin family, he certainly wouldn't think much of the Yunlan sect either. Talk. I originally had no grievances with your Yunlan sect, but you wanted to kill me over a Zhao Yunjia. Now you regret it? Li Mu asked. Little brother, it's all our fault. After I go back, I will definitely tell the sect master that Zhao Yunjia deserves to die, and we will immediately expel him. Xiao Zun said. If you had realized this earlier, would your sect have been annihilated? Li Mu laughed. Huh, annihilated? What? What do you mean? Xiao Zun's face changed instantly. Was Li Mu not planning to spare him or the Yunlan sect? Nothing much. I'm the kind of person who likes to root out the problem entirely. Otherwise, I would be irresponsible to my family and friends. Li Mu said coldly. Then with a single slap, he turned Xiao Zun into a pulp. If it were just him, letting the Yunlan sect go wouldn't be a problem. The Yunlan sect poses no real threat to him anyway. However, Li Qianqian, Ji Xiaoya, and Zhang Mingyao are still around. If the Yunlan sect can't threaten him, can it not threaten them? If they suffer even a little harm, he would regret it too late. Therefore, to avoid such a situation, he would rather act decisively himself. Li Mu, I am from Yiping Tiantang. If you want to eliminate the root of the problem, you'll have to wipe out the entire Yiping Tiantang. But our experts are numerous, and you are definitely no match for us. So you only have one option now. Let me go. After I return, I will settle this matter, and we can go our separate ways. Zheng Xiaohua hurriedly said. Oh, go our separate ways? Li Mu sneered coldly. Although he hadn't dealt much with Yiping Tiantang, how could such a major sect possibly turn hostility into friendship? Yes, as long as you let me go, we can forget about what happened with Ji Xiaoya. Zheng Xiaohua continued. You think you can just forget about it? Li Mu's expression darkened instantly. You grabbed Ji Xiaoya without any justification, and when I went to rescue her, you think you can just brush it off? What a joke. Do you really believe that Yiping Tiantang is an untouchable entity? Zheng Xiaohua sensed the killing intent emanating from Li Mu and immediately realized he had misspoken. He had only wanted to find an opportunity to return and then have Yiping Tiantang send experts to encircle Li Mu. He never expected that one careless remark would completely enrage him. Li Mu, we can talk. But before Zheng Xiaohua could finish, Li Mu had already struck him with a palm. Bang! Zheng Xiaohua was instantly turned into a puddle of flesh. Uncle Zhang, I'll need your help to clean up the battlefield, Li Mu said awkwardly, glancing at Zhang Zhendong. Last time, although he had killed a few people, it was easy to clean up. But this time, 3 true Essence Realm experts had been reduced to mush. It was only possible to shovel them up, which was indeed a bit of a hassle. Not a hassle at all. Zhang Zhendong coughed lightly and quickly instructed Zhang Dong and the others to clean up the scene. Afterward, they returned to the hall, and Zhang Zhendong took out a bank card and handed it to Li Mu. Li Mu, this is all the assets of the Zhang family. You must leave Jiangdong province with Yao Yao immediately. Go as far away as possible. Zhang Zhendong said seriously. Huh, Uncle Zhang. What do you mean by that? Li Mu asked. Li Mu, Lin Tao is the rising star of the Lin family. You killed him, and the Lin family will definitely not let it go. And the Yunlan sect is no weaker than the Lin family. There's also the even more inscrutable Yiping Tiantang. You may feel good about killing today, but the consequences are severe. Take Yao Yao and leave. I'll handle things here. Zhang Zhendong insisted. Exactly. You also killed Tang Xiaobai. The Tang family's revenge will come quickly. If you don't leave, the consequences will be dire. Song Lei also urged. Look at what you're saying. I was the one who killed him. Let them come find me. Besides, I didn't come to the provincial city just to rescue Senior Sister San. I have more important matters to attend to. Li Mu declared. You still have things to do? Of course. Li Mu nodded. The most important thing for him in the provincial capital was to find the Jade Dragon Master and uncover the truth behind the Li family massacre from years ago. As for the Lin family and Yunlan sect, it would be best if they didn't come looking for trouble. If they delayed his investigation, he wouldn't hesitate to eliminate them. As for the Tang family and Yiping Tianxia, he might not have the strength to deal with them in the capital right now. But once he found the rest of his senior sisters and had a thorough exchange of ideas, his Pure Yang Dao Technique would reach new heights. At that point, taking down the Tang family and Yiping Tianxia wouldn't be difficult at all. Chapter 31. No need to open this small kitchen after a brief rest. Li Mu left the Zhang family villa and made his way to the training ground of the Iron Azura, the Yushan Cave. According to Iron Azura, he only had a direct line of contact with Master Yulong, who would always come to the Yushan Cave. Therefore, if he wanted to find Master Yulong, he had to come here for clues. However, upon arriving at the Yushan Cave, he discovered that it was in complete disarray. Previously, Iron Azura had a group of subordinates, all of whom now lay dead. Is someone trying to cut off the leads? Li Mu's brow furrowed. The more they did this, the more it indicated that there was more to the Li family massacre than met the eye. So, Li Mu entered the cave, preparing to investigate thoroughly. To his dismay, he found the cave reduced to ruins, devoid of any presence. He was too late. With a sigh, Li Mu realized that if he couldn't find Master Yulong here, the trail regarding the Li family massacre would go cold. Just as he was about to leave the Yushan Cave, he suddenly sensed a peculiar aura emanating from the ruins. Li Mu quickly approached and began to clear away the debris, revealing what appeared to be an ordinary herb trapped beneath the rubble. It seemed to have been buried for several days, but showed no signs of wilting. This is the Jinchi grass. Li Mu was taken aback. He hadn't expected to find such a precious herb in Iron Azura's cave. This herb is a main ingredient for refining the recovery pill, which can directly enhance the true essence of those in the true essence realm. Therefore, in the eyes of major sects, this is a rare treasure. However, this herb looks unremarkable, and most alchemists wouldn't recognize it. Of course, aside from being used to make the recovery pill, the jinchi grass has another crucial function. It preserves the aura of true essence. This means that if someone unleashes their true essence nearby, the grass can retain that aura. It is precisely because of this characteristic that the recovery pill can directly enhance the true essence of those in the true essence realm. I wonder if the one who acted was truly in the true essence realm. Li Mu murmured to himself before plucking the jinchi grass. If it was just someone from the chi control realm or lower, this grass wouldn't leave any traces behind. As soon as he harvested the jinchi grass, Li Mu immediately sensed the powerful aura of true essence. How formidable! His eyes lit up because each true essence realm expert has a unique essence. Whether in color or aura, each is distinctive. As long as the person unleashes their true essence again, he would be able to track them down. Heh. You must not have anticipated that there would be a jinchi grass here. Li Mu chuckled coldly, then left the Yushan cave with the jinchi grass in hand. Meanwhile, in a nearby tavern, a middle-aged man was embracing a beautiful woman, drinking fine wine while toying with her. Ding ding ding. The middle-aged man's phone rang, and with a hint of annoyance, he answered the call. Have you taken care of the task I assigned you? A serious voice came from the other end of the phone. Don't worry, I've leveled Iron Azura's lair to the ground. Even if that kid shows up, he won't find any clues. The middle-aged man replied with a chuckle. This Li Mu is not an ordinary person. We must proceed with caution. You need to return to Kyoto as soon as possible to avoid any complications. Relax, there won't be any issues. I'll be back in a couple of days. The middle-aged man impatiently hung up the phone. As long as Li Mu couldn't find Master Yulong, everything would be fine. Big brother, who is this Li Mu? The beautiful woman in the middle-aged man's arms asked with a smile while wrapping her arms around his neck. However, the man's expression instantly darkened, and he grabbed the woman's neck. You. The woman tried to say something, but no words came out. Crack. With a crisp sound, her neck snapped instantly. What a disappointment. The middle-aged man spat on the woman's corpse, took a swig from his wine flask, and then jumped out of the tavern. In the following days, Li Mu wandered around the provincial city, hoping to find the true essence realm expert. However, after several days of searching, he found not a single clue. It made sense, though. With millions of people in the provincial city, there were only a handful of true essence realm practitioners. Moreover, unless they revealed their true essence, he wouldn't be able to recognize them. Continuing like this was akin to looking for a needle in a haystack. Besides, that person might have already left Jiangdong province, which could mean this lead was completely severed. Or, Li Mu suddenly had an idea as he walked. Didn't he have the mind-soothing grass? As long as he refined it into a vitality restoration pill and used it as bait, he was sure that the true essence realm practitioners in Jiangdong province would show up. After all, the temptation of a vitality restoration pill was irresistible for a true essence realm expert. So, Li Mu sought out Zhang Mingyao to ask where he could buy an alchemy furnace. Although he had practiced alchemy in the celestial domain before, he couldn't exactly bring his furnace with him, could he? Therefore, to refine the vitality restoration pill, he first needed to buy an alchemy furnace and then gather all the necessary auxiliary materials. Since he wasn't familiar with the provincial city, he had to turn to Zhang Mingyao for help. What? You want to refine pills? Zhang Mingyao looked at Li Mu in surprise. Pills and simple medicinal tablets were not the same. For example, the heart protection pill Li Mu had given her could be made with an ordinary pot. But pills required specific alchemy furnaces and had special temperature requirements. In her memory, only her senior sister among their 7 disciples could refine pills. Could it be that Li Mu also knew how to refine pills? What's wrong? Is there a problem? Li Mu asked. Junior brother, did the master give you special training after we left? Zhang Mingyao looked at Li Mu with a puzzled expression. After all, when she left the celestial domain, Li Mu's strength was still inferior to hers, and his medical skills were only mediocre. Now, not only had Li Mu surpassed her in strength, but his medical skills were also exceptional. Not only has she freed herself from years of bitterness, but now she can also refine elixirs. Besides the special treatment, she really couldn't figure out how Li Mu could improve so quickly. Ahem, my master did give me some extra attention. How about I give you some special training too? Li Mu chuckled, his gaze wandering over Zhang Mingyao, and his hands becoming a bit more mischievous. Seeing the look in Li Mu's eyes, Zhang Mingyao couldn't help but shiver. The memories of that tumultuous day made her legs tremble. Perhaps it was better not to have any special training. As for Li Mu's claim that his master was giving him extra attention, she couldn't believe it. Her master had always been virtuous and reserved, so how could she possibly give Li Mu that kind of special treatment? Chapter 32. Possessing Extraordinary Strength? Junior brother. The Starry Pavilion is one of the top 3 trading associations in the Dragon Kingdom. They sell all kinds of resources and hold various auctions. Almost anything you can think of is available here. So, when it comes to buying an alchemy furnace, this is the best choice. Zhang Mingyao explained as she led Li Mu to a large building. Oh, they have almost everything? Li Mu was taken aback. It seemed the Starry Pavilion truly had some impressive capabilities. Once he managed to refine a replenishing pill, he could bring it here for auction. By then, the true essence practitioners from Jiangdong province would surely come running, and as long as that person was still around, he would find a way to track them down. All right, let's go. After Zhang Mingyao finished speaking, she took Li Mu inside the building. Miss Zhang, what brings you to our Starry Pavilion? As soon as they stepped in, a middle-aged man greeted them with a smile. After all, Zhang Mingyao was quite a prominent figure in Jiangdong province. Ahem, I'm just showing my junior brother around. Zhang Mingyao replied with a smile. Junior brother? The middle-aged man looked Li Mu up and down, observing the friendly banter between them, clearly indicating a good relationship. By the way, let's get straight to the point. Does your Starry Pavilion have any alchemy furnaces? Zhang Mingyao asked. What? An alchemy furnace? The middle-aged man appeared a bit confused, as alchemy furnaces were quite rare. Generally speaking, in such a large area as Jiangdong province, there might not even be a handful of people capable of refining alchemy, and even those who might not have their own furnaces. Hence, the number of alchemists in Jiangdong province was indeed very limited. You don't have any? Zhang Mingyao inquired. May I ask, Miss Zhang, have you found an alchemist? The middle-aged man quickly asked in a hushed tone. That's not really related to the alchemy furnace, is it? Zhang Mingyao chuckled, not giving a direct answer. No worries. No worries. It's just that if Ms. Zhang knows any alchemists, it would be great if you could introduce them to our Starry Pavilion. With the vast resources of the Starry Pavilion, you still can't find an alchemist? Zhang Mingyao expressed her confusion. It seemed that alchemists were indeed rare in Jiangdong province. But as one of the top 3 trading associations in the Dragon Kingdom, wouldn't they know a few? Ahem, to be honest with Ms. Zhang, the alchemists we have here are unable to refine this particular type of pill, the middle-aged man explained. You have so many high-level alchemists, yet they can't manage it? Sigh, if it were a high-level pill, that would be simpler. But this particular pill is not high-level. It's just that the refining process is quite challenging. Many high-level alchemists have attempted it, but all have failed. Our pavilion master has stated that if any alchemist can successfully refine this type of pill, the Starry Pavilion will certainly reward them handsomely. The middle-aged man said. Li Mu didn't take this matter to heart. He was solely focused on finding that person. As for the Starry Pavilion's generous reward, he wasn't interested. Seeing that Zhang Mingyao was not intrigued, the middle-aged man decided not to elaborate further. After all, if even the numerous alchemists at the Starry Pavilion couldn't succeed, it was highly likely that the alchemist Zhang Mingyao knew wouldn't be able to either. The middle-aged man then led Zhang Mingyao and Li Mu to the basement, where the alchemy furnaces were stored, as they were rarely purchased. Soon, they arrived in a room where a furnace over 1 meter tall and half a meter wide appeared before Li Mu. He knocked on the furnace and found that its quality was significantly inferior to the one he had in the heavenly realm. However, since the heavenly realm was too far away, he had to make do with this one. Miss Zhang, this alchemy furnace is of average quality, so I'll give you a fair price. How about 10 billion? The middle-aged man said. 10 billion? A fair price? Li Mu was speechless. In Yang City, 10 billion could buy you a large family. And now he could only buy a single furnace? Cough cough, junior brother. 10 billion for an alchemy furnace is indeed not high, Zhang Mingyao said with an awkward smile. After all, alchemy furnaces have low liquidity and are rarely bought. With limited quantities, the costs can't be spread out, so the prices are naturally high. All right then, let us go ahead and swipe the card. Li Mu decided not to dwell on it any longer. It was more important to take the furnace back to refine some essence-replenishing pills. He pulled out the black gold card that his 7th senior sister had given him. Upon seeing the black gold card, the middle-aged man couldn't help but shudder. If you use this card, we can offer a 10% discount, he said, taking the black gold card and chuckling. Li Mu was a bit speechless. Just because he pulled out the black gold card, he instantly got 1 billion off? It seemed his 7th senior sister had quite the influence. A moment later, the middle-aged man returned with the black gold card, bowing respectfully as he handed it back to Li Mu. Sir, this alchemy furnace is quite large. Would you like me to arrange for someone to deliver it to you? He asked. Sure, Li Mu nodded. Carrying such a large item down the street would indeed be quite conspicuous. If only I had a storage ring. Zhang Mingyao sighed. Cough cough. We actually have a storage ring here, but it requires someone at the transcendent level to use it, the middle-aged man said. That's true. Only someone truly extraordinary at the transcendent level can open a storage ring. Zhang Mingyao sighed again. A storage ring? Is that the kind of thing that lets you store items and carry them with you? Li Mu's eyes lit up. He had seen his master use one in the heavenly realm. So, that meant his master was at least a transcendent level expert? If that was the case, then he could buy as many items as he wanted and store them in the ring to carry around. That would be incredibly convenient. Yes, it's convenient, but the threshold for using it is too high. Zhang Mingyao shook her head. Are they for sale? Li Mu asked. Sir. Storage rings can indeed be purchased, but the middle-aged man gave an awkward smile. Although he didn't know Li Mu's exact level of cultivation, all the transcendent level experts he knew were at least 60 years old, and Li Mu was only around 25 or 26. Reaching the martial master level was already impressive. As for the transcendent level, that was simply unthinkable. Let's give it a try, Li Mu said. He practiced the Pure Yang Dao Technique, so his cultivation level was different from that of ordinary martial artists. He didn't even know what realm he was in, so he wanted to give it a try. If it didn't work, then that would be another story. All right. The middle-aged man sighed with resignation. After all, who could blame him for being cautious with someone like Li Mu, who possessed a black gold card from the Shengtian Bank? There were only 100 of those cards in the entire country, and he couldn't afford to offend someone like that. Thus, the middle-aged man immediately took Li Mu and Zhang Mingyao to another secret chamber, where a brocade box was kept. He brought the box over, and inside was a ring. Junior brother, maybe it's better not to try? Zhang Mingyao advised Li Mu, concerned that it might not open and lead to an awkward situation. I'll give it a shot. Li Mu also felt uncertain, but he picked up the ring, and a stream of true essence immediately shot out, attaching itself to the storage ring. Sir, if it doesn't work, the middle-aged man muttered, preparing to dissuade Li Mu. But the next second, after a wave of spatial energy, the storage ring suddenly emitted a bright light. At that moment, both Zhang Mingyao and the middle-aged man were stunned. How could this young man already possess extraordinary strength at such a young age? Chapter 33. Alchemy. Is this really a storage ring? Li Mu gazed through the bright light, his eyes widening as he looked at the world within the ring. This storage ring, which appeared no different from an ordinary ring, contained a space nearly as large as an entire villa. This is what they call calm on the outside, a universe within. With this thing, he could carry as many items as he wanted without feeling cramped. The key point was that the items inside had no weight at all. This was the magic of the storage ring. If he put that alchemy furnace from earlier inside, it would only occupy a tiny corner. No wonder his master's wife could always magically pull out a large number of items from her storage ring. After inspecting the space inside the storage ring, Li Mu returned to his senses and looked at Zhang Mingyao and the middle-aged man. What's wrong? Li Mu felt a bit awkward as their gazes were filled with confusion and shock. After a moment, Zhang Mingyao came to her senses and quietly asked, Junior brother, just tell me the truth. Has your strength already reached the extraordinary realm? Extraordinary? I don't really know. Li Mu shook his head. After all, he practiced the Pure Yang Dao Technique, and his strength was measured by levels. Meanwhile, martial artists were assessed by their cultivation realms. So, he wasn't sure what realm his strength was in. However, being able to open the storage ring surely indicated that his strength was not low. Zhang Mingyao was speechless. Did he really have to be so mysterious? Did he even have to hide it from her? Li Mu then turned to the middle-aged man and asked, how much is this storage ring? Cough. To be honest, sir, this storage ring has been in our branch for many years, and no one has ever been able to open it, so I'm not sure about its price. Let me check with the headquarters. The middle-aged man quickly snapped out of his shock and called the headquarters to inquire. This item was quite rare, but he didn't dare to ask for an exorbitant price. Otherwise, the reputation of the Star Pavilion would be tarnished. Li Mu wasn't in a hurry and waited with Zhang Mingyao. Third sister, aside from the master's wife, do any of the other senior sisters have storage rings? Li Mu asked. The second senior sister has one. I've seen her use it. Zhang Mingyao replied. The second senior sister has a storage ring? Li Mu was taken aback. That meant the second senior sister was at least a powerful figure in the extraordinary realm. It seemed that his senior sisters all had their unique strengths. Once he resolved the troubles with Master Yulong, he would have to seek out these sisters. While he was pondering, the middle-aged man returned after consulting with the headquarters and approached Li Mu. Sir, I have consulted the headquarters. Their decision is to gift you this storage ring. As a gesture of friendship, the middle-aged man said. What? A gesture of friendship? With a storage ring? Zhang Mingyao was shocked. She had some knowledge of the Star Pavilion. Not to mention the headquarters. Even the branches in any province had high standards. Yet, the headquarters actually decided to give Li Mu a storage ring? How much did the Star Pavilion headquarters value Li Mu? Just because he was 25 and could open a storage ring? Oh, a gesture of friendship? Aren't you afraid of losing everything? Li Mu was indeed intrigued. It seemed that the Starry Pavilion was quite interesting. You jest, sir. A storage ring is something we at the Starry Pavilion can certainly handle. The middle-aged man replied with a smile. In that case, I'll accept this storage ring. I'll repay this favor another day, Li Mu said, not wanting to be overly formal. With the storage ring, things would be much more convenient. He could keep the alchemy furnace on him at all times and find a place to refine pills. As for the favor from the Starry Pavilion, weren't they looking for an alchemist to concoct a special pill? Once he sorted out matters with the Jade Dragon Master, he could repay that favor. Of course. Of course. The middle-aged man smiled slightly and then fetched the alchemy furnace for Li Mu. Li Mu opened the storage ring, and a bright light shot out as the alchemy furnace flew into the ring. By the way, I have a list of medicinal materials here. The Starry Pavilion should have them all, right? Li Mu asked as he pulled out the list. Absolutely. The Starry Pavilion has the most comprehensive resources, so we definitely won't be lacking in those materials. I'll go get them right away. The middle-aged man didn't hesitate and immediately went to gather the materials. After Li Mu left with the medicinal materials, a young boy curiously asked, Boss, that SA storage ring, did the headquarters really just give it to him like that? I remember the last time a powerful figure came asking for one. The headquarters wouldn't sell it. What do you know? He is only in his 20s and can already open a storage ring. He must at least possess extraordinary strength. Just think, if he had 10 years. How terrifying would his power be? The middle-aged man replied. Does he really have extraordinary strength? The boy was somewhat skeptical, as Li Mu looked to be in his mid-20s. Even if he were a prodigy, it was hard to believe he could reach extraordinary strength. This is the headquarters' decision. Just wait and see. The middle-aged man sighed. Meanwhile, Li Mu returned to the Zhang family's villa with the alchemy furnace and prepared to refine pills. Senior sister, aren't you going to rest? Li Mu asked, noticing Zhang Mingyao watching him curiously. Rest? I want to watch you refine pills. Zhang Mingyao shook her head. Back in the heavenly domain, only the master and the senior sister would refine pills, and they never allowed her to observe. The more they kept her away, the more curious she became. She wanted to see how the pill refining process worked. All right then. Seeing the stubborn look in Zhang Mingyao's eyes, Li Mu could only shake his head helplessly and started taking out the medicinal materials. He methodically cleaned and arranged the materials, then released a large amount of true essence, transforming it into raging flames to begin heating the alchemy furnace. Zhang Mingyao's eyes widened in amazement. Each step required meticulous attention. A slight mistake could lead to failure. She couldn't understand how Li Mu, a man, could focus on such delicate work. By the way, I heard from the master that when refining pills, it's crucial not to let your mindset be affected, as it can cause the flames to become unstable, leading to failure, right? Zhang Mingyao asked. Is that why the master and the senior sister don't let you watch them refine pills? Li Mu asked as he controlled the flames. It should be like this. But why aren't you afraid of being influenced by me? Zhang Mingyao was quite puzzled. Logically speaking, with her master's strong abilities, she shouldn't be worried about such things. Yet, while her master was concerned about being influenced, Li Mu seemed completely unfazed and even had time to chat with her. Because you're my third senior sister, and you're so beautiful, it only boosts my alchemy efficiency. Li Mu chuckled, and Zhang Mingyao's face instantly turned red. After a moment, Zhang Mingyao stood up, shot a glare at Li Mu, and said, Junior brother, where did you learn to be so slick with your words? Third senior sister, this isn't being slick, it's the truth. Li Mu replied with a smile. I'm not talking to you anymore. Zhang Mingyao's face was flushed, and she left in a huff. However, as she walked away, there was a hint of delight in her eyes. Junior brother. You're still the same old junior brother. Chapter 34. Bombshell. Li Mu's words were half true and half false. Zhang Mingyao truly looked like a celestial being, and it was indeed a pleasure to behold her. However, the reason he dared to let Zhang Mingyao watch him refine pills and even chat with her was that after practicing the Pure Yang Dao Sutra, his ability to multitask had greatly improved. Multitasking, in this context, meant being able to perform two tasks simultaneously without interference. As for his master's wife, although she was powerful, her mental capacity could not manage multitasking, which was why she couldn't allow Zhang Mingyao to watch the pill refining process. Any unexpected event could lead to a failure in the refinement. Li Mu, on the other hand, was unafraid. He could even chat with Zhang Mingyao throughout the entire process without hindering his pill refining. This was the terrifying aspect of the Pure Yang Dao Sutra. Sigh. I guess I'll just focus on refining pills. Li Mu chuckled helplessly, having initially hoped to have a nice chat with Zhang Mingyao. But since she had left, he decided not to dwell on it any longer. As Li Mu continuously tossed medicinal materials into the pill furnace, they began to release their medicinal properties under the high temperatures. He then channeled his true essence to condense those properties. The entire process was extremely complex, as each type of medicinal material had different properties, and the order of their combination could not afford the slightest mistake. Even Li Mu dared not be careless. After a grueling day and night of refining, Li Mu finally succeeded in producing a batch of recovery pills. It's been a while since I practiced. I'm a bit slow. Looking at the few recovery pills in his hand, Li Mu couldn't help but sigh. Back in the heavenly domain, it only took him half a day to refine such pills. This time, however, after being away for so long, it took him a whole month. Although it took some time to familiarize himself with the pill furnace again, he realized that he needed to practice his pill refining skills much more. So this is the coveted recovery pill that every true essence realm practitioner dreams of? Zhang Zhendong swallowed hard as he looked at the pills in Li Mu's hand. He was only at the chi refining realm, and there was still a long way to go before reaching the true essence realm. But he understood just how enticing the recovery pill was for someone in the true essence realm. If news of Li Mu's pills got out, the true essence practitioners throughout the Jiangdong province would probably fight tooth and nail for them. Uncle Zhang, I'll give you one. Strive to break through to the true essence realm soon, Li Mu said with a grin, tossing one of the pills directly to Zhang Zhendong. What? You're giving me one? Zhang Zhendong trembled all over. This thing could be considered priceless, yet Li Mu just offered it without hesitation. Huh, you don't want it? Of course I want it. Zhang Zhendong quickly tucked it away. He might not need it now, but he would definitely need it in the future. Junior brother, your strength has already surpassed the true essence realm, right? Why are you refining this? Zhang Mingyao asked, somewhat puzzled. Of course it has its uses. Li Mu chuckled, then headed straight to the Star Pavilion. Huh, young brother, are you here to return the pill furnace? The middle-aged man frowned upon seeing Li Mu again. It's not about returning the pill furnace. I need your help with something. Li Mu replied. Oh, you need my help with something? Feel free to ask. The middle-aged man immediately laughed. After all, Li Mu was someone who could open storage rings, and his cultivation level was very likely at the transcendent stage. People like him were worth currying favor with. I have 2 recovery pills that I'd like to auction at the Starry Pavilion, Li Mu said. Huh, recovery pills? The middle-aged man was taken aback for a moment, then exclaimed, you mean the kind that can directly enhance one's true essence realm strength? Exactly, they are recovery pills. I need to auction them off, and I want everyone in Jiangdong province to know about it. Li Mu replied. Cough, don't auction them off. How much do you want? I'll pay you. The middle-aged man was instantly excited. Although he wasn't in the true essence realm himself, he had elders who were. If he could get a recovery pill, he wouldn't mind spending any amount. After all, one recovery pill could earn him a favor from a true essence realm expert. It was worth it. If you want one, I can give you one for free, but we must hold an auction. And the bigger the event, the better, Li Mu said. Then, Li Mu directly tossed a recovery pill to the middle-aged man, leaving him dumbfounded. This is a recovery pill, and you just gave it to me? The middle-aged man looked at Li Mu in disbelief. This thing could sell for hundreds of millions. And Li Mu just gave it away? If you don't want it, that's fine, Li Mu said. Want it? How could I not want it? The middle-aged man quickly hid the recovery pill. This item was invaluable. By the way, do you have any price requirements? The middle-aged man asked. No requirements. As long as the auction happens. But it needs to be a grand affair. Li Mu replied. If it needs to be grand, it might take a couple of days to prepare, as creating hype takes time. That is fine, I can wait. Li Mu wasn't in a hurry. Once the news about the recovery pills spread, he didn't believe that the true essence realm experts in Jiangdong province could resist the temptation. As long as those experts showed up, he would be able to find clues about Jade Dragon Master. Thus, the Starry Pavilion released the news that a recovery pill auction would take place in 3 days. This news was like a bombshell, causing a stir throughout Jiangdong province. The enforcement team, huh? Am I really this lucky? I just arrived in Jiangdong province as the new captain, and I'm already encountering an auction for recovery pills? A middle-aged man leaned back with his legs crossed and couldn't help but smile. Last time, Captain Lin Tao left the enforcement team to hunt down Li Mu, so he was dispatched from the capital to fill in. Initially, he was a bit displeased, as moving from the bustling capital to the remote Jiangdong province was quite a drop. However, after hearing the news about the recovery pills, he felt much better. As long as he could get a recovery pill, his cultivation could potentially break through from the early to the mid-true essence realm. This trip would be worth it. Lu Wei, don't forget the real reason you came to Jiangdong province, Elder Wang said, looking at the middle-aged man with annoyance. Don't worry, Elder Wang. With me and the enforcement team, there won't be any chaos. Lu Wei chuckled to himself. After all, the law enforcement team in Jiangdong province used to be under the Lin family's control, and behind the Lin family was the Xianyuan family. Now that he had taken over as captain, the Xianyuan family would undoubtedly try to undermine him. However, Lu Hui was no pushover. The Yunlan sect? They're auctioning off the recovery pill? That's a good item. It looks like I need to go there in person. The sect leader, Yun Kong, said. Leader, you're already at the late stage of the true essence realm. If you obtain the recovery pill, you could very well break through to the peak of the true essence realm, and then no one in Jiangdong province would be your match. One of his subordinates immediately chimed in. Humph, once I get my hands on the recovery pill, that kid's days will be numbered. Yin Kong spat angrily. After all, the Yunlan sect was a major sect in Jiangdong province, and Li Mu killing their experts one after another was a blatant disregard for them. If he obtained the recovery pill and broke through to the late stage of the true essence realm, he could crush Li Mu with a single slap. Little did he know, the recovery pill he was so determined to obtain was just something Li Mu casually refined in a day. Chapter 35. Is there something wrong with your head? In just 3 days. News of the auction for the recovery pill at the Star Pavilion spread throughout the upper circles of Jiangdong province. There's actually going to be a recovery pill? It looks like I won't be leaving today. The middle-aged man had originally planned to return to Kyoto, but upon hearing this news, he immediately changed his mind. After all, he was at the late stage of the true essence realm, and if he could obtain a recovery pill, he would have a chance to break through to the peak of the true essence realm. It's important to note that once one reaches the true essence realm, advancing through any minor realm becomes incredibly difficult. Having a recovery pill as support is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Thus, the middle-aged man headed straight to the Star Pavilion, ready to bid on the recovery pill being auctioned today. At this moment, inside the Star Pavilion, Li Mu was seated in a private room, with the auction hall just outside. People were gradually arriving in the auction hall. Li Mu watched each of them through the glass. Little brother, if I'm not mistaken, you're hoping to meet these people through the auction for the recovery pill, right? Qian Feng asked quietly, standing beside Li Mu. After all, even if the recovery pill was auctioned, it would probably only fetch a few billion, right? With Li Mu holding a black gold card from the Tiansheng Bank, a few billion was nothing but a drop in the bucket for him. There was no need for such elaborate measures. Moreover, Li Mu had directly gifted him a recovery pill, which further indicated that both the pill and money were not important to him. Coupled with the fact that Li Mu was observing the auction participants one by one, that's why he dared to make such a judgment. Sort of. Li Mu didn't say it outright, but nodded. Qian Feng continued. The first one to come in is the new captain of the enforcement team, Lu Hui, who is at the mid-stage of the true essence realm. He was transferred from Kyoto and has extensive connections, making him worth befriending. Oh, the new captain? Li Mu was taken aback. It hadn't been long since he killed Lin Tao, and now a new captain had already been appointed. The man behind Lu Hui is named Lin Shui, at the late stage of the true essence realm, and he is the head of the Lin family. Since the previous captain was from the Lin family, Lin Shui is quite unhappy with the transferred Lu Hui. Qian Feng continued. Looks like I'll have to deal with him sooner or later. Li Mu smiled indifferently. After all, he had killed Lin Tao, who was the most promising genius of the Lin family, so Lin Shui would definitely seek to confront him. However, he didn't take it to heart. If Lin Shui truly wanted to seek his own demise, he wouldn't hesitate to eliminate the Lin family. As for the Lin family's connections with the 10 major families of the enforcement team, he didn't care about that either. The next person is Yun Kong, at the late stage of the true essence realm, and the sect master of Yunlan's sect. Qian Feng pointed to the person who had just walked in. Oh, the sect master of Yunlan's sect? It seems they are all very interested in the recovery pill. Li Mu sneered coldly. After all, he and Yunlan's sect were in a life-and-death struggle. Even if Yun Kong didn't come looking for trouble, he would eventually wipe out Yunlan's sect. Otherwise, it would leave hidden dangers for Li Qianqian, Ji Xiaoya, and the others. Of course, anyone at the true essence realm would be interested in the recovery pill. Qian Feng said. If it weren't for Li Mu giving him one, he probably would have participated in the auction himself. By the way, the person who just walked in is named Duan Changhe, a mid-stage true essence realm practitioner and a protector of the Ji family, Qian Feng said. The Ji family? Is that the same Ji family that moved from Yang City? Li Mu was a bit surprised. Initially, the Ji family was just a second-rate family in Yang City, relying on their connections with the Li family to thrive. After the Li family massacre, the Ji family fled to the provincial city. He never expected that such a Ji family could find someone in the true essence realm to act as their protector. Yes, it's that Ji family. To be honest, they had some good fortune. Their son turned out to be a genius and was accepted into the Xianyang sect. This Duan Changhe is actually someone the Xianying sect sent to protect the Ji family. Qian Feng explained. Oh, the Ji family has such a lucky encounter? Li Mu was taken aback. However, considering that the Ji family had betrayed him in the past and nearly caused his death, he couldn't just let that slide. Once he dealt with the matter of the Jade Dragon real person, the Ji family's issues would naturally be on his agenda. This guy named Zhao Yuhui is a late-stage true essence realm practitioner and a member of the Zhao family from the provincial city. He has no background and has completely relied on his own efforts to cultivate. However, because he lacks a background and tends to be rigid in his ways, he has offended people upon entering the scene. So even though his strength is greater than Lin Shui's in Jiangdong province, the Zhao family is still suppressed by the Lin family. Qian Feng introduced. Li Mu was somewhat surprised. Achieving late-stage true essence realm at the age of 40 or 50 without any background is indeed impressive. Afterward, Qian Feng introduced a few more people to Li Mu, all notable figures in Jiangdong province. Of course, there were also some practitioners in the qi manipulation realm. Although they didn't need the recovery pills right now, once they broke through to the true essence realm, they could directly enhance their true essence. Who would refuse such a thing? Haha, I'm definitely going to join in on the fun at the recovery pill auction. Just then, a middle-aged man walked into the auction room. I haven't seen this person before. He shouldn't be from Jiangdong province. Qian Feng paused for a moment, but then thought about it. 3 days was enough time for news to spread to other provinces. So it wouldn't be surprising for a true essence realm expert from another province to come over for the recovery pill auction. Li Mu also glanced at the middle-aged man, who turned out to be a peak true essence realm expert. It seemed this guy was looking to use the recovery pills to directly break through to a higher realm. Little brother, I'm going to host the auction now. Take your time to digest this information about these people. You can choose to make connections with them. Qian Feng chuckled and then left the private room. Make connections? Li Mu smiled lightly. Did Qian Feng really think he was trying to befriend these true essence realm practitioners for the auction? He was merely looking to find out who had destroyed the Yushan cave. So he didn't care about the auction process at all. Even as everyone else fought fiercely over the recovery pill, he showed no reaction. In the end, the price of the recovery pill was driven up to 2 billion, which shocked Li Mu. After all, he had refined a total of 10 recovery pills from one batch. If he were to auction them all, that would amount to 20 billion. With that much money, he could easily rank among the top 10 in the provincial city. And his cost was merely a few tens of thousands of dollars worth of herbs. No wonder the alchemists are so sought after. 2 billion. If no one bids higher than me, that rejuvenation pill will be mine. The middle-aged man who entered last burst into laughter. Duan Changhe, Lu Hui, and the others furrowed their brows, as they had never seen this guy before, and he was clearly at the peak of the true essence realm, making him someone not to be trifled with. However, just as everyone hesitated, Li Mu suddenly unleashed his true essence and reached out to grab the rejuvenation pill from across the private room. You bastard, trying to snatch my rejuvenation pill? The middle-aged man shouted angrily, immediately activating his true essence. Lu Hui, Duan Changhe, Lin Shui, and the others quickly joined in. Qian Feng was a bit bewildered. Wasn't that Li Mu in the private room? Was he really trying to snatch his own rejuvenation pill? Was Li Mu out of his mind? Chapter 36. Intercepted midway. Seeing everyone unleash their true essence in an attempt to stop him from seizing the recovery pill, Li Mu came to a halt. His intention was to lure them into revealing their true essence. Once they did, he would be able to identify whose true essence had destroyed the Jade Mountain Cave that day. It's you. Li Mu quickly discerned the true essences of the crowd, and, based on the aura released by the essence grass that day, zeroed in on the last middle-aged man to appear. This guy's true essence was the most domineering and matched the aura of the essence grass perfectly. What is going on? The crowd was puzzled to see that one true essence had stopped. Why did this guy suddenly back off from grabbing the recovery pill? Is he afraid of the Starry Pavilion? Sir, what do you mean by this? The middle-aged man glared at the private booth in anger. Nothing much. I just wanted to see if the recovery pill is genuine. Li Mu replied casually with a smile, then fell silent. The middle-aged man was fuming and turned to Qian Feng, asking, is the Starry Pavilion just going to let him act recklessly? Cough cough. Isn't the recovery pill still here? Qian Feng chuckled, then added, if no one else bids higher, this recovery pill will be claimed by this gentleman. Though the middle-aged man was somewhat furious, he chose not to pursue the matter any further. After all, once he obtained the recovery pill, he might be able to advance further and then return to the capital. The others exchanged glances and, seeing no further bids, the recovery pill was ultimately secured by the middle-aged man. This trip was worth it. Absolutely worth it. The middle-aged man laughed boisterously as he left the Starry Pavilion with the recovery pill. Sigh, what a wasted trip. Duan Changhe and the others could only smile wryly before departing as well. Qian Feng then approached the private booth, ready to hand over the 2 billion to Li Mu, only to find that Li Mu had vanished without a trace. How strange. Qian Feng shook his head in resignation. He had thought Li Mu was bringing the recovery pill to auction in hopes of befriending the true essence practitioners from Jiangdong province. But now, with these people arriving, Li Mu had left. What was this all about? With the recovery pill in hand, I can return to the capital and report back, plus earn some rewards. The middle-aged man toyed with the recovery pill in his hand, having already driven out to the suburbs. Suddenly, he saw a figure blocking the road ahead. Seeking death, the middle-aged man roared in anger, pressing the accelerator, intending to run Li Mu over. For someone like him, who thrived on bloodshed, honking the horn to urge someone to move was a sign of disrespect. Facing the speeding car, Li Mu remained unfazed. He simply raised his hand and slapped down, instantly pinning the front of the car to the ground with immense force, causing sparks to fly. A master. The middle-aged man was taken aback. This formidable true essence was undeniably powerful. Without hesitation, the middle-aged man leaped out of the car and locked eyes with Li Mu. "Kid, who are you? Why are you blocking my way?" he barked. "The Jade Mountain Cave, did you destroy it?" Li Mu asked, getting straight to the point. "What?" The middle-aged man was taken aback, believing that his plan was flawless. How did Li Mu find out it was him? Could this guy really calculate everything? Even a master of the extraordinary realm couldn't figure it out. "After I killed Tai Xiu Luo, you destroyed the Yushan cave to cut off the clues. I admit. You acted quickly, but you forgot one thing." Li Mu sneered. "Huh, what did I forget?" The middle-aged man asked. "The replenishing pills in your pocket." "Replenishing pills?" The middle-aged man was taken aback, and after a moment of thought, he exclaimed, "It's the Jinshi grass." There was Jinshi grass in the Yushan cave. And when I destroyed it, it preserved the aura of my true essence. Exactly, it's the Jinshi grass. But even if you have it, how will you find me? The middle-aged man questioned again. Are you stupid? Jinshi grass is the main ingredient for refining replenishing pills. Once the pills are made, can you resist the temptation as someone in the true essence realm? Li Mu replied with a smile. So you were at the auction? The one who acted was you? The middle-aged man's expression darkened. It turned out that everything had been orchestrated by Li Mu. The moment he revealed his true essence, Li Mu could lock onto him through the aura in the Jinshi grass. Then he would intercept him. Good, very good. I thought my plan was flawless. But you managed to find the flaw. You truly are that person's son. However, you came here alone to intercept me? You're looking for death. The middle-aged man glared coldly at Li Mu. He was at the pinnacle of the true essence realm, while Li Mu appeared to be only in his mid-20s. How could he possibly be a match for him? Where is Master Yulong? Is he the mastermind behind this? What is the truth about the Li family massacre back then? Li Mu shouted. Want to know the truth? What a delusion. The middle-aged man sneered, then pointed his finger, and a flying sword soared into the air behind him. Thousand spirits reunited, sword light extinguishes the world. The middle-aged man shouted, and a massive amount of true essence gathered on the flying sword. Immediately afterward, an incredibly powerful sword aura appeared around the sword. Then, that sword aura tore through the sky, heading straight for Li Mu. This technique of yours is a bit weak. Li Mu smiled faintly, and then directly threw a punch. Huh, you dare to resist my technique with your bare hands? What a joke. The middle-aged man scoffed, and the sword aura collided with Li Mu's fist. Boom. At the moment of impact, cracks appeared in the sword aura. Yet Li Mu's fist remained unscathed. Bang. With another sound, the entire sword aura shattered into pieces. How is this possible? The middle-aged man was stunned. He was at the pinnacle of the true essence realm. This attack could probably annihilate an ordinary true essence realm practitioner in an instant. And Li Mu hadn't used any techniques. He just used his fist to directly crush his attack. This guy's physical strength was simply terrifying. Even those in the divine travel realm might not have such strength. You better tell me the truth now, or you'll regret it later. Li Mu strolled forward, his presence pressing down on the man, causing him to retreat repeatedly. Humph, what does it matter if your physical body is strong? Only low-level warriors rely on brute strength. We are true essence realm experts, and what we compete with is true essence. The middle-aged man sneered, then brought his hands together in a prayer position, unleashing a massive amount of true essence from within. The true essence coalesced, forming a gigantic silhouette. Die, the middle-aged man shouted, and the massive figure lunged directly at Li Mu. Hee, I can't even be bothered to use my true essence against you. The corners of Li Mu's mouth lifted slightly. This guy's true essence was indeed formidable, unmatched within the true essence realm. But unfortunately for him, he was up against me, and this level of true essence just wouldn't cut it. Chapter 37. Jiangdong Province is about to change. Arrogance. The middle-aged man scoffed coldly, and then controlled the shadow to strike at Li Mu. Arrogance. Li Mu's lips curled slightly as he pushed off the ground, his body shooting forward like a released arrow in an instant. Umph, this is my full power strike. Do you dare to take it head-on with your body? You're simply asking for death. The middle-aged man wore a contemptuous expression. Even a strong practitioner in the divine realm wouldn't dare to take such a full-force attack with their physical body. How could Li Mu Wasn't he that just courting death? Really? As he spoke, Li Mu had already collided with the massive shadow. At the moment of impact, Li Mu felt an enormous force hit him, as if his fist was about to shatter. However, relying on his formidable physique, he managed to withstand the shockwave. Then, Li Mu exerted force again, and the tremendous impact instantly rebounded back. Crack! The massive shadow emitted a series of crisp sounds, followed by numerous cracks appearing on its surface. Break for me! Li Mu exerted force once more, and the overwhelming impact crushed the shadow into pieces. What? The middle-aged man was on the verge of collapse. His most proud Yuan-Chi attack was actually shattered by Li Mu's fist. You are a body refiner? The middle-aged man looked at Li Mu in astonishment. Oh, a body refiner? You don't know what a body refiner is? It's someone who, after becoming a martial artist, simply focuses on strengthening their physical body instead of condensing their blood essence into Yuan-Chi, ultimately achieving a holy physique. However, this path is extremely perilous and challenging. The middle-aged man explained. Oh, a body refiner can also achieve a holy physique? Li Mu was taken aback. After all, most martial artists transcend to the holy realm after surpassing the extraordinary realm. If body refiners can also achieve a holy physique, it seems that these two paths ultimately lead to the same destination. His Pure Yang Dao scripture not only cultivates Yuan-Chi, but also refines the body. So, could it be that the Pure Yang Dao scripture is walking both paths? However, this is something he could only clarify after returning to ask his master. You don't know these things? Then how could you be a body refiner? The middle-aged man rebuked angrily. Who told you I'm a body refiner? Li Mu rolled his eyes, then waved his hand, causing a strand of Yuan-Chi to appear at his fingertips. What? The middle-aged man was even more bewildered. Li Mu's physical body was this strong, yet his Yuan-Chi was equally powerful? Where did this guy get so much energy? Especially his physique, which would require constant and relentless honing to possibly walk the path of achieving a holy body. All right, I'll give you one last chance. Tell me the truth, or I'll make your life worse than death. Li Mu took out a few silver needles. Tell you the truth? Dream on. The middle-aged man sneered and then leaped into the air, a strand of Yuan-Chi immediately appearing beneath his feet. Trying to escape? Li Mu smiled coldly. While practitioners in the Yuan-Chi realm can fly, trying to slip away right under his nose. What a joke. With that, Li Mu flicked his middle finger, and a strand of Yuan-Chi shot out. Boom. The Yuan-Chi beneath the middle-aged man's feet instantly collapsed, causing him to fall directly to the ground. Right after that, Li Mu shot out a silver needle, piercing directly into the middle-aged man's temple. In an instant, the man felt as if he was being devoured by 1,000 ants, and his entire body began to tremble. What have you done? The middle-aged man stammered, his anger directed at Li Mu. Don't worry, this is just the most basic level of pain. Soon, I'll make you suffer even more. Li Mu chuckled menacingly as he took out several more silver needles. The middle-aged man was on the verge of breaking down. One silver needle had already made him wish for death. If more were to come, he truly wouldn't be able to withstand it. Stop. I'll talk. He quickly pleaded. If you had said so earlier, you wouldn't have had to suffer. Li Mu grinned and withdrew the silver needles. The middle-aged man wiped the sweat from his forehead and began to speak. I was ordered to destroy the Jade Mountain Cave because it's the only channel through which orders are given to the Iron Azura. Ordered? By whom? And who is the Jade Dragon Master? Where is he? Li Mu inquired. In the capital, the Xianyuan family. As for the Jade Dragon Master, there is no such person in the world. It's just a code name used to issue orders to the Iron Azura. Sometimes I give the orders, and sometimes it's someone else, the middle-aged man explained. So the Jade Dragon Master is a code name? The Iron Azura wouldn't he know? Li Mu frowned. The Iron Azura was a disciple of the Jade Dragon Master. Wouldn't he be able to tell that different people came each time? He's just a mere Qi dynamic realm practitioner. He wouldn't dare lift his head in front of us. How could he distinguish anything? The middle-aged man sneered. Are you all from the Xianyuan family? Li Mu asked again. No, we're not all from the Xianyuan family. I merely follow their orders. So you mean this Jade Dragon Master is a code name for issuing orders to the Iron Azura, and behind this code name is the Xianyuan family. But not just them. Li Mu's brow knitted tightly. The Xianyuan family was one of the top 10 families in the Dragon Kingdom and a core force in forming the enforcement team. Such a family was already a headache. And now there might be other forces behind it? Yes, as far as I know, there are at least 3 more. And these 3 forces are probably no weaker than the Xianyuan family. Then why is that? Our Li family is just a family in Yang City. In the eyes of the Xianyuan family, we're probably even less than ants. How could we provoke such a colossal force to take action? Not just one, but several? Li Mu was very puzzled. We are just following orders as well, but all of this is related to luck. I don't know the specifics, after all. I'm just a messenger, the middle-aged man said. Just a messenger? Li Mu felt a headache coming on. A peak true element realm practitioner was merely a messenger. Just how powerful is the Xianyuan family? And what secrets are hidden behind this? He felt like the deeper he dug, the more terrifying it became. However, the truth behind the Li family massacre had yet to be uncovered, and with his parents still missing, he had to continue his investigation. All right, I've told you everything I know. Can you let me go now? The middle-aged man asked. Let you go? How naive. Li Mu replied, feeling speechless. As one of the masterminds behind the scenes, there was no way he would let this guy off the hook. How could he face the many members of the Li family who had lost their lives otherwise? Kid, you can't go back on your word. Go back on my word. I never said I would let you go. I only wanted to spare you some suffering. Li Mu sneered and then, with a single slap, turned the middle-aged man into a puddle of gore. Afterward, Li Mu hurried back to the provincial city. Not long after he left, Lin Shui and his team arrived at the scene. When they saw the puddle of flesh on the ground, they were all struck silent. A peak expert at the true essence realm had been reduced to mush. In Jiangdong province, it seemed like a storm was brewing. Chapter 38. The Ji family is asking for trouble. Hey, little brother. I thought you weren't coming back. Qian Feng said, visibly relieved upon seeing Li Mu return. It's nothing much, just dealt with a small issue, Li Mu replied with a casual smile, not feeling the need to elaborate. By the way, here's the 2 billion from the auction. Xingqian Pavilion hasn't charged any fees, Qian Feng said, handing over a bank card. Thank you, Li Mu said. You should be thanking us. After all, this auction has significantly boosted Xingqian Pavilion's reputation. Qian Feng chuckled. By the way, how much do you know about the Xianyuan family? Li Mu suddenly asked. After all, that middle-aged man was following the Xianyuan family's orders, and there were leads related to other major families. But he knew he had to start with the Xianyuan family to uncover the truth. The Xianyuan family? Why do you ask? Qian Feng looked at Li Mu with a hint of caution. It's nothing, just a casual question. If you don't know, then forget it, Li Mu replied calmly. Not in a hurry. He figured he would learn more about the Xianyuan family when he eventually went to Kyoto. After hesitating for a moment, Qian Feng decided to share what he knew with Li Mu. After all, he had taken Li Mu's recovery pills and couldn't be ungrateful. Little brother, no matter what you plan to do, I have to remind you to stay away from the Xianyuan family. Qian Feng said seriously. Oh, what do you mean by that? You know the law enforcement team is formed by the top 10 families and top 10 sects of Longhua, but these families and sects are ranked in tiers. The Xianyuan family is among the very top of these 20 forces. That's why the Lin family was able to make Lin Tao the captain of the law enforcement team's Jiangdong branch, just by being on good terms with the Xianyuan family. Qian Feng explained. Oh, the Xianyuan family is that powerful? They're not just powerful, they're extremely protective of their own and will retaliate fiercely. So, regardless of any grievances you have with the Xianyuan family, it's best to keep them to yourself, because they are too strong. Even our Xingqian Pavilion headquarters is reluctant to confront the Xianyuan family. Qian Feng advised. Is that so? Li Mu shrugged, deciding not to press further. And then he got up to leave. Just as Li Mu walked out, Qian Feng received news that the person who had purchased the recovery pill had been turned into mush by someone outside the provincial city. What? Could it be him? Qian Feng was stunned. Aside from Li Mu, it seemed no one else had that kind of power, right? Moreover, Li Mu's actions from buying the alchemy furnace to auctioning the recovery pills were all quite unusual. During the auction, he even attempted to seize the recovery pills. Was it possible that Li Mu had intentionally drawn others out to identify a specific person? Was that the real reason behind his auctioning of the recovery pills? Qian Feng swallowed hard. To find one person, he bought an alchemy furnace, auctioned pills, tested the waters, and then killed someone? What a meticulous mind. Qian Feng muttered to himself. If any of these steps had gone wrong, it would have all fallen apart. Wait, Qian Feng suddenly realized something. From purchasing the alchemical furnace and herbs to auctioning the recovery pills, and even resorting to violence, Li Mu was involved in all of it. But what about the alchemy? Who was the one crafting the pills? Zhang Mingyao? That seemed impossible. She didn't have the ability yet. Could it be that he did it himself? Was he an alchemist? Qian Feng was taken aback by his own deduction. If Li Mu really was an alchemist, could they possibly ask him for the kind of pills they needed at the Starry Sky Pavilion? It seemed he needed to find an opportunity. Qian Feng thought to himself. Regardless of whether Li Mu could actually craft the pills, it was worth a try. What if he could? Meanwhile, Li Mu returned to the Zhang family home only to find that Li Qianqian and Ji Xiaoya were not at home. He didn't pay much attention to it. After all, they had been cooped up in the Zhang family for so many days since arriving in the provincial city that they were probably eager to get out. However, before Li Mu could reach his room, he saw Zhang Mengyao rushing back, a trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth. "Senior sister, what happened? Who hurt you?" Li Mu quickly stepped forward to support Zhang Mengyao, checking her for injuries. Seeing that she didn't have anything serious, he finally relaxed. "Junior brother, something bad has happened." Zhang Mengyao wiped away the blood and began to explain. It turned out that the group had been bored and decided to go shopping at the market. Unexpectedly, Ji Xiaoya ran into someone from the Ji family, who attempted to take her back. Naturally, Li Qianqian wouldn't allow that, and a conflict ensued with the Ji family. Since Li Qianqian, Ji Xiaoya, and Zhou Qingyuan were all ordinary people, they were no match for the Ji family members. As a result, Zhang Mengyao single-handedly blocked everyone from the Ji family. However, later on, a master from the Ji family arrived, and Zhang Mengyao couldn't hold her ground. So she had to escape to find help. "I used poison outside the room before I left, so they probably can't break in for a while. But the Ji family has a true essence realm protector, so it's hard to say. Plus, they jammed the signals around here. Otherwise, I would have informed you earlier," Zhang Mengyao said, gasping for breath. Damn it. Li Mu was furious. He had originally planned to resolve the blood feud with the Li family before going after the Ji family. But now the Ji family had laid hands on Ji Xiaoya. The key point was that they had also injured Zhang Mengyao and surrounded Li Qianqian and the others. If they harmed even a single hair on them, he would make the entire Ji family pay. "Junior brother, maybe we should think this through? The Ji family has a true essence realm protector, and they have a big sect backing them," Zhang Mengyao reminded. "Senior sister, there's no time to think it over. The poison array you set up won't hold for long. If anything happens to them, it'll be too late for regrets." Li Mu didn't have time to ponder. He turned and left. "Junior brother, how about driving? Driving is too slow." Li Mu shook his head. In the past, he used to drive or take a plane because he found it troublesome. But for this short distance, he believed flying would be much quicker. So, Li Mu soared into the air, rushing toward the scene of the incident. Meanwhile, in the room, Ji Xiaoya looked a bit guilty as she glanced at Li Qianqian and Zhou Qingyuan. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault for dragging you all into this," Ji Xiaoya said with guilt. "Xiaoya, what are you talking about? We're sisters. Besides, it's the Ji family that's shameless. They were the ones who kicked you out of the family in the first place. Now that they see you looking beautiful, they want to bring you back to marry into their big family. It's simply inhumane," Li Qianqian exclaimed. "Exactly. They're even worse than the Zhou family," Zhou Qingyuan scoffed. But I've still put you all in danger." "Xiaoya, what are you saying? Senior sister Sin managed to escape, and she'll come to find my brother. He will definitely come to rescue us," Li Qianqian said confidently. Just then, as they were talking, the poisonous mist that Zhang Mengyao had set up outside the room had already dissipated. The Ji family members kicked the door open and surrounded them completely. Chapter 39. Could he be a complete fool? "Xiao Yu, I never expected that after all these years, you've transformed from an ugly duckling into a beautiful swan." The leader, a young man, looked up and down at Ji Xiaoyu. His gaze also swept over Li Qianqian and Zhou Qingyuan, revealing a hint of greed in his eyes. The clan leader's intention was to take Ji Xiaoyu back for a marriage alliance. However, he didn't mention taking any other women back. Li Qianqian and Zhou Qingyuan were both as stunning as Ji Xiaoyu. After playing with them here, wouldn't it be delightful to take them back and keep them? "Ji Tsonghai, you expelled me from the Ji family. What right do you have to take me back?" Ji Xiaoyu immediately rebuked. "Heh, the reason you were expelled from the Ji family was that you let Li Mu go. Now that you've grown up and can contribute to the Ji family, we naturally want to bring you back." Ji Tsonghai chuckled. "Humph, you want me to return for a marriage alliance? To become a tool for the Ji family's profit? I refuse to go back. Hee. You don't have a choice. You should know that your cousin Ji Xiaodian has already joined the Xianin sect. If we use you to marry into a prominent family in the capital, our Ji family can become a perennial tree in Jiangdong province. You should feel honored to make such a contribution to the Ji family." Ji Tsonghai sneered. "Don't you feel ashamed?" Li Qianqian looked at Ji Tsonghai with disdain. "Humph, what do you care? Before long, I'll have you beneath me, and then we'll see who is truly ashamed." Ji Tsonghai gazed greedily at Li Qianqian. "You dare!" Li Qianqian exclaimed in anger, but the three of them were completely helpless. How could they possibly stand against these men? "Take Ji Xiaoyu away. Leave these two for me." Ji Tsonghai sneered, then walked toward Li Qianqian. "Qianqian, run. I'll hold him off." Zhou Qingyuan gritted her teeth, then pulled a knife from her pocket and charged at Ji Tsonghai. Originally, she had intended to use the knife to assassinate Li Mu, but knowing the truth of that year, she had no plans to attack him anymore. She had been waiting for an opportunity to atone for her sins, and now it had finally come. Although she knew she might not be able to save Li Qianqian, she had to act with a clear conscience. "Zhou Qingyuan, what are you doing?" Li Qianqian exclaimed in shock. Zhou Qingyuan was just an ordinary person. Ji Songhai was powerful. Wasn't she just seeking death? Qianqian, our Zhou family has wronged you. Well, go ahead. Zhou Qingyuan smiled slightly, and then rushed in front of Ji Songhai, striking down with her knife. Shut up. Ji Songhai cursed, still daring to use a knife against him? Although he was just at the opening Yuan realm. Dealing with a weak woman like Zhou Qingyuan was a piece of cake. With that, Ji Songhai threw a punch. Crack. The knife in Zhou Qingyuan's hand instantly shattered. And then Ji Songhai's punch landed on her shoulder. Bang. Zhou Qingyuan was immediately sent flying, crashing hard against the ground. Uffed. With a mouthful of blood. Zhou Qingyuan nearly fainted. Zhou Qingyuan. Li Qianqian immediately rushed over to help Zhou Qingyuan up, tears welling up in her eyes. Qingyuan, I'm sorry for the Li family. I'll repay you in the next life. Zhou Qingyuan said weakly. Qingyuan, this is the Zhou family's fault, not yours. Li Qianqian replied, her voice tinged with sorrow. Yet she felt powerless to truly save Zhou Qingyuan. All right, it's time for us to have some fun. Ji Songhai laughed loudly, then reached out for Li Qianqian. Run. Zhou Qingyuan used her last ounce of strength to push Li Qianqian away. Just as Ji Songhai was about to get closer, an overwhelming force suddenly descended from above. Die! With a loud shout, a surge of true energy came crashing down, striking Ji Songhai on the head. Bang! With a deafening sound, Ji Songhai was reduced to a pile of mush, leaving a massive crater in the ground. In the distance, a young man suddenly opened his eyes. He was a master of energy manipulation, and it was his arrival that had allowed him to break the poison formation set by Zhang Mingyao. Now, someone dared to kill right under his nose. What a joke. Li Mu then descended from the sky and landed beside Li Qianqian. Qianqian, are you all right? He asked with genuine concern as he supported her. Brother, don't worry about me. Go check on Zhou Qingyuan. Li Qianqian quickly pointed to Zhou Qingyuan not far away. Seeing that Li Qianqian was fine, Li Mu rushed to Zhou Qingyuan. Li Mu, I've repaid everything I owe to the Li family. Zhou Qingyuan said, her face devoid of color. Don't talk. Li Mu checked Zhou Qingyuan's pulse. It was growing weaker. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be unable to save her. But he was the heir of the Ghost Valley medical sage, with unparalleled medical skills. As long as Zhou Qingyuan still had a breath left, he could save her. He fed Zhou Qingyuan a pill, and then used his true energy to help her heal her internal injuries. Li Mu, don't worry about me, just let me die. Zhou Qingyuan shouted. I've told you before, your life and death are mine to control. I won't let you die, not even if the heavens themselves want to take you. Li Mu said seriously. Why? Zhou Qingyuan cried, her heart wrenching. She had been kept in the dark by her family, playing the villain for so many years. All she wanted today was to save Li Qianqian and find redemption. Then finally be free. But why did Li Mu want to save her? Because you are my woman. Li Mu said firmly. Although Zhou Qingyuan belonged to the Zhou family, they had indeed been intimate more than once. Moreover, she had no knowledge of the events from years ago and had not participated in them. Now, she was undeniably his woman. How could he let her die? Zhou Qingyuan's expression was complicated. Li Mu had destroyed her family. Yet he was her only man. How would she cope with this in the future? All right, rest well. Leave the rest to me. After treating Zhou Qingyuan's injuries, Li Mu stood up. Watching his retreating figure, Zhou Qingyuan felt a dazed look in her eyes. At that moment, she suddenly realized that Li Mu was so handsome. Zhou Qingyuan, what are you even thinking? Zhou Qingyuan let out a bitter laugh. Meanwhile, in the distance, the Ji family was preparing to take Ji Xiaoya away. With a wave of his hand, Li Mu unleashed a surge of true energy that instantly killed everyone around Ji Xiaoya. It was only then that Ji Xiaoya broke free from her restraints and ran behind Li Mu. Brother Li Mu, I'm scared. Ji Xiaoya trembled, thinking that if Li Mu had been even a few minutes later, she would have been captured. Don't be afraid, Xiaoya. As long as I'm here, no one can take you away. Li Mu ruffled Ji Xiaoya's forehead and then turned to face the Ji family. Haha, what a classic hero saving the damsel in distress. But unfortunately, you've picked the wrong person to mess with. The young man coldly glared at Li Mu. Oh, Li Mu was taken aback. He had seen his fair share of reckless individuals. But this guy, knowing full well that Li Mu had used true energy, still dared to act so arrogantly in front of him despite being at the Qi refinement stage. This guy, could he be a complete fool? Chapter 40. Healing or Deep Communication. Oh, did I provoke the wrong person? Do you think just because you're from the Xianin sect, you're something special? Li Mu looked at the young man with interest. Although our Xianin sect isn't part of the law enforcement team, our strength is certainly not inferior to the top 10 sects in Long Country. You killed someone from the Ji family, which means you are opposing our Xianin sect. If you kneel down and admit your mistake now, and hand over the girls, you might just leave with your life intact. The young man stared coldly at Li Mu, seemingly confident that Li Mu wouldn't dare to oppose the Xianyin sect. Ha ha, you're just at the chi manipulation stage. Can't you see that I'm using true essence? Li Mu laughed. He had seen arrogance before, but this was a whole new level. Hee hee. Even if you were at the true essence stage, so what? You'd still be no match for our Xianyin sect. If you dare to touch me, my master will appear immediately, and then you'll be dead for sure. The young man shouted. Your master? Duan Changhe? You know my master? The young man frowned. When Li Mu mentioned his master's name, he didn't seem to take it seriously. Could it be that this guy really isn't afraid of the Xianyin sect? Of course I know him. Li Mu grinned. When he was auctioning the recovery pills, Duan Changhe was among the bidders. For a pill he casually refined, Duan Changhe had fought tooth and nail. So would he be afraid of Duan Changhe? That's a joke. Since you know, why aren't you quickly surrendering? The young man yelled. Enough. I'm too lazy to waste words with you. Come over here. Li Mu replied coldly. With a wave of his hand, a surge of true essence shot out and directly bound the young man. With another gesture, the young man flew right in front of him. You bastard, what? What do you want? The young man exclaimed in shock. Don't worry, I won't kill you. You're going to go back to the Ji family and deliver a message within 3 days. Have your master bring the entire Ji family to apologize on their knees. Otherwise, not only will the Ji family be annihilated, but you and your master will also be doomed. Do you understand? Li Mu shouted. Bastard, you know. The young man was furious, wanting to say more, but Li Mu slapped him hard. Smack. Blood immediately trickled from the corner of the young man's mouth, and Li Mu knocked out 2 of his teeth, leaving half of his face swollen. If you don't deliver the message, I'll just kill you and go to the Ji family myself. Li Mu said casually. I'll go? The young man was genuinely frightened, as the aura emanating from Li Mu was suffocating. He suspected that if he uttered another word of defiance, Li Mu would directly crush him. Get lost. Li Mu tossed the young man out. You, just wait. The young man shouted angrily before running away in defeat. You shouldn't have let him go. He'll tell the Ji family, and the Xianyin sect will find out too. You'll be in danger then. Zhou Qingyuan frowned and said, Oh, are you concerned about me? Li Mu glanced at Zhou Qingyuan. Zhou Qingyuan's face turned red, and then she said seriously, I'm not concerned about you. I'm worried about provoking the Xianyin sect and getting Qianqian and the others into trouble. Qingyuan, I think you should focus on recovering first. Li Qianqian said as she supported Zhou Qingyuan. My body is fine now. Your brother's pills are really effective. Is your body really okay? Then why did my brother just say you're his woman? What's going on? Li Qianqian suddenly asked. You must have misheard. Zhou Qingyuan's face turned beet red instantly. I heard it too. Ji Xiaoya chimed in. After the commotion at the Ji family, the barriers between them had surprisingly disappeared. Seeing the 3 of them with smiles on their faces, Li Mu couldn't help but smile back as he led them back to the Zhang family's villa. Little junior brother, I'm glad you're back. No one got killed, right? Zhang Mingyao asked. Not too many died, Li Mu replied casually. Not too many. Zhang Mingyao was at a loss for words. That meant some people did die, and the enforcement team would definitely get involved. They laid hands on my sister. Do you think I would let them leave alive? I even had that kid go back to inform Duan Changhe that within 3 days, they need to ruin the Ji family and bring the Ji family to apologize, or else they'll all die. Li Mu said. What? Killing people is one thing, but sending someone back to notify them? Zhang Mingyao felt a headache coming on. Li Mu's actions were truly baffling. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Li Mu, the new captain of the enforcement team, is a tough guy. If you go after the Ji family again, he definitely won't let it slide. Zhang Zhendong came over to remind him. These 3 days are just for him. Li Mu chuckled. In reality, a mere Ji family was nothing to him. He could wipe them out effortlessly. Even if Duan Changhe was a strong cultivator at the true essence realm, he wouldn't be able to stop him in the slightest. However, if he did go after the Ji family, the enforcement team would definitely intervene. And the enforcement team's Lu Hui had been parachuted in from the capital. Lu Hui had a conflict with the Lin family, which meant that the family backing Lu Hui had a grudge against the Xianyuan family that supported the Lin family. Although he wasn't afraid of offending the enforcement team, the last group they sent still wanted to be on good terms with him. So he gave Lu Hui 3 days. If Lu Hui handled it well, he wouldn't mind making friends with some people from the enforcement team. If not, he could just wipe them all out. You're giving Lu Hui 3 days? Zhang Zhendong was taken aback. Li Mu was surprisingly sharp. All right, let's just observe how things unfold in these 3 days. Li Mu said with a calm smile, then turned to Zhou Qingyuan. You, what are you doing? Zhou Qingyuan asked warily, looking at Li Mu. What am I doing? You don't think a full-force strike from a cultivator at the opening Yuan realm can be healed so easily, do you? Li Mu replied. Huh. You mean? Come to the room with me. I'll help you heal, Li Mu said as he walked into the room. The others exchanged glances, wondering if Li Mu was genuinely going to heal her or if it was just a pretense. Qing Yuan, go on. Li Qianqian pushed Zhou Qing Yuan into the room. Zhang Zhendong then turned to Zhang Mengyao and said, Yao Yao, don't you know medicine too? Do you think it's true? Her internal injuries are indeed very serious, and only the ability of the junior disciple can help her recover. Zhang Mengyao replied. All right, everyone disperse, Zhang Zhendong said with a faint smile before leaving. Meanwhile, in the room, Zhou Qing Yuan blushed and asked, Are you serious? Of course I am. I still need to treat your injuries. Otherwise, why do you think I called you here? Li Mu said. I. You don't think I called you here too? Li Mu teased Zhou Qing Yuan, and her face turned as red as an apple at a visible speed. I didn't mean that. Oh, you didn't mean that? Then why do you think I'm thinking that? I won't tell you anymore. All right, take off your clothes. I'll treat your injuries first. Chapter 41. Li Mu is quite impressive. I'm so hot. Zhou Qing Yuan, completely bare, felt waves of heat surging within her. Just hold on, this is normal. Li Mu carefully channeled his true energy to heal Zhou Qing Yuan, not daring to slack off for even a moment. All right, okay. Zhou Qing Yuan persevered, but her body was still sweating, making her even more alluring. After a moment, Li Mu stopped the treatment, and Zhou Qing Yuan instantly felt drained, collapsing into Li Mu's embrace. You need to help me up. Zhou Qing Yuan looked at Li Mu with hazy eyes, feeling embarrassed to be lying there exposed. Just stay still. Li Mu was also regulating his own breath. After a short while, the heat within Zhou Qing Yuan began to subside, and a chill surged up inside her. When the cold air met Li Mu's pure yang body, it instantly triggered a wave of energy. What's happening? Zhou Qing Yuan suddenly felt incredibly comfortable and shyly glanced at Li Mu. It seems Iron Azura was right. You really are a special physique, and what? It's nothing, you'll find out soon. After saying this, Li Mu picked Zhou Qing Yuan up and walked towards the bed. What? What are you going to do? Zhou Qing Yuan shivered. She had suffered enough in previous encounters. Li Mu nodded, then tossed her onto the bed. Zhou Qing Yuan was taken aback. Li Mu clearly misunderstood her intentions. However, she was no match for Li Mu and could only submit to his desires. This time, though, she no longer had the same mindset as before. Meanwhile, at the Ji family villa, Duan Changhe was furious, his beard bristling. Did he really say that? Duan Changhe shouted angrily. Master, he really did say that, and he demanded you bring everyone from the Ji family to apologize within 3 days, or he would kill us all. The young man complained tearfully. This is outrageous. That little punk dares to demand that I apologize? Duan Changhe cursed. Senior Duan. This kid's name is Li Mu. He is the last remnant of the Li family. Ji Changming, the head of the Ji family, quickly reminded him. It doesn't matter who he is. He will die? Didn't he say 3 days? I'll just hold my ground. If he dares to come after 3 days, I'll crush him. Duan Changhe shouted angrily. With Senior Duan saying that, I can finally relax. Ji Changming felt relieved. After all, he was genuinely afraid that Duan Changhe would hand him over to Li Mu, given how quickly Li Mu had grown in strength. Just for betraying the Li family, Li Mu could tear him apart. At that moment, in the law enforcement team, Lu Hui frowned. Captain, Li Mu has caused another bloodbath. Should we intervene? A squad leader asked. Bloodbath? It was the Ji family that attacked first. Can we blame Li Mu for that? Lu Hui questioned. But the Ji family only wanted to capture someone, while he went straight for murder. So you all listened to Lin Tao back then and decided to capture Li Mu? Lu Hui asked. The crowd exchanged glances, unsure of what Lu Hui was thinking. You guys are just too influenced by Lin Tao. Captain, what do you mean by that? Everyone looked puzzled. What I mean is, do you think that if Li Mu discovered the Ji family's intentions to arrest someone, he shouldn't kill anyone? Should he respectfully send Ji Xiaya back to the Ji family? Lu Hui pressed. Of course not. But if he kills someone from the Ji family, it becomes a homicide, and our law enforcement team would have to. Right. If it's a homicide, the law enforcement team must take action. So when the Li family massacre happened back then, did the law enforcement team intervene? Lu Hui asked again. The group exchanged glances. They indeed had been slow to respond during the Li family massacre. They hurriedly sent 2 people to investigate. But nothing came of it. We did ask Lin Tao back then, and he said the captain of the law enforcement team has discretion. He mentioned that someone would be sent to investigate later, so the matter just faded away, a squad leader said. Lin Tao was right. The captain of the law enforcement team does have discretion, but his actions undermine the authority of the law enforcement team. So Li Mu would rather kill himself than let the law enforcement team intervene. Lu Hui said. Then why did he let them go? And he even threatened that if the Ji family didn't apologize within 3 days, he would massacre them. He is completely disregarding us. Another squad leader chimed in. Do you think Li Mu is afraid to kill that person? Actually, he's just giving me time to consider. Lu Hui said with a bitter smile. Huh. He is giving you time to think. Exactly. You all need to dispatch a law enforcement team to Yang City immediately to investigate what happened back then. I'll personally lead the investigation into the Ji family's attempt to arrest Ji Xiaoya. If Li Mu has given me time, then, as the captain, I can't just sit idly by, Lu Hui declared loudly. As the days passed, Duan Changhe showed no intention of taking the Ji family to apologize to Li Mu. Meanwhile, everyone in the provincial capital was waiting to see Li Mu make a fool of himself. They believed Li Mu would definitely not dare to confront the Ji family, especially with Duan Changhe involved and the Xianin sect backing him up. Moreover, Li Mu had already offended the law enforcement team, as well as Yunlan's sect and the Lin family, who were all just watching the drama unfold. The people of the provincial capital thought this way, and so did Ji Xiaoya. Brother Li Mu, maybe it's better not to go, Ji Xiaoya said with concern in her eyes. She knew Li Mu wanted to help her, but it was too dangerous. This was not just a problem with the Ji family. It involved the big shots of the entire provincial capital. If Li Mu were to be ambushed, the consequences would be dire. Why not go? They betrayed me back then. I need to settle the score. Li Mu replied. But brother Li Mu, what if the law enforcement team? Are you worried that the law enforcement team will act like they did before? That the entire true origin realm of the provincial capital will attack me together, right? Li Mu asked. Yeah, with so many true Yuan realm experts joining forces, you definitely won't stand a chance. I'm worried. Don't worry. To me, the true Yuan realm is nothing. Li Mu laughed heartily and then headed towards the Ji family's villa. Nothing. Zhang Jindong and the others exchanged glances, as in their eyes. The true Yuan realm was akin to divine beings, capable of flying and possessing unimaginable powers. Yet, Li Mu had the audacity to say that they were nothing in his eyes. The key was that previously, Li Mu had faced 3 true Yuan realm experts and had utterly annihilated them with ease. Yao Yao, what on earth is your little junior brother? Zhang Jindong asked with a bitter smile. I don't really know, but he's definitely impressive. Zhang Mingyao replied. Yeah, he is quite impressive, Zhou Qingyuan said, somewhat unsteady on her feet, with an oddly bewildered expression. Chapter 42. You've successfully provoked me, master. Today marks the 3rd day. Do you think Li Mu will cause trouble at the Ji family? A subordinate asked at the Lin family villa. Of course he will go. The Ji family betrayed Li Mu during the Li family's massacre, and given Li Mu's personality, he definitely won't let the Ji family off the hook. Lin Shui replied confidently, propping his leg up. Since Li Mu is going, should we go join the fun? Another asked. Naturally, we have to go. After all, Li Mu killed our most talented member, Lin Tao, and if he intends to wipe out the Ji family, the law enforcement team won't just stand by. It would be best if they started fighting. That way, our Lin family can profit from it. Lin Shui sneered. Li Mu killed Lin Tao, and Lu Hui stepped in to take Lin Tao's place. So both of them are his enemies. Now that these two have irreconcilable conflicts, he naturally wants to stoke the flames. He couldn't care less about what happens to the Ji family. Let us go watch the show. Lin Shui laughed heartily and then led his men towards the Ji family villa. Meanwhile, various powerful factions in the provincial city had also caught wind of the news. So many headed to the Ji family villa to watch the spectacle. At this moment, Ji Changming was completely unperturbed in the Ji family villa. After all, he had informed his son, who had then pleaded with the Xianin sect for help. The Xianin sect had issued an order to Duan Changhe to spare no effort in protecting the Ji family. So as long as Li Mu dared to come, Duan Changhe would definitely kill him. As for whether Li Mu was a match for Duan Changhe, was that even a question? 8 years ago, Li Mu was a complete nobody. Even if he had made significant progress over the past 8 years, how much stronger could he possibly be? Today, he would have to rely on Senior Duan. That is good to hear. Just make sure that young Master Ji says a few good words for me in the sect in the future. Duan Changhe smiled, showing no airs. After all, Ji Changming had a good son. As long as nothing unexpected happened, Ji Shaodian would become the pillar of the Xianin sect in the future. So even though he was a true essence realm expert, he treated Ji Changming with respect. After all, the other man's son would be his superior one day. As they spoke, they saw Li Mu arrive at the villa entrance. He's coming alone? Ji Changming was taken aback upon seeing Li Mu. He had expected Li Mu to bring Zhang Jindong for support, but instead, he came alone. What boldness. It's not like this is a dragon's den or a tiger's lair. I don't need help, Li Mu said with a calm smile as he stepped into the villa. Master, it's him. The young boy immediately pointed at Li Mu, starting his accusations. Did you deliver the message I asked you to? Li Mu shot a cold glance at the boy, making him shudder. It seemed he recalled the fear he had felt 3 days ago when Li Mu had him under control. Humph, why you better not be arrogant. My master is here. You're no match for him. The boy stammered. I'm just asking you, did you deliver the message? Li Mu asked in a deep voice. Kid, my disciple has already told me everything, but how dare you ask me to bring the Ji family to apologize to you? Where do you get the courage? Duan Changhe stepped forward, coldly staring at Li Mu. It seems he has already delivered the message, yet you didn't bring the Ji family to apologize to me. Looks like you've wasted your one chance to stay alive. Li Mu shook his head. He had thought that if Duan Changhe brought the Ji family to apologize, he might spare his life. But in these 3 days, Duan Changhe hadn't made a single move. Naturally, he wouldn't give Duan Changhe a chance to live. What a joke. Senior Duan is a true Yuan realm expert. How could a mere remnant of the Li family like you threaten him? Ji Changming stepped forward, coldly gazing at Li Mu. Li Mu immediately turned his gaze to Ji Changming, his eyes filled with killing intent. 8 years ago, if it weren't for Ji Xiaoye risking her life to save him, he would have likely been handed over to the Zhou family by Ji Changming. Once in the hands of the Zhou family, it would have truly been the end for him. Therefore, the Ji family owed him a life, and he owed Ji Xiaoye a life. Now that Ji Changming was right before him, Li Mu was in no rush to act. Ji Changming, why did you betray my father back then? Li Mu questioned. Betrayal? Look at how you phrase it. Your father and I weren't in a superior-subordinate relationship, so how can there be talk of betrayal? Besides, he left you in the Ji family, and as the head of the Ji family, don't I have the right to deal with you as I see fit? Ji Changming replied. Haha, what a right to deal with you as you see fit. Li Mu laughed wildly. Why were their excuses so grandiose? Heh, no need to dwell on the past. Anyway, you're dead today, so let me tell you one more thing. In fact, the reason I became close friends with your father back then was for a purpose. Ji Changming laughed heartily. Huh, a purpose? Li Mu was taken aback. This guy approached his father with an agenda? So, was the tragedy of the Li family because of him or his father? Yes, my purpose was to gain his trust. I was thinking about how to disguise myself perfectly so as not to be discovered, but your father turned out to be such a fool, believing me so easily, and even entrusting you to my protection. Ha ha. Ji Changming laughed uproariously. Li Mu clenched his fists. In his memory, his father was someone who loved making friends and was naturally generous. Yet Ji Changming turned out to be so treacherous and had laid his plans early on. So you knew that the Li family would face a bloodbath long ago? Li Mu asked. I can't say I knew that for sure, but getting close to him was certainly beneficial. Otherwise, do you think our Ji family could have grown to this extent in such a short time after leaving Yang City? Ji Changming laughed. Li Mu was stunned. He had thought the Ji family was just a small family back then. Yet, in just half a year in the provincial city, they had become so formidable. There was clearly more to the story. All right, enough chit-chat. Didn't you say the 3-day deadline is up? Go ahead and make your move. Let's see how Senior Duan will deal with you. Ji Changming laughed. Ji Changming, people like you are the most detestable. Li Mu's expression was dark and gloomy. If the evil was straightforward and blatant, he wouldn't have felt such disgust. But the kind of sinister malice that Ji Changming embodied to the core truly made one grit their teeth in anger. Heh, what can you do about it? He shrugged dismissively, clearly not taking Li Mu seriously at all. Meanwhile, Duan Changhe spoke up. Kid, go ahead and make your move. Very well, you've successfully provoked me. Li Mu's face darkened even further as he gathered his internal energy, preparing to take lethal action. At that moment, outside the villa, Ji Xiaoye shook her head with a sigh. Although she had been expelled from the Ji family, the blood of the Ji family still flowed within her. She harbored a deep hatred for the Ji family, yet she couldn't bear to see her own kin perish tragically. Now, she finally understood the feelings of Zhou Qingyuan. Chapter 43. Everyone here to watch the show? So what if you're angry? Go ahead and make your move. Ji Changming was not at all anxious when he saw Li Mu about to strike. After all, with Duan Changhe present, he didn't believe that Li Mu could possibly be a match for him. Stop. Just as Li Mu was preparing to act, a loud voice rang out. The crowd turned to see a group of people approaching, stopping several dozen meters away from Li Mu. Huh, Lin Shui? Members of the Lin family? Li Mu sneered. Not surprised. After all, he had killed Lin Tao, so it wasn't unexpected that the Lin family would seize this opportunity to strike at him. Haha. It's even better that Senior Lin is here. This guy killed Lin Tao. Why not team up with Senior Duan to take him down? Ji Changming immediately suggested. Take him down? No need. Lin Shui shrugged. After all, Li Mu had actually killed powerful opponents from both the First Realm and Yunlan sect, so he was no weakling. Lin Shui saw no reason to risk confronting him. Huh, If you're not going to kill him, then what are you doing here? Ji Changming asked. Of course. I'm just here to watch the show. Lin Shui replied. Huh, watch the show? What do you mean by that? Ji Changming frowned, wondering if he was suggesting watching Duan Changhe and Li Mu fight. Hee, back in the day, your Ji family betrayed him, of course. He wanted to let you off the hook. But you see, this is the provincial capital, right under the eyes of the law enforcement team. If a massacre were to happen, do you think the law enforcement team would intervene? Lin Shui chuckled. Senior Lin, are you trying to set us up for a bloody battle with Li Mu to lure the law enforcement team into action, and then use Li Mu against them? Ji Changming wasn't foolish. After all, Lin Tao was the former captain of the law enforcement team, and Lu Hui had been parachuted in to take over. So Lin Shui harbored a grudge against Lu Hui and wanted to seize this opportunity to incite a conflict between Lu Hui and Li Mu. Regardless of the outcome, the Lin family could sit back and reap the benefits. What a cunning old fox. Hee, so what if I reveal my true intentions? Even if I do, Li Mu can't do anything about it. Lin Shui shrugged, confident that Li Mu would first deal with the Ji family before coming after him. Ha ha, old Lin. You're truly crafty, and your schemes are impressive. At that moment, Yun Kong, the leader of the Yunlan sect, also approached. Ahem, it's just SOSO, Lin Shui shrugged, not taking Yun Kong's words to heart. Senior Yin, you're here to watch the show too? Ji Changming asked. What? Who says you can't watch the show? Yun Kong chuckled. After all, he had no ties with the law enforcement team. As for Li Mu, he had long hated him for killing the deputy leader of the Yunlan sect and several elders. So it was best for Li Mu to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the law enforcement team. But have you all considered that the law enforcement team might not show up? Li Mu asked. Not show up. Don't joke around. You made it clear 3 days in advance that if the law enforcement team doesn't come, that would be dereliction of duty. Does Lu Hui want to quit or something? Lin Shui laughed heartily. Li Mu frowned slightly, realizing that Lin Shui was indeed quite cunning. He must be planning to deal with the Ji family, but once he takes action, the enforcement team will definitely not stand by. Although he's not afraid of the enforcement team, the thought of Lin Shui and Yun Kong reaping the benefits makes him uncomfortable. Moreover, at this point, the enforcement team hasn't made any moves, which suggests that Lu Hui is no different from Lin Tao. With this in mind, Li Mu no longer hesitated and prepared to eliminate Duan Changhe and Ji Changming. Stop. At that moment, Lu Hui finally arrived with members of the enforcement team. The show is about to begin. Seeing this, Lin Shui immediately called for a chair to be brought over. Today, he was going to be a bystander. Captain Lu, you're just in time. This Li Mu is so audacious. He has the nerve to threaten the Ji family. As the captain of the enforcement team, aren't you going to do something about it? Ji Changming immediately questioned loudly. Li Mu coldly glanced at Lu Hui. If this guy was biased towards the Ji family like Lin Tao, he wouldn't mind taking Lu Hui down as well. Lu Hui glanced at the onlookers in the distance, then looked at Ji Changming before finally focusing on Li Mu. So you're Li Mu? The sole survivor of the Li family massacre from back then? Lu Hui asked. And if I am? Li Mu replied. In the past 3 days, I've had people investigate the events of that year. Although there are still some details that haven't been clarified, the general outline is clear. Lu Hui said. Oh, you figured it out? Li Mu became interested. At least Lu Hui seemed more reliable than Lin Tao. Unlike Lin Tao, who hadn't investigated at all, Lu Hui had personally sent people to look into it. Captain Lu, are you out of your mind? Right now? It's Li Mu who is trying to wipe out the Ji family. What is the use of investigating events from back then? Lin Shui immediately mocked. Exactly. Regardless of what happened back then, the enforcement team headquarters has already made a conclusion. What you should be focusing on now is that he wants to destroy the Ji family, which undermines the authority of the enforcement team. As the captain, shouldn't you be taking action to apprehend him? Ji Changming also questioned. Although the enforcement team headquarters has concluded the matter of the Li family massacre, I've still discovered some details. Lu Hui responded. And even if you have made some discoveries, what does that have to do with today's events? Ji Changming asked. Of course it's related, because back then, your Ji family deliberately approached the Li family and later betrayed Li Mu. You are truly despicable. Lu Hui sneered. And being despicable, what does that matter? It still doesn't relate to today's situation, does it? Ji Changming pressed on. Doesn't relate? You know that as the captain of the enforcement team, I have discretionary power. For someone as despicable as you, I can choose to turn a blind eye. And even if the headquarters finds out, they won't intervene. Besides, didn't you send someone to capture GCIA 3 days ago? That is a serious crime. And I should actually thank Li Mu for dealing with you. Lu Hui chuckled. What? Ji Changming's mouth twitched. He had thought Lu Hui would help them deal with Li Mu. Instead, Lu Hui was just going to stand by and watch. In the distance, Lin Shui immediately shouted. Lu Hui, as the captain of the enforcement team, Are you really going to be a pawn for the likes of them? A pawn for the likes of them? This is the discretionary power of the enforcement team. If you disagree, you can report me to headquarters. Lu Hui shrugged. During his time in the provincial capital, he had already figured out the major families in the area. He looked down upon the history of the Ji family's rise. With Li Mu taking action against the Ji family, he was quite pleased to sit back and relax. Oh, it seems you're not as narrow-minded as I thought. Li Mu nodded in satisfaction, realizing that his efforts over the past 3 days had not been in vain. This guy finally made a wise decision. Chapter 44. He killed someone. Aren't you going to arrest him? Lu Hui, you. If you act like this, you're not fit to be the captain of the enforcement team, Lin Shui said, a bit irritated. Haha, I'm appointed directly by headquarters as the captain. If you're not satisfied, feel free to report me to the enforcement team headquarters. Also, I'm currently investigating Lin Tao's crimes over the past decade. Once I reach a conclusion, I will come to collect the illegal gains of the Lin family. Even if Lin Tao is dead, I will still convict him. Lu Hui sneered. You dare. Lin Shui was furious. It was one thing for this guy to be at odds with Li Mu, but now he was even investigating Lin Tao's past crimes? Lin Tao was already dead. This was clearly targeting the Lin family. Haha, what is there to be afraid of? If you dare to obstruct the enforcement team, I have the right to apprehend you. Go ahead and try. Lu Hui shouted. You. Lin Shui's lips twitched. He didn't have the guts to confront the enforcement team directly. If it were a minor issue, the Xian Yuan family could handle it. But if a conflict broke out with the enforcement team, the Xian Yuan family wouldn't be able to protect them. What about Master Yin? Are you going to stand up for the Ji family? Lu Hui looked towards Yun Kong in the distance. Cough. No need to look at me. I'm just here to enjoy the show. Yun Kong shrugged. He initially wanted to see Lu Hui and Li Mu go all out. But since Lu Hui had said that, the excitement was gone. In that case, do as you please. Lu Hui turned to Li Mu and said. Li Mu nodded, then glanced at Ji Xiaoya in the distance. After a moment, he looked at Ji Changming and the others and said, anyone who participated in the betrayal of the Li family back, then must die. As for the Ji family members who didn't participate, you can all leave. Captain Lu has shown some mercy, so I'll extend him the same courtesy. If he really wiped out the Ji family, Lu Hui would have a hard time explaining it to his superiors. Of course, the most important thing was that Ji Xiaoya was still watching from outside. If he dragged innocent Ji family members into this, how would Ji Xiaoya cope? The Ji family members exchanged glances, with the enforcement team siding with Li Mu. Staying any longer would truly be a dead end. Thus, those who hadn't participated in betraying the Li family began to flee. Get back here. Ji Changming glared at the crowd. Even though the enforcement team wouldn't intervene, Duan Changhe was still around. Could Li Mu really stand up to Duan Changhe? Kid, do you really think that without the enforcement team's involvement, you can challenge me? Duan Changhe looked at Li Mu coldly. Duan Changhe, oh Duan Changhe. I once gave you a chance to live, but you didn't cherish it, so now you can die. Li Mu sneered, then waved his hand, causing a surge of true essence to rise into the air. Humph, we're all in the true essence realm. Who's afraid of whom? Duan Changhe laughed coldly. He was from the Xianyin sect, and both his physical body and techniques were not something an ordinary true essence realm could compare to. With that, Duan Changhe drew a long sword from his back, channeling his true essence into it. Great river sword, Duan Changhe shouted, and a sword aura immediately soared into the sky before crashing down violently. Great river sword? What a worthless thing. Li Mu waved his hand, and instantly, his true essence transformed into a beam of sword light. Whoosh! The sword light shot forward, and the so-called sword of the great river collapsed in an instant. How is this possible? Duan Changhe was a bit dazed. His technique was supposed to be immensely powerful, yet it was obliterated in one encounter? Is Li Mu really this strong? Not just Duan Changhe, but everyone watching was stunned. They all thought that Li Mu's earlier defeat of 3 initial stage true essence warriors was merely luck. But now it seemed clear. Li Mu's strength should not be underestimated. Die! Li Mu formed seals with both hands, and a sphere of true essence immediately materialized in front of his chest. An arrow shot forth from the center of the sphere. Whoosh! The arrow flew at an incredible speed, reaching Duan Changhe in an instant. Iron Wall. Duan Changhe dared not be reckless. He quickly unleashed his true essence, forming a defensive wall in front of him. The Xianyin sect's ultimate technique, Iron Wall. Would it be able to withstand that kid's attack? Lin Shui watched nervously. The others also fixed their eyes on Li Mu's assault. Boom! A loud crash echoed as the arrow struck the defensive wall. Crack! The wall instantly developed a fissure. And then the arrow actually shattered the defense. What? Duan Changhe was about to break down. Was Li Mu's power really this formidable? Yet before he could react, the arrow had already pierced through his chest. Impossible. Duan Changhe swallowed hard, but the gaping wound in his chest was all too real. Master. The young man gasped in shock, wanting to support Duan Changhe. But before he could, the arrow took a sharp turn and pierced through him as well. Boom, boom. Both master and disciple collapsed to the ground. They didn't even have time to threaten Li Mu with the Xianin sect. Lu Hui was also stunned. Although he could have killed Duan Changhe, he would never have done it so easily as Li Mu did. This meant that Li Mu's strength was definitely above his. Even if he teamed up with Duan Changhe, they might not be Li Mu's match. And considering that Li Mu had previously disregarded the law enforcement team, if he decided to intervene today and teamed up with Duan Changhe against Li Mu, the outcome would be the same as Duan Changhe's. Dead. With this thought, Lu Hui felt a wave of fear wash over him. Thankfully, he had made a wise choice. Li Mu, you're finished. You're finished. You killed members of the Xianin sect. They won't let you off. Ji Changming shouted. I not only want to kill him, but I also want to kill you. Li Mu sneered, then stepped toward Ji Changming. Li Mu, don't come any closer. My son Ji Xiaodian is a direct disciple of the Xianin sect, the future candidate for the sect leader. If you dare to kill me, my son will definitely not let you go. Ji Changming shouted. Ji Xiaodian. Is he the little brat from back then? I didn't expect he actually awakened his talent. Don't worry, once I kill you, I will personally take care of him. Li Mu chuckled coldly. Ji Xiaodian was cunning even back then. Back then, when he was betrayed, it was Ji Xiaodian who was the most exuberant. One could say that Ji Xiaodian is the most deserving of a terrible fate after Ji Changming. Even if Ji Xiaodian hadn't come looking for him, he would have personally gone to Xianin sect to kill Ji Xiaodian. Captain Lu, you're the head of the enforcement team. You must uphold the law impartially. He has committed murder. Aren't you going to arrest him? Ji Changming's lips twitched as he quickly glanced at Lu Hui. I already said it. Your Ji family brought this upon yourselves. He killed your people, and I should actually thank him. Lu Hui shrugged. What a joke. Duan Changhe was taken out by Li Mu in an instant. If he makes a move, it's only going to end in death, right? Besides, he finally managed to build a good relationship with Li Mu. He wouldn't want to get on Li Mu's bad side. Chapter 45, Friend or Foe. Seeing that Lu Hui wasn't planning to intervene, Ji Changming started to panic and quickly turned to Li Mu. Nephew, your father and I were close friends back in the day. If he knew you were going to kill me, he definitely wouldn't approve. Ji Changming hurriedly said. Close friends? Friends used to betray? Li Mu scoffed, already standing right in front of Ji Changming. Cough, cough, nephew. I was just kidding. I really was close friends with your father. As for betraying you, I was deceived by the Zhou family. Just spare me this once, and when your father returns, I'll explain everything to him personally. Deceiving me? Honestly, if you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have thought twice about it. Li Mu glared coldly at Ji Changming. He had always felt that the Ji family had hit a stroke of luck with the emergence of Ji Xiaodian, which allowed them to connect with the Xianin sect. But now that he thought about it, it was indeed strange that Ji Changming had been so close to his father back then. Moreover, the Ji family's meteoric rise was too bizarre. There had to be something fishy going on. Since you've mentioned it, let us clarify things. Why did you approach the Li family back then? Li Mu stepped closer to Ji Changming, his overwhelming presence making Ji Changming struggle to breathe. At that moment, Ji Changming regretted his earlier words. Why did he have to run his mouth? Now it was clear that Li Mu wouldn't let him off easily. With a bitter smile, Ji Changming said, Nephew, I was just talking big. Don't take it seriously. I really was deceived by the Zhou family. Not saying anything, huh? Li Mu was too impatient for more words and immediately thrust a few silver needles towards him. Soon, Ji Changming's screams filled the air. Stop. Please, stop. He cried out in agony, but Li Mu showed no signs of relenting. After a few minutes, with Ji Changming having wet his pants, Li Mu finally withdrew the silver needles. Now talk. Otherwise, you'll suffer 100 times worse. Li Mu said, what have you been through all these years? Ji Changming looked at Li Mu in terror. Back then, Li Mu had been defenseless, needing to hide in the Ji family just to survive. Yet, just 8 years had passed, and he had become so powerful. That is not an answer. Li Mu sent a few more silver needles flying. Ji Changming screamed again. This time in even more pain and for a longer duration. This guy's methods are too ruthless. Lin Shui frowned deeply. The fact that Ji Changming, a grown man, was making such pitiful sounds indicated that Li Mu's methods were beyond their imagination. If this guy could kill Duan Changhe, could they really kill Li Mu? After a few more minutes, Li Mu retracted the needles once again. This is your last chance. If you don't answer, I'll make you wish you were dead. Li Mu sneered. Li Mu, do you think your parents are ordinary people? Ji Changming lay on the ground, weak and breathless. Ordinary people? Li Mu frowned. If they were ordinary, how did they elevate the Li family to a prominent status in Yang City? But if they weren't ordinary, they didn't seem much different from regular folks. Do you really think they are just ordinary people? If they were, the the Li family massacre wouldn't have happened. Ji Changming said. What do you mean? Li Mu frowned. He had previously learned that Yulong Jinren was not a single person, but a codename, which hinted at the involvement of the Xian Yuan family behind the Li family tragedy. Now, hearing Ji Changming's words, it seemed there were other reasons besides the Yulong Jinren angle. I'm close to the Li family, and the Zhou family is close to the Li family too. But our purposes are not the same. However, I can clearly tell you that it all relates to your parents. Ji Changming continued. What is your purpose then? My purpose is simple, to get close to your dad and extract some useful information from him. But before I could get any intel, the Zhou family made their move. Your old man ran away, and I no longer had to hide, which is why I betrayed the Li family, Ji Changming explained. Huh? What information are you trying to extract? Whose orders are you following? Li Mu immediately questioned. I don't even know what specific information to extract since we hadn't reached that stage yet. As for whose orders I'm following, Ji Changming was about to say more when suddenly he clutched his chest, his heart racing. Help me. Ji Changming's eyes turned blood red, and he began to convulse before collapsing to the ground. You can't die yet, Li Mu shouted, rushing over and using his true energy to try and prevent Ji Changming from dying. However, when his true energy entered Ji Changming's body, he realized that Ji Changming's body was already necrotic. What a potent poison, and it only activates when he is about to reveal the information. Such a clever scheme. Li Mu's expression darkened as he realized he didn't possess such skills himself. He even doubted if his master had such remarkable poisoning techniques. Now that Ji Changming was dead, this lead was cut off. It seemed he would only be able to continue the investigation after finding his father. Li Mu, the mastermind is dead. Can we leave now? Ji Changhai asked quietly. Leave? You all betrayed the Li family back then. Do you think I would let you go? Li Mu sneered coldly. Ji Changhai was Ji Changming's brother and also the father of Ji Xiaoya. He had participated in expelling Ji Xiaoya from the Ji family and was now involved in capturing her again. There was no way Li Mu would let Ji Changhai leave. Xiaoya, please plead for me. I'm your biological father. You can't be so heartless. Ji Changhai immediately turned to Ji Xiaoya in the distance. You don't deserve to be my dad. Ji Xiaoya glared at Ji Changhai angrily. Ever since they had expelled her from the Ji family, she had seen them for who they truly were. She had come this time to plead with Li Mu to spare the innocent members of the Ji family. Now that Li Mu had already let the innocent ones go, the remaining people deserved to die. Her biological father deserved to die even more. Ji Xiaoya, without me, where would you be? Are you really going to be so ungrateful? Ji Changhai roared. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Li Mu swiftly slapped him, turning him into a pulp. As for the other members of the Ji family involved in the incident from years ago, Li Mu took them all out as well. He then turned his gaze to Lin Shui and Yun Kong. Both of them frowned at the intensity of Li Mu's stare. Let's go? Lin Shui naturally wouldn't act at this moment, so he and Yun Kong chose to leave. Li Mu wasn't in a hurry to take action either. After all, the Lin family was a vassal of the Xianyuan family. He needed to plan carefully and wait until he could draw the Xianyuan family into the fray to uncover the truth behind the codename Jade Dragon real person. As for the Yunwan sect, he could eliminate them at a later time. What he was curious about now was whether Captain Lu Hui was a friend or foe. Chapter 46. Swift Resolution. Xiaoyu. You head back first. I need to talk to Captain Lu, Li Mu said to Ji Xiaoyu. Okay. Ji Xiaoyu nodded obediently and made her way back to the Zhang family's villa alone. Li Mu then approached Lu Hui and said, Captain Lu, are you really going to just watch me kill someone? Aren't you afraid the enforcement team headquarters will hold you accountable? Haha, I've told you before. Every captain of the enforcement team has discretionary power. A few deaths? I'll just pretend I didn't see anything. And the headquarters won't be able to do anything to me. Besides, those people deserve to die. If you hadn't killed them, I would have had to deal with them myself. Lu Hui replied. Oh, we're both captains, but you and Lin Tao are quite different, Li Mu remarked, curiously observing Lu Hui. After all, Lin Tao must have known about the Li family massacre 8 years ago, yet he showed no reaction. Lu Hui's discretionary power seemed a bit excessive. Haha, do you really think the enforcement team is a united front? Lu Hui asked with a smile. Oh, what do you mean by that? You know, the enforcement team is formed by the 10 major families and 10 major sects of Long Country, responsible for maintaining public order across the nation, with branches in every province. If it were just about maintaining order, there wouldn't be that much conflict. However, the 10 families and 10 sects have irreconcilable differences among themselves. Moreover, each province has its own resources, which leads to conflicts of interest. This results in significant divisions within the enforcement team. Lu Hui explained. Oh, significant divisions? So, you and Lin Tao actually represent different interests? Therefore, the same matter handled by different individuals can yield vastly different outcomes? Li Mu inquired. Exactly. There is really no absolute right or wrong. It's just a matter of differing perspectives on interests. Back during the Li family massacre, it was advantageous for the Xianyuan family behind the Lin family. So they signaled Lin Tao to stay out of it. Now that the family I represent is in the ascendant, it's only natural to deal with the Lin family and cut off the Xianyuan family's influence. Li Mu smiled faintly. He was no longer the impulsive youth he once was. Every matter must be weighed for its right and wrong. He understood Lu Hui's point. There was no absolute right or wrong, only differing perspectives on interests. But in his heart, he had his own scale to weigh things. So, the Li family massacre has already been concluded by the enforcement team? Li Mu asked. Honestly, if it were just the Xianyuan family involved back then, it wouldn't have been concluded so easily. But after this period of investigation, you should be aware that the Li family massacre involved not just the Xianyuan family, but other families as well, and even entities beyond the jurisdiction of the enforcement team. So, Lu Hui said. Li Mu frowned. The investigation into the codenamed Yulong Junren indeed revealed more than just the Xianyuan family's involvement. These forces were intricately linked. And since the Li family was merely an ordinary family to the enforcement team, there was no need to delve deeper. Thus, the conclusion regarding the Li family massacre was reached so easily. I know you're feeling unwilling, but as I just mentioned, the enforcement team is responsible for the majority of security in Long Country, and there are certain matters beyond our jurisdiction. Those are forces we cannot provoke. The Zhou family has been wiped out, and the Ji family has already faced justice. Let us end this here, Lu Hui said, patting Li Mu on the shoulder. Captain Lu, if even your enforcement team cannot provoke these forces, why are they getting involved with our small Li family? Li Mu asked. I'm just a small figure in this scheme. Do you really think I would know the answer to that? I know you're a smart person, otherwise, you wouldn't have given me 3 days. And because you're clever, you should know what to do next, right? Lu Hui replied. Captain Lu, I'm not a clever person. I'm someone who is persistent. Although the Zhou family has been destroyed and the Ji family has fallen, the mastermind behind it all is still at large, Li Mu said with a serious expression. Lu Hui's lips twitched. He had thought that after what he said, Li Mu would back down. But now, realizing the complexity of the matter, Li Mu was still pressing on. Li Mu, do you understand the consequences of your actions? Lu Hui asked. I know this situation is complicated, which is why you wouldn't easily get involved. I don't blame you for that. However, I carry the bloodline of the Li family. My parents are still missing, and the souls of dozens of my family members have no resting place. Therefore, I cannot just let this end here, Li Mu declared. But do you know how powerful they are? The people your enforcement team dares not offend, I will offend. The people your enforcement team dares not investigate, I will investigate. The people your enforcement team dares not kill, I will kill. In short, anyone involved in the massacre of the Li family must die. No matter their status or strength, in my eyes, they are all enemies, Li Mu asserted. Sighing, Lu Hui thought to himself that Li Mu clearly had not experienced the harsh realities of society. The world was far from as simple as it seemed. Then Lu Hui said, I know you are very confident, but once you've dealt with the troubles in Jiangdong province, you'll understand the stakes involved. Oh, troubles in Jiangdong province? Li Mu asked. Indeed, the Lin family and the Yunlan sect. If you can't resolve these two issues, you won't even be able to leave Jiangdong province, let alone deal with the Xianyuan family, or even forces beyond the enforcement team, Lu Hui explained. So, will you get involved in my grievances with them? Li Mu inquired. As I said earlier, there is no right or wrong, only interests. My family has a conflict with the Xianyuan family, so if you take on the Lin family, I will definitely support you. However, the Xianyuan family is not to be underestimated, and you've also wiped out the Ji family, which has the Xianin sect backing them. Moreover, since you killed someone from Yiping Tianxia, they won't simply back down either. What you will face is a chaotic situation in Jiangdong province. Lu Hui cautioned. Chaos. I thrive in chaos. I prefer to cut through the tangled mess. Li Mu scoffed before leaving. Even if Lu Hui hadn't said anything, he would have taken action against the Lin family and destroyed the Yunlan sect. He only knows that the Xianyuan family was involved in the Li family massacre back then. As for the other families, and even the existence of the enforcement team, he has no idea. So, it looks like we have to take action against the Xianyuan family. A swift resolution? I hope your blade is quick enough. Lu Hui sighed, then took out his phone and dialed a number. Did you tell him? Came a voice from the other end of the line. Master, I clearly explained the stakes to him, even mentioning the entities that even the enforcement team dares not provoke. But judging by his demeanor, it seems that nothing will stop him, even if the sky were to fall. Lu Hui replied. Just as she said. But it's all about how far he can go from here. Master, what about me? Within the limits set by the enforcement team, do your best to assist him. Understood, Master. Chapter 47. Do I need to buy a ticket to go home? Kyoto, how is the headquarters of the enforcement team? My junior brother is quite stubborn. ISNTE. A girl in white set down her teacup and smiled. Indeed, he is stubborn. My disciple has already laid it out for him. Yet he still insists on going his own way. The old man sighed. Haha, if he were that easy to give up, he would have been dead 8 years ago. The girl in white smiled faintly, recalling the moment 8 years ago when her master brought Li Mu back. Li Mu was on the verge of death. But when he learned that following his master would give him the chance for revenge, he displayed remarkable determination. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come this far in just 8 years. By the way, you and Zhang Mingyao are also sisters, right? Why didn't you show up when she came to the enforcement team last time? The old man asked. Us sisters have similar tempers to that little junior brother. If I had shown up, my third senior sister would definitely have felt uncomfortable. Moreover, after this incident, her relationship with the little junior brother has surely warmed up. The girl in white chuckled. Seeing the strange look in the girl's eyes, the old man couldn't help but shake his head. He knew the identity of this girl in white. It was hard for ordinary people to even catch a glimpse of her. Yet, she came in person for Li Mu's matter. Who exactly is Li Mu? All right, since the matter is settled, I won't disturb you any longer. The girl in white said as she stood up. Take care. The old man immediately stood up to bow, even escorting her to the door of the enforcement team. Master, who exactly is she? She looks to be only around 25 or 26. Why are you so respectful towards her? A young boy asked, puzzled. His master was a high-ranking figure in the enforcement team, even above the team leader. Yet, he still treated a young girl with such respect. What on earth is her background? Her? Let us put it this way. Even if our family head came, he would have to smile and bow to her. The old man said. What? The disciple was taken aback. Although their family head was not one of the top 10 families in the Dragon Kingdom, he definitely held a prominent position in Kyoto. To think that even their family head would have to cater to this girl with a smile? All right, focus on your training. The big shots are starting to make moves, and Kyoto, as well as the Dragon Kingdom, is likely to be unsettled. Sigh. I really don't understand why those people had to instigate the Li family massacre back then. Now, it seems nobody will be at peace. The old man muttered to himself. After returning to the Zhang family villa, Li Mu found Zhang Jintong. Uncle Zhang, I apologize for the trouble these days. We are preparing to leave, Li Mu said. What? Leaving? Aren't you all doing well here? Zhang Jintong was taken aback. After all, Zhang Mingyao and Li Mu got along so well. If Li Mu left, how heartbroken would Zhang Mingyao be? Well, first, I have some matters to attend to, and I really need to leave. Secondly, I killed Tang Xiaobai several days ago, and I suspect the Tang family has already started investigating me. If I continue to stay in the Zhang family, it will definitely bring trouble to them, Li Mu explained. What do you mean by that? You offended the Tang family to save my daughter. Should I be worried about attracting trouble? Zhang Jindong immediately patted his chest, saying that if it weren't for Li Mu last time, Zhang Mingyao would already be dead. So no matter what, he wouldn't let Li Mu face the wrath of the Tang family alone. Uncle Zhang, you're only at the Qi master level. To put it bluntly, one finger from them could crush you. If the Tang family really comes, you probably wouldn't last even a minute. So let's not talk about it anymore. Li Mu smiled. Zhang Jindong's mouth twitched. Although Li Mu's words were harsh, they were indeed true. Duan Changhong, who was at the mid-stage of the true essence realm, was no match for Li Mu. So what could he actually do to help Li Mu? Little junior brother, are you planning to leave the provincial city? Zhang Mingyao asked. We do have a place to stay in the provincial city, but we need to tidy it up. We're not leaving. Li Mu chuckled. Huh, you have a place to stay in the provincial city? Zhang Mingyao was taken aback. She hadn't known about this. Meanwhile, Li Qianqian suddenly exclaimed, Brother, are you talking about our family's villa in Xishan? That's right, that villa. We haven't been there in 8 years. It must have fallen into disrepair. Mom and Dad used to take us there often, and now that we're back in the provincial city, we should go take a look, Li Mu said. Li Qianqian nodded. The Li family from back then had turned into a wasteland. That villa was filled with memories of their family. Now, after years apart from their parents, they could only go there to find some solace. Well, I have nothing to do anyway. I'll go with you. Zhang Mingyao smiled. Exactly. She's free and could help out too. Both Song Lei and Zhang Jindong nodded in agreement. After spending some time together, they could see that Zhang Mingyao was sticking close to Li Mu. Since that was the case, they were happy to leave her in Li Mu's care. All right. Li Mu nodded. Since she was already with him, it didn't matter if they went together. Then let's say our goodbyes. Li Mu cupped his hands towards Zhang Jindong, and then left the Zhang family's villa with Li Qianqian, Ji Xiaoya, Zhou Qingyuan, and Zhang Mingyao. Xishan was located at the westernmost part of the provincial city, far from the hustle and bustle of urban life, embracing the tranquility of the mountains. The air quality here was excellent, and even walking at the foot of the mountain, One could feel the serenity of nature. I didn't expect Shishan to be so peaceful. Zhang Mingyao was quite surprised as they walked at the foot of the mountain. She had lived in the provincial city for so many years and had no idea such a nice place existed. Her parents used to bring them here for vacations. And naturally, the quieter, the better. Li Mu smiled and led everyone along the path until they reached halfway up the mountain. However, when they were about to continue forward, they found that the path ahead was blocked. Want to go in for a visit? Then you need to pay. A staff member saw that Li Mu and the others wanted to enter and immediately pointed to a QR code nearby. What? We have to pay to go in? Li Mu was speechless. His parents had spent a fortune to buy this mountain back in the day. As a result, he returned home only to find he had to buy a ticket. This is absolutely ridiculous. Humph. This is a scenic area operated by our company. So of course you have to pay to enter. The staff member stated with righteous indignation. What company are you? On what grounds do you consider this a scenic area? Why are you charging for entry? Li Mu asked 3 piercing questions, leaving the staff member momentarily speechless. After a moment, the staff member spotted a young man approaching from a distance and immediately straightened his posture, shouting, "Other tourists buy tickets without hesitation. Why are you so chatty? Either pay to enter and visit, or get lost." "Oh, is someone backing you up? Too bad, you've picked the wrong fight." Li Mu's expression darkened, and a murderous aura surged forth in an instant. Chapter 48. The Genius Girl Security. Security. The man shouted loudly when he saw Li Mu about to take action. "Aren't you the security?" Zhang Mingyao looked at him speechlessly. He was wearing a security uniform and yet called for security to help. The man's lips twitched, but he quickly regained his composure and called out to the approaching young man. "Lu Xiao, come quick. Someone is causing trouble here." "Humph. Let's see who dares to cause trouble on my Lu family's turf today," the young man shouted, striding forward confidently. "Oh, Lu family. What's their status in the provincial capital?" Li Mu asked Zhang Mingyao beside him. "Just a second-rate family, living off the Lin family." Zhang Mingyao replied. "What? Living off the Lin family?" Li Mu was taken aback and then burst into laughter. This was truly a case of fortune knocking at his door. He had been thinking that if Lin Shui came after him, he would simply wipe out the Lin family. However, it seemed Lin Shui was being cautious and hadn't made a move against him, even after suffering a loss. Now, with the Lu family coming to him, wasn't that dragging the Lin family into the mess? Once the Lin family was in trouble, could the Xian Yuan family escape unscathed? "Kid, who the hell do you think you are? Don't you know that Shishan is my Lu family's territory? You either pay for a ticket or I'll break your limbs." The young man sneered, eyeing the beautiful women beside Li Mu and swallowing hard. If he could spend a night with these beauties, it would undoubtedly be a great pleasure in life. "Shishan is your family's territory? Do you have the property certificate?" Li Mu asked. "Property certificate? My face is the property certificate. In Jiangdong province, who the hell dares to deny that Shishan belongs to my Lu family?" The young man shouted angrily. "Exactly. Don't even talk about you guys. Even if it were the king of heaven, he would still have to buy a ticket to enter Shishan." The security guard suddenly grew bold as well. "Interesting." Li Mu sneered coldly, then waved his hand and slapped the security guard, sending him flying. You dare to lay a hand on me? Do you know I'm a master in the Qi movement realm? Just watch me," the young man roared, furious that they had stormed into their scenic area and injured one of their own. However, before he could finish his sentence, Li Mu had already slapped him again. Smack! With a crisp sound, the young man's face swelled up like a pig's head. "You bastard, you dare to hit me." The young man was enraged. But he hadn't even finished speaking when Li Mu slapped him again. Smack! Another loud sound, and the young man's face was so swollen that it was barely recognizable, with 2 of his front teeth knocked out. "Bastard, bastard. I." The young man was on the verge of tears. No one had ever dared to hit him like this. "Are you looking for help? Then I'll let you go. Hurry and find someone to help you. I'll be waiting for you at Shishan." Li Mu grinned and then kicked the young man away. "Fine you. Just wait." The young man was furious and turned to flee. When he returned with help, he was determined to kill Li Mu and enjoy the company of those beauties. "Junior brother, are you letting him go to hook a bigger fish?" Zhang Mingyao looked at Li Mu with curiosity. After all, with Li Mu's temper, he probably would have been dead by now. But to her surprise, Li Mu only slapped him twice, clearly with some ulterior motive. Indeed, Lin Shui was an old fox who wouldn't easily make a move. "So I'll push a little. That is how I can drag the Xianyuan family into this." Li Mu said. "Are you ready to confront the Xianyuan family?" Zhang Mingyao asked. "Let's take it one step at a time." Li Mu sighed, as he didn't know where his limits were or if he had the ability to go head-to-head with the Xianyuan family. But now that he knew they were the puppet masters, even if he wasn't their match, he had to go all out. Li Mu then led them into Shishan. Arriving at the villa, this was a place where their family of 4 often vacationed in the past. Li Mu had expected the villa to be overgrown with weeds. But upon reaching the entrance, he was surprised to find it clean and tidy, not a single weed in sight. The courtyard was also filled with blooming flowers. Is someone here? Li Mu frowned. He was already unhappy about the Shishan being forcibly occupied and turned into a tourist attraction. Now, there were people occupying their villa as well. That was a crime deserving of punishment. Without hesitation, Li Mu stepped into the courtyard, but as soon as he entered, he felt a chill run down his spine. Whoosh! At that moment, an arrow whistled through the air towards him. Watch out! Li Mu exclaimed, quickly pulling Zhang Mengyao and the others to safety, then punched the arrow. Bang! The arrow struck Li Mu's fist, instantly breaking apart. The tremendous impact made him take a step back. How strong? Li Mu was astonished. He hadn't budged an inch against a full-force attack from a true Essence Realm expert. Yet a single arrow had pushed him back. Just how strong was the archer? Stay behind me. Li Mu quickly called for everyone to retreat, keeping a vigilant watch around them. Anyone who trespasses the villa will be killed without mercy. A sharp voice rang out, and Li Mu saw several beams of sword light coming from deep within the villa. Break it. Li Mu didn't hesitate. With a swift motion, he conjured a massive hand of true essence that seized the beams of sword light, and with a squeeze, they instantly dissipated. The voice sounded somewhat surprised, not expecting Li Mu to easily shatter her attack. Who are you? Why are you in my villa? Li Mu shouted. Impudent. This is the young lady's villa. Who do you think you are? The voice, upon hearing Li Mu claim it as his villa, immediately became furious and strode out. A girl in a purple long dress, with two ponytails, a curvaceous figure, and a round face, emerged, glaring angrily at Li Mu. The young lady's villa? This villa was purchased by my parents back in the day. When did it become your young lady's villa? What a ridiculous joke. Li Mu sneered. Purchased back in the day? Let me tell you, this villa is part of the young lady's dowry. It has been over 20 years. How could it possibly be bought? The girl retorted, irritated. There's no point in talking to someone like you. Li Mu couldn't be bothered to waste words. They had been coming here for vacation every year. How could there be any mistake? As for this girl's behavior, she clearly wanted to take what wasn't hers. With that thought, Li Mu let out a loud shout and lunged towards the girl. How dare she try to take his place while acting so righteous? She was asking for trouble. The girl was not to be underestimated either. She immediately charged at him as well. Bang! Bang! The two of them exchanged punches, and the tremendous impact sent Li Mu stumbling back a few meters. The girl, too, felt her arm go numb and stared at Li Mu in disbelief. Interesting. Li Mu was somewhat surprised. Although he hadn't used his full strength, the fact that this girl could match him in a punch indicated that her power must be above the true essence realm. She looked to be just in her early 20s, yet she possessed strength beyond that level. Truly a genius. Chapter 49. Are these young ladies the young mistress? Who are you? With such strength, you must be someone significant. Why are you occupying someone else's residence? The girl glared angrily at Li Mu. This place was bought by my parents. How is that occupying? Li Mu shot back, equally annoyed. I told you, this is my young mistress's dowry. Your young mistress's dowry? Then why don't you call her out so we can confront each other face to face? Li Mu said coldly with a smirk. If my young mistress were here, would you dare to be so arrogant? The girl retorted angrily. So it's just empty words then? If that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. Li Mu sneered. This courtyard was left by his parents. No matter how beautiful she was, it wouldn't change anything. Just as tensions were rising, Li Qianqian suddenly spoke up. Brother, could it be that you're both talking about the same person? The same person? Li Mu was taken aback. Could it be that the young mistress the girl mentioned is his mother? If that were the case, he would have met this girl before. That's right. In all these years, have you seen your mother's family? Has she ever mentioned them? Li Qianqian asked. Li Mu was stunned, then shook his head. He had been by his mother's side for 18 years and had never heard her speak of her family. Could it be that his mother came from a wealthy family? Li Qianqian then turned to the girl and asked, Miss, what is your young mistress's name? Where did she go? The girl eyed Li Qianqian warily, but upon realizing that Li Qianqian was just an ordinary person, she relaxed. I don't know what my young mistress's name is, nor do I know where she went. The girl replied. Everyone was speechless. You don't know her name or where she is. How can you claim this courtyard is her dowry then? While I may not know her name, I do know she went missing 8 years ago. Then my master told me to guard this place and not allow anyone to occupy it. The girl declared. Missing for 8 years? Li Mu and Li Qianqian were both taken aback. The timing matched up. Could it be that her young mistress is really their mother? That's right. Though she is missing, this courtyard is her property, and I must protect it. You all should leave quickly, or don't blame me for being rude. The girl said fiercely. Then who is your master? What is their relationship with your young mistress? Li Mu asked. My master is the subordinate of my young mistress. Subordinate? Li Mu was even more confused. He didn't know his mother had any subordinates. Could it be a coincidence? This girl's young mistress just happened to be the one who went missing 8 years ago? Brother Li Mu, I don't think it's that coincidental. Ji Xiaoya suddenly chimed in. What? What is your name? The girl looked at Li Mu in surprise. Li Mu, what's wrong? Li Mu was puzzled. Did his name have something to do with this? Just as Li Mu finished speaking, the girl stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and respectfully said, Subordinate Nangongyu. Greeting the young master. Everyone present was stunned. Just a moment ago, you were ready to go all out, and now you're referring to him as the young master? This twist came way too fast. I need a moment to process this. Li Mu felt speechless. No matter how composed he was, he couldn't catch up in an instant. My master said that if someone named Li Mu comes to the manor in the future, he will be my young master, and any command must be executed. The girl said, What? Any command? Li Qianqian asked. Yes. So if he tells you to be his woman, you can do that too? Li Qianqian pressed further. Of course. Otherwise, I could just take off my clothes right now. Nangongyu stood up, pretending to undress. Stop. Stop. Li Mu shot an annoyed glance at Li Qianqian. Was this kind of joke appropriate? Was he really that kind of person? Then he turned to Nangongyu and said, Explain this carefully. 8 years ago, I was still training when my master suddenly found me and brought me here, saying that my young lady had gone missing and that I needed to guard this place to prevent anyone from taking it. Nangongyu explained. What about your master? After that year, my master also went missing, but I have always remembered his orders. Nangongyu replied. What was your master's name? I don't know. I only know he was called Huang Longzhenren. You. Li Mu felt exasperated. She didn't know her master's name, didn't know the lady's name, and had no idea why she was guarding this place. She truly was clueless. He had hoped to learn something about his mother through her, but it seemed he had hit a dead end. Young master, you must know where the lady went, right? You must know her identity. Nangongyu asked. I wish I knew. Li Mu responded, feeling helpless. Now she was asking him questions? Nangongyu must have some issues with her thinking. Huh, you don't know either? Nangongyu exclaimed in surprise. Li Mu shook his head in resignation. He truly didn't understand what her master was thinking. With her kind of brain, how had she not been deceived by someone? By the way, what is your cultivation level? Li Mu asked. Peak of the divine travel realm. Is that too weak? Nangongyu said, a bit embarrassed. What? Peak of the divine travel realm? And you think that's too weak? Zhang Mingyao, who had been listening, nearly choked. There wasn't a single person at the divine travel realm in the entire Jiangdong province. Yet here she was, in her 20s, at the peak of that realm. And she called herself weak? Was she trying to show off, or what? Do you rarely go outside? Li Mu asked. My master said that before the young master arrived, I wasn't allowed to leave the manor, so I've never left. Nangongyu said. Li Mu felt speechless. How had she survived all these years? All right, get up. He waved his hand, urging her to stand up. After all, from this high vantage point, everything was laid bare. Thank you, young master. Nangongyu immediately stood up and respectfully positioned herself behind Li Mu. By the way, is this the lady? And are these the young mistresses? Nangongyu pointed to Zhang Mingyao, Ji Xiaoya, and Zhou Qingyuan. Li Qianqian is the sister of Li Mu. And calling her miss is certainly correct. With these beautiful women so close to Li Mu, their relationship must be quite good. Moreover, with Li Mu being so talented and capable, it's only natural for him to have multiple women. What nonsense. The corner of Li Mu's mouth twitched. What does young lady even mean? Don't say things carelessly. Although he has had romantic relations with both Zhang Mingyao and Zhou Qingyuan. Young master, you are exceptionally talented and powerful. You can definitely win them over. Nangongyu said. Ha ha ha. Li Qianqian laughed heartily. She had never dared to say what was on her mind, but Nangongyu brought it up right in her first meeting with Li Mu. One can only say that Nangongyu is quite a character. Chapter 50, Spiritual Journey. Young master, everything here is just as it was 8 years ago. I didn't dare to touch anything. Nangongyu respectfully introduced, as she followed behind Li Mu. Seeing the familiar scenes from his memories now appearing unchanged before his eyes, Li Mu felt a twinge of sadness in his heart. 8 years have passed, and he had no idea where his parents were. He wondered if he would ever have the chance to see them again in this lifetime. You've worked hard, Li Mu said. It's my honor to serve the young master. Nangongyu replied respectfully. By the way, has Shishan been designated as a tourist attraction? There should be quite a few visitors coming here, right? Li Mu asked. At first, there were indeed some tourists, but I ended up beating them up. Then some skilled fighters came, and they also got beaten. After that, no one dared to come anymore. Nangongyu said. Li Mu was at a loss for words. It seemed that reasoning was useless and that it was better to speak with fists. However, there have been a few skilled fighters who came in the last 2 years. Nangongyu added. Really? Skilled fighters? How skilled? Li Mu asked, a bit surprised. After all, This was just a vacation spot for his parents. Why would skilled fighters come here? There were 2 at the true element stage, and 2 who had already reached the spiritual journey stage. Pretty strong. But they were all scared off by me. Nangong patted her chest proudly. Scared off? Didn't you capture them to ask why they came here? Limu looked at Nangong's swaying chest and asked in disbelief. Why would I ask them? Master told me to guard this place and not let anyone in. So I didn't let them in. Nangong replied. You really are. Limu didn't know what to say and finally just muttered, big chest, little brain. If only he had captured one of them, he could have cleared up many of his questions. By the way, young master, I suspect their visit is related to the backyard. Nangong suddenly said. Huh, related to the backyard? How do you know? Because every late night, I can sense a bit of restlessness coming from the backyard. The commotion is small, but I can still detect it. Then didn't you check it out thoroughly? Zhang Mingyao asked. Master only told me to guard this place and didn't let me touch anything here. So even though I sensed something, I never went to the backyard. Nangong said. Everyone was left speechless. How did she manage to suppress her curiosity? If they knew something was amiss back there, they would have definitely investigated it by now. And Nangong had stayed here for 8 years without ever checking? Now that it's dark, let us go take a look. Limu also felt a bit curious. They had spent time here before and hadn't noticed anything unusual at night. So the group made their way to the backyard, just in time to see the moonlight casting down on the yard, creating an incredibly serene atmosphere. In that moment, Limu felt as if he had returned to 8 years ago. Back then, although he was powerless, he was incredibly happy. Now, even though he had grown stronger, the happiness was gone, lost along with his missing parents. Young master, didn't you sense anything? Nangong asked. Zhang Mingyao and the others were eager to sense something. But there was no reaction at all. Nangong, did you misinterpret it? Zhang Mingyao asked. Li Qianqian and the others also nodded, as they felt nothing at all. No. Especially when the moon is full, the movement will be even greater. Nangong said confidently. Really? Limu was a bit puzzled, as he hadn't sensed anything at first either. But seeing Nangong's serious demeanor, it didn't seem like she was lying. So, Limu closed his eyes and concentrated on the surroundings. However, after a moment, he found nothing. Could it be that Nangong had some special ability? Young master, you need to enter a meditative state to discover it. Hurry and meditate. Nangong urged. Huh, meditate? How do I do that? Limu was taken aback. He knew that after reaching the true essence realm, the next level was the meditative realm, but he had no idea how to meditate. What? You don't know how to meditate? Nangong looked at Limu in shock. After all, she had fought against him and was sure she wasn't his match. How could Limu not know what meditation was? It's not that I don't know about the meditative realm, but I have no idea how to meditate. Limu said seriously. Young master, you must be testing me. But since you asked, I'll explain. The true purpose of a martial artist cultivating true essence is not just to use it against enemies. That's merely an added benefit. Nangong explained. Huh, using true essence against enemies is just an additional function? Limu was taken aback. It was the first time he had heard this theory. That's right. The real goal of cultivating true essence is to wrap the soul. Nangong said with a serious expression. Wrap the soul? Zhang Mingyao and the others were confused, as they had never encountered this knowledge before. Right. Don't you often dream of going to some place? Nangong asked. Everyone nodded, but these dreams quickly faded upon waking, and they would soon forget them. In fact, it's your soul that goes somewhere or experiences something. But because your souls are not wrapped in true essence, they can't hold on for long, and the memories quickly disappear. However, if you reach the meditative realm, with enough true essence wrapping the soul, it can exist for a longer time, allowing you to see things that others cannot and feel things that ordinary people cannot. Nangong explained. I see. Limu suddenly understood. That's why it's called the meditative realm, because the soul can wander. Young master, your strength is still above mine. Haven't you ever let your soul wander? Nangong looked at Limu curiously. Limu's mouth twitched. Since he practiced the Pure Yang Dao, both his physical body, techniques, and soul were somewhat different from others. Nangong's question made him feel awkward. His strength was indeed greater than Nangong's, but he had never let his soul wander. Young master, you must be testing me, right? To see if I, as a peak practitioner of the divine travel realm, am familiar with these fundamental concepts? Nangong immediately imagined the scenario. Limu twitched his lips and could only nod in agreement. Then Nangong said, Young master, first close your eyes, then release your true essence. Slowly try to wrap your soul in your true essence, and finally separate your soul from your body, and you'll make a new discovery. Limu began to follow Nangong's instructions, gradually wrapping his soul in his true essence, and to his surprise, he actually left his physical body. When Limu turned back and saw his own body, he shuddered instantly. It was even clearer than looking at himself in a mirror. Chapter 51. The Peerless Sword. Young Master, have you never experienced astral projection before? Nangon Yu looked at Li Mu with some confusion. After all, Li Mu's strength was far superior to hers. How could he have never experienced such a thing? However, Li Mu didn't even know how to perform astral projection. And when his soul left his body, he felt somewhat uneasy. No, I really haven't. Li Mu admitted honestly. Although he was quite powerful, he had indeed never undergone astral projection. This was mainly because his cultivation method, the Pure Yang Dao Sutra, was different from what others practiced. Young Master, if you haven't experienced astral projection before, then this time, you must be careful not to stay out too long. Otherwise, your soul will become too fragile without the nourishment of your body, and it might take a long time to recover. Also, in the future, you should refrain from astral projection unless necessary. If you encounter another astral projection practitioner, and their soul is stronger than yours, they could extinguish your soul, and you would end up in a vegetative state. Nangon Yu cautioned. Is it really like that? Li Mu was taken aback. He had heard that some people could sleep and then needed several days to recuperate. It seemed that their souls had been damaged. Moreover, battles in the astral projection realm could actually be fought with the soul. It appeared he had been in the celestial realm for so long and still didn't understand many things. Exactly. The reason why those in the true Yuan realm cannot compete with those in the astral projection realm is that the latter can attack with their souls. In fact, those in the true Yuan realm might not even know where their opponent is and could easily end up becoming a fool. Nangon Yu explained. Not knowing where the opponent is. So, your soul can leave your body and travel quite far? Li Mu asked. I am at the peak of the astral projection realm. My soul can leave my physical body up to 300 meters under the protection of true Yuan. If it exceeds that distance, I will struggle to maintain control. Additionally, I can only project my soul at night, and it must be under the protection of true Yuan. If it's during the day, once my soul leaves my body, the sunlight will harm it, even with true Yuan protection. Nangon Yu replied. Only at night. Li Mu was surprised. So, if one wants to perform astral projection during the day, that would be something only those in the transcendent realm can do. As for the saint realm, they can freely project their souls during the day in sunlight, even traveling several kilometers away without issue. Nangon Yu said. This is the distinction between transcendence and entering the saint realm? Li Mu suddenly understood. He had only heard of the realms of transcendence and entering the saint realm before and didn't know the specific differences between them. Now, it seemed that the names themselves hinted at some clues. After all, being able to astral project during the day meant that some people could be walking down the street and suddenly be killed from hundreds of meters away. Wasn't that the essence of being transcendent? The saint realm was even more formidable, as one could easily project their soul without needing true Yuan protection. After all, true Yuan still had a certain presence. Even the true Yuan of a transcendent could be detected. But in the saint realm, it was undetectable. Sometimes, under the blazing sun, a sudden gust of cold wind could come, and a person would simply vanish. Wait, what does this have to do with your ability to sense anomalies? Li Mu suddenly felt puzzled. Although Nangon Yu's explanation of astral projection was fascinating, he hadn't noticed any abnormalities in their surroundings. Young Master, because Shen Yu involves the wandering of the divine soul through the cosmos, it can perceive many things that physical bodies cannot. If you protect your soul with true essence and take a moment to feel, under the moonlight, you will definitely discover something unusual. Nangon Yu said. I'll give it a try. Li Mu nodded and then closed his eyes. In that instant, he truly felt that the surroundings became extraordinary. Previously, while cultivating the Pure Yang Dao Sutra, his six senses were particularly sharp, and he believed his ability to sense the environment was already exceptional. However, compared to now, it was on a completely different level. He used to hear the heartbeat of humans from dozens of meters away, but now he could even detect the sound of ants moving from that distance. Moreover, the environment around him appeared in his mind like a radar image. This was the terrifying aspect of Shen Yu. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as Li Mu was astonished, he suddenly heard a faint sound of a sword humming. Although it was very weak, his soul still captured it. Young Master, did you hear that? Seeing Li Mu's reaction, Nangon Yu knew he must have noticed something. Yes, it's the sound of a sword. Li Mu replied. The sound of a sword? You're that impressive? Nangon Yu was slightly stunned. This was only Li Mu's first time practicing Shen Yu, yet he could identify it as the sound of a sword? After listening for so many years, she could only perceive unusual noises but never discern what they were. You can't hear it clearly? Li Mu was puzzled. Wasn't Nangon Yu at the peak of the Shen Yu realm? Shouldn't her soul's abilities be stronger than his? Cough, cough, I really can't hear it clearly, Nangon Yu said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Just then, Li Mu suddenly trembled, his physical body shaking slightly. Young master, since this is your first time practicing Xinyu, hurry and return your soul to your body, or it might get damaged. Nangongyu quickly reminded him. Wait a moment. Li Mu shook his head. Since there was the sound of a sword, it meant there was definitely something there. He needed to determine the direction to confirm whether there was truly something in the backyard. Young master, why not wait for another day? Nangongyu urged Li Mu. If his soul were to get damaged, it would take 10 days or half a month to recover. If it couldn't be repaired, she would be in deep trouble. After all, she was the one who taught Li Mu how to practice Xinyu. No need to wait. Let us do it now. Li Mu closed his eyes again and continued to discern the direction of the sword sound. After a few more sword hums, Li Mu finally identified the direction. At that moment, he felt his soul was about to reach its limit and hurriedly returned to his body. When he opened his eyes, he found Zhang Mingyao and Li Qianqian looking at him curiously. What's wrong? Li Mu touched his face, wondering if there was something on it. Junior brother, did you fall asleep? Zhang Mingyao asked. Fall asleep? Yes, you all were silent for several minutes. I thought you had fallen asleep. Zhang Mingyao murmured. Li Mu was taken aback, but then laughed. After practicing Xinyu, he had been communicating with Nangongyu through their souls. Since Zhang Mingyao and the others couldn't practice Xinyu, they naturally couldn't hear the exchange between their souls. In their eyes, he and Nangongyu had simply fallen asleep. Nangongyu then said, Young master, from now on, don't wander off without proper security. Otherwise, if your physical body is harmed, your soul will have nowhere to go, and you'll soon be lost forever. Li Mu nodded. There are both advantages and disadvantages to soul wandering. After all, if the physical body is immobile, it's like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. By the way, have you found anything unusual? Li Qianqian asked. Li Mu stood up and looked toward the northwest corner of the courtyard. Just now, during his soul wandering, he had deduced from the sound of the sword that the anomaly was underground in the northwest corner. Could there be an extraordinary sword down there? Is that why it keeps emitting that sound? Chapter 52, Ominous Signs. Brother, are we digging here? Li Qianqian looked at Li Mu with curiosity. Was he planning to undertake a massive excavation right upon their return? Yes, there should be something down there. What exactly it is, I'm not sure, Li Mu replied. Then let's get to it. Zhang Mingyao had already brought a hoe, rolling up her sleeves and getting ready to start. The hoe is too slow, just watch me. Li Mu chuckled, then pointed his finger, unleashing a blast of sword energy that sliced through the ground. Boom. With a sharp sound, a large pit appeared immediately. Li Mu struck down a few more times, deepening the pit further. Li Qianqian and the others exchanged glances. In just a few strikes, Li Mu had already dug several meters deep. If it were an excavator, it would probably take days to achieve this. As they looked into the pit, they were astonished to find a sword hilt emerging from the bottom. Remarkably, the hilt remained intact despite the immense force of Li Mu's attack. The moment the hilt appeared, the surrounding temperature seemed to drop a few degrees, causing everyone to shiver involuntarily. What a fine sword. With just a glance, Li Mu could tell that the quality of this sword was extraordinary. But why was it buried so deep underground? And why right beneath the villa his parents had purchased? Li Mu leaped into the pit and grabbed the hilt, preparing to pull the long sword out. However, despite using all his strength, he couldn't budge it. What is going on? Li Mu was a bit confused. His strength was considerable, yet he couldn't pull it out. So, he started digging again. As he gradually unearthed the sword, he discovered that the sword was actually embedded in a massive hand. The hand was at least 5 meters long, and it didn't appear to belong to any human. No wonder he couldn't pull the sword out with such force. What a huge hand. Is it some kind of monstrous hand? Zhang Mingyao wondered aloud. I've heard my master say that there are many mystical beasts in the world, and they are enormous, nothing like the wild animals outside. Perhaps this hand belongs to a beast. Nangongyu said, regardless of whose hand it is. Let's get this sword out first. Li Mu exclaimed, ready to try again to pull the sword free. But no matter how much strength he exerted, the sword remained unmoving. Is it stuck? Li Mu frowned. If the sword wasn't stuck, it wouldn't be making such a faint humming sound. But how could the sword be stuck? Come out. Li Mu channeled a large amount of true energy, attempting to forcefully extract the sword. However, no matter how much energy he used, the sword wouldn't budge an inch. Boom. Just then, the massive hand twitched slightly, transmitting a tremendous force to the sword, which then passed through the sword and into Li Mu's hand. Puff. The overwhelming force caused Li Mu to spit out a mouthful of blood. What? Nangongyu exclaimed in shock. Li Mu's strength was far superior to hers. In the end, Li Mu still couldn't withstand the tremor of that enormous hand. Just how powerful was it? Li Mu was immediately sent flying, crashing hard against a pillar. At the same time, he spat out a mouthful of blood, which splattered onto the long sword. The moment his blood touched the sword, it let out a sharp cry. Everyone heard that sound. What was happening? Li Mu was a bit dazed. Did his blood actually activate the sword? As he pondered this, the previously clear night sky was suddenly shrouded by dark clouds, and thunder boomed within them. In an instant, all the lightning converged and formed a bolt about a meter thick, descending from the sky directly towards Shishan. Meanwhile, the people of the entire provincial city were left stunned by this scene. At the Lu residence, what is going on? The family head, Lu Zhenfeng, was in shock. Dad, I told you there was treasure on Shishan, but you didn't believe me. That guy just entered Shishan today. And now such an extraordinary phenomenon occurs at night. It must mean he has discovered something valuable. A young man said angrily. He was Lu Ku, who had almost been beaten to death by Li Mu earlier that day. He had come to seek help, but his father insisted on waiting until the next day to deal with Li Mu. Now, with this strange phenomenon at night, it indicated that Li Mu might have already snatched the good stuff. Damn it, such a huge occurrence definitely means there's something valuable. You fool. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lu Zhenfeng glared at Lu Ku in frustration. This guy had been wandering around Shishan all day. Why hadn't he discovered the treasure sooner? Now, it had probably been taken by someone else. Lu Ku felt wronged. He had been beaten up and had returned to seek help, but it was his father who insisted on waiting until tomorrow. It's not too late to go now. Shishan is our territory, and any treasures there belong to the Lu family. Lu Zhenfeng shouted, then immediately led the Lu family members toward Shishan. At the Lin family, that S in the direction of Shishan, isn't it? Lin Shui said, looking towards where the lightning struck. Yes, it's indeed Shishan. Since that area is controlled by the Lu family, if there is something valuable, the Lu family must have already claimed it. A disciple remarked. Humph. The Lu family is our vassal family. Whatever treasures they find are mine. Lin Shui laughed heartily. The reason he hadn't acted against Li Mu last time was that he lacked complete confidence. If he could obtain the treasure, he would be able to kill Li Mu. And if Lu Hui tried to meddle again, he would simply eliminate Lu Hui. By then, the Xinyuan family would surely come to protect him. Haha, let us go to Shishan. Lin Shui shouted, then swiftly headed towards Shishan. At the same time, various forces in the provincial city noticed the commotion at Shishan. They couldn't hold back any longer, even in the dead of night, and all began to converge towards that direction. A treasure capable of causing such a phenomenon would undoubtedly be extraordinary. If they could get their hands on it, their strength would surely increase significantly. Meanwhile, in the law enforcement team, Lu Hui was also feeling a headache. They had just resolved the troubles with the Ji family, and now such a huge disturbance had erupted again. He had no idea who was responsible for it. Lu Hui smiled wryly. Captain, why don't we just take a quick look? You don't need to go, one of the squad leaders suggested. Lu Hui shook his head and replied, it's not that simple. With such a huge commotion, Lin Shui and Yun Kong must have already set out. You won't be able to maintain order if there's another bloodshed. I want to be able to show my face back in the capital. But Captain, enough. I'll go myself. You all are responsible for maintaining public order in the provincial city. We can't afford any more chaos. Lu Hui commanded. Understood, Captain. Everyone immediately dispersed. Just as the group in the provincial city was gathering towards the west mountain, a bolt of lightning struck down onto the long sword. In that instant, the sword began to hum fiercely, its light shining brilliantly. Chapter 53. Just enough to talk to him as the sword light surged brilliantly. The enormous hand seemed to sense a threat and prepared to resist. However, empowered by the lightning, the sword's might was greatly enhanced. Suddenly, an incredibly powerful beam of sword light descended, striking the long sword, which then plunged fiercely into the giant hand. Thud! The sword pierced through the hand, and the lightning shot into it. Roar! The hand let out a deep growl and began to tremble violently. Moments later, there was a loud bang, and the entire hand exploded in an instant. Yet, after the explosion, there was not a single trace of blood. It was as if the hand had completely vanished without a trace. What is going on? Everyone was stunned. A hand that large should have left some blood or remnants, right? Yet, there was absolutely nothing left. However, Li Mu didn't dwell on it and walked over to the long sword. The sword, having absorbed Li Mu's blood, seemed to feel a sense of familiarity and actively flew into his hand. So heavy. After weighing the sword in his hand, Li Mu was somewhat surprised. His strength had increased significantly, yet holding this sword still felt quite substantial. Moreover, wielding it gave off an aura of dominance over the world. Brother, does the sword have any characters on it? Li Qianqian leaned in to ask. Li Mu examined it closely and found no inscriptions. Since it has no name, I'll give it one. He toyed with the sword, thinking for a moment before saying, since it was discovered during my divine journey and helped me use lightning to defeat such a terrifying hand, let us call it the God-slaying sword. God-slaying sword? Everyone was taken aback. This name seemed a bit too domineering, didn't it? The long sword, however, seemed to take a liking to the name and emitted a ringing sound. Looks like you like the name. Then let us go on a rampage together. Li Mu chuckled and then stored the god-slaying sword in his storage ring. Afterward, he began to fill in the large pit. As the pit was filled, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, returning to a serene night with a bright moon and sparse stars. Young master, someone is coming. Nangong Yu suddenly furrowed her brow. Of course. Li Mu smiled calmly. After making such a commotion, it would be strange if no one came. However, now that he had the god-slaying sword, he wasn't afraid of anyone approaching. So, Li Mu led everyone to the entrance of the courtyard, where they saw Lu Jinfeng and Lu Ku, along with others, marching grandly to the door. This is the spot. That bolt of lightning struck right here. Quickly, surround the area. Not a single fly can escape. Lu Jinfeng commanded immediately. Then, dozens of people rushed to the entrance, preparing to enter the courtyard. Get lost. Li Mu shouted loudly, and a wave of energy surged forth, instantly frightening everyone back. Bastard, it's really you. Upon seeing Li Mu, Lu Ku was immediately enraged. And if it is me? Li Mu let out a cold laugh. He had thought this guy would bring the Lin family over this afternoon. But he only showed up now, and he only brought the Lu family members, which was quite pathetic. Dad, he beat me up today, and now he has taken my treasure. You can't let him off. Lu Ku shouted, pointing at Li Mu. Lu Jinfeng glanced at Li Mu and sneered. Kid, making such a big fuss earlier, that treasure must be quite something, right? Hand it over, and I might spare your life. Huh, spare my life? Just because of you? Li Mu shook his head in disbelief. This guy was merely at the Qi movement stage and dared to boast in front of him? Truly clueless. Humph, this western mountain has always been my territory. You obtained the treasure here. Shouldn't you hand it over to me? Lu Jinfeng questioned. Your territory? You really have some nerve. Li Mu laughed coldly. His parents had bought Western Mountain long ago. Just because they had been missing for 8 years, the Lu family thought they could claim it as theirs. What a joke. Enough nonsense. Last chance. Will you hand it over or not? Lu Jinfeng barked. If you have the ability, come and take it. Li Mu grinned, then beckoned Lu Jinfeng with a finger. Lu Jinfeng was furious and waved his hand, signaling his men to rush in. Humph, breaking into a private residence? You're asking for death. Li Mu laughed coldly and waved his hand, unleashing a burst of sword energy. Puff! With a loud sound. Dozens of people were sliced in half by the sword energy, and the stench of blood quickly filled the air. Seeing this, Lu Ku shuddered. He never expected Li Mu to be this powerful. If Li Mu had treated him with such severity today, he would have probably been dead by now. Scoundrel you. You're a master of Qi control. Lu Jinfeng's face changed drastically. After all, being able to release sword energy with a mere gesture meant he was at least at the Qi control stage. Qi control? Whatever. Li Mu shrugged. He wasn't entirely sure of his own strength, but taking them down was no problem. Humph. Even if you are at the Qi control stage, so what? My Lu family is allied with the Lin family, and their head, Lin Shui, is a true Yuan realm expert. Do you dare to oppose the Lin family? Lu Jinfeng reprimanded. Come on, think about it. If I were afraid of the Lin family, would I let him go? Li Mu pointed at Lu Ku and chuckled. Huh, are you saying you knew we were backed by the Lin family all along, and you let him go on purpose? Lu Jinfeng furrowed his brow. If that were true, what was Li Mu's motive? Was he not afraid of being killed by Lin Shui? Exactly, I let him go on purpose. Otherwise, how would you have come here? But now it seems I acted unnecessarily. Li Mu shook his head. Had he known about the god-slaying sword, he wouldn't have bothered letting Lu Ku go. After all, with such a commotion, Lin Shui would definitely come. Dad, stop wasting time with him and just kill him. Lu Ku shouted. Shut up. Lu Jinfeng burst out cursing. Others are at least masters in the Qi refinement stage, and you're just at the Qi gathering stage. Aren't you just asking for death? The only thing he could do now was wait for Lin Shui to arrive. With such a commotion going on, Lin Shui would definitely show up immediately. Lu Jinfeng then coldly turned to Li Mu and said, Kid, the head of the Lin family will be here soon. I advise you to hand over your treasure obediently. Otherwise, you'll truly be on a path to death. Oh, he is coming? Perfect, I can't wait to have a word with him. Li Mu replied with a sly smile, as his goal was to drag Lin Shui down with him. Even if Lin Shui decided to hide like a turtle when he arrived, with the Lu family around, they would definitely uncover some dark secrets about the Lin family. By then, Lin Shui would have no way to distance himself from the situation. Chapter 54. Hitting a wall. What is going on here? At that moment, a middle-aged man arrived outside the Shishan villa, looking at the standoff between Li Mu and Lu Jinfeng with some confusion. He thought he had arrived early enough, but it turned out others had already confronted each other. Master Zhao, you're just in time. You have to judge this. Shishan is our Lu family's territory. This guy barged into our domain, stole our treasures, and has now killed dozens of our family members. Don't you think he deserves to die? Lu Jinfeng immediately began to complain as soon as he saw the middle-aged man. Li Mu also turned to look at the middle-aged man. According to what Qian Feng had said earlier, this man was named Zhao Yuhui, a master in the late stage of the true essence realm. Moreover, he had no background and had worked hard to reach this level entirely on his own. One could say he was quite a genius. However, Zhao Yuhui had a peculiar temperament and did not curry favor with anyone, which meant he had not received support in Jiangdong province and had never been able to leave. Zhao Yuhui glanced at Lu Jinfeng and said, Lu Jinfeng, when did Shishan become your Lu family's territory? 8 years ago, my Lu family took over Shishan. How can it not be ours? Luca questioned. Took over? How did you take it over? I think it was just an occupation, Zhao Yuhui sneered. Although he didn't know whose property Shishan had been before, he was sure it wasn't the Lu family's. 8 years ago, the Lu family had suddenly seized Shishan, but he had no interest in it and had never inquired further. Now that Lu Jinfeng claimed Shishan was the Lu family's property, he couldn't just let that slide. Interesting. Li Mu chuckled to himself. It seemed Zhao Yuhui was indeed as Qian Feng had described, eccentric. I won't waste my breath with you. Since you won't help me, I ask you to leave my Lu family's territory. Lu Jinfeng barked. And if I don't leave? Zhao Yuhui shrugged. This was not even the Lu family's territory to begin with, and there was still a good show to watch. Why should he leave? Lu Jinfeng was furious. As a Qi movement realm practitioner, he was naturally no match for Zhao Yuhui. With this guy refusing to leave, he could only stare in frustration. Lu Jinfeng, what treasure has Shishan produced? At that moment, Lin Shui strode over. However, when he saw Li Mu, he instantly lost his composure. Why was Li Mu everywhere he went? Was this guy a troublemaker? Brother Lin, you've come at just the right time. This brat not only injured my son, but also stole our treasures from Shishan. You have to stand up for me. Lu Jinfeng rushed over, tears streaming down his face. Lin Shui immediately turned to Li Mu and said, Kid, you injured Lu Ku and killed members of the Lu family? Yes, I killed them all. Is there a problem? Li Mu didn't deny it, but shrugged instead. Good. Lin Shui suddenly burst into laughter. Originally, he hadn't had a chance to deal with Li Mu. But now that Li Mu had intruded into Shishan and killed so many from the Lu family, if the enforcement team didn't take action, he would complain to the capital. Lin Shui immediately sneered. Notify Lu Hui right away. Tell him that Li Mu is rampaging in Shishan, and he needs to hurry to capture him. Yes, master. His subordinate was about to call Lu Hui when suddenly, Lu Hui's voice rang out. No need to call. I'm here. At that moment, everyone saw Lu Hui arrive with 2 squad leaders. He knew that such a commotion would definitely attract attention. If he didn't come to maintain order, he would face serious consequences if things turned bloody. Haha, Captain Lu. You arrived just in time. Li Mu has openly admitted to storming Shishan, attacking Lu Ku, and killing so many from the Lu family. The evidence is irrefutable. You can capture him now, right? Your discretion is of no use here. Lin Shui questioned. Lu Hui furrowed his brows. He hadn't anticipated that this incident was connected to Li Mu. He was even more shocked to learn that Li Mu had killed so many people on someone else's territory. No less. Even if he wanted to help Li Mu, he couldn't find a valid excuse. Ha! Lu Hui, last time you blindly helped Li Mu. But this time you have no excuse to do so, right? Yun Kong chimed in mockingly, ignoring both Yun Kong and Lin Shui. Lu Hui turned to Li Mu and asked, Li Mu, you stormed Shishan, attacked Lu Ku, and killed so many from the Lu family? That's right, I did it all. Li Mu replied confidently. The strange phenomenon earlier was also caused by a treasure, which I have already collected. You. Lu Hui was speechless. Could you at least try to cover it up? Being so blatant made things difficult for him. Captain Lu, he admitted it himself. Why aren't you arresting him? Lin Shui pressed. However, Zhao Yuhui interjected, Captain Lu, as far as I know, Shishan isn't actually the Lu family's territory. They've been charging fees here without rightful claim. I think this young man is doing a service to the public. Zhao Yuhui, I advise you to stop making baseless claims. We've owned Shishan for 8 years. How could it not belong to us? Lu Jinfeng shot back. Owned? Who did you buy it from? Zhao Yuhui questioned. That's none of your business. If it doesn't belong to the Lu family, then tell me why. After occupying it for 8 years, no one has come to claim it? Lu Jinfeng retorted. Zhao Yuhui's lips twitched. He had no answer for that. Meanwhile, Li Mu ignored their argument and looked at Lu Hui, saying, Captain Lu, I've admitted to what I did. How do you think this should be handled? I need to confirm who actually owns Shishan. That will affect the final outcome. Lu Hui stated seriously. Li Mu nodded. This guy wasn't foolish. If he were to arrest him outright, That would be a foolish move. Then Li Mu turned to Lu Jinfeng, asking, "You said you bought Xishan. Who did you buy it from?" That question was already asked by Zhao Yuhui. Lu Jinfeng sneered. "But you didn't answer directly. I need you to clearly state who this Xishan courtyard belongs to." Li Mu demanded. Anyway, I bought it. Otherwise, how could the original owner not come to claim it for 8 years? Lu Jinfeng scolded. Exactly, Captain Lu. You should hurry up and arrest him. Lu Ku added. Li Mu, however, responded with a cold laugh. If you can't explain it, let me tell you. This West Mountain villa is the property of the Li family. 8 years ago, a massacre occurred in the Li family, resulting in the tragic deaths of dozens of my relatives. My parents went missing, and my sister was taken captive. I haven't returned in these 8 years, which is why no one has come to claim it. Now that I'm back, do you still have the nerve to say this West Mountain belongs to the Lu family? After hearing Li Mu's words, everyone was stunned. This West Mountain is the Li family's property? They have to buy a ticket to return home? If it were them, they would probably be furious. It seems Lu Jinfeng has kicked a hard rock. Chapter 55. How will you choose? What are you saying? This West Mountain is the property of the Li family? Nonsense. Lu Jinfeng glared at Li Mu, his anger boiling. If what Li Mu said was true, then they had died for nothing. Nonsense. You can have Captain Lu check the property transaction records from back then, or I can show you the land deed. Then you'll know whether I'm telling the truth or not, Li Mu replied with a cold smile. You. Lu Jinfeng's lips twitched. Li Mu's confidence suggested he had solid proof. Even if they investigated, the West Mountain was definitely the Li family's property, and he had occupied it for 8 years, only to have the rightful owner return. Captain Lu, since this West Mountain is my family's property, doesn't that mean the Lu family has trespassed? Li Mu asked. Of course it does. Lu Hui nodded. He had been troubled about whether to arrest Li Mu, but now there was a shocking twist. Since it was a case of trespassing, wouldn't it be reasonable for me to kill them? Of course. They have invaded your property, and even if you killed them all, my enforcement team wouldn't intervene, Lu Hui affirmed. So, if I want to kill them now, none of you have the right to stop me, right? Li Mu asked again. Everyone exchanged glances. They had come to seize treasures, only to find that the treasures were on Li Mu's territory. What was there to seize now? The one with the darkest expression was naturally Lin Shui. He had hoped to use this opportunity to have Lu Hui arrest Li Mu, and regardless of the outcome, both Lu Hui and Li Mu would suffer. But with Li Mu's unexpected turn of events, the Lu family was doomed. Seeing that everyone was silent, Lu Jinfeng's heart sank. It was clear they had tacitly accepted Li Mu's words. This meant that if Li Mu wanted to kill him now, none of them would intervene. Immediately, Lu Jinfeng turned to Lin Shui, pleading, Brother Lin, I am one of your people. You can't just stand by and watch me die. Lin Shui's face was grim. If it were for any other reason, he might have intervened. But Lu Jinfeng and the others had trespassed. He couldn't help them. If he chose to intervene, Lu Hui would surely take the opportunity to strike at the Lin family. So, he had to give up on the Lu family. Lu Jinfeng. Who says you are one of my people? Lin Shui shouted. Brother Lin. Lu Jinfeng was stunned. Had he just been abandoned by Lin Shui? Just a moment ago, he was still talking about treasures on his territory. Shut up. Who's your brother? Lin Shui scolded angrily. You. Lu Jinfeng was completely panicked. If even Lin Shui wouldn't protect him, today would truly be his end. After all these years following the Lin family, you were just cast aside. Was it worth it? Li Mu chuckled. Li Mu, don't slander us. Who said they have been with my Lin family for years? Lin Shui immediately rebuked. Not wanting to attract trouble, Lu Jinfeng, having followed Lin Shui for so many years, knew how cold-hearted he could be. If he said he would abandon the Lu family, he would indeed abandon them. So, Lu Jinfeng could only turn to Li Mu and say, Young brother, I didn't know the West Mountain belonged to your family. It was wrong of me to occupy it all these years. I can hand over all of Xishan's revenue from these years to you, and I can also offer a substantial compensation, as long as you let us go. I'll agree to any conditions. Oh, any conditions? Li Mu looked at Lu Jinfeng with interest. Of course, any condition works. Lu Jinfeng became excited when he sensed Li Mu was softening. All right. As long as you report Lin Shui's illegal activities, and you have solid evidence, I can let both of you go, Li Mu said with a smile. Lu Jinfeng's heart sank. Lin Shui's face changed instantly, realizing the gravity of the situation. It dawned on him that from the very beginning, Li Mu's target was not the Lu family, but rather dragging the Lin family down with them. He had come to seize treasure and enjoy the show. But now he found himself in the spotlight. Lu Hui was also taken aback. He had been in the provincial city for days searching for any illegal activities of the Lin family, but had found nothing. Yet, Li Mu came to Xishan and immediately found a handle on Lin Shui. After all, Lu Jinfeng had been with Lin Shui for many years and certainly knew many of his secrets. With even a little evidence, Li Mu could apprehend Lin Shui at his discretion. If they took down Lin Shui, the Xianyuan family would be completely expelled from Jiangdong province. In a sense, Li Mu was doing him a huge favor. Are you asking me to betray Brother Lin? Lu Zhenfeng's expression darkened. After following Lin Shui for so many years, he was well aware of Lin's methods. If he betrayed Lin Shui, he would definitely face dire consequences. Yes, I'm asking you to betray him. By doing so, you might have a chance to live. If you don't betray him, you'll die today. So it's your choice. Li Mu chuckled. This was his open strategy. Lu Zhenfeng's face was grim. Lin Shui had already abandoned him, and if he didn't betray Lin, he would die immediately. But if he did betray Lin Shui, as long as Li Mu and Lu Hui could take him down, there might still be hope for him. He then glanced at Lin Shui, his eyes filled with determination. Lu Zhenfeng, you better shut your mouth, or I will ensure your entire family has no place to be buried. Lin Shui realized from Lu Zhenfeng's gaze that this guy was about to betray him. Lu Zhenfeng was his trusted confidant, privy to many of his secrets. Just one of those secrets could be enough to ruin him. No place to be buried. Brother Lin, if I don't betray you, I will die right now. If you were in my position, what would you choose? Lu Zhenfeng asked. You. Enough. Lu Zhenfeng shook his head, ignoring Lin Shui, and turned to Li Mu. Kid, running into you today is my misfortune. I can betray Lin Shui. The information I provide will definitely bring the Lin family to ruin. But you have to guarantee that after I speak, you'll let both of us go. Do you have room for negotiation? Li Mu sneered. Lu Zhenfeng's mouth twitched. But he had no choice. Listening to Li Mu offered a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, it was a dead end. Lu Zhenfeng gritted his teeth and said, I'll believe you this once. I'm reporting Lin Shui. 5 years ago, he committed a horrific massacre, killing an elderly couple and a pair of siblings. The members of the Lin family took turns violating the mother and daughter. Then they brutally murdered the entire family of 4 and buried them in a canyon east of the provincial capital. What? The crowd was stunned by Lu Zhenfeng's words. The Lin family took turns assaulting the mother and daughter, and they murdered an entire family? That was beyond monstrous. Lu Zhenfeng, stop talking nonsense. Lin Shui's face turned pale because if this accusation stuck, Lu Hui could use it to ruin him completely. Nonsense. I personally buried them. How could I be mistaken? That girl, before she died, kept saying that even as a ghost, Shui Xiaomei wouldn't let us go. Lu Zhenfeng sneered. What did you say? Her name was? What? Zhang Mingyao was instantly taken aback upon hearing that name, her eyes filled with shock. Chapter 56. Worse than beasts. Zhang Mingyao's reaction surprised everyone. Could it be that she knows Shui Xiaomei? What a coincidence. Third sister, do you know her? Li Mu asked, puzzled. He had used Lu Zhenfeng to bring Lin Shui down. And now it turned out that Lu Zhenfeng casually revealing one of Lin Shui's crimes was actually related to Zhang Mingyao. Zhang Mingyao didn't answer Li Mu. Instead, she looked at Lu Zhenfeng and asked seriously, the Shui Xiaomei you mentioned, does she have a black birthmark on the back of her hand? Yes. She has a black birthmark on her right hand. However, her looks and figure are excellent, so that birthmark is not significant to the Lin family. Lu Zhenfeng didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood. For such beasts, a birthmark was nothing that could hinder their depraved actions. You are all a bunch of beasts. Zhang Mingyao glared at Lin Shui and the others, furious. This guy is already in his 70s or 80s, yet he still commits such outrageous acts. Third sister, do you really know her? Li Mu asked. Zhang Mingyao shook her head and said, Junior brother, I don't know this Shui Xiaomei. But no matter how you plan to deal with Lin Shui or use him for something, you need to act quickly because Lin Shui won't last much longer. Huh? He won't last much longer? Li Mu was taken aback. Zhang Mingyao would never say such things without reason. It seemed that Shui Xiaomei's identity was not simple. If this matter were to leak out, Lin Shui would undoubtedly be doomed. And since he wanted to use Lin Shui to drag the Xianyuan family down, he needed to act fast. Lu Zhenfeng, take Captain Lu immediately to gather evidence and capture Lin Shui as soon as possible. Li Mu wasted no time and ordered. Lu Hui also wanted to capture Lin Shui quickly, so he immediately took Lu Zhenfeng to dig up evidence. Meanwhile, Lin Shui realized that once the body was unearthed, the Lin family's good days would be over. So he prepared to leave. As long as he left Jiangdong province, even if Lu Hui found evidence, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Trying to run? Li Mu sneered. He still wanted to use Lin Shui to drag the Xianyuan family down. So how could he let Lin Shui leave? Li Mu, I advise you not to court death. Otherwise, you will end up in a very ugly situation. Lin Shui shouted. Impudent. Dare to show disrespect to the young master? Nangong Yu immediately stepped forward, glaring angrily at Lin Shui. Then she turned to Li Mu and said, Young master, just say the word, and I'll tear him to shreds. No need. Li Mu shook his head. Lin Shui still had value for use. Otherwise, he would have killed him long ago. After all, during the Li family massacre years ago, Lin Tao was one of the main culprits. and the Lin family was still an accomplice. But to uncover the entire truth from back then, he needed to drag the Xianyuan family down. Lin Shui, I think you'd better not leave. At this moment, Zhao Yuhui walked over, flanking Lin Shui with Li Mu, effectively trapping him. Zhao Yuhui, what do you mean? Lin Shui frowned. Lin Shui, your entire Lin family has taken turns humiliating this mother and daughter. This has already angered both gods and men. How can I let you leave? Zhao Yuhui scolded. Zhao Yuhui, do you know who I am? Do you know who is behind me? Do you dare to lay a hand on me? Hee hee. Everyone knows that your Lin family is backed by the Xianyuan family of the law enforcement team. But so what? You've committed such heinous acts that have enraged the people. I must intervene. Zhao Yuhui said fiercely, looking for death. Lin Shui was furious and prepared to strike. Both he and Zhao Yuhui were at the late stage of the true element realm, and even with Li Mu behind him, as long as he exerted his full strength, there was still hope to escape. As for the other members of the Lin family, they could only fend for themselves. Want to run? Zhao Yuhui sneered, then released a large amount of true element energy, engaging Lin Shui in combat. Junior brother, aren't you going to intervene? Zhang Mingyao asked curiously as she saw Li Mu watching the spectacle. Isn't he filled with hatred for Lin Shui? If I intervene, Lin Shui won't have a chance at all. Li Mu smiled calmly, with no intention of stepping in. Besides, he wanted to see how strong Zhao Yuhui really was. After a few minutes of entanglement, Lin Shui was panting heavily, and Zhao Yuhui was not much better off. Zhao Yuhui, get away from me now, Lin Shui roared. Realizing that if he delayed any longer, Lu Hui would bring back the evidence, and he really wouldn't be able to escape. What a beautiful thought. If someone like you were to run free, who knows how many people would suffer? Zhao Yuhui sneered. Damn it. Lin Shui was enraged, then bit his finger, causing a drop of his blood to fly out and attach itself to his true element energy. Exploding crimson flame, break for me, Lin Shui shouted. And a sword chi immediately slashed towards Zhao Yuhui. Zhao Yuhui's expression changed drastically. This strike from Lin Shui was truly terrifying. Even though they were at the same realm, he did not dare to take it head-on and could only dodge. Seeing Zhao Yuhui evade, Lin Shui immediately made a run for it. Ah, what a pity. Zhao Yuhui sighed, allowing Lin Shui to escape, as long as he got out of Jiangdong province. Given the relationship between the Lin family and the Xianyuan family, even if the law enforcement team intervened, they wouldn't be able to take down Lin Shui. From then on, this guy would be able to roam free. Run? Escape? Li Mu sneered, then waved his hand, sending a gigantic true element hand flying through the air. Slap. With a crisp sound, the true element hand struck Lin Shui directly. He fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. What? Zhao Yuhui was stunned by this scene. He had fought with all his strength to achieve a stalemate with Lin Shui, yet Li Mu, with a casual strike, had completely crushed Lin Shui. Although Lin Shui had been heavily exhausted from his battle with him, being taken down with a single slap demonstrated just how terrifying Li Mu's strength was. You little punk, I have the Xianyuan family behind me. Lin Shui shouted angrily. I know you have the Xianyuan family backing you, but my target is the Xianyuan family. Li Mu replied with a cold smile. What? Lin Shui's heart sank. He initially thought that Li Mu was targeting him by taking down the Lu family. But it turned out that Li Mu was actually going after the Xianyuan family behind him. This guy has some serious guts. Just stay put. You won't have any issues until the Xianyuan family makes their move. Li Mu scoffed. Hopefully, the Xianyuan family will act soon. Zhang Mingyao beside him smiled helplessly, knowing that once this news got out, people would come rushing in. If they did arrive, Li Mu might not even be able to protect Lin Shui. As they were speaking, Lu Hui, Lu Zhenfeng, and the others returned. Lin Shui, you are suspected of the brutal murder of a mother and daughter. I am now arresting you in my capacity as the captain of the enforcement team. Lu Hui said angrily, glaring at Lin Shui. Before this, he had only targeted Lin Shui due to conflicting family interests. However, after uncovering the bodies, he believed Lin Shui was nothing but a beast. Even if there were no family interests at play, he was determined to see Lin Shui face the guillotine. A person like him is worse than an animal. Chapter 57. That fool Lin Shui. Haha. Even if you capture me, it's useless. Someone will come to rescue me. Although Lin Shui was caught by Lu Hui, he wasn't worried at all. As long as he was alive, the Xianyuan family would definitely send someone to save him. Being one of Xianyuan's subordinates, he understood the dynamics between the 10 major families and the 10 sects very well. What is considered illegal or criminal is merely a means for various powers to eliminate their rivals. The same incident can be viewed entirely differently depending on who is looking at it. In other words, as long as the Xianyuan family provides enough benefits to the forces behind Lu Hui, he would be just fine. As for the family of 4 that was killed, who cares? In this day and age, if you lack power, influence, or connections, you'll end up as a mere background figure. Lin Shui, if it were just a minor issue, the Xianyuan family could indeed save you. But what you've done, does that even count as human affairs? The Xianyuan family can't help you. Lu Hui scolded. We'll see. Lin Shui scoffed as he was escorted away. Later, Li Qianqian looked at Li Mu and asked, Brother, do you think Lin Shui might really be rescued? It's not impossible. Li Mu replied with a helpless smile, recalling what Lu Hui had said earlier. What law does this so-called enforcement team uphold? Isn't it just about their own interests? As long as the benefits are sufficient. It's not out of the question for Lin Shui to be released. However, this doesn't concern him much. His goal was to drag the Xianyuan family into trouble. Once the Xianyuan family intervened, his purpose would be achieved. If Lin Shui were truly rescued, he could simply kill him afterward. As for justice, morality, in this world, he had no hope in the enforcement team. The most reliable thing was still his own fists. Then, Li Mu looked over at Zhao Yuhui not far away and tossed him a recovery pill. Is this a recovery pill? Zhao Yuhui exclaimed in surprise. Last time at the Star Pavilion auction, a peak True Essence Realm expert bought the recovery pill, and he had been upset about it for days. Now, Li Mu was giving him one directly? Yes, it's a recovery pill. You fought Lin Shui and got hurt. So taking this will not only boost your true essence, but also help heal your injuries, Li Mu explained. How much is it? I'll transfer the money to you. Zhao Yuhui said. No need for money. Consider it a personal favor. Li Mu replied with a calm smile. He wasn't lacking in money. And while the recovery pill was precious to others, it was just a batch of pills for him. If he ran out, he could always refine more. Zhao Yuhui was somewhat astonished. Recovery pills were quite rare. Otherwise, during the last auction at the Star Pavilion, all those in the True Essence realm wouldn't have been so excited. Yet, Li Mu so easily gave him such a valuable item. What scheme was this guy up to? Don't look at me like that. I just find you pleasant to look at, Li Mu joked casually. Pleasant to look at? So you give me a recovery pill? Zhao Yuhui was a bit dazed. Li Mu was truly a wealthy man. Just consider it as you owe me a favor. Li Mu laughed. Since that's the case, I will accept it. Zhao Yuhui was not one to be overly sentimental. The recovery pill was indeed very useful to him. It might even help him advance to the peak of the True Essence realm. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Yuhui asked, by the way, the recovery pill auctioned by the Star Pavilion a few days ago, was it yours? Indeed it was. Then the middle-aged man who bought the recovery pill, was he the one you killed? Zhao Yuhui inquired. Oh, you all know about it. Li Mu was a bit surprised. Not just me. Many people in Jiangdong province are aware. Zhao Yuhui nodded. After all, he bought the recovery pill and ended up dead before even leaving Jiangdong province. And he was a peak True Essence realm cultivator. How could that possibly be kept a secret? Moreover, since Li Mu had effortlessly taken down Lin Shui just moments ago, Zhao Yuhui speculated that Li Mu must have been the one who killed that man. Well, if you know, then you know, Li Mu replied, not bothering to hide it. After all, through that middle-aged man, he had already learned about the Xianyuan family behind the scenes. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave first. If anything comes up in the future, just let me know. I, Zhao Yuhui, will do my utmost. Zhao Yuhui said with a cupped fist before departing from Xishan. In truth, Li Mu could tell that Zhao Yuhui still had questions, but he didn't dare to voice them. It wasn't just Zhao Yuhui. Even Lu Hui wanted to ask. After all, such a significant event must involve something valuable. However, they were all aware of Li Mu's strength, so even though they were curious about what the treasure was, they didn't dare to pry further. Once they had all left, Li Mu turned to Zhang Mengyao and asked, Senior sister, is there something behind Shui Xiaomei? Junior brother, it's better if you don't ask too many questions. We should hurry. Zhang Mengyao sighed. After all, this news was bound to leak. And no matter what the Xianyuan family did, they couldn't protect Lin Shui. All right. Li Mu smiled helplessly. Since Zhang Mengyao wasn't saying anything, he didn't feel like pressing further. After all, Lin Shui had to die. He then instructed Nan Gongyu to prepare a few rooms for Li Qianqian and the others to rest. He went to the courtyard and took out the god-slaying sword to examine it. The sword was about a meter long, incredibly sharp, and had been buried underground for who knows how many years without any sign of rust. Perhaps because it had absorbed his blood essence. Li Mu felt a sense of familiarity when holding it. What exactly is your origin? And what about that big hand? How did you end up in my family's courtyard? Li Mu murmured as he stroked the god-slaying sword. However, the sword did not respond at all, and Li Mu couldn't help but chuckle. How could a sword possibly answer his questions? Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Xianyuan family in Kyoto, an old man was pacing back and forth with a furrowed brow. Do we have news from Xie Gang? The old man asked. Third elder, Xie Gang is still unaccounted for. I fear he may already be dead. A middle-aged man replied respectfully. Dead? That fool. I told him long ago to destroy the Yushan cave and return as soon as possible. but he insisted on lingering in Jiangdong province. Now look where we are. He's dead, and I don't know if the secret has been leaked, the old man said angrily. Third elder, there's another piece of bad news, the middle-aged man said. Is there worse news than this? The old man sighed, perplexed by the continuous troubles plaguing the Xianyuan family lately. Lin Shui has been captured by Lu Hui, said the middle-aged man. What? Lin Shui has been captured? Has Lu Hui lost his mind? The old man fumed, furious that the Lin family was supposed to be under the Xianyuan family's protection. Elder, Lu Hui didn't act without reason. One of Lin Shui's vassal families was apprehended, and they revealed that Lin Shui had brutally murdered a mother and daughter. The middle-aged man explained. What? That fool Lin Shui. The old man trembled with anger. Losing the position of captain of the enforcement team was already a significant blow to the Xianyuan family due to Lin Tao's incompetence. Now, with Lin Shui captured, if he starts making accusations, the Xianyuan family's losses could escalate even further. Chapter 58. How to collaborate openly. Third elder, are we going to rescue Lin Shui? The middle-aged man asked. Of course we have to rescue him. Lin Shui knows too much. If he spills the beans, our Xianyuan family will be in serious trouble. The old man replied, not pleased. But Lu Hui personally took action to capture him, which means someone is behind this. If we make a move now, it will play right into their hands. Let it play into their hands. Right now, we need to get Lin Shui out. Otherwise, who will be loyal to our Xianyuan family in the future? As for the cost, we'll just have to give some benefits to the family behind this. The old man sighed. All right, I'll make arrangements. The middle-aged man nodded and then left. Damn it, I should have just killed that fool earlier. The old man muttered angrily. In the provincial capital, in the law enforcement team's prison. Li Mu, you want to see Lin Shui? Lu Hui asked, puzzled. Before Lin Shui was captured, Li Mu had plenty of opportunities. Why did he insist on seeing Lin Shui now? Yes, I have something to discuss with him. Li Mu replied. Then follow me. Lu Hui nodded and led Li Mu to the prison. Lin Shui was held in solitary confinement, with reinforced bars ensuring he couldn't escape. What? Here to see my misfortune? Lin Shui coldly glared at the two. I'm not here to see your misfortune. I'm here to offer you a way out. Li Mu said. A way out? The situation I'm in is all thanks to you. And you still want to offer me a way out? What a joke. Lin Shui cursed. If it weren't for Li Mu going to Xishan and capturing Lu Zhenfeng, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Humph. Even if I hadn't gone to Xishan, your crimes would still have been exposed, and you would still be caught. Li Mu replied. So what if I'm caught? Do you know who is backing me? The Xianyuan family. You can't mess with them. I've been in here for a day already. The Xianyuan family has definitely taken action. I'll be out of here soon. Lin Shui said, looking smugly at Li Mu. Though he was captured now, once he got out of the law enforcement prison, he had plenty of ways to kill Li Mu. Even if he couldn't kill Li Mu, he was confident he could take care of Li Qianqian and Ji Xiaoya. In short, he would do everything he could to get revenge on Li Mu and make sure he had a hard time. Get out. You think I can't kill you? Li Mu laughed. You. Lin Shui's lips twitched. After all, Li Mu was far too strong. If he really wanted to kill him, he wouldn't stand a chance. So I'm here to give you a chance at life. Do you want to take it? Li Mu asked. Kid, do you think I'm stupid? You want me to betray the Xianyuan family, right? You've wasted your trip. If I betray the Xianyuan family, they will never rescue me. But if I keep my mouth shut, they'll come to save me, and I'll have a chance to leave this prison. Once I'm out, I'll go straight to the Xianyuan family in the capital. How can you kill me then? Lin Shui laughed heartily. Haha. You really think that once you get to the Xianyuan family, I won't be able to kill you? How naive. Li Mu let out a cold smile. A confident grin that made Lin Shui tremble all over. This guy really fears nothing. And by the way, I didn't ask you to betray the Xianyuan family. I just need you to ask a question. Li Mu said. Ask a question? That's right, if you help me with one question. I can guarantee I won't kill you. Li Mu replied. What question? Lin Shui asked, somewhat puzzled. Although he wasn't sure if Li Mu had the ability to kill him under the protection of the Xianyuan family, he could consider asking just one question. When the Li family massacre happened, did Lin Tao, as the captain of the enforcement team, receive orders from the Xianyuan family not to investigate the case? Li Mu asked. At that time, Lin Tao did indeed receive such an order. So what? Behind the Li family massacre was a figure codenamed Jade Dragon. And I need you to find out who is in charge of the Xianyuan family's Jade Dragon operation. Li Mu stated. Codenamed Jade Dragon. How am I supposed to ask that? You hold the secrets of the Xianyuan family. Getting the name of the person in charge shouldn't be a problem. As for how to do it, that's up to you. Just know that if you can't get it, I will definitely kill you, no matter who comes to save you. Li Mu warned. You. Lin Shui's lips twitched. Li Mu had him cornered. He then asked, since you're so strong, why don't you just ask someone from the Xianyuan family yourself? Just ask what you're told to ask. No need for all this nonsense. Li Mu sneered. Fine. Lin Shui shook his head in resignation. He had no choice but to comply. Besides, asking this wouldn't harm him, and it was doable. As they spoke, Lu Hui walked in, his face darkened. Li Mu. Someone from the Xianyuan family is here. So soon? Li Mu was taken aback. He thought it would take the Xianyuan family a few more days to act. Yet they sent someone the very next day? It seemed Lin Shui really knew a lot of secrets about the Xianyuan family. Otherwise, the Xianyuan family wouldn't be in such a hurry to rescue him. However, these secrets held no allure for Li Mu. He only wanted to know who was in charge of the Jade Dragon operation. He could indeed capture someone from the Xianyuan family and interrogate them directly. But that would alert the Xianyuan family. That's why he had Lin Shui ask. Afterward, he could figure out how to deal with the person in charge. It's good they're here. It's good they're here. Lin Shui finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew the Xianyuan family would find a way to save him. As long as he asked Li Mu's question and was rescued by the Xianyuan family, he wouldn't have to die. As they spoke, a middle-aged man arrived at the enforcement team's prison. Upon seeing him, Lu Hui couldn't help but furrow his brow. Do you know him? Li Mu asked. He is a master from the Xianyuan family, Xianyuan Su, who works at the enforcement team's headquarters. In terms of position, he is even my superior. Lu Hui explained. Oh, your superior? It seems the Xianyuan family is indeed making a significant effort this time. Li Mu chuckled. Well, the stronger the people who come, the higher the chance they know who is in charge. Lu Hui, you're quite bold. Do you even know who Lin Shui is? You dare to arrest him? Xianyuan Su stepped forward and immediately reprimanded. Xianyuan, Lin Shui is a scoundrel who has committed heinous acts, killing a mother and daughter and wiping out entire families. The evidence is conclusive. Scum like him should be arrested. Lu Hui said seriously. Conclusive evidence? Just wait until your superior arrives. And then you'll see if the evidence is truly conclusive. I don't have time to waste with you. Xianyuan Su scoffed. Then walked over to the prison door. Dear nephew, save me. Lin Shui quickly pleaded with Xianyuan Su. Lin Shui, as long as you keep your mouth shut while you're here, I can guarantee your safe exit from the law enforcement team's prison. Xianyuan Su said sternly. Li Mu was taken aback. Is he really so openly colluding? Doesn't he even try to hide it from them? Chapter 59. Help me kill someone. Rest assured, my dear nephew, I will keep silent and not reveal a single word. Lin Shui nodded, understanding the abilities of the Xianyuan family. As long as he didn't betray them, they would undoubtedly have the means to rescue him. That's good. The family is working hard. You should be out within 3 days. Xianyuan Su said. That's great. That's great. Lin Shui finally relaxed. 3 days wasn't a long time for him. I came today just to reassure you, so you can wait patiently for your release. Xianyuan Su continued. All right. Lin Shui nodded, then glanced at Li Mu not far away before asking, by the way, my dear nephew, regarding the Li family massacre, didn't your Xianyuan family have a Jade Dragon Master involved? Huh. Why do you ask that? Xianyuan Su frowned. This matter didn't seem to have anything to do with Lin Shui. Ahem. To be honest, my dear nephew, my son was in charge of the law enforcement team in Jiangdong province at the time of the Li family massacre. So, there was almost no movement across the province regarding such a major incident. However, just before he was killed, he received some important intelligence about the Jade Dragon Master. He initially planned to report it to the Xianyuan family headquarters, but after what happened, he entrusted me with this crucial information to pass on to the person in charge of the Jade Dragon Master. Lin Shui explained. Huh, isn't the Jade Dragon Master just one person? Where does the idea of a person in charge come from? Xianyuan Su asked. My dear nephew, don't joke with me. Lin Tao said that the Jade Dragon Master is merely a code name. Lin Shui replied. Huh. Xianyuan Su looked at Lin Shui in surprise. After all, not many knew that the Jade Dragon Master was a code name. Could it be that Lin Tao did indeed acquire important intelligence about the Jade Dragon Master before he died? If that were the case, he would certainly need to report this to the third elder. After all, the codename Jade Dragon Master involved not just the Xianyuan family, but also other families and sections. If anything went wrong, he wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. Thus, Xianyuan Su said, where's the information? I'll go retrieve it myself. Ahem, my dear nephew, I'm getting old and can't remember clearly. Can we wait until I'm out to think it over? Lin Shui said. Xianyuan Su was left speechless. Lin Shui was pushing them to act quickly to save him. However, this also indirectly confirmed that Lin Tao had indeed obtained some intelligence. Gritting his teeth, Xianyuan Su said, in that case, I will consult the third elder when I return and urge him to intensify the rescue efforts. Thank you, my dear nephew. Lin Shui clasped his hands in gratitude. Humph. Xianyuan Su sneered. Once Lin Shui was rescued, he would find an opportunity to eliminate him to avoid any prolonged complications. However, as he prepared to leave, he cast a glance at Li Mu and sneered. Lu Hui, This is a crucial area for the law enforcement team. Is it a place for just anyone to enter? Yes, you are right, Xianyuan steward. Lu Hui replied with a smile, thinking it best not to provoke the Xianyuan family at this time. Li Mu remained calm, silently passing judgment on him in his mind. Once he deals with the third elder of the Xianyuan family, Xianyuan Su's time will be up. Humph. Xianyuan Su waved his sleeve and left. Li Mu, I found out that the person in charge of the Jade Dragon Master is the third elder of the Xianyuan family, named Xianyuan Jingda. He is a super expert. I'm not sure what level he is, but he is a top figure in the capital. Lin Shui quickly said, Xianyuan Jingda? How could he not be called Xianyuan lack of virtue? Li Mu sneered coldly. He orchestrated the massacre of the Li family, causing my family to either die or scatter. And now we can't even reunite. Li Mu, I've met your conditions. You can't go back on your word. Lin Shui shouted. Of course. If the Xianyuan family really saves you, I want to make a move against you. I, Li Mu, keep my promises. Li Mu said sternly. I hope so. Lin Shui sighed in relief. After all, finding out who was in charge posed no risk to him. If it meant that Li Mu, this monster, promised not to kill him, then he could truly rest easy after he got out. Li Mu, if Lin Shui really gets away with it, are you really not going to kill him? At the prison gate, Lu Hui looked at Li Mu with some confusion. Captain Lu, the evidence is solid, and there are witnesses and material evidence. Do you think he can really get away with it? Li Mu asked. Lu Hui sighed. Li Mu, I've told you before. There are no absolutes in this world, no simple black and white. Capturing Lin Shui is just a game. If the Xianyuan family's cards are too strong for us to handle, then Lin Shui will naturally be let go. Heh, I, Li Mu, keep my promises. No matter the outcome, I won't make a move against Lin Shui. After all, I, Li Mu, keep my promises. Li Mu laughed heartily and then left. Watching Li Mu's retreating figure, Lu Hui's expression was complex. As the captain of the enforcement team, he certainly wanted to take down Lin Shui immediately because that guy was truly a beast. However, as a member of the Lu family, he also understood that the most likely scenario was that Lin Shui would be rescued from the enforcement team and then mysteriously die after being brought back to the capital by the Xianyuan family. The feeling of knowing that the other party deserves to die but being unable to do anything about it was truly maddening. In fact, he had hoped that after Lin Shui was rescued, Li Mu would disregard everything and kill him. But now, it seemed that hope had been dashed. Li Mu would not take action against Lin Shui. Hope, you have a bit of backbone. Lu Hui sighed. Not to mention the Lu family. Even the Tianyu sect behind the Lu family was no match for the Xianyuan family. If the benefits offered by the Xianyuan family were too great, the Tianyu sect would definitely compel the Lu family to release him. How would he be able to handle himself then? Time passed day by day, and negotiations between the Xianyuan family and Tianyu sect in the capital were ongoing. Soon, their negotiations reached a conclusion. The outcome was that the Xianyuan family offered an irresistible temptation to the Tianyu sect, with the condition being that Lu Hui would release Lin Shui. When this order was relayed from the Lu family to Lu Hui, his expression changed dramatically. The people behind him ultimately lacked backbone. With such solid evidence, they still want to let Lin Shui go? The deadline given to him is before tomorrow afternoon, so he has one more day to consider. While Lu Hui was pondering, Li Mu had already arrived at the Zhao family's doorstep. Li Mu, do you need something from me? Zhao Yuhui asked, a bit puzzled by Li Mu's arrival. Last time, you owe me a favor for the recovery pill, right? Li Mu said. All right, how can I repay you for this favor? Zhao Yuhui replied. Very simple. Help me kill someone. Li Mu stated. You want me to kill for you? You're stronger than I am. Wouldn't it be faster if you did it yourself? Zhao Yuhui asked. For certain reasons, I promised not to lay a hand on him, but a person like him must die. So I can only ask you to take action. Li Mu explained. Chapter 60. Are you offending the fortune god today? Oh, at your level of skill? Do you still need to pay attention to commitments? Zhao Yuhui was a bit curious. After all, the stronger one becomes, the less they tend to value promises. If someone gets on their nerves, they can just swat them away. Why tie oneself down with some intangible commitment? Breaking promises might bring temporary benefits, but in the long run, it will eventually backfire. Li Mu chuckled. Is that so? Zhao Yuhui looked at Li Mu in surprise. At such a young age, he already had such a mindset. He was destined for greatness. No wonder Li Mu was so formidable at such a young age. Go on, tell me who to kill. Zhao Yuhui said. Lin Shui. Li Mu replied. Lin Shui? Isn't he locked up in the enforcement team's prison? And after such a serious offense, how could the enforcement team possibly let him go? You're getting on in years, and you still believe the enforcement team is really about enforcing the law. They are merely representatives of different interests. Lin Shui holds secrets of the Xianyuan family, and they won't just sit back and watch him die. As long as they are offered enough benefits, the people behind Lu Hui will surely let him go, and Lu Hui won't be able to stop it. Li Mu said. Zhao Yuhui smiled helplessly, knowing that Li Mu was right. Because of this, he refused to align himself with any faction. Once he did, he would no longer be able to live by his own rules. If you want me to kill Lin Shui, doesn't that mean I'll be going against the Xianyuan family? Zhao Yuhui asked. What's wrong? Don't you have the guts? Haha, I'm Zhao Yuhui. I'm not afraid of anything. So why should I be scared? Lin Shui is a heinous criminal. He deserves to die. Even if it offends the Xianyuan family, I will still kill him, Zhao Yuhui declared. Seeing Zhao Yuhui's determination, Li Mu nodded in satisfaction. Actually, the Xianyuan family will save him just to kill him afterward. So if you kill Lin Shui, not only will the Xianyuan family not blame you, but they will actually thank you, and you won't offend them at all. That sounds even better, Zhao Yuhui said. All right, I'll take my leave now, Li Mu said before departing. Soon after, a young boy approached and asked, Dad, are you really going to help him kill Lin Shui? He is so strong. Why doesn't he do it himself? Do you really believe he is a man of his word? Xiao Tian, a person cannot stand without credibility. Once you are seen as someone who breaks promises, no one will follow you in your endeavors. This Li Mu is not only powerful, but also very decisive in his actions. He will surely achieve great things in the future. I can't find any backing. So if there's a chance, you should follow him. Zhao Yuhui replied. Follow him? Dad, you don't even know his background, do you? Zhao Xiaotian asked curiously. His background doesn't matter. What matters is the person he is. Zhao Xiaotian was speechless. Wasn't his dad always against aligning with anyone? Why was he suddenly asking him to follow Li Mu? Was Li Mu really that extraordinary? Junior brother, have you taken care of your business? Zhang Mingyao looked at Li Mu. It's done. Lin Shui is no longer of any value to me. Tomorrow is his death day? Li Mu said. That's good. Because that person is also coming tomorrow. Lin Shui is definitely going to die? Zhang Mingyao replied. Oh, now I'm curious to see who it is. Li Mu chuckled. Although he knew there was indeed someone Zhang Mingyao was referring to, he still wanted Zhao Yuhui to take action. After all, scum like Lin Shui must die. The next day, at the entrance of the law enforcement team's branch, Lu Wei, I told you that you can't kill me. Even if you personally captured me. What does it matter? You still have to let me go. Lin Shui said coldly as he arrived at the entrance. Lin Shui, don't get too cocky. If I can capture you, I can definitely kill you. The moment you step out of the law enforcement team's door, even if it costs me my position as the captain, I will kill you. Lu Hui said fiercely. You think too highly of yourself. Someone from the Xianyuan family is here to protect me. Do you really think you can kill me under their watch? What a delusion. Lin Shui sneered. After saying that, he glanced at Xianyuan Su outside the door. With Xianyuan Su around, he didn't believe Lu Hui would dare to kill him. Even if I can't kill you, I will still give it a try. As the captain of the law enforcement team, it's my duty to eliminate harm for the people. Lu Hui said, clenching his fists. Then go ahead and try. Lin Shui laughed loudly and walked towards the entrance. Whoosh. As they spoke, Zhao Yuhui flew to the entrance of the law enforcement team. Zhao Yuhui, what are you doing here? Lin Shui frowned. On someone's orders, to kill you. Zhao Yuhui replied with a smile. On someone's orders? Who? You don't need to know that. You are definitely going to die today. Zhao Yuhui said, still smiling. Lu Hui looked at Zhao Yuhui in surprise. Then turned to Li Mu. Could it be that Zhao Yuhui was sent by Li Mu? Exactly. He knew Li Mu would never let Lin Shui, this beast, go just because of a promise. By using Zhao Yuhui to kill Lin Shui, Li Mu could uphold his promise while also eliminating this scum. He was right about Li Mu. What a joke. With someone from the Xianyuan family here, do you really think you can kill me? Lin Shui laughed heartily. Xianyuan Su also spoke up. Lin Shui, have you ever betrayed the Xianyuan family while you were inside? Rest assured, my dear nephew, I am as tight-lipped as a clam. Lin Shui chuckled. In that case, you can kill him. But let's settle this here. Xianyuan Su waved his hand. In fact, the Xianyuan family had long wanted to kill Lin Shui, but they were worried he might spill their secrets while imprisoned in the law enforcement team. Now that they had managed to rescue him, there were no more concerns. With Lu Hui and Zhao Yuhui wanting to kill Lin Shui, he conveniently didn't have to lift a finger himself. What? Dear nephew, what? What do you mean? Lin Shui exclaimed. What do I mean? You can't even clean up your own mess, and this time, the third elder paid a huge price for your sake. Do you really think you still have any value to live? Xianyuan Su sneered. Bastard, aren't you afraid I'll expose the secrets of the Xianyuan family? Lin Shui shouted angrily. Do you really think you'll have the chance to say anything? Xianyuan Su sneered. With so many of them, once they made their move, Lin Shui wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. Enough, let's do this. Lu Hui shouted, preparing to strike. Zhao Yuhui and Xianyuan Su were also ready. This time, they were surprisingly united in their desire to kill the beast that was Lin Shui. Everyone stop. Lin Shui's life is mine. Just then, a delicate voice suddenly rang out from a distance. followed by a surge of true energy that shot through the air. A long spear, enveloped in true energy, slammed down right in front of Lin Shui. The overwhelming presence stunned everyone. Lin Shui couldn't help but twitch his lips. Was he cursed today? Why did it seem like everyone wanted to kill him? Chapter 61. The hot-tempered fifth senior sister. That voice sounds a bit familiar. Upon hearing the sharp shout, Li Mu was taken aback and then looked at Zhang Mingyao. Zhang Mingyao also smiled awkwardly and said, "Junior brother, you guessed it right. The newcomer is your fifth senior sister, Shui Hongxia." Fifth senior sister? Shui Xiaomei. Could it be that they? Li Mu suddenly connected the dots. After all, they all shared the surname Shui, which must mean they were related. Indeed, Shui Xiaomei is the younger sister of fifth senior sister, and her whole family was killed by Lin Shui. Zhang Mingyao explained. Damn it. Li Mu clenched his fists. He had always wondered why fifth senior sister had suddenly left Tianyu 5 years ago and never returned. It turned out it was because her entire family was gone, and they were killed by Lin Shui. No wonder no one could save Lin Shui. With fifth senior sister's temperament, no one could save him. As they spoke, a red figure appeared in the air. The newcomer wore a red outfit, and a red sash accentuated her waist perfectly. With her perfectly painted red lips and a red spear planted firmly in the ground, she resembled an ancient female general. One could only say that fifth senior sister exuded grace and valor. Everyone move aside. Lin Shui's life is mine. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Shui Hongxia landed on the ground and withdrew her spear, coldly gazing at the crowd. Lu Hui, Zhao Yuhui, and Xian Yuansu couldn't help but take a few steps back. Although they were all masters at the true essence realm, they were filled with fear when facing Shui Hongxia. Since they were all there to kill Lin Shui, they might as well let Shui Hongxia handle it. Wah, who are you? Lin Shui also sensed the murderous aura emanating from Shui Hongxia and stammered. I'll ask you, 5 years ago, did you kill a girl named Shui Xiaomei? Did you kill her whole family? Shui Hongxia accused angrily. So what if I did? Even the law enforcement team has let me go. That matter is in the past. What do you want now? Lin Shui retorted. The law enforcement team may have let you go, but I will not. Shui Hongxia pointed her spear angrily at Lin Shui. Humph. Do you dare to kill me in front of the law enforcement team? Lin Shui questioned. Law enforcement team? Don't think that just because he's the captain of the law enforcement team, or even the headquarters, that I can't kill you. Who would dare to stop me? Shui Hongxia glared at Lin Shui, her imposing presence startling Lu Hui and the others. Do you know who she is? Lu Hui looked at Zhao Yuhui and the others. Zhao Yuhui shook his head, and Xian Yuansu could only do the same since he had never seen her before. However, the aura she exuded made them tremble. Clearly, she was not someone to be trifled with. Humph. You would go so far as to oppose the law enforcement team over a family that has nothing to do with you, just to kill me? Lin Shui said reluctantly. Nothing to do with me? Shui Xiaomei is my sister. They are all my family, and you dare say they have nothing to do with me? Shui Hongxia scolded furiously. What? Li Mu was stunned. They were fifth senior sister's family? How come he didn't know? Zhang Mingyao sighed and said, little junior brother. Fifth senior sister is actually an orphan. She was adopted by a family when she was young, and by a twist of fate, she entered the celestial domain. She thought that after completing her training, she could return home and provide a better life for her family, but instead, she received the terrible news of their disappearance. After leaving the celestial domain, she has been searching for the culprit all these years, but with no leads. If it weren't for you accidentally finding Lu Zhenfeng, she might still be searching. Bastard. That scoundrel Lin Shui. Li Mu clenched his fists. Fifth senior sister had been so good to him, but her family had been harmed by Lin Shui. Although they weren't related by blood, he understood that with Shui Hongxia's character, her family was closer to her than blood relatives. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so furious. Heroine, the person is already dead. Please accept my condolences. How about this? I'll give you money, and you spare my life. If you can take me away, I can even give you all of the Lin family's assets. Lin Shui quickly said, do you think I need your petty cash? Shui Hongxia was furious. For her family, she had been investigating for 5 whole years. Now, Lin Shui thought he could solve the problem with money. No way. Heroine, please calm down. A life cannot be brought back. Why not look forward? Lin Shui hurriedly tried to persuade Shui Hongxia. Look forward? What the hell are you talking about? Shui Hongxia was enraged and immediately grabbed her red tassel spear, thrusting it forward. Thud. The long spear pierced Lin Shui's chest. Lin Shui never imagined that he would lose his life because of the mistakes he made 5 years ago. Shui Hongxia then kicked Lin Shui's body aside, retrieved her spear, and glanced at the crowd. Where's Lu Zhenfeng? They were involved in what happened back then. Come out. Fifth senior sister, Lu Zhenfeng, is at the Lu family. Li Mu quickly reminded her. Thank you, little junior brother. Let's hold off on the thanks for now. Once I've avenged my family, I'll have a proper chat with you. Shui Hongxia clasped her hands together and then leaped into the air, flying away. Wow. Li Mu's lips twitched. Fifth senior sister was indeed decisive and swift. She came and went as she pleased. Moreover, when she killed Lin Shui, no one dared to intervene. Since Lin Shui is dead, I won't linger. The next time we meet, it won't be so peaceful. Xian Yuansu coldly glanced at Lu Hui and said, Of course. Li Mu replied, knowing that Xian Yuan family's third elder was in charge of Yulong Zhenren, and he would definitely go after him. They would cross paths again, but by then, Xian Yuansu would likely be the one to lose his life. Humph. Xian Yuansu disdainfully looked at Li Mu, unaware of his true identity. Thinking he was just Lu Hui's subordinate, so he naturally didn't take Li Mu seriously. He then leaped away from the enforcement team. Only then did Zhao Yuhui approach Li Mu and say, Ahem, it seems I owe you a favor now. After all, you were the one who sent me to kill Lin Shui, and he ended up dead at Shui Hongxia's hands. I made a trip for nothing. Zhao Jiazhu chuckled. Since you're here, let's consider this favor settled. We can collaborate again when the opportunity arises. Li Mu replied, If that's how you see it, then I actually have an opportunity for us to work together. Zhao Yuhui suddenly smiled. Oh, what opportunity? Have you heard of the Forbidden Zone in Jiangdong Province? Zhao Yuhui asked. The Forbidden Zone in Jiangdong Province? Li Mu was taken aback. It was the first time he had heard of it. Meanwhile, Zhang Mingyao furrowed her brows at the mention of this name and said, Junior brother, don't listen to his nonsense. There is no such thing as a Forbidden Zone in Jiangdong Province. Lu Hui hesitated for a moment, but chose not to elaborate further. However, Li Mu became intrigued. It seemed that the Forbidden Zone in Jiangdong Province was quite interesting. Chapter 62. Yinfeng Rizhou? Then tell me, what kind of place is this forbidden area? Li Mu asked. Junior brother, you'd better not inquire about it. Zhang Mingyao quickly urged Li Mu, knowing that this forbidden area was far from a good place. Third senior sister, you know about this place too? Li Mu inquired. Junior brother, just, don't ask. I won't harm you, Zhang Mingyao said. Looking somewhat displeased at Li Mu knew that Zhang Mingyao wouldn't harm him. But since it was a forbidden area, there had to be something inside. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called a forbidden area. Then I'll just leave. Zhao Yuhui sighed, clearly aware of Zhang Mingyao's significant influence over Li Mu. Since Zhang Mingyao advised Li Mu not to inquire, he decided not to pursue it further. However, Li Mu smiled and said, Master Zhao, don't be in a hurry. Let us talk about it. Are you sure? Zhao Yuhui asked. I'm sure. Just tell me what kind of place it is. And then I'll decide whether to go or not, Li Mu replied. All right. Zhao Yuhui gave an awkward smile and continued. The Jiangdong province isn't very large. And there aren't many powerful experts. The highest cultivation level is only at the true origin realm. However, there's south one place that even those in the spirit travel realm and transcendent realm are eager to enter. Oh, even those in the spirit travel realm and transcendent realm are eager to enter? Li Mu was taken aback. Was there really such a place? Why hadn't he heard of it before? Yes, that place is the forbidden area of Jiangdong province, Yinfeng Ridge. Zhao Yuhui said. Yinfeng Ridge? Sounds intriguing. Why is it considered a forbidden area? Why do even the spirit travel realm and transcendent realm experts want to go there? Li Mu asked. Because it's very dangerous inside, and the level of danger doesn't correlate with the strength of the entrance. In other words, regardless of the entrance strength, the survival probability is the same. Sometimes, a transcendent realm expert goes in and never comes back out, while at other times, someone at the Qi control realm manages to come out. According to survivors, the most important thing in Yinfeng Ridge is willpower. Willpower? Yes, willpower. However, after those survivors come out, they can never remember the specifics of what happened inside. They only know that having sufficiently strong willpower is essential for survival, which is why so many people are drawn to it. But because the mortality rate is too high, it's called a forbidden area, Zhao Yuhui explained. Oh, if that is the case, why do you want to collaborate with me? Why not go in yourself? Li Mu asked, puzzled. Zhang Mingyao interjected, Junior brother. He no longer has the opportunity to enter. Oh, why is that? Li Mu was taken aback. Isn't at a forbidden area? Doesn't everyone have a chance? That is because Yinfeng Ridge has an entry requirement. The criterion is that you must be a male under 30 years old. Zhang Mingyao stated. Males under 30? Such a strange condition? Li Mu was speechless. He had heard about many peculiar places in the heavenly domain, but he had never encountered such an odd requirement. Yes, it's an experience accumulated by countless individuals who have ventured there before, Zhang Mingyao said. So you mean you want me to go in? Li Mu looked at Zhao Yuhui. That's right. I mentioned this because I want you to go in and help guide Zhao Xiaotian a bit. He lacks exercise, and I hope he can toughen up at Yinfeng Ridge. Li Mu said. But as you said, that's a forbidden area. Even those in the divine travel and extraordinary realms risk falling there. He's only at the Chi Master realm. I can't guarantee his safety. Don't worry. I'm just asking you to share some experience. If he can't make it back, that's just his fate. Zhao Yuhui replied casually. He certainly didn't want Zhao Xiaotian to take such risks, but at his age, he felt he couldn't move forward anymore. Thus, he pinned all his hopes on Zhao Xiaotian. Only by training in a place like Yinfeng Ridge could Zhao Xiaotian take over for him. Junior brother, I've already told you about the situation at Yinfeng Ridge. Honestly, I hope you want to go, especially since we still haven't figured out what's going on with the Xianyuan family. Zhang Mingyao advised. Let him go if he wants to. You know his temperament, right? Can you really stop him? At that moment, a cheerful voice chimed in. Junior sister, why are you saying that? Zhang Mingyao shot a glare at Shui Hongxia. A man's ambition is in the world. If he can't even dare to enter a small forbidden area, how can he explore the vast landscapes of Long Country? Shui Hongxia laughed. But, what? Now that you're junior brother's woman, you don't want him to take risks? Shui Hongxia teased. Third sister, that's not acceptable. Shui Hongxia playfully draped her arm over Zhang Mingyao's shoulder, grinning. Junior sister, what are you talking about? Zhang Mingyao's face flushed instantly as she glared at Shui Hongxia. What am I saying? Third sister, don't forget we're all disciples of the master. My medical skills might not be as good as yours, but I'm no novice. Can't I tell that you're no longer a maiden? And during our time in the heavenly domain, you were. Shui Hongxia began, but before she could continue, Zhang Mingyao quickly covered her mouth, desperate to stop her from saying anything more. If she did, Zhang Mingyao would really want to find a hole to hide in. You little brat, if you keep talking nonsense, do you believe I'll tear your mouth apart? Zhang Mingyao said, exasperated. Everyone around was stunned. After all, Shui Hongxia had surpassed the true essence realm, yet Zhang Mingyao was threatening to tear her mouth apart. The surprising part was that Shui Hongxia didn't seem angry at all and was even playing along with Zhang Mingyao. Are experts really this easygoing? Or do they have a good relationship? All right, I won't say anything more. Shui Hongxia shot a glare at Zhang Mingyao, then straightened her clothes, tossing her red spear into her storage ring. This scene left everyone in shock. After all, everyone knew that to use a storage ring, one had to be at least at the extraordinary realm. This meant that this girl in her early 20s was at least a master of the extraordinary realm? What an absurdity. Shui Hongxiao approached Li Mu with a smile. Junior brother, it's been years since we last met. You've gotten stronger and more handsome. Even I, your fifth senior sister, might have developed a bit of a crush on you. Cough, cough. Fifth senior sister, you've also become more beautiful, and, well, you've also developed quite a bit. Li Mu replied, casting a glance at Shui Hongxia's chest, a hint of a smile on his face. TSK. No wonder you managed to win over the third senior sister. Your charm is truly something. Shui Hongxia chuckled, a hint of blush creeping onto her cheeks. Lu Hui and the others were left speechless. Just moments ago, she was calling herself old lady and had even shot Lin Shui. And now here she was, blushing like a shy bride. Is this really the same person? Fifth senior sister, let's not dwell on that. Do you think I should go to Yinfeng Ridge? Li Mu quickly changed the subject, realizing that if they continued, the fifth senior sister might start getting a little too playful. When he first arrived in the heavenly domain, it was the fifth senior sister who teased him the most. After all, she had a bold and carefree personality and loved to play pranks on him. Chapter 63. What's so great about her? Junior brother, you have great talent, but you've always stayed in the heavenly domain and never faced any real crises. A flower that has never weathered the storm cannot grow. Shui Hongxia said. But my brother is already so powerful. I don't want him to take risks. Li Qianqian said, holding onto Li Mu's wrist. Powerful? Perhaps in Jiangdong province, or even in the Dragon Nation, he might be considered a master, but in the entire world, there are many more experts. In the eyes of some, I might not even be as significant as an ant. Shui Hongxia sighed. What? How is that possible? Zhao Yuhui looked at Shui Hongxia in shock. She can use a storage ring. She's at least a transcendent level expert. How can such a strong person be seen as less than an ant by some? They must be incredibly strong. Don't be surprised. Is it not true that in your eyes, transcending into a saint is already the pinnacle? Shui Hongxia asked. The group exchanged glances, unsure. Wasn't that the case? Transcending into a saint was beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. Could there be anyone stronger? Let me tell you the truth. The so-called transcending into a saint isn't even enough to meet those big shots. Shui Hongxia said with a bitter smile. What? This left everyone even more confused. Not even enough to qualify as a transcendent into a saint. How powerful must they be? But fifth junior sister. Yinfeng Ridge is still too dangerous. Junior brother can't take that risk. Zhang Mingyao said. I say, third sister. Junior brother is no longer the same as he was back then. He's grown up. Haven't you experienced that yourself? Shui Hongxia replied. Zhang Mingyao was taken aback for a moment, then quickly realized, her face turning red. Fifth junior sister, what are you talking about? Li Mu's lips twitched. His fifth senior sister was really something, always driving the conversation in unexpected directions. When Master was still around, he said that junior brother is a dragon among men and would one day stand at the pinnacle of the world. Therefore, letting him experience some danger is good for him. Shui Hongxia continued. Master. The mention of Master made Li Mu's mind echo with memories of that unparalleled face. Regrettably one he could never see again. Junior brother, if it weren't for the fact that Yinfeng Ridge only allows men inside, I would go in to protect you. But it seems you'll have to go alone. Shui Hongxia said. Thank you for your kind intentions, fifth senior sister. I'll go by myself. Li Mu nodded. Since fifth senior sister had said so, he had to make a trip to Yinfeng Ridge. By the way, fifth senior sister, what are your plans now? Li Mu asked curiously. After all, Shui Hongxia had left the heavenly domain because her family had gone missing. Now that her family was gone and her enemies killed, only his master's wife remained in the heavenly domain. Junior brother, since third senior sister is already yours, would you mind taking me in as well? Shui Hongxia stepped closer to Li Mu, her unique fragrance filling his nostrils, causing his heart to race. Fifth senior sister was still the same, so straightforward. Ahem. Fifth senior sister, you're always welcome here, Li Mu said. Humph, you hesitated. You're not sincere. It seems that with them around, you no longer like me. Shui Hongxia shot a glare at Li Mu and then pointed at Zhou Qingyuan and the others. Ahem, fifth senior sister, you've misunderstood. I'm Li Qianqian, and he's my brother. I'm not his woman, but I do think you'd make a great sister-in-law. After all, you're so beautiful and strong. Li Qianqian quickly chimed in. Your little mouth is just like junior brother's. But I'm just joking. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving soon, Shui Hongxia said. Huh, you're leaving soon? Li Mu was taken aback, feeling a vague sense of reluctance. Junior brother, over the years, besides searching for my family's situation, I've been busy with some matters in the capital. Once I've resolved everything, I'll come find you, Shui Hongxia said. All right, Li Mu replied helplessly. Before you go, how about a hug? Shui Hongxia smiled and opened her arms. Li Mu didn't hesitate and gave her a big hug. In that moment, he felt what it was like to be hit by a freight train. However, the embrace was quite warm, and at that instant, the pure Yang Dao Ju within him began to operate automatically. This feeling was similar to when he had deep interactions with Zhou Qingyuan. In other words, the extreme yin energy within Shui Hongxia was much stronger than that of Zhou Qingyuan or even Zhang Mingyao. If he could, junior brother, no? The time isn't right. Shui Hongxia seemed to see through Li Mu's thoughts, placing a finger on his lips and speaking softly. Fifth senior sister, all right. I know what you're thinking. When the time is right, I'll come find you. Shui Hongxia smiled gently and then released Li Mu. Okay, let's meet again in the future. Li Mu said. Shui Hongxia nodded, then leaped into the air, soaring away with her true essence. Impressive. Watching Shui Hongxia's departing figure, Li Qianqian, Ji Xiaoya, and Zhou Qingyuan all looked on with envy. After all, the ability to soar through the sky was something they felt they could never possess in this lifetime. Don't worry, I'll concoct some pills for you. Although you won't be as strong as fifth senior sister, you'll still be able to fly freely in the future. Li Mu said. Really? Ji Xiaoya looked at Li Mu with surprise. Of course. When my brother first came to find me, I was weak and sickly, almost powerless. But now I have the strength of the Qi and blood realm, so I believe in my brother's abilities. Li Qianqian said. All right, I won't disturb you any longer. Farewell. Lu Hui stepped forward. The next moment was meant for Li Mu and the others to be alone. He felt like a third wheel staying. Zhao Yue also said. Li Mu, take a good rest. In a few days, I'll have Xiao Tian take you to Yinfeng Ridge. I'll be counting on you then. Sure. Li Mu nodded. But he didn't dare promise to definitely bring Zhao Xiaotian back, as Yinfeng Ridge was indeed too dangerous. After they left, Li Qianqian curiously looked at Zhang Mingyao and said, Sister-in-law, I have a question. Hey, don't call me that. I'm his third senior sister. Zhang Mingyao replied, a bit annoyed. Even if you're the third senior sister, it doesn't stop you from being my sister-in-law. Li Qianqian chuckled. You. Zhang Mingyao was exasperated. But as she thought of her intimate moments with Li Mu, her face turned red. All right, let's not talk about that. What is your question? Zhang Mingyao asked. Sister-in-law, you're my brother's third senior sister, and Shui Hongxia is his fifth senior sister, which means you entered the sect before her, right? Li Qianqian inquired. Yes, so what? Then why? Is she stronger than you? Li Qianqian asked curiously. The air suddenly fell silent, and even Li Mu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Chapter 64. Hidden Motives. Qianqian, hurry up and make dinner. Li Mu stepped forward to diffuse the tension, knowing that Zhang Mingyao's strength had never been in cultivation. Otherwise, she wouldn't still be at the initial stage of qi control. Li Qianqian's question made Zhang Mingyao feel quite embarrassed. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Mingyao replied, "It's nothing. Qianqian, you asked me this because you see me as one of your own." Li Qianqian felt awkward as well. Actually, before the junior disciple arrived, we had a total of 7 senior sisters. Zhang Mingyao sat down and whispered, "7 senior sisters?" Everyone was taken aback. So, besides Zhang Mingyao and Shui Hongxia, Li Mu had 5 others? How lucky could he be? Yes, I have 7 senior sisters in total. Our ranking is based on the order of joining the sect. I was the 3rd to join, so I rank 3rd. However, the ages of the 7 of us are quite similar, just our strengths differ. Zhang Mingyao explained. Differing strengths? Yes, for example, the eldest sister is best at alchemy. Her skills are definitely among the best in the Dragon Kingdom. The second sister has extraordinary calligraphy skills. The 5th junior sister's cultivation speed is like riding a rocket, and the 7th junior sister has an unmatched business acumen. Zhang Mingyao elaborated. I see. Li Qianqian and the others finally understood. It seems their strength and ranking had nothing to do with each other. It was all about the order in which they joined the sect. Their varying abilities also explained why Zhang Mingyao's strength was not as formidable as her junior sisters. By the way, sis, since you're 3rd, what's your strength? It can't just be taking care of my brother, right? Li Qianqian asked. You. Zhang Mingyao shot Li Qianqian a glare, anger flashing in her eyes. Qianqian, stop. Li Mu stepped in, giving Li Qianqian a playful tap on the forehead, causing her to shake in pain. Brother, you're defending your sister-in-law now? I'm not playing with you anymore. Li Qianqian shot Li Mu a glare before leaving with Ji Xiaoya and Zhou Qingyuan. Once they left, Li Mu awkwardly turned to Zhang Mingyao and said, 3rd sister. Don't mind Qianqian. She doesn't know better. Junior brother, what she said isn't entirely wrong. Among the 7 sisters, I'm the one with the least strengths. Zhang Mingyao sighed. 3rd sister, don't say that. Isn't it true? The eldest sister's alchemy skills are unmatched. The 2nd sister's calligraphy is top-notch. The 5th junior sister's combat ability is off the charts. And what about me? I just joined the sect earlier. If I had joined later, I probably wouldn't even qualify to be here, Zhang Mingyao said with a bitter smile. 3rd sister, your strength is your beauty, Li Mu said seriously. Looking at Zhang Mingyao, junior brother you. 3rd sister, since joining the heavenly domain, you've taken such meticulous care of me. I wouldn't be where I am today without your support. As soon as I left the heavenly domain, you helped me with so many things. Perhaps you don't have as much ability as the other senior sisters, but in my heart, you are the most beautiful and capable. Li Mu gently held Zhang Mingyao's face and said. The more Zhang Mingyao listened, the redder her face became. She didn't even realize how important she was to Li Mu. Junior brother, are you teasing me? Zhang Mingyao lowered her head, unable to meet Li Mu's gaze. Senior sister, why would I tease you? If you don't believe me, I'll swear. Li Mu said, ready to make an oath, but was suddenly pulled into an embrace by Zhang Mingyao. Junior brother, don't swear. I believe you. Zhang Mingyao whispered into Li Mu's ear. This close contact made the Pure Yang Dao art within Li Mu start to stir, and his Pure Yang body became restless. Coupled with Zhang Mingyao's extremely lean body, the two held each other even tighter, just as they were lost in their own world. An old man arrived in the provincial city. Have you investigated thoroughly? The old man asked coldly as he sat down at the table. Manager Wang, we've found out that Li Mu is living in the West Mountain. His subordinate replied respectfully. Oh, quite bold, isn't he? He personally called the Tang family, and now dares to swagger around in the West Mountain? He clearly has no regard for our Tang family. The old man sneered coldly. Manager Wang, this kid has some tricks up his sleeve. The subordinate quickly recounted everything that had happened since Li Mu arrived in the provincial city. After analysis, the old man came to a conclusion. So, he used what Lu Jinfeng did to expose Lin Shui, and even made the Xianyuan family pay a hefty price to rescue Lin Shui, only for Lin Shui to end up dead? The old man said. That's correct. But Lin Shui wasn't killed by him. It was one of his senior sisters who did it. And this senior sister might be at the extraordinary realm. Extraordinary realm? The old man was taken aback. He hadn't expected Li Mu to have a senior sister at the extraordinary realm. But thinking about it, it made sense. If Li Mu didn't have any backing, how could he have dared to kill Tang Xiaobai and provoke the Tang family? Is his senior sister still in the provincial city? The old man asked. Not at all. She left that same day. Then that's good. As long as the extraordinary realm expert isn't here, he is no match for me. The old man sneered. Manager Wang, when shall we take action? Not in a hurry. I want to prepare a surprise for him. The old man chuckled. After all, Li Mu had killed Tang Xiaobai, and he wouldn't settle for just killing Li Mu so simply. Daring to oppose the Tang family, he would make sure Li Mu's death was extremely ugly. Apprentice, he has done all this. The person in charge, Yang Chao, was also somewhat surprised after hearing his subordinate's report. He had been in seclusion earlier, so he couldn't seek revenge on Li Mu for the significant losses Apprentice suffered. As soon as he came out, he heard about the destruction of the Ji family, the downfall of the Lin family, and the major reshuffling of power in the provincial city. Captain, he easily took down Lin Shui at that time, so Li Mu's strength might be at the peak of the true essence realm, or even higher. His subordinate said, peak of the true essence realm, or even higher. This is easy to handle. In a few days, we can test the waters and see what happens. No matter how powerful he is, anyone who dares to oppose me in the one realm will not end well. Yang Chaodu said with a cold smile. Test the waters? How do we do that? Hee. Anyone above the true essence realm is in the divine travel realm. Experts in the divine travel realm can use their true essence to envelop their souls and travel at night. Once the experts from headquarters arrive, we can naturally conduct our tests. Yang Chaodu continued. Experts from headquarters are coming? His subordinate was quite excited, as he had never seen a powerful figure from the divine travel realm before. Chapter 65. The deal in the Tang family. The Apprentice was stirring. But Li Mu was not worried at all. He understood that these two forces would eventually come after him, but he didn't care. After covering Zhang Mingyao with a blanket, he made his way to the Xingqian pavilion alone. Hey, little brother, long time no see. Qianfeng greeted Li Mu with great enthusiasm. After all, the last time the Xingqian pavilion had used Li Mu's healing pills, they had made quite an impression, significantly boosting Qianfeng's presence at the pavilion's headquarters. Alright, enough chit-chat. I heard that you are looking for an alchemist to refine a type of pill that isn't very high in grade, but is extremely difficult to make? Li Mu asked. You're here for that? Qianfeng was taken aback, then immediately became even more enthusiastic. This matter had been announced at all branches of the Xingqian pavilion, but no alchemist had stepped up to help. If Li Mu could assist, that would be fantastic. Yes, I can help you refine that pill, but you have to do me a favor in return. Li Mu said. What kind of favor? Qianfeng didn't rush to agree, as Li Mu had been able to refine pills before, but hadn't helped the Xingqian pavilion then. So, whatever favor Li Mu wanted was certainly not simple. Let's talk about that after I finish refining it. First, bring me the name of the pill and the materials. I'll start right away, Li Mu said. Right now? Qianfeng was somewhat stunned. Li Mu was acting with such decisiveness. I don't have much time. If you don't want it, then forget it, Li Mu replied, a bit impatient. After all, he was heading to Yinfeng Ridge in a couple of days, and after that, he wouldn't have time to refine pills. Of course we want it. I'll have someone prepare the materials immediately. Let me introduce you to this pill. Qianfeng quickly led Li Mu to the upper floor. Once there, Qianfeng explained the details of the pill, which was called Baiyu Dan, a detoxification pill. However, this pill was only effective against Baiyu poison and had no resistance against other poisons. The difficulty of refining this pill was extremely high, and it was nearly impossible for alchemists below the divine travel realm to succeed. Because of this, the Baiyu Dan was rarely made. Baiyu poison? That's a rare toxin, extracted from the 1,000-year-old ice silkworm found in extremely cold regions, combined with dozens of precious herbs. Li Mu exclaimed. And since almost no one can refine Baiyu Dan, both the pill and the poison are seldom seen. Seeing Li Mu casually discuss the refining method for Baiyu Dan, Qianfeng realized that Li Mu was definitely a master, and it seemed that there was hope for the Baiyu Dan. Yes, at least a divine travel realm cultivation is needed for Baiyu Dan, and if the alchemist's skills are too high, they might not be able to refine it either. This has led to the near extinction of Baiyu Dan in the Dragon Kingdom. But Qianfeng was about to say something else, but swallowed his words after a moment. Li Mu didn't pry further, knowing that some important figures in the Xingqian pavilion must have been affected by Baiyu poison and needed the Baiyu Dan as an antidote. However, due to the confidentiality of the matter, they couldn't disclose it. However, Li Mu was not interested in these matters. He only wanted to make a deal with the Starry Sky Pavilion. Alright, I'm not interested in the uses of the White Jade Pill. I'll refine the White Jade Pill for you, and you help me with a favor, and we'll call it even. Li Mu smiled calmly, then took out the alchemy furnace. Moments later, the staff from the Starry Sky Pavilion brought the necessary herbs for refining the White Jade Pill. Li Mu then began the refining process. The process was not much different from that of refining the Essence Recovery Pill, but Li Mu's speed was faster. After all, with his experience from refining the Essence Recovery Pill, he was more adept at many steps, so he completed the White Jade Pill in less than a day. Is it really done? Qianfeng looked at Li Mu in surprise, thinking that Li Mu would need to spend days and nights in the room. But it was all done in just one day? What else did you expect? Li Mu smiled lightly and tossed a White Jade Pill to Qianfeng. It's really a White Jade Pill. Seeing the pill Li Mu tossed over, Qianfeng couldn't help but lick his lips. They had been searching for half a year, and Li Mu finished it in just one day. That's incredible. After a moment of excitement, Qianfeng didn't rush to accept the white jade pill, but instead spoke up. Little brother, this white jade pill is extremely difficult to make. So the favor you need from us must be quite significant, right? This favor is both difficult and simple. Li Mu replied with a smile. Oh, what do you mean by that? Do you know the third elder of the Xianyuan family? Li Mu asked. The Xianyuan family, third elder? Qianfeng furrowed his brows. Li Mu had asked him about the Xianyuan family last time. He had already told Qianfeng how terrifying the Xianyuan family was. Yet Li Mu still wanted to inquire about them. Did he want the Starry Sky Pavilion to help deal with the Xianyuan family? Just for a white jade pill? He wouldn't dare to make that decision. What's wrong? You don't know him? Li Mu asked. Of course I know him. The third elder is named Xianyuan Jindua, and he is considered a mid-level figure in the Xianyuan family, a master in the divine travel realm. Little brother, I know you might possess extraordinary strength, but the gap between the divine travel realm and the extraordinary realm is not that great. Moreover, Xianyuan Jindua is powerful. You must not do anything foolish. Qianfeng hurriedly warned Li Mu. After all, Li Mu was young and could refine a pill of this level. If he continued to develop, his alchemy skills would surely reach the pinnacle. But if he insisted on opposing the Xianyuan family, the consequences would be unpredictable. You don't need to worry about that. I once asked the Starry Sky Pavilion to help deal with the Xianyuan family. I just need you to find an opportunity to lure Xianyuan Jindua out of the capital, preferably to Jiangdong province. You don't need to concern yourselves with anything else. Li Mu said. Just lure Xianyuan Jindua out? No other requests? Qianfeng was taken aback. He thought Li Mu wanted them to help deal with the Xianyuan family. But it turned out he only needed them to draw Xianyuan Jindua out. This task isn't difficult. Given the strength of the Starry Sky Pavilion, we can easily find some pretext to discreetly lead Xianyuan Jindua out of the capital. With just this one request, if you agree, Baiyudan will be yours. If not, just pretend I never came here today. Li Mu said. I need to consult first. Qianfeng furrowed his brows. After all, they were going against the Xianyuan family. Although it was just a matter of luring them out, if the Xianyuan family decided to investigate thoroughly, they would surely uncover some traces. So, he had to consult headquarters on this matter. Qianfeng immediately called headquarters, and the response he received was to agree to Li Mu without any hesitation, because Baiyudan was incredibly important to the Starry Pavilion. As for luring out Xianyuan Zend, that was a minor issue. Chapter 66. In Maple Ridge. Your headquarters agreed, without any hesitation? Li Mu felt a bit puzzled. Isn't the Xianyuan family quite powerful? Why did the Starry Pavilion agree to his conditions without a second thought? Or could it be that Xianyuan Jindai doesn't hold a high position in the Xianyuan family? Little brother, your alchemy skills are exceptional. Perhaps you should consider joining our Starry Pavilion. Qianfeng quickly tried to recruit him. Joining the Starry Pavilion isn't necessary. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Just let me know when you're ready to draw Xianyuan Jindai out. Li Mu shook his head. He had no interest in joining the Starry Pavilion. After all, he already had a master, and although his master had passed away, he still had a mistress. Plus, there were 7 senior sisters. How could he join another sect? Alright, Qianfeng didn't press the issue. After all, someone with Li Mu's talent, even if they couldn't recruit him, would still be a great asset to the Starry Pavilion. The next day, Zhao Yuhui brought Zhao Xiaodian to find Li Mu, as today was the best time to enter In Maple Ridge. Little junior brother, you must be careful. If you encounter danger, prioritize your safety, Zhang Mingyao advised. Don't worry, third sister, I know what I'm doing. Li Mu smiled slightly and prepared to leave. Li Qianqian directly threw herself into Li Mu's arms, looking a bit worried. Brother, you must come back safely. Silly girl, I'm going on an adventure, not into a den of knives and fire. What is there to worry about? Li Mu ruffled Li Qianqian's hair and reassured her. I'm just worried about you. Li Qianqian rubbed her nose, feeling a bit sour. Brother Li Mu, please be careful. Ji Xiaoya also urged. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Li Mu nodded. Rest assured, young master. I'll be here, no one will harm them. Nangong Yu patted her chest confidently. As a peak expert in the divine travel realm, she was nearly unmatched in Jiangdong province. With her around, no one could harm Li Qianqian and the others. Just be safe. Zhou Qingyuan glanced at Li Mu. Her expression complex, as if she had much more to say, but she swallowed her words. Li Mu nodded. After 2 months of getting to know each other, his relationship with Zhou Qingyuan was subtly changing. Where it would ultimately lead, he couldn't be sure. But at least she was getting along well with Li Qianqian and the others. Big brother Li, you're so lucky to have so many beautiful ladies around you. After leaving the Shishan courtyard, Zhao Xiaodian looked at Li Mu with envy. After all, Each of those ladies was stunningly beautiful. And in Li Mu's Shishan courtyard, there were 5. Some people are just too lucky. Zhao Yuhui kicked Zhao Xiaotian's backside, annoyed. Today we're going to eat Maple Ridge. Dad, I know. Zhao Xiaotian pouted, not daring to say anything further. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the foot of Maple Ridge. Looking at the towering mountain before him, Li Mu couldn't help but frown. Is this the Yinfeng Ridge you mentioned? Li Mu asked. Yes, this is indeed the Yinfeng Ridge. Since Yinfeng Ridge is a mountain, can't we just fly up directly? Li Mu said, a bit puzzled. After all, once one reaches the Eugene realm, they can fly short distances. As for the Zhenyuan realm, they can even traverse the skies. Wouldn't it be easy to fly up? Ah, Li Mu. We thought the same way at first, but this Yinfeng Ridge is quite peculiar. No matter how strong your Zhenyuan is, you can't fly here. It's as if the miasma can break down Zhenyuan. Even an extraordinary realm expert will fall after flying just a few meters high, Zhao Yuhui explained. Oh, that's so strange. Li Mu was taken aback and then waved his hand, sending forth a stream of Zhenyuan. The Zhenyuan flew into the air, transforming into a sword chi that sliced straight towards the miasma above. If this were outside, that sword would leave a scar at least several dozen meters long. However, when Li Mu's sword chi encountered the miasma, it was gradually devoured, and after only a few meters, it completely dissipated. What an odd miasma. Li Mu was astonished. If it could silently decompose Zhenyuan, then those in the Zhenyuan realm would have little advantage inside. Many techniques require Zhenyuan to be executed, and if they dissipate after just a few meters, their combat effectiveness would be greatly diminished. In this Yinfeng Ridge, having a strong physical body would be a significant advantage. This miasma not only decomposes Zhenyuan, but can also harm the soul. I heard about an extraordinary realm expert who, under the cover of night, tried to use their soul to probe the secrets deep within Yinfeng Ridge. As a result, their soul was damaged and they ended up in a vegetative state. Zhao Yuhui continued. Huh, an extraordinary realm expert became a vegetable? Li Mu was taken aback. This Yinfeng Ridge was becoming increasingly sinister. However, he didn't release his soul, as it was broad daylight. And he wasn't sure if his soul could wander in the daytime. Therefore, even an entering Saint Realm expert would have to rely solely on their physical body to enter Yinfeng Ridge. Moreover, there aren't many dangers inside. So whether one can come out alive doesn't depend much on their strength. Zhao Yuhui said. I'm getting more and more curious. Li Mu chuckled. By the way, we even flew up to check and found that Yinfeng Ridge is surrounded by miasma for hundreds of kilometers year-round. No one knows what it actually looks like. And even the little information about its terrain comes from survivors who managed to come back, Zhao Yuhui added. Interesting. As soon as Li Mu finished speaking, a gust of cold wind blew through. Then he saw a gap opening in the miasma at the entrance. Now is the best time to enter. After we go in, Xiaotian, make sure to stick close to Li Mu, understood? Zhao Yuhui reminded. Yes. Zhao Xiaotian nodded, and then followed closely behind Li Mu. Li Mu strode towards Yinfeng Ridge, and the closer he got to the miasma, the more he felt a certain pressure on his soul, as if the Zhenyuan within him was being suppressed, and a chill ran down his back. By the way, brotherly, we might run into some other people inside. Zhao Xiaotian said. Huh, other people? Wasn't it empty outside just now? Li Mu asked. Brotherly, Yinfeng Ridge spans hundreds of kilometers, crossing Jiangdong Province, Lingnan Province, and Yujing Province. There are many entrances in other places, but the chances of encountering them are quite small. Zhao Xiaotian explained. Li Mu suddenly understood. After all, with a radius of hundreds of kilometers, there must be a few entrances scattered across the outer area of over 1,000 kilometers. Moreover, the inside is so strange. Although it's dangerous, it can't suppress people's curiosity. There will always be some who want to rush in, even if it means risking their lives. Chapter 67. The Tricolor Flower. Brotherly, look ahead, Zhao Xiaotian exclaimed, pointing forward. Li Mu followed his gaze and noticed a mass of mist drifting toward them. Li Mu furrowed his brow. Ever since entering the Maple Ridge, they had been surrounded by a miasma, and now, there was an especially dense cloud of mist. What was going on? As the mist approached, Li Mu suddenly felt a jolt to his soul, leaving him completely paralyzed. When he tried to warn Zhao Xiaotian, he realized Zhao Xiaotian was already frozen in place, as if his spirit had been suppressed. Such strong power. Li Mu frowned. Although he wasn't sure how strong his own spirit was, it shouldn't be this weak. If even his soul was shaken to the point of immobility, then Zhao Xiaotian's spirit must be even more vulnerable. However, the next moment, Zhao Xiaotian stirred slightly and then acted as if nothing had happened. Huh, you recovered? Li Mu looked at Zhao Xiaotian in confusion. This guy was only at the Qi Master level. Logically, his spirit should be quite weak. How did he bounce back so quickly? Brotherly, Didn't my dad say that in this place, the stronger your power, the greater the dangers you might face? I'm just at the Chi Master level, so the pressure on my spirit from this mist isn't that strong, allowing me to recover quickly. But given your previous strength, you should have been under much greater pressure, yet you woke up even faster than I did. It seems your power is truly unfathomable. Zhao Xiaodian said, astonished. Unfathomable? Li Mu shook his head. Could he really say that his spirit was only recently able to wander freely for a few days? By the way, brotherly, let us keep moving. Zhao Xiaodian suggested. Li Mu didn't dwell on it any longer and led Zhao Xiaodian deeper into the mist. But before they could take more than a few steps, they heard a loud roar. Suddenly, a 3-meter-long leopard burst out of the thick fog, charging straight at them. Looking for death, Li Mu's expression darkened. A wild beast dared to attack them? How reckless. With that, Li Mu formed his fingers into a sword, and a stream of true energy immediately transformed into sword aura, slicing toward the leopard. However, before the sword aura could reach the leopard, it was already dissipated by the surrounding mist. Brotherly, true energy is useless in Maple Ridge, Zhao Xiaodian quickly explained. Then I'll use my fists. Li Mu wasn't afraid. He threw a punch directly. Bang! The leopard's paw collided with Li Mu's fist, and the immense force sent Li Mu stumbling back several meters. The leopard, too, was hit by a tremendous impact, flying backward for dozens of meters, staring at Li Mu in shock. So strong. Zhao Xiaodian was astonished. This leopard was clearly no ordinary beast. If it came down to pure physical strength, he would definitely be no match for it. Yet, Li Mu had repelled the leopard with just one punch. How powerful was Li Mu's physical body? Roar. The cheetah didn't expect Li Mu's physical strength to be so formidable. Realizing it wasn't a match for him, it turned and ran. Keep up. Li Mu immediately followed the cheetah. After all, as a native beast, the cheetah was surely more familiar with the area. Furthermore, it had definitely sustained injuries from that punch. According to wild animal instincts, when injured, it would seek ways to heal itself. The best way to heal naturally would be to consume herbs. This Feng Ridge was isolated, so there must be plenty of herbs around, even if he couldn't uncover the secrets of Feng Ridge. Bringing back some precious herbs would make the trip worthwhile. The cheetah was fast, after all, it was known as the king of sprinting. But Li Mu wasn't slow either, closely tailing the cheetah. If it weren't for needing to look after Zhao Xiaodian, he would have caught up to the cheetah by now. After all, this was a request from Zhao Yuhui himself, and he couldn't take it lightly. As Li Mu had anticipated, the cheetah soon arrived at a grassy area amidst the thick fog. The ground was covered with grass, most of which was useless. However, the cheetah found a pale yellow flower, which had 7 petals, yellow petals, a red center, and a blue stem. Wow, a tricolor flower. Seeing this, Li Mu couldn't help but curse. Tricolor flowers were incredibly rare. Even during his time in the celestial domain, he had only seen one preserved by his mentor. And now, there were live ones here? Moreover, several of them. After consuming one of the tricolor flowers, the cheetah's injuries healed significantly, demonstrating just how potent the flower's medicinal properties were. Brotherly, Zhao Xiaodian hurried over, clearly anxious since his speed couldn't match Li Mu's. However, his voice startled the cheetah, which let out a roar in Li Mu's direction before bolting away. Oh brotherly, did I cause trouble? Zhao Xiaodian asked awkwardly. It's fine, Li Mu shook his head. There were still a few tricolor flowers left, so as long as he could bring them back. The trip wouldn't be in vain. He stepped forward and picked the remaining flowers. But just as Li Mu was about to leave, a group of people suddenly appeared. Kid, those tricolor flowers belong to us. Hand them over, and I might spare your life. The leader said coldly. Oh, they're yours? Then why are they in my hands? Li Mu replied. Brotherly, don't act rashly. They're from the Song family in Lingnan province. We can't afford to offend them, Zhao Xiaodian hurriedly warned. Oh, the Song family from Lingnan province? Indeed, their overall strength is significantly greater than ours in Jiangdong province. And the Song family is a century-old clan in Lingnan. Their head even possesses the strength of the spirit travel realm. Zhao Xiaodian explained. Strength of the spirit travel realm? I thought it was something impressive, Li Mu said, feeling somewhat speechless. Not to mention him. Even Nangong Yu had reached the peak of the spirit travel realm. If the Song family really comes into conflict with him, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger. All it would take is for him to give a command to Nangong Yu, and the Song family would be wiped out. Huh, you little brat. Do you look down on our Song family? The young man was furious, and the group behind him glared at Li Mu with anger. So what? Li Mu showed no signs of backing down, coldly replying. Do you even know where you are? This is Feng Ridge, and here, true essence is useless. The people I've brought are all skilled fighters. Their true essence may be lacking, but their physical strength is incredibly formidable. I brought them here to uncover the secrets of Enfeng Ridge, and since you refuse to hand over the three-colored flower, I'll just have to kill you and take it for myself." The young man sneered. "Huh, you want to kill me?" Li Mu's gaze instantly turned icy. Chapter 68. Total Annihilation. What if I want to kill you? I, Songzhe, can kill anyone I want, and even the King of Heaven can't save them. The young man coldly stared at Li Mu and said, "It looks like you're really seeking death." Li Mu's gaze turned icy. He hadn't intended to kill anyone, but since Songzhe was asking for it, he would have to oblige. "Attack!" Songzhe shouted, and with a wave of his hand, 7 or 8 seasoned fighters rushed toward Li Mu. "Stay safe," Li Mu cautioned Zhao Xiaotian. After all, in this place, true energy was not very useful, so he couldn't always look after Zhao Xiaotian. "Don't worry, brotherly." Zhao Xiaotian nodded. Although he was only at the Qi Master level, his physical strength was nothing to scoff at. He might not be able to kill these people, but it wouldn't be easy for them to take him down either. Li Mu shot into the crowd like an arrow. "Humph, overestimating yourself. This group of seasoned fighters I've trained is specifically prepared for entering Enfeng Ridge. Today, you'll be the first to test them." Songzhe sneered coldly. Perhaps Li Mu was powerful outside, but once he entered Enfeng Ridge, no matter how impressive his techniques or how abundant his true energy, they would all be rendered useless. Here, strength was the only truth. As he spoke, 3 men charged toward Li Mu, each drawing their weapons to strike at him. The 3 stooges? Li Mu scoffed. These 3 were wielding swords and seemed to be well coordinated, likely meticulously arranged by Songzhe. However, he didn't take them seriously. His pure yang body was strongest not in true energy or techniques, but in his physical prowess. These few were barely enough to tickle him. With that, Li Mu swung a punch. Bang! One of the men struck Li Mu's fist with his sword, only for it to shatter upon impact. The broken sword then flew out, embedding itself in the man's chest. Uffed! The man spat out a mouthful of blood and fell dead on the spot. What? Songzhe was shocked. The fighters he had trained were so easily defeated by Li Mu? Was this guy also a seasoned fighter? Seasoned fighter? Nothing more than that. Li Mu wasted no time, charging into the fray like a wolf among sheep, taking down one after another. In less than half a minute, everyone Songzhe had brought was dead at his hands. Zhao Xiaotian was stunned. He knew Li Mu was strong, but he hadn't expected him to be this strong. So many seasoned fighters were taken out in less than half a minute. The efficiency was astonishing. "You, who the hell are you?" Songzhe stared at Li Mu in disbelief. He had prepared for years to showcase his skills in Enfeng Ridge, only to have his team wiped out on the first day. How could he seek opportunities in Enfeng Ridge now? Does it matter? Li Mu sneered. If this guy hadn't tried to snatch his 3-colored flower, he wouldn't have gone all out. But since he came in wanting to take something, he clearly wasn't a good person. In that case, Li Mu had no intention of holding back. "Humph, I'm a member of the Song family. If you offend me, you'll find it impossible to move freely in Long Country." Songzhe scolded. "Heh, not only do I intend to offend you, but I also want to kill you." Li Mu sneered. "Kill me? You dare. If you kill me, the Song family will never let you go. Besides, I'm not exactly defenseless. Do you really think you can take me down?" Songzhe retorted with a cold smile. "First of all, everyone who comes out of Enfeng Ridge usually can't remember what happened inside. It's a perilous place. Anyone could die there. So who would know if I was the one who killed you? Secondly, with your pathetic skills, you wouldn't even be able to give me a proper fight." Li Mu laughed heartily. "How dare you look down on me?" Songzhe instantly became furious and lunged at Li Mu. "Overestimating yourself." Li Mu shook his head. Songzhe's physical strength was nowhere near that of the bodyguards from earlier. Fighting him was hardly a challenge. Thus, when Songzhe lunged forward, Li Mu simply slapped him. Smack! Songzhe took the hit squarely, his head spinning 360 degrees before he collapsed to the ground. If this had happened outside, Li Mu's true energy would have turned Songzhe into mush. What the hell? Zhao Xiaotian shuddered. Was Li Mu's physical strength really that formidable? He killed Songzhe with a single slap? The key point was that Li Mu didn't even flinch. "Brotherly, you shouldn't have killed him." Zhao Xiaotian sighed. "Oh, why not?" Li Mu asked. "Brotherly, while most people who come out of Enfeng Ridge don't remember what happened inside, some memories do linger. And given the few people who were in there, if the Song family sends someone to investigate, they will definitely trace it back to you." Zhao Xiaotian explained. "Let them investigate. He's just a void realm cultivator." Li Mu didn't take it to heart at all. After all, a void realm cultivator was nothing to him. Zhao Xiaotian was left speechless. Just a void realm cultivator? In Jiangdong province, that was considered an invincible existence. "All right, let's keep moving and see if we can find more medicinal herbs," Li Mu said, not wanting to dwell on the matter. He stored the tricolor flower in his storage ring and prepared to leave. "What?" Zhao Xiaotian was stunned when he saw Li Mu storing the tricolor flower. The ability to use a storage ring indicated that Li Mu's strength was at least at the transcendent realm, and he was only about 25 or 26 years old. How could he already be at the transcendent realm? No wonder Li Mu dared to disregard the Song family, not to mention the power behind Li Mu. Just his talent alone could attract many prestigious families and large sections. The Song family really couldn't afford to provoke Li Mu. Thus, Zhao Xiaotian quickly followed behind Li Mu, convinced that as long as he stuck with Li Mu, nothing would go wrong in Yinfeng Ridge this time. Not long after Li Mu and Zhao Xiaotian left, another group of people arrived at the scene. An old man crouched down to examine the bodies of Song Zhe and the others, furrowing his brow in concern. These individuals have tough skin, and their muscles and bones are honed from years of training. They must be masters of body conditioning. Outside, they could at least match those at the Essence Realm. In the Yinfeng Ridge, even the physical bodies of experts at the Essence Realm might not be as formidable as theirs. The old man analyzed. Their physical strength might even surpass that of Essence Realm experts. If I'm not mistaken, this should be Song Zhe, the young master from the Song family in Lingnan province. With such a strong identity and power, how could they still be completely wiped out? The young man in brocade asked, surprised. Not only were they wiped out, but judging by their wounds, it was a one-hit kill. They didn't even have a chance to escape. The one who struck must either be a true master of body conditioning or have reached the transcendent realm for their physical prowess to be so formidable. The old man replied, "Oh, it seems there are experts in this Yinfeng Ridge, but that makes it more interesting. I traveled all the way from the capital, and it wouldn't be fun without facing some challenges, right?" The young man chuckled, appearing even more excited. Chapter 69. First, make you comfortable before anything else, young master. It's better to be cautious. We came to Shadow Maple Ridge this time with a mission. The old man reminded. I know there's a mission, but that doesn't mean I can't seek some excitement. The young man replied with a smile. Just be careful. You should avoid running into people like that. The old man sighed, aware of his young master's temperament. Whenever he encountered a genius, he always wanted to challenge them. With that, the two left and began their journey deeper into Shadow Maple Ridge. Meanwhile, Li Mu had already taken Zhao Xiaotian several kilometers into the ridge, where the thick fog was becoming increasingly intense. Earlier, on the outskirts, his true essence could extend a few meters away. But now, as soon as his true essence left his body, it would be disintegrated by the noxious fog. Thus, while outside, a true Essence Realm expert could still engage in combat from a few meters away. Here, their reliance on true essence was completely lost. In this place, it was possible that even a true Essence Realm expert couldn't defeat someone at the Qi movement realm. Moreover, the fog had a strong suppressive effect on the soul as well. Li Mu had tried to project his soul, but as soon as it emerged, it felt as if it would be torn apart. Therefore, in this area, the only thing they could rely on was their physical bodies. Zhao Xiaotian, how's your physical condition? Li Mu asked. Although I'm only at the Qi control realm, I knew we were coming to Shadow Maple Ridge, so I specifically strengthened my body a few years ago. My physique should be comparable to that of a true Essence Realm warrior, possibly on par with those you just killed, Zhao Xiaotian replied. That should be enough for self-defense. Li Mu nodded and then tossed a few pills to Zhao Xiaotian. Big brotherly, what's this? These are for healing and calming your mind. If anything unexpected happens, you can use them to save your life. Li Mu said. After all, the deeper they went into Shadow Maple Ridge, the more dangerous it became. He might not have time to protect Zhao Xiaotian later. Thank you, big brotherly. Zhao Xiaotian was not one to be overly polite. After all, if trouble arose, Li Mu could at least defend himself, but he wouldn't have the energy to protect him as well. Plus, he was here to train, not for a leisurely visit. When necessary, he would have to fight for his life. However, after Li Mu led Zhao Xiaotian further in, they soon realized they seemed to have returned to where they started, as he encountered the same tree for the third time. An illusion? Li Mu furrowed his brow, then closed his eyes to sense his surroundings. After a moment, he shook his head. This wasn't an illusion, they were lost. In Shadow Maple Ridge, the swirling mist made it easy to misjudge directions based on mere sensory perception. Moreover, the rugged terrain made it difficult to determine whether they were going uphill or downhill. Li Mu then pulled out his phone, only to find that its GPS, compass, and other functions were all malfunctioning. Li Mu's expression turned serious. It seemed this Shadow Maple Ridge was indeed not simple. If they were trapped for too long, they might just lose their minds. Wait, where's Zhao Xiaotian? Li Mu turned around and found that Zhao Xiaotian had vanished. This guy had been following him closely, so how did he suddenly disappear? Brotherly, I'm over here. At that moment, Zhao Xiaotian hurriedly ran to Li Mu's side. Don't get lost. The situation here is complicated, Li Mu warned. Got it, brotherly. Zhao Xiaotian nodded. But just as Li Mu turned to continue moving forward, Zhao Xiaotian suddenly pulled out a bone knife from behind and lunged at Li Mu's waist. I already knew something was off. Li Mu sneered, swiftly dodging Zhao Xiaotian's attack. He then delivered a powerful slap to Zhao Xiaotian's back, sending him flying several meters before crashing to the ground. How did you find out? Zhao Xiaotian looked at Li Mu in shock. He believed he had disguised himself flawlessly, and that Li Mu wouldn't notice. Heh, when Zhao Xiaotian looks at me with admiration, and you look at me with greed, that means you're not Zhao Xiaotian. Li Mu stated. You can tell just from a glance. Of course, there's also some judgment through the spirit. Now, tell me, who are you really, or what are you? Li Mu said coldly. Even if you found me out, you can't keep me. Zhao Xiaotian sneered, then leaped away, preparing to escape. Trying to run? Li Mu chuckled lightly, then took a few strides forward. He covered the 10-meter distance in the blink of an eye and grabbed Zhao Xiaotian by the neck. What incredible speed and strength. Are you a body cultivator? Zhao Xiaotian looked at Li Mu in surprise. Outside, some people were fast, relying solely on true essence and techniques. But here, such speed relied on physical strength. Who I am isn't important. What matters is who you are. Li Mu said with a cold smile. Me? I'm yours. Zhao Xiaotian smiled charmingly. Then his appearance began to change. Gradually, he transformed into the likeness of Lung Qingzhu. Master. Li Mu shuddered all over. Even though he knew that this so-called master was just a transformation of something else, he still couldn't bring himself to grab her neck. Oh, so you have feelings for your master? Haha, what a rebellious disciple. Lung Qingzhu swayed her waist, looking at Li Mu with a playful smile. I don't care who you are. Quickly put on a disguise, or don't blame me for being rude. Li Mu scolded. Hey, you say you're interested in your master. So be it. Being a rebellious disciple isn't bad, and I'm right here. You can come to me. I promise I won't resist. Lung Qingzhu beckoned Li Mu with her finger, even starting to slowly remove her sheer veil, revealing her fair, smooth skin, making it hard for anyone to resist. Knowing that the person in front of him was fake, Li Mu still felt his heart waver at the sight of his master. After all, it had been almost 2 months since leaving the heavenly domain, and he was starting to miss her. Seeing a change in Li Mu's expression, Lung Qingzhu realized that he was wavering. So, she continued to tempt him, even taking off all her clothes. Come on, there's no one here. She smiled. All right. Li Mu decided not to hesitate any longer and walked over to embrace Lung Qingzhu. Master's wife, wait for me. Once the year is up, I'll come to get you. He murmured while holding her close. Okay, I believe you. But first, close your eyes. Let me make you comfortable. Lung Qingzhu smiled and reached to undo Li Mu's pants. However, Li Mu quickly grabbed her hand and said seriously, all right, the longing has been addressed. Now it's time to get down to business. Lung Qingzhu was taken aback. Was it possible that Li Mu hadn't fallen for her at all and was merely using her to ease his longing? How could this guy's resolve be so strong? Chapter 70. The three-tailed spirit fox. All right, enough chit-chat. Show your true form. Li Mu said coldly, staring at Lung Qingzhu. Your will is quite resolute. I can only admit defeat. Lung Qingzhu let out a bitter laugh and slowly began to transform into a fox. Huh, a fox? Li Mu was taken aback. Can a fox transform? How bizarre. I am indeed a fox, but I don't transform in the traditional sense. Or rather, I never truly transform. It's just that my body emits a certain scent. Once you smell this scent, it will influence your mind, and you will perceive me as the form you desire most. The fox explained. A little fox can be this powerful? Haha, I am no ordinary fox. I am a spirit beast. The fox retorted with a cold smile. A spirit beast? What is a spirit beast? Huh, you don't know what a spirit beast is? The fox looked at Li Mu with some surprise. Given Li Mu's immense strength, he must be a disciple of a major sect or a prominent family. Logically, he should have a broad knowledge base and not be unaware of spirit beasts. But judging by Li Mu's expression, it seemed he truly didn't know. Let me tell you, but you must promise not to kill me. The fox said. Go ahead, I want to kill you, Li Mu replied casually. As this creature posed no threat to him. A spirit beast is a wild animal that has gained intelligence, like me, the three-tailed spirit fox. I can speak human language, create illusions, and here in the Maple Ridge, even those at the true essence realm are no match for me. The fox said confidently. Li Mu believed it. If he hadn't been vigilant, he might have fallen for it. Although a single attack wouldn't severely injure him, it would certainly affect his combat effectiveness. If he was like this, then those at the true essence realm, once caught in her illusion, would likely be killed by her, thinking they were in a tranquil paradise. Spirit beasts are indeed terrifying. Of course, some spirit beasts cannot speak human language, but they can still cultivate, with strengths ranging from 1 star to 9 stars. Once they reach a certain level, They can speak human language, and some can even transform into human forms, truly transforming, not like my illusion-based transformation. The three-tailed spirit fox explained. True transformation? Limu was taken aback. So, powerful spirit beasts can turn into humans, and he might not even recognize them. That's right, but these spirit beasts are very strong, at least comparable to your human extraordinary realm. So they are quite rare, the three-tailed spirit fox continued. Let us not dwell on that for now. What about my companion? Limu asked. Over there. The three-tailed spirit fox waved its tail, and a gust of wind blew past, revealing Zhao Xiaodian, who was wildly swinging a stick in the air. In his illusion, he found a legendary manual and is practicing it with great enthusiasm. The three-tailed spirit fox said. Sigh. Limu chuckled helplessly. Zhao Xiaodian really is a martial arts fanatic. With that, the three-tailed spirit fox dispelled the illusion, and Zhao Xiaodian immediately woke up. After seeing Limu, Zhao Xiaodian immediately exclaimed with excitement, Big brotherly, I just found an extraordinary secret manual. Once I refine it, I can directly transcend into a saint. It's incredible. Let's go find it right away. What extraordinary secret manual? You've fallen for an illusion. Limu replied. Impossible. Impossible. I saw it clearly, and I even practiced it. How could such a real existence be an illusion? Zhao Xiaodian shook his head vigorously, insisting he was not mistaken. Do you still not believe me? Limu sighed and pointed at the three-tailed spirit fox beside them, saying, That illusion was cast by her. Her? She's just a little fox. Zhao Xiaodian naturally didn't believe it, thinking Limu was dismissing him. You're the little fox. Your whole family is a bunch of little foxes. The three-tailed spirit fox immediately bared its teeth at Zhao Xiaodian. Who's talking? Zhao Xiaodian gasped, looking around but finding no one else. It's me talking. What's wrong with that? The three-tailed spirit fox said. What? Zhao Xiaodian stared in horror at the three-tailed spirit fox. A fox can talk? Could Su Daji really be real? After a moment of shock, Zhao Xiaodian turned to Limu in amazement. Big brotherly, is it really an illusion? How did you escape? A mere illusion can't do anything to me, Limu shrugged. The three-tailed spirit fox gritted its teeth in frustration. It had almost succeeded just now. So that extraordinary secret manual was really fake? Zhao Xiaodian looked unsatisfied. That was supposed to be a manual that could directly elevate one to a saint. Of course it's fake. If there were really a secret manual that could elevate someone directly to a saint, wouldn't there be saints everywhere in the world? Limu said. That makes sense. Zhao Xiaodian smiled helplessly, realizing he had been misled. However, he admired Limu even more. He had been heavily influenced by the illusion. And without Limu waking him up, he would never have escaped. Not only could Limu walk out of the illusion himself, but he even managed to capture the three-tailed spirit fox. That skill was truly impressive. He was thankful his father had insisted he follow Limu. Otherwise, he might never have escaped from Yinfeng Ridge. By the way, tell me about the situation in Yinfeng Ridge. Limu looked at the three-tailed spirit fox. Yinfeng Ridge is vast. I haven't explored it all. I only know that we demon beasts are not affected by these miasmas, and there are quite a few demon beasts within my activity range. As for what Yinfeng Ridge really is, I don't know, the three-tailed spirit fox replied. All right, you can go now. Limu shook his head. Since this creature didn't have any useful information, he would have to continue exploring on his own. Are you still going in? If you go further, there will be even more powerful demon beasts, and your true essence and spirit will be affected even more. The three-tailed spirit fox warned. Oh, you don't want us to go in? As outsiders in Yinfeng Ridge, wouldn't it be better for you if it were more dangerous for us? Limu asked curiously. The greater the danger, the greater the opportunity. If you make it to the end and obtain the opportunity at Yinfeng Ridge, who knows if Yinfeng Ridge will even exist anymore? This might not necessarily be a good thing for me, the three-tailed spirit fox said. After all, without the protection of this toxic mist, with her strength, she would probably be easily subdued by someone at the Chi Master level. Oh, we're not related, so what does that have to do with me? Limu asked. You. The three-tailed spirit fox was taken aback. Limu's words were quite the blow. However, upon reflection, she had just wanted to kill Limu earlier. It was already remarkable that he didn't kill her, so why would he consider her feelings? With a swift change of thought, the three-tailed spirit fox said, How about I lead the way for you? All right, let's go. Limu didn't refuse. After all, this fox was more familiar with the area than they were, and having a guide was certainly better. Chapter 71. It seems you're not simple. Brotherly, can we really trust her? Zhao Xiaodian expressed his concern while following behind Limu. After all, those who are not of our kind must have different hearts. Moreover, this three-tailed spirit fox had just tried to harm them. Now it was offering to be their guide? She might not have good intentions. But do you have a better plan? Limu asked. Zhao Xiaodian shook his head. After all, he had never been to Shadow Maple Ridge and was completely clueless about what lay inside. If he hadn't been following Li Mu, he would have been dead countless times by now. So, following this three-tailed spirit fox seemed like the only option, better than recklessly charging around inside. Hey, a millennium nourishing soul tree. At that moment, Li Mu suddenly spotted a large tree ahead and was taken aback. A millennium nourishing soul tree? What's that? Zhao Xiaodian inquired. A millennium nourishing soul tree, as the name suggests, is something used to nourish the soul. As long as there is one of these trees in the yard, it can greatly benefit the soul. For those in the soul travel realm, the soul can stay outside for a longer time. Of course, its greatest use is in refining nourishing soul pills. If the soul is damaged, eating a nourishing soul pill can heal a significant portion of the injury. Li Mu explained. This is truly a treasure. Zhao Xiaodian exclaimed joyfully, realizing its considerable value for those in the soul travel realm. Naturally, it wouldn't come cheap. This is indeed a good find, and it's been around for a full millennium. Li Mu chuckled and began to dig up the millennium nourishing soul tree. Are you going to store it in your storage ring? It can only hold inanimate objects. If you put the millennium nourishing soul tree in there, it will soon die. The three-tailed spirit fox reminded him. Let it die. Even if it does, I can still refine a few batches of nourishing soul pills from it. If it stays alive, I can plant it in the yard when we return. Li Mu replied. The three-tailed spirit fox fell silent, casting a suspicious glance at Li Mu. After all, being able to recognize a millennium nourishing soul tree at a glance indicated that Li Mu's alchemy skills were definitely not low. Following the three-tailed spirit fox, Li Mu discovered numerous precious herbs and even a lot of ores. He had no immediate use for these ores, but it would be great to take them back for Li Qianqian and the others to forge some weapons for self-defense. Brotherly, there really are a lot of treasures in Shadow Maple Ridge, Zhao Xiaodian said, gaining experience from following Li Mu and expressing his feelings. The things Li Mu had collected would be priceless outside, yet here they were in abundance. Nothing is that simple. Li Mu frowned as he stored a herb in his storage ring. Throughout the process, he had even used some of his soul power, worried that the three-tailed spirit fox might inadvertently release its scent and pull him into an illusion. If it wasn't an illusion, then all these herbs were real. Even though Shadow Maple Ridge was a deep, secluded forest with few visitors, it was unlikely that he would just stumble upon so many precious herbs. This meant it was highly probable that the three-tailed spirit fox had deliberately led them down this path. Is the three-tailed spirit fox seeking to repay a debt of gratitude? Or is there another plot at play? For now, it's uncertain. Just then, a surprised voice rang out. Li Mu turned to see a group of people rushing toward them, surrounding him and his companions. Huh, who are you? Zhao Xiaodian immediately stepped in front of Li Mu, glaring coldly at the newcomers. What I want is this fox. Kill those two. The young man glanced at Li Mu and Zhao Xiaodian, clearly dismissing them as insignificant. Huh, you want to capture me? The three-tailed spirit fox looked at the boy in surprise. Huh, it can speak human language. It must be her. The boy exclaimed with delight. What do you want with her? Li Mu asked. Humph, why waste words on a dead man? The boy sneered, then waved his hand, signaling one of his subordinates to charge at Li Mu. Do you need me to help you? The three-tailed spirit fox asked. No need. Li Mu scoffed. This subordinate was weaker than Song's bodyguard. As the man charged, Li Mu simply slapped him. Smack. The man received a solid slap to the face, and his head was sent flying. Huh, such strong power. Did you kill Song and the others? The boy frowned, noticing the subordinate's death was similar to that of Song's group. Oh, you saw the bodies? Since that's the case, you still dare to trouble me? Li Mu sneered. Humph, I'm here to capture this fox, and I didn't intend to get entangled with you. But since you're so strong, I might as well kill you first, and then capture the fox. The boy laughed. Why do you want to capture this fox? Have you been to Yinfeng Ridge? Hee hee. Although I've never been to Yinfeng Ridge, my family has inferred from the fragmented accounts of those who have returned alive that there are definitely beasts within Yinfeng Ridge capable of affecting people's minds and souls. Otherwise, why would so many people leave without knowing what happened inside? Moreover, some of the scattered information points to the fox tribe, so she must be a three-tailed spirit fox, right? The boy said. Huh, the Mao family? Li Mu was taken aback. From what he understood, the Mao family was one of the 10 major families of the enforcement team, with strength comparable to the Xianyuan family. Such a family is actually getting involved in Yinfeng Ridge. Alright, enough chatter. Third brother, I'll duel with him. You go capture the three-tailed spirit fox. The young man said to the middle-aged man beside him. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded, saying go. Li Mu then looked at the three-tailed spirit fox and said, considering you helped me find so many resources, I'll save you one more time. Huh, save me again. Can't you see that they are determined this time? That old man's strength should be at the divine wandering realm. Although his soul power cannot be exerted in Yinfeng Ridge, his physical strength is formidable. There was also that young man, who, despite only having the cultivation of the true essence realm, possessed an incredibly strong physical body. His bodyguards were also at the true essence realm and were skilled fighters. Together, they formed a formidable team that you couldn't possibly match. So your best option is to leave me behind and run away, said the three-tailed spirit fox. To be honest, if they had approached me nicely, I might have actually chosen not to interfere. But since I don't like the tone of his voice, I'm definitely going to get involved. And by the way, you seem quite knowledgeable. You immediately recognize their strength and cultivation without any signs of panic. It seems you're not as simple as you appear, Li Mu added, and then noticed a fleeting hint of panic in the three-tailed spirit fox's eyes. It seems this guy has some secrets. No wonder he insists on following me. Chapter 72. The Great Black Bear, what could be so extraordinary about me? It's just a three-tailed spirit fox, after all. You can't even confuse me. The three-tailed spirit fox shot a glare at Li Mu, adding with a hint of resentment. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Li Mu remained calm. As long as this guy stuck with him, there would inevitably come a day when he would reveal his true colors. As they spoke, the group opposite had already charged forward. The middle-aged man aimed to bypass Li Mu and directly capture the three-tailed spirit fox. Li Mu sneered, "Oh, dare to ignore me?" With that, Li Mu pushed off the ground with force and leaped several meters into the air, throwing a punch at the middle-aged man. What immense strength! The middle-aged man was startled. After all, in this place, they couldn't use true essence or secret techniques. Everything relied solely on physical strength for jumping. As a carefully cultivated genius of the Mao family, he had managed to break through to the divine escape realm at the age of 30, allowing him to jump several meters to try and bypass Li Mu. However, seeing Li Mu soar so high, it was clear his power shouldn't be underestimated. Get down here. Li Mu's punch landed with tremendous force, forcing the middle-aged man to retreat. Unable to directly capture the three-tailed spirit fox, charge, the young man showed no fear and immediately rallied the others to pounce at Li Mu. No matter how formidable Li Mu was outside, in this Yinfeng Ridge, all true essence and divine souls were ineffective. Only physical strength was the strongest force. Seeing everyone swarm toward him, Li Mu was unhurried. He stepped forward and threw a punch at the person in front. Boom. The man was sent flying backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. What? The young man was astonished. His subordinates all possessed the physical strength of the true essence realm. Yet, one punch from Li Mu had injured one of them? This is interesting. Li Mu's eyes lit up. That Song's subordinate was also a hardened warrior, but he had been killed with one punch. And yet, this young man's subordinate had only been injured. It seemed that the training methods of the capital's prominent families were indeed different. Altogether, the young man shouted, and the remaining crowd surged forward. No matter how strong Li Mu was, they believed that two fists could not fend off four hands. You guys distract him, and I'll deal the final blow. The middle-aged man whispered to the young man. The young man nodded. He understood Li Mu was not to be trifled with. So he quickly directed the others to surround Li Mu. Hey, aren't you going to help him? The three-tailed spirit fox asked Zhao Xiaodian, who was standing nearby. Me? If I go, I'll just be a hindrance and distract Li Deji from fighting. I won't be a burden. Zhao Xiaodian shook his head. If it were Song's subordinates, he could still fend off one or two. But these people were all stronger than him, so it was better not to cause trouble. It seems you do have some self-awareness. The three-tailed spirit fox nodded, then watched Li Mu with keen interest. By the way, can't you create illusions? Hurry up and help Li Deji, Zhao Xiaodian urged. I can create illusions, but I see he can still fight, so I'll wait a bit. Still able to fight? Zhao Xiaodian felt speechless. On the opposite side, there were even experts at the spirit wanderer level. Could Li Mu really hold his own? As he spoke, more than a dozen true essence realm experts began to attack Li Mu relentlessly. They all thought Li Mu would be overwhelmed, appearing quite flustered. However, Li Mu remained completely composed, skillfully defending against their attacks while managing to seriously injure one or two of the true essence experts. This guy doesn't he seem to have any flaws? The middle-aged man was somewhat surprised. He had been waiting for Li Mu to expose a weakness so he could deliver a fatal blow. But after fighting for a while, he found no openings at all. Simply unbelievable. Third brother, we managed to hold him off. You go capture the three-tailed spirit fox, said the young man. The middle-aged man nodded. Since they couldn't kill Li Mu for now, they would capture the three-tailed spirit fox first. They want to catch me. Come save me. The three-tailed spirit fox cried out for help as it saw the old man coming to catch it. Zhao Xiaodian looked at the three-tailed spirit fox in disbelief, thinking it was just going to be a burden for Li Mu. Li Mu also glanced at the three-tailed spirit fox, somewhat speechless. This guy was facing a spirit wanderer expert, and didn't he seem the least bit flustered. Instead, it spoke in a tone that carried a hint of a spoiled child. What on earth was it trying to do? However, since the fight had already started, he naturally wouldn't let them capture the three-tailed spirit fox. Li Mu gathered his strength, pushed back the few true essence experts in front of him, and prepared to stop the old man. "Oof, your opponent is me," the young man shouted, then lunged forward, throwing a punch at Li Mu. Boom. With a loud crash, Li Mu was knocked back several meters, while the young man also staggered backward. What a strong physique. Li Mu was somewhat surprised. This young man was merely at the true essence realm. Yet his physical strength was surprisingly comparable to Li Mu's. Clearly, he was also a genius. Your physique isn't bad either. I wonder which major sect or prominent family you belong to, the young man said excitedly, looking at Li Mu. Don't waste my time. Li Mu's expression darkened. He didn't want to get entangled with the young man. No more talking? Then let us fight. The young man shouted again, launching another punch. Seeking death. Li Mu roared, gathering a massive amount of true essence into his fist. Although the surrounding mist would dissipate the true essence, the energy in his fist could be continuously replenished, allowing it to exist indefinitely. Boom. With this punch, the young man was sent flying again, while Li Mu stood his ground without budging. After repelling the young man, Li Mu charged forward again, blocking the middle-aged man's path. Kid, our target is the three-tailed spirit fox. You'd better step aside. We want to make things difficult for you. The middle-aged man looked coldly at Li Mu, knowing that he was not an easy opponent, so it was better not to provoke him. If it was earlier, I might have actually agreed. But now, there is no chance. Li Mu replied with a cold smile. Did they think he was a soft target, planning to kill him and then take the three-tailed spirit fox? And now that they found him tough to deal with, they wanted to back off? There was no such easy deal in this world. Kid, I advise you not to deceive yourself. Do you really think we can't kill you? The middle-aged man scolded angrily. Then go ahead and try. Li Mu clenched his fists, losing his patience. It's just a fight, so let's have another bloodbath. Seeking death. The middle-aged man's face twisted with malice as he exchanged glances with the young man. They were about to go all out. Let's see who's really seeking death. Li Mu's expression darkened as he took a deep breath, preparing to charge into the crowd. But just then, a shadow suddenly sprang out from the nearby forest, lunging directly at a practitioner of the true essence realm. The man didn't have time to react before the shadow bit down on his neck, severing it with a snap and sending blood spraying everywhere. It was a massive black bear. The three-tailed spirit fox looked at the gigantic bear with a hint of fear in its eyes. The others turned to see a bear towering 3 meters high, with arms thicker than their thighs, indulging itself in a feast. This scene left everyone trembling with fear. In front of such a massive black bear, their physical bodies were nothing but a joke. Chapter 73. Do you think I'm easy to deal with? Run. The moment Li Mu spotted the black bear, he refrained from attacking them. This bear was simply too strong. If he were outside, with his true essence and martial arts techniques, he wouldn't be afraid of a beast of this level at all. However, in the Maple Ridge, his true essence and techniques were suppressed, and he couldn't even use his spiritual power. Faced with such a robust beast, he could only avoid confrontation. If they were held back, the consequences would be unimaginable. So, while the black bear was busy devouring that unfortunate soul, Li Mu immediately left the battlefield, taking Zhao Xiaodian and the three-tailed spirit fox with him. What should we do, third brother? The young man asked. What else can we do? Just run, third brother replied. Exasperated. Although he was a strong practitioner at the divine travel realm, he was no match for the black bear in the Maple Ridge. They had no choice but to abandon their plan to capture the three-tailed spirit fox. Survival was the priority. One slow-moving person was caught by the bear, which grabbed his thigh and then bit off his head, an utterly gruesome sight. Hearing the screams behind them, Li Mu couldn't help but shudder. The Maple Ridge was indeed fraught with danger. Have you seen that big black bear? Li Mu asked the three-tailed spirit fox. I haven't seen it, but I've heard about its terrifying reputation. I think it was over a decade ago when a transcendent-level expert tried to force his way into the Maple Ridge and was torn to pieces by that bear. The three-tailed spirit fox replied. What? Even a transcendent-level expert was torn to pieces? Zhao Xiaodian and Li Mu both shivered. In the outside world, transcendent-level beings could command the elements. Yet here in the Maple Ridge, they were no match for a mere bear. That's why running is the wise choice. But I've also heard that the deeper you go into the Maple Ridge, the stronger the beasts become. There might be even more terrifying creatures than that big black bear. The three-tailed spirit fox added. What should we do then? Zhao Xiaodian suddenly hesitated. Although he had been confident when they set out, the fear of the black bear and the prospect of stronger beasts within made him lose his courage to continue. There is no turning back. Li Mu shook his head. Even if they wanted to leave now, they wouldn't find their way out. They had to press on and see what the Een Maple Ridge was truly like. They needed to understand why there was a miasma that could suppress true essence, even affecting spiritual power. How had such a place come to exist in Jiangdong province? Let us go. The three-tailed spirit fox immediately took the lead and continued deeper into the Een Maple Ridge. Roar. As they spoke, Zhao Xiaodian heard a roar in the distance, causing him to shudder in fear. What are you afraid of? That sound is at least a few kilometers away. Li Mu reassured him. Brotherly, I'm not scared. My legs just won't listen to me. Zhao Xiaodian retorted stubbornly. Li Mu shook his head in disbelief. Was there really a difference? As they ventured deeper, Li Mu noticed more and more precious herbs. Clearly, the three-tailed spirit fox had intentionally led him down this path. Aren't you afraid of the big black bear catching up to us? After Li Mu picked a flower, he looked at the three-tailed spirit fox with a hint of confusion. This definitely wasn't a recent path. Otherwise, it wouldn't have so many precious herbs. Even if there were, they would have been taken long ago. And if this path was old, wasn't this guy afraid of the big black bear catching up? What is there to fear? The big black bear may be strong, but it's not very bright. It won't catch up. The three-tailed spirit fox chuckled. Oh, seems like you know it quite well. Li Mu replied. Haha. I've been in Een Foam Ridge for so many years, it's only natural to know a bit about it. The three-tailed spirit fox laughed. Just as the words left its mouth, everyone heard a fluttering sound, and then they saw a large eagle perched on a tree ahead. The eagle sat on a branch, towering at nearly 2 meters high. Although it hadn't spread its wings, its size was certainly impressive. Moreover, this creature could fly and was extremely fast. If this thing set its sights on them, they would be in serious trouble. The Een Wind Eagle is even stronger than the big black bear, and it can fly, making it nearly invincible. We should go around. The three-tailed spirit fox quickly advised. Then let us move. Li Mu didn't want to waste time, eager to complete the reconnaissance of Een Foam Ridge and head back. After all, he had instructed the Xingchen Pavilion to lure Xianyuan's end, and if he wasn't out there, he would miss the chance to investigate the truth about the Jade Dragon Master. However, just as they were preparing to detour, the Een Wind Eagle suddenly leaped down, entering the jungle as if it were an unoccupied territory, directly pouncing towards them. Run. Li Mu didn't want to waste any time with the Een Wind Eagle, quickly chopping down a few trees to block its path. However, the Een Wind Eagle didn't hesitate. It used its wings to slice through the fallen trees and appeared just a few meters away from Li Mu. What incredible speed and strong wings. Li Mu's expression darkened. If the trees couldn't stop the Een Wind Eagle, they would have to confront it head-on. With that thought, Li Mu leaped into the air, aiming to land on the back of the Een Wind Eagle. Yow! The Een Wind Eagle let out a roar, flapping its wings as dozens of feathers shot towards Li Mu like arrows. Bang! 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 Li Mu continuously punched to fend off the feathers, but his fists also faced intense impact. Though he didn't break any bones, his skin was torn, and his bones felt like they were about to shatter. I don't believe in evil. Li Mu's face darkened. After all, he was a pure yang body. The miasma of Een Foam Ridge could only suppress his true essence and spirit, but it couldn't suppress his pure yang body. Therefore, Li Mu quickly gathered his true essence, and the injured skin rapidly began to heal. At the same time, Li Mu leaped down from the tree again, crashing towards the Een Wind Eagle. Yow! The Een Wind Eagle was enraged by Li Mu. How dare a mere human act so arrogantly in Een Foam Ridge? Truly overestimating himself. Subsequently, the Een Wind Eagle stopped using feathers to attack and transformed into a blur, directly lunging at Li Mu. Bang! Li Mu's fist collided with the Een Wind Eagle's enormous claw, feeling like he had just struck a steel plate. Li Mu was sent flying, crashing into a large tree and breaking its trunk. The Een Wind Eagle fared no better. Its claws were shattered from the impact. Realizing that Li Mu was not to be trifled with, the Een Wind Eagle decided to retreat. But did it think it could just run away? Li Mu's expression darkened. He had almost chosen to avoid confrontation earlier, yet the eagle still dared to attack him. Now it wanted to flee? Did it take him for a pushover? With that thought, Li Mu immediately leaped from one tree to another. In an open area, his true energy would be suppressed, and he would certainly be unable to catch up to the Een Wind Eagle. However, in the dense forest with so many towering trees, the eagle's escape speed was limited, while he had plenty of leverage to utilize. So, there was no way the Een Wind Eagle was getting away. Chapter 74. Is Een Foam Ridge just a trap? His strength is indeed terrifying, and his physical body is truly exceptional. The three-tailed spirit fox looked at Li Mu in astonishment. She had initially thought that Li Mu was afraid of the black bear, which was why he had taken them away. But now, the overall strength of the Een Foam Eagle was even greater than that of the black bear. Yet Li Mu had managed to force the Feng eagle to flee in panic. This means that in a real fight, the black bear might not even be a match for Li Mu. However, with such a commotion, could it attract other formidable beasts? Zhao Xiaodian asked. Let's go. We should follow him. We're already very close to the center of Feng Ridge, the three-tailed spirit fox said, leading Zhao Xiaodian to follow. After fleeing for several kilometers through the forest, the Feng eagle was exhausted, its wings battered and bruised by the dense foliage. Every time it tried to burst out of the forest and soar into the sky, Li Mu would stop it, forcing it to continue fleeing through the trees. Being a proud bird forced to run through the underbrush was utterly humiliating. Finally, the Feng eagle could no longer fly and had to run on the ground with its claws, significantly reducing its speed. Not to mention Li Mu. Even Zhao Xiaodian could catch up. Run, why don't you keep running? Li Mu coldly glared at the Feng eagle. He had almost taken a detour earlier. It had never expected that such a mere human could possess such a powerful physical body. There had been strong humans who entered before, even those at the divine travel realm, but none had a physique as outrageous as Li Mu's. Since it couldn't escape anymore, it would have to face its demise. Li Mu coldly stared at the Feng eagle, preparing to deliver a lethal blow. However, at that moment, a commotion suddenly erupted from the distance, and a group of people came rushing through in a panic. Li Mu squinted and realized it was the group from the Mao family. Apart from the middle-aged man at the forefront and that young boy, only 4 true essence realm experts remained. The rest had already been devoured by the beasts here, and behind them, the black bear was hot on their heels. Encountering them again? The young boy was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Li Mu, but then his eyes glinted with a cunning idea as he rushed towards Li Mu. If they weren't a match for the black bear, they could lead it to Li Mu, turning him into bait. Seeking death, Li Mu was unaware of the boy's malicious intent. Although he wasn't afraid of the black bear, he certainly didn't want to be used as a pawn. With a clenched fist, Li Mu directly swung at the boy. The young boy frowned. Not only was Li Mu not fleeing, but he was also attacking him. Young master, be careful. The middle-aged man shouted in alarm, quickly rushing to shield the boy, throwing a punch at Li Mu. Boom. With a loud crash, both Li Mu and the middle-aged man staggered back a step, the man's eyes filled with shock. He had unleashed a genuine full-force strike, yet Li Mu remained completely unfazed. This guy's physical strength was simply outrageous. Roar. Just as the two were finishing their sparring, the massive black bear charged over. Upon seeing the crowd, it immediately stood up excitedly, pounding its chest with its paws and letting out an enthusiastic roar. The black bear is the strongest, and its meat is the tastiest. You should eat him. The young man quickly pointed at Li Mu. The black bear glanced at Li Mu, a hint of greed in its eyes. It could tell that Li Mu was the strongest and would definitely be the most delicious. But it wanted not only to eat Li Mu but to devour everyone. Run, run. Just then, another group of people came rushing in, skidding to a stop upon arrival. What the hell is going on? The newcomers hesitated to flee, realizing that both the shadow wind eagle and the black bear were not to be trifled with. Behind them, a pack of dark-colored giant wolves appeared, at least 5 or 6 of them, each over 2 meters tall, with fangs more than 10 centimeters long, looking ominous and terrifying. Are you? Mao Shengli. Thank goodness, help us. The group recognized the young man and became excited. Yang Shouji from Yujing province? Mao Shengli was taken aback upon seeing them. Why was everyone converging here? As for asking for help, he was currently cornered by the black bear, with no energy left to save Yang Shouji. Help! Help! As they spoke, another group of people came rushing in. Tang Fei from Lingnan province. Mao Shengli was stunned again upon seeing this new group. Brother Mao, thank goodness, help us. Tang Fei shouted excitedly upon spotting the young man. Help! Can't you see the situation? Mao Shengli was speechless. It was only then that Tang Fei looked around, realizing that everyone was trapped here, surrounded by the shadow wind eagle, the black bear, and the dark giant wolves. They seemed to have become the main course. There's a problem. Li Mu frowned. He had followed the shadow wind eagle here, while the others had been chased by the beast. Why was everyone gathering in one place? Moreover, why had the beast stopped chasing them once they arrived? Roar. The black bear shot a disdainful glance at the shadow wind eagle. After all, these beasts had followed humans here, while the shadow wind eagle was the only one being pursued by humans. The shadow wind eagle felt a bit embarrassed, but seized the opportunity to consume some herbs and began to heal its wounds. Three-tailed spirit fox. Do you know what's going on? Li Mu immediately turned to the three-tailed spirit fox. Although he was powerful, facing such a multitude of beasts was still challenging, especially under the suppression of his true essence and spirit. Relying solely on his physical strength made escape difficult. As for Zhao Xiaodian, he was completely out of the equation. I don't know either. My strength is at most that of a 3-star beast, while any one of them possesses the strength of a 5-star beast. The three-tailed spirit fox replied, Is there something special about this place? Limu looked around and realized that he was in a massive canyon filled with towering trees. Occasionally, he caught a glimpse of dark shadows darting above, indicating that there were indeed birds of prey soaring overhead. With fierce beasts roaming the ground, escape seemed nearly impossible. Was this Infeng Ridge a trap designed to lure in skilled fighters? Perhaps those who managed to escape were intentionally let go. Otherwise, how could there be a constant stream of people walking into their doom? Moreover, with their true essence and spiritual power suppressed by the poisonous miasma, their strength was significantly diminished, leaving them vulnerable to becoming fodder for these monstrous beasts. Limu analyzed. No, there must be a greater force at play here. He shook his head again. Otherwise, the intelligence of these beasts wouldn't be enough to create such a situation. After all, how could so many formidable humans, including those at the Divine Wanderer level, be drawn to this place? The motive behind luring them here couldn't simply be to make them a meal. Otherwise, those who strayed off the path would have been devoured long before reaching this point, rather than being herded together like this. Chapter 75. Only 5 can survive, damn it. What is going on with these beasts? Why did they drive us here and then stop attacking? Tang Fei vigilantly watched the group of monsters. Yeah, just a moment ago they were ferocious. Why gather us together only to hold back now? Do they have some other scheme? Yang Shoji was equally puzzled. After all, the great black bear, the black giant wolf, and the hyena were all formidable opponents, and there were even birds of prey circling above. They were like fish in a barrel, with no hope of escape. They want to see us desperate, and that amuses them. A middle-aged man spoke slowly, and as he did, the expressions of the others turned grim. He was the oldest and strongest among them. If even he thought so, it was clear that there was no glimmer of hope. Third brother, what do you mean by that? Mao Xingli frowned. Have you ever seen a beast fight? In an arena, humans release their captive beasts to let them kill each other until only one remains alive. This is how humans find entertainment. I suspect these monsters want to do the same. Third brother replied. No way. The group's faces darkened. If that were true, only one of them would be able to escape? How cruel. Fools, if you don't understand our thoughts, don't jump to conclusions. Just then, an ethereal voice echoed, soft yet resonant in everyone's hearts. Limu also heard it, feeling as though the voice struck deep into his soul, leaving him shaken. Who are you? Third brother demanded, scanning the surroundings warily. I am the ruler of Infeng Ridge. The voice continued, but it was clear that the speaker had no intention of revealing themselves. The great black bear, the hyena, and other beasts immediately bowed in respect upon hearing the voice. What does it mean to have these beasts surround us? Third brother scolded. Is that what you should be asking? Do you know what conditions are required to enter Infeng Ridge? The voice continued. Men under 30, why do you ask? Mao Xingli inquired. Since you all know, why are there still people trying to exploit loopholes? Loopholes? What loopholes? Limu was taken aback. Men under 30, what loophole could there possibly be? As soon as that was said, third brother's expression changed. At the same time, the middle-aged man beside Tang Fei also turned pale. The rule of Infeng Ridge is that men must be under 30, not just when entering, but also when leaving. If you entered under 30 but turned 30 while inside, you would be violating the rules, and the penalty is death. The voice stated unequivocally. Limu felt somewhat helpless. They had indeed been in Infeng Ridge for several days now. What's the big deal about a few days? Do you really need to be so precise? Third brother questioned. Are you doubting my abilities? Kill those two. The voice replied with a cold laugh. And soon 2 beams of light illuminated the 2 middle-aged men who were around 30 years old. The black bear and the hyena, along with other beasts, wasted no time and pounced on the 2. Mao Xingli, Tang Fei, and the others dared not intervene, retreating far away instead. After all, with so many beasts around, helping would mean certain death. You bastards, I'll fight you to the end. Third brother roared, brandishing his sword at the black bear. But the black bear effortlessly swatted the sword aside, while the hyena lunged at third brother, sinking its teeth into his rear. In a single bite, a chunk of third brother's backside was gone. Before he could even scream, the black bear swung its paw, turning third brother's head into mush. So powerful. Limu frowned. The strength of these beasts was terrifying. Even he would find it hard to escape under such a siege. If he had Zhao Xiaodian with him, it would be a guaranteed death sentence. Moments later, another person fell victim to the beasts. Mao Xingli, Tang Fei, and the others wore grim expressions. They were now like fish on a chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. They had come to Infeng Ridge seeking opportunities and treasures, only to end up as food for the beasts. Very well, it's your turn now. The voice continued. Li Mu surveyed his surroundings, shrouded in mist and poison. Even with his keen senses, he couldn't determine where the voice was coming from. Beside him, the three-tailed spirit fox seemed shaken, trembling, and unable to move. Zhao Xiaotian was already in despair. "Who are you? What do you want?" Mao Shengli shouted immediately. "There are 30 of you here, but I can only let 5 of you leave alive, so 25 of you must die." The voice declared. "Only 5 can leave alive." The group exchanged glances, perplexed. Wasn't this the same as what Third Brother said? "I don't care what methods you use. The last 5 standing can leave Yinfeng Ridge. And I'll even reward them with some good things. You can form alliances, betray each other, or even commit suicide. The last 5 still breathing will be the survivors." The voice explained. "Damn it, let's all team up and charge out." Tang Fei shouted. "Charge out. Did you not see the power of those beasts just now? Outside of Yinfeng Ridge, they wouldn't stand a chance against you. But inside, your true essence, skills, and spirit are suppressed. You're no match for them relying solely on your physical strength." The group's faces darkened. The voice was right. Even if they worked together, they couldn't take on those beasts. Thus, the only chance of survival was to be among the last standing. "Everyone, gather together." Mao Shengli shouted loudly. And the 4 remaining members of the True Origin realm immediately gathered around him. Tang Fei, Yang Shouji, and others also summoned their own people, forming several small groups. Meanwhile, some individuals stood alone, glancing around in search of allies, yet wary of being betrayed from behind. After all, every extra person meant a greater chance of survival. At this moment, trust was a rare commodity. Moments later, the 30 individuals had formed 7 or 8 small teams, all on high alert, watching the others cautiously. As for Zhao Xiaotian, he stood trembling behind Li Mu. He understood that in such a situation, he was a burden. If Li Mu decided to abandon him, there would be no chance for him to survive. Chapter 76. The Chaos of Battle. All right, your goal now is to be among the last 5 standing. You can start right away, and remember, only those with a ruthless heart and meticulous strategy can survive to the end. The voice boomed with laughter. "Young master, come to the center." One of the subordinates said to Mao Shengli. "Exactly. Let them kill each other while we reap the benefits." Another subordinate chimed in. Mao Shengli, wanting to conserve his strength, sat among his 4 bodyguards, waiting for the others to fight it out. The rest of the crowd remained still, as no one wanted to be the first to strike. "Heh, you think you can stall for time? Let me inform you, you have only 10 minutes. If the last 5 are not determined by then, I will kill all of you." The voice continued. "What?" The crowd's expressions darkened. They had hoped to delay and see if they could last till the end, but with only 10 minutes to go, it was clear they were all in danger. "Mao, let's team up and take out the others first, then we can decide the last 5 between us." Tang Fei immediately suggested, looking at Mao Shengli. "How about we 3 join forces? That way, we each take a spot, and the remaining 2 can go to your bodyguards," Yang Shouji proposed. "All right, let's hold off on attacking for now and eliminate the others first," Mao Shengli agreed. With their agreement reached, the 3 began to assault the other small groups. Zhao Xiaotian, seeing this, turned to Li Mu and said, "Brother Li, you should find an ally. I won't hold you back." "What do you mean?" Li Mu asked. "Brother Li, I'm only at the Chi Master level. I can't possibly fight them off. If you keep trying to protect me, it will only lead to my demise." Zhao Xiaotian replied. "I promised your father I'd get you out, and I intend to do just that." Li Mu sneered, then turned to Mao Shengli and the others, shouting, "I don't care how you want to fight. Zhao Xiaotian and I will take up 2 spots. You'd better not mess with us, or don't blame me for being ruthless." "Huh, what do you think you are? You think you can take 2 spots? Tang Fei was instantly furious. His bodyguards only had 1 spot each. Why should Li Mu and Zhao Xiaotian get 2? With that, Tang Fei waved his hand and ordered, "Kill them first." His 3 subordinates immediately charged at Li Mu. Looking for death, Li Mu's expression darkened. He hadn't wanted to make a move, but since Tang Fei insisted on provoking him, he wouldn't hold back any longer. Without hesitation, Li Mu stepped forward. Bang! Li Mu's fist slammed into the chest of one of the opponents, shattering ribs and piercing the heart. The man collapsed, lifeless. What? Tang Fei's face turned pale. This guy actually killed one of his subordinates with a single punch? How could his physical strength be so formidable? Die! Li Mu moved like a wolf among sheep, quickly dispatching the other 2 bodyguards with ease. Tang Fei trembled in fear and quickly said, "Brother, I was wrong. I think we can join forces." "Join forces? You're thinking too highly of yourself." Li Mu scoffed. If Tang Fei hadn't attacked him, he wouldn't have bothered to kill him. But since this guy had already made a move against him, letting him go would be unreasonable. With that, Li Mu charged at Tang Fei. "You bastard, stop. I'm from the Tang family in Lingnan province. If you dare to kill me, the Tang family will never let you off." Tang Fei shouted. The Tang family in Lingnan province? Once we get out of here, who will remember what happened inside? Who's to say it was me who killed you? Li Mu replied. You. Tang Fei was momentarily stunned. After getting out, he really wouldn't remember what happened inside. So who would take revenge for him? He was starting to regret sending someone to kill Li Mu. Now he had really brought trouble upon himself. All right, time to die. Li Mu sneered and lunged at Tang Fei, throwing a punch. I'm going all out. Tang Fei shouted, throwing a punch in return. Crack. In one exchange, Tang Fei sustained a shattering fracture. His physical strength was only comparable to that of someone in the qi condensation stage, while Li Mu's physical strength was several levels higher, making him no match for Li Mu. Then Li Mu threw another punch, causing Tang Fei's chest to cave in instantly. His eyes turned vacant, and his body fell to the ground. Brotherly. At that moment, Zhao Xiaotian suddenly yelled. Li Mu turned around and saw two true Essence Realm experts charging at Zhao Xiaotian. Looking for death, Li Mu was furious. He had already said he didn't want to get involved. Tang Fei was the one who sought his own demise. Yet these two dared to go after Zhao Xiaotian? Without hesitation, Li Mu unleashed his true essence. Although it was quickly dissipated, it still significantly boosted his speed. At a critical moment, he rushed over and repelled the two attackers. Bastards, why the hell did you provoke him? Yang Shiziz shouted at the two bodyguards. Li Mu had just killed Tang Fei in an instant, and now his bodyguards wanted to attack Zhao Xiaotian? Wasn't he that looking for trouble? Young master, we just saw him alone. Killing one person would give us a better chance of getting out alive, one bodyguard said with a bitter smile. Well, now you have no hope. Li Mu sneered and shot over like an arrow. Bro, it's a misunderstanding. We didn't mean to kill him. Yang Shiziz quickly admitted. Too late. Li Mu's face darkened, and he unleashed a series of punches, causing Yang Shiziz's bodyguards to fall one by one beneath his fists. Bro, don't be impulsive. I'm from the Yang family in Yujing province. If you spare me, I will definitely reward you handsomely after we get out. Yang Shiziz hurriedly tried to entice him. After we get out? Who will even remember who is who? Li Mu chuckled coldly, showing no mercy, and slapped Yang Shiziz dead. Wow. The others stared in shock at Li Mu. This guy was terrifyingly powerful. In just a few moments, Yang Shouji and Tang Fei's gangs were wiped out. Now, with only a dozen people left, no one dared to provoke Li Mu anymore. After all, nobody wanted to mess with this killing machine. Zhao Xiaotian swallowed hard, completely taken aback by Li Mu's ferocity. He was essentially coasting to victory. Since arriving, he hadn't lifted a finger. He had just followed Li Mu around while everything else was handled by him. Li Mu glanced at the crowd and then checked the time. He turned his gaze towards Mao Shengli. Time was running short, and with the way things were going, they would reach the 10-minute mark soon. Since Mao Shengli had previously wanted to kill him, it was time to take out him and his group, leaving only about 5 people left. Chapter 77. Just because you can achieve the extraordinary doesn't mean I can't. What do you want, kid? Mao Shengli shouted as Li Mu charged at him. What do I want? Back when we were outside, you wanted to kill me. So of course, I want to kill you. Li Mu replied. Humph. I told you. All I want is the three-tailed spirit fox. If you don't hand it over, then I have no choice but to kill you. I advise you to be sensible, or my Mao family will not let you off easily. Mao Shengli shouted angrily. Oh, I really hate being threatened. Li Mu said with a calm smile. He had already decided to kill Mao Shengli, and now that this guy was threatening him, it made him even more deserving of death. Seeing the murderous intent radiating from Li Mu, Mao Shengli realized that Li Mu would definitely not let him go. So he immediately yelled, block him. 4 bodyguards rushed forward, positioning themselves in front of Li Mu. Meanwhile, Mao Shengli began to flee, knowing he was no match for Li Mu. He just needed to stall until there were only 5 people left, and then he could save himself. If you want to die, then I'll help you. Li Mu coldly replied, then started taking out the bodyguards one by one. At the same time, Mao Shengli began attacking the remaining people. He needed to ensure that before Li Mu killed all his bodyguards, only 5 people were left. His strength was indeed formidable, and the others were no match for his attacks. After Li Mu dispatched 4 of his bodyguards, only 5 people remained on the scene. Mao Shengli, Li Mu, Zhao Xiaotian, and 2 others from Yujing province and Lingnan province, who were not particularly strong, just lucky to be there. Haha, kid, weren't you so tough? Now there are only 5 of us left, you can't kill me. Mao Shengli laughed. Are you sure about that? Of course. There are only 5 of us now. You can't kill me. Once I get out, I'll mobilize all the forces of the Mao family to find you. By then, I will kill all your family and friends, leaving you all alone to suffer. Mao Shengli said coldly, staring at Li Mu. Oh, you're already on the path to death. Li Mu sneered. On the path to death? How do you plan to kill me? Don't forget, the voice just said that if there are 5 people left, they can survive. But it didn't say it had to be 5. It could also be 4. Li Mu shrugged. Mao Shengli's heart sank. Li Mu meant to strike. Kid, don't do anything reckless, Mao Shengli exclaimed in horror. But looking at Li Mu, it was clear he had no intention of stopping. So, Mao Shengli immediately shouted into the air, "Hey, there are only 5 of us left now. Quickly make him stop." There was a moment of silence in the air. Then a voice replied, "His understanding is correct. For can survive too." Damn it. Mao Shengli was on the verge of a breakdown. Was he destined to die today? Then he looked at Li Mu and said, "Hero, spare my life. Once we get out, I'll give you whatever you want. I promise you won't be disappointed." Get out. Do you really think I would let you leave? Li Mu let out a cold laugh. He wasn't short on money or resources. But if he let Mao Shengli go, he wouldn't feel right about it. After saying this, Li Mu walked over and sent Mao Shengli to his demise with a single punch. The other 2 watched in fear as Li Mu killed Mao Shengli, trembling at the sight. After all, if 4 could survive, then 3 could too, and even 2 wasn't out of the question. Li Mu glanced at the 2 and said, "Don't worry, you have no grievances with me. I won't kill you." The 2 finally breathed a sigh of relief, though they still kept their distance from Li Mu. "Big brother Li, you're amazing," Zhao Xiaodian said respectfully as he approached Li Mu. "Things aren't over yet. Don't let your guard down," Li Mu warned. After all, there were still many ferocious beasts lurking outside, as well as a mysterious expert. Today's events were far from over. Zhao Xiaodian nodded. After all, any one of those beasts could easily devour him. As long as they hadn't left the Shadow Maple Ridge, the danger wasn't over. "Very well, you've made it to the end. I will keep my promise." That voice continued to sound. Then they saw a massive black bear emerge from behind a tree, pulling out a large bundle of precious herbs and minerals, carelessly dividing them into 4 portions and tossing them to the 4 of them. Li Mu glanced at the items on the ground. There was indeed a considerable amount of herbs and minerals, all quite rare. If taken outside, they would definitely be worth a lot. However, Li Mu was curious about who was behind all this. What was the purpose of such actions? Moreover, wasn't it said that those who left wouldn't remember what happened inside? This surely meant their memories had been tampered with, and tampering with memories involved the soul. This indicated that before they left, their souls would definitely be attacked. While Li Mu was pondering, that voice continued, "Don't you want these? Since it has come to this, why don't you show yourself?" Li Mu asked, "Show myself? What is the point of seeing each other? Once you receive the resources, I will erase your memories of the Shadow Maple Ridge. So even if you see me, you won't remember." The voice said, "Erase memories? Go ahead and try." Li Mu coldly laughed. His memories were not something that could be erased, not by anyone. "Very well, I like your spirit. Let us see if you can withstand it." The voice chuckled coldly, and then Li Mu felt a chill sweep over him as his soul began to face a fierce attack. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaodian and the others had already collected their items, but before they could say anything, they had already fainted. Clearly, their souls had succumbed, and their memories had been tampered with. When they were eventually thrown out of the Shadow Maple Ridge, they wouldn't know what had happened inside. All they would say was that the Shadow Maple Ridge was fraught with danger, and it had little to do with strength, but rather with willpower. But Li Mu steadfastly held on to his soul. He would not allow anyone to tamper with his memories, not even the memories related to the Shadow Maple Ridge. Your soul is surprisingly strong. It can withstand my attack?" The voice sounded somewhat puzzled. "To be honest, I didn't even know my soul could leave my body. Since you want to test my soul, I might as well see just how far it can go." Li Mu chuckled and then forcefully separated his soul from his body. As Li Mu's soul began to leave his physical form, the voice sounded somewhat shocked. "Impossible. This is Enfeng Ridge, where the soul is suppressed by the miasma. Besides, it's broad daylight, and your true energy is also being suppressed. How could your soul possibly manifest? This is something even the extraordinary realm can't achieve." The voice exclaimed, "Just because the extraordinary realm can't do it doesn't mean I can't." Li Mu retorted with a cold laugh. Chapter 78. "I'm not interested, goodbye. Quick, stop. The surrounding miasma is converging towards you. If you forcefully enter the astral realm, your soul will suffer irreversible damage, and it won't just be a matter of memory alteration." The voice shouted immediately, "What does damage matter? My memories are mine to control, and no one can tamper with them. As for this miasma, harming my soul won't be that easy." Li Mu bellowed, releasing a massive amount of true essence. This true essence enveloped his soul, slowly separating it from his physical body. However, as soon as the true essence appeared, it began to be disintegrated by the miasma. Li Mu had to release true essence even faster. Without its protection, his soul couldn't withstand the disintegration caused by the miasma. The more miasma there was, the faster the disintegration occurred, and Li Mu found himself at a disadvantage in releasing true essence. "Master, why don't we just destroy his physical body?" The big black bear greedily eyed Li Mu's flesh. After all, such a robust body would surely taste delicious. Don't move. The voice reprimanded loudly, eager to see how far Li Mu's soul could go. Li Mu's true essence was nearing its limit, as the miasma continued to close in, and his soul had already ascended to 10 meters high, with no more true essence to sustain it. Kid, without the protection of true essence, your soul can't withstand the erosion of this miasma. If you don't return soon, your soul will be extinguished, and you'll become a living corpse. The voice continued. In fact, you're only a few dozen meters away. Li Mu's soul floated in the air, enduring the miasma's erosion. After entering the astral realm, his sensory perception was far superior to that of his physical form. He quickly sensed the source of the voice was just a few dozen meters away. However, the miasma obstructed his view, preventing him from seeing who owned the voice. You've made an accurate judgment, but unfortunately, you can't see me. The voice laughed. Is that so? What if I astral traveled over there? Li Mu asked. You can barely elevate your soul to 10 meters. That's already your limit. Plus, it's daytime, and your soul can't withstand the sunlight. The voice replied. That's incorrect. While this miasma does have erosive effects on the soul, it also blocks most of the sunlight. Therefore, for me, day or night doesn't make much difference. Li Mu laughed heartily. With that, Li Mu's soul rushed towards the direction of the voice. Are you trying to get yourself killed? The voice exclaimed in shock. Without the protection of true essence, Li Mu's soul couldn't withstand the miasma's erosion. He would truly become a living corpse. Let it be. Li Mu laughed, speeding up. Although his soul began to suffer damage. Despite this, he did not slow down. He wanted to see who this voice belonged to. You madman. The voice was taken aback, but still didn't flee. When Li Mu finally flew over and saw the owner of the voice, he couldn't help but laugh. Just as I thought. It's you. After speaking, Li Mu's spirit couldn't hold on any longer and immediately descended back into his physical body. He lay on the ground, gasping for breath. This time, the experience had taken a tremendous toll on him. He had consumed more than half of his true essence, and his spirit had also sustained significant damage. If he had flown out any farther, his spirit would have truly been in danger. Even so, it would take a long time for his spirit to recover. When he opened his eyes, Li Mu looked towards the corner where the three-tailed spirit fox was. This creature appeared to have fainted, but in reality, it had detached its spirit. The voice he heard earlier actually came from the three-tailed spirit fox. All right, stop pretending, Li Mu said, glancing at the fox. The three-tailed spirit fox opened its eyes, looking surprised as it said, You risked your spirit being damaged just to verify if that voice was mine? That's right. I'd rather suffer spirit damage than let you tamper with my memories. Li Mu replied. Since you know this, why not just deal with my physical body? The three-tailed spirit fox asked helplessly. With so many beast spirits around, do you really think I could harm your physical body? Li Mu retorted. When did you realize something was off? The three-tailed spirit fox inquired. Honestly, I sensed something was wrong as soon as I entered Enfeng Ridge. Why do those who leave feel like there are many opportunities inside, but can't remember what happened there? They only know it has nothing to do with strength. Their spirits must have been affected. And after I encountered you, you started influencing my spirit, stubbornly following me, which clearly indicates you have ulterior motives. Li Mu explained. Later, when I met Mao Xingli and the others, your disregard for the spirit travel realm showed that you are definitely not an ordinary beast spirit. And then here we are, with so many beast spirits completely ignoring you, and you actually fainted in fear. Just as that voice sounded again, it was too many coincidences. So I deduced that voice is yours. Li Mu analyzed. So you risked your spirit being heavily injured just to confirm your suspicions? The three-tailed spirit fox asked. That's right. My spirit is under my control, and no one can alter it. Well, with your current spirit injuries, wouldn't it be easy for me to tamper with your spirit? The three-tailed spirit fox laughed. You won't be able to. Li Mu chuckled in response. Oh, why are you so sure? It's simple. If you wanted to tamper with my memories, you wouldn't have followed me in the first place. If I guessed correctly, the moment I asked you to alter my memories, you would have been kicked out of Enfeng Ridge. Now, can we move on to the next step? Li Mu asked. Huh, next step? What do you mean? What I mean is, Enfeng Ridge only allows males under 30 to enter, and it suppresses true essence and spirit. So it can't just be to let us in to kill and take things away, right? If that were the case, why would you go through all the trouble to guide people here? Li Mu stated. The three-tailed spirit fox looked at Li Mu in astonishment, completely surprised by his thorough analysis. Truly, he was the successor that her master had waited for decades to find, a prodigy in body, soul, will, and intellect. The three-tailed spirit fox exclaimed. Huh, master? Successor? Li Mu was taken aback. Could it be that this fox had some powerful figure backing her? And what did she mean by successor? Indeed, Enfeng Ridge is actually a trial ground left by my master for selecting a successor. Only those who pass the trials are qualified to inherit my master's teachings. The three-tailed spirit fox explained. Inherit teachings? I'm not interested. Farewell. Limu rolled his eyes. He was already the disciple of the legendary medical sage Gigu, and he had no desire to become anyone else's successor. This scene left the other beasts bewildered. Wasn't this the inheritance that everyone else was desperately fighting for? How could Limu just dismiss it? And he wasn't even interested? He was just going to leave? Chapter 79. The most suitable heir. Hey, what do you mean? The three-tailed spirit fox was a bit confused. After finally passing the test, why did things take a turn at the last moment? I'm not interested in anyone else's inheritance. You can find someone else. Limu replied. Not interested? Then why did you come to Infeng Ridge? The three-tailed spirit fox asked. There are good things at Infeng Ridge. If you alter people's memories and claim there's a powerful master's inheritance here, I wouldn't have come in the first place. Limu said. The three-tailed spirit fox was taken aback. Wasn't this creating a closed loop? Originally, she only wanted to send these people out with some resources to make outsiders believe there were treasures inside Infeng Ridge, which would attract a steady stream of visitors. But if they claimed there was a master's inheritance inside, the number of people coming to Infeng Ridge would be overwhelming. Yet, Limu seemed uninterested in the master's inheritance. What was going on here? Anyway, I'm not interested in anyone else's inheritance. You should look for someone else. I'm leaving. Limu said. Hey, no way. The three-tailed spirit fox quickly blocked Limu. After waiting for decades, how could she let a qualified person like him leave just like that? What is going on? Limu said warily, keeping an eye on the three-tailed spirit fox. After all, this creature could command those beasts, and his soul was currently damaged, making him no match for them. If she insisted on stopping him, he really wouldn't be able to leave. Why don't you want my master's inheritance? The three-tailed spirit fox asked, swishing her tail, looking puzzled. Because I have a mentor. Limu replied. It doesn't matter if you have a mentor. My master said that as long as you pass the test, you can receive his inheritance. You don't even have to acknowledge him as your master. After all, it's common for talented individuals to obtain multiple inheritances. The three-tailed spirit fox said. Is it really like that? Limu was speechless. Why did he feel guilty about straddling two boats? Of course, the master knew that it was difficult to find heirs for his lineage, which is why he said that if a suitable successor wasn't found within 100 years, Infeng Ridge would dissipate, and we beasts would perish. If a qualified successor emerged, they could inherit his teachings. It didn't matter if they didn't acknowledge him as their master, as long as the lineage continued. The three-tailed spirit fox explained. His lineage? Does that mean he is different from those sects outside? Limu wondered, as everything felt strange since he entered Infeng Ridge. Of course, my master was a top genius back in the day, making those so-called saints flee in panic. The three-tailed spirit fox said proudly. Was he really that impressive? Don't you believe me? I was captured by my master. You? Didn't you say you were just a 3-star beast? Why would your master bother capturing a 3-star beast? Limu scoffed. Who told you I'm just a 3-tailed spirit fox? The 3-tailed spirit fox was enraged, glaring at Limu. As they spoke, Limu noticed that the 3-tailed spirit fox's tail began to split. Originally, there were only 3 tails, but now they have split into 9, and her aura has suddenly risen several levels. Kid, I am a rare 9-tailed spirit fox. I only showed 3 tails just to avoid scaring you. The 9-tailed spirit fox said proudly, finally showing her true colors. Limu chuckled, and the 9-tailed spirit fox realized she had fallen for his trick. Limu had intentionally provoked her to reveal her true form, and she foolishly exposed herself. You're too cunning. The 9-tailed spirit fox glared at Limu, frustrated that after hiding for so long, he had made her reveal herself with just a few words. Just average. Limu shrugged, but he had no intention of leaving just yet. After all, once he stepped outside, he would still have to deal with the Xianyuan family and the other clans and sects behind them. With his current strength, he might not be enough to handle it all, so having a bit more support wouldn't hurt. After all, the master of this creature wouldn't let him become a disciple, just passing on the legacy. At worst, he could find someone suitable later on to take her on as a disciple. By the way, what is your master's name? And what is the deal with Infeng Ridge? Limu asked. My master's name is Xiantai the Recluse. Infeng Ridge is his place of enlightenment. Only males under 30 can enter Infeng Ridge. That is a rule he left behind. The 9-tailed spirit fox replied. What? Xiantai the Recluse? Is there also a Jinggang the Recluse? Limu was speechless. That name was quite odd. What did you say? Nothing. You mentioned earlier that it's difficult to find successors for his lineage. Why is that? Limu inquired. Because my master is a master of unconventional training. A master of unconventional training? Aren't there plenty of those outside? Limu was at a loss. The people who entered this place were all masters of unconventional training. Anyone could inherit, right? Plenty. They are not worthy. My master is a big shot who achieved sanctification through his physical body. With their meager skills and unconventional training, they think they can inherit my master's legacy? No way. The nine-tailed spirit fox said disdainfully. Then why do I qualify? First of all, in a situation where neither true essence nor spirit can be used, your ability to resist my temptation shows that your will is strong. Then, you managed to fend off so many attacks here, proving your physical strength is sufficient. Most importantly, you endured severe injuries to your spirit without allowing me to alter your memories, indicating that your character is suitable for my master's legacy. The nine-tailed spirit fox explained. What about these miasmas? My master set up these miasmas to filter for suitable masters of unconventional training, preventing any experts from cheating using true essence or spirit. Only those who reach the end using their physical bodies qualify to become his successors. Then why did I have to use my spirit to fight back in the end? Isn't that contradictory? First, I can't use my spirit, but later I must. Li Mu asked again. Because my master made mistakes with his spirit in the past. The nine-tailed spirit fox sighed. Huh. Isn't he a master of unconventional training? How did he stumble in terms of his soul? Although the master was an incredibly powerful martial artist, his soul was his weakness. Later, several experts who had surpassed the Saint Realm joined forces to attack his soul, which severely injured him. The nine-tailed spirit fox explained. Oh, surpassed the Saint Realm? Li Mu was taken aback. Indeed, there were even more formidable experts beyond the Saint Realm. That's right. So when the master left Yinfeng Ridge, he mentioned that one couldn't cheat with the soul in the front, but one must possess a strong soul. And you are the most suitable inheritor in decades. The nine-tailed spirit fox stated. Li Mu was somewhat speechless. He had just come to seek some resources, and somehow ended up being the most suitable inheritor? Chapter 80. What happened inside? Alright, enough talk. Follow me to see the master's remains. The nine-tailed spirit fox jumped onto Li Mu's shoulder and said, Well then, let's go take a look. Li Mu sighed. Although he couldn't officially take a master, it was only right to at least pay his respects to someone else's legacy. Guided by the nine-tailed spirit fox, Li Mu arrived at a cave halfway up the Yinfeng Ridge. Inside the cave lay a set of dry bones. Although decades had passed, they still emanated a powerful aura. Senior, although I've received your legacy, I can't call you master. I'm sorry. Li Mu bowed slightly and murmured. As soon as Li Mu's words fell, the once intact bones suddenly collapsed, as if the last trace of regret had finally dissipated. Master, it seems you agree to him being the successor. From now on, all the beasts of Yinfeng Ridge will be his subordinates. The nine-tailed spirit fox said respectfully in front of the bones. What? My subordinates? Li Mu was taken aback. He didn't want a whole pack of beastly subordinates. Indeed, the master once said that once a successor appeared, we would become the successor's spirit pets. Don't you want us, master? The nine-tailed spirit fox looked at Li Mu with a pitiful expression, a hint of resentment in its eyes. It's not that I don't want you, but I will face many dangers, and having you with me might put you at risk. Li Mu explained. Master, we aren't afraid of danger. We are willing to go through fire and water for you. The nine-tailed spirit fox declared. You. Li Mu shook his head. If he brought along such a large group of beasts, he would likely become a target very quickly. Master, let's not dwell on that for now. Let me first give you the previous master's legacy. The nine-tailed spirit fox said. Then dug out a box from the ground next to the bones and pulled out a book. Master, this is the culmination of the previous master's lifelong studies. The nine-tailed spirit fox placed the book into Li Mu's hands. The Xiantian Body Refinement Technique. Li Mu's eyes lit up upon seeing the book. Previously, because he was a pure yang body paired with the Pure Yang Technique, his physical body was exceptionally strong. However, the Pure Yang Technique was not purely a body-refining manual, so it didn't provide intense physical training. It merely suited the Pure Yang body, which made his physical form robust. Now, with the Xiantian Body Refinement Technique, his physical strength would advance by leaps and bounds. This is the previous master's lifelong learning, along with all the resources of Yinfeng Ridge. I've instructed those beasts to gather everything for you. The nine-tailed spirit fox said. Gather everything. What about Yinfeng Ridge then? Li Mu asked. Master, since the previous master has already found a successor, there is naturally no reason for Yinfeng Ridge to exist. Once we gather all the resources, the miasma here will dissipate, and it will become a deserted jungle. The nine-tailed spirit fox replied. All right then. Li Mu sighed. After all, there were so many resources here. If he took them all, he wouldn't lack for materials when it came time to refine pills. The nine-tailed spirit fox then instructed the beasts to gather resources while she and Li Mu headed to where Zhao Xiaodian and the others were unconscious. Master, what about these people? Should we just kill them? The nine-tailed spirit fox asked. Are you stupid? If we kill them all, with Yinfeng Ridge gone, everyone will come looking for me. Li Mu replied, exasperated. At that point, he would become the biggest beneficiary, and everyone would know to come after him. If these people remained alive, they wouldn't suspect him for now. By the time they did, he would no longer be afraid. Then I'll need to alter their memories. The nine-tailed spirit fox said. Li Mu nodded. Those memories definitely needed to be altered. Otherwise, he would face too many troubles once he went outside. Half a day later, the great black bear and the hyena and other beasts returned, having gathered several large bags of resources. The amount was enough for Li Mu to use for a long time. Master, should we help you carry these resources back? The great black bear said with a flattering expression. No need, I can handle it myself. Li Mu grinned, then opened his storage ring and directly stored all the resources inside. The group of beasts was left dumbfounded. Now they had no excuse to follow Li Mu. Master, how about we still accompany you for protection? The nine-tailed spirit fox suggested. That's unnecessary. You all go fend for yourselves. Perhaps we'll meet again in the future. Li Mu replied. But, what? Are my words not enough? Li Mu shot a cold glance at the nine-tailed spirit fox. Of course we will listen to you. Master, we'll leave now. If you need anything, you can find us in the dark forest. The nine-tailed spirit fox said. The dark forest? Yes. The dark forest is a gathering place for beasts. We'll make a living there and come back to help you in the future. The nine-tailed spirit fox replied. All right. Li Mu nodded and watched as the group of beasts departed. After they left, the fog of Yinfeng Ridge began to dissipate, revealing the entire landscape. It was a mountain range stretching over 100 kilometers, with hundreds of peaks rising and falling, quite a sight to behold. One by one, Li Mu glanced at the few people on the ground and tossed them onto different mountain tops. Once he completed all this, Li Mu lay back on a rock to bask in the sun. Meanwhile, outside Yinfeng Ridge, people everywhere were in shock. What? The fog of Yinfeng Ridge has disappeared? What on earth is going on? Zhao Yuhui stared in disbelief at what he saw. After all, the fog had existed for decades. How could it suddenly vanish? Did something happen inside? Quick, let us go in and look for people. In Yujing Province, the Yang family immediately rushed to Yinfeng Ridge to search for Yang Shouji and the others. However, despite scouring the entire ridge, they found no trace of Yang Shouji. In the end, only 4 people survived. Zhao Yuhui and the others were the last to find Li Mu. Li Mu, are you all right? Zhao Yuhui hurried to wake him up. I'm fine, but how did I suddenly fall asleep? Li Mu said, scratching his head awkwardly. Brotherly, you fell asleep too? I didn't even realize I had dozed off. Zhao Xiaodian replied, feeling just as embarrassed. What about the others? Zhao Yuhui asked. The others? I have no idea. The last thing I remember is entering Yinfeng Ridge, but after that, I can't recall anything. Zhao Xiaodian admitted. That's nonsense. You must know something. There were only 4 of you who survived in Yinfeng Ridge. How could you not know anything? Someone shouted angrily. Exactly. Yang Shouji, Tang Fei, Song Jia, and the others have all vanished. Even Mao Shengli from the capital is missing. They had plenty of skilled fighters protecting them, and yet they all died. Why did you 4 make it out alive? Speak up. What really happened in there? An old man yelled as well. Chapter 81. Murder in public. What are you talking about? The Yinfeng Ridge is fraught with peril. Anyone who enters, regardless of their cultivation level, faces the same degree of danger. Were there no experts among those who entered the Yinfeng Ridge before? Did they all come out alive? Li Mu looked coldly at the crowd. If a conflict broke out, he wouldn't be afraid. The Yang and Tang families had the highest cultivation levels at Divine Travel Realm. At most, they had some Transcendent Realm individuals backing them up. Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak to our deputy clan leader like that? A man in the late True Essence realm stepped forward and sternly reprimanded Li Mu. When did it become your turn to interrupt our conversation? Li Mu shot a cold glare at the man. With a wave of his hand, a surge of True Essence instantly transformed into sword energy and shot towards the man. Seeking death, the man, also in the late True Essence realm, wouldn't yield easily. He immediately released his True Essence, attempting to block Li Mu's sword energy. However, after just one exchange, all his defenses proved useless, and they were directly pierced through by Li Mu's sword energy. The sword energy pierced through the man's chest, and just like that, a late True Essence realm cultivator met his end at Li Mu's hands. You dare to kill someone in public? Yang Yuanji was furious. As the deputy clan leader of the Yang family, he couldn't just stand by and watch his own man die right in front of him. What is it to you if I kill someone? Are you going to make a move? Li Mu coldly stared at Yang Yuanji. This guy was merely in the mid-divine travel realm. His soul strength was far inferior to Li Mu's. If it came to a fight, Li Mu was confident he could kill Yang Yuanji outright. As for the Tang family, Song family, and others, even if they all attacked, he could at least ensure his own escape. Faced with Li Mu's intimidating presence, Yang Yuanji and the others dared not act rashly. After all, at such a young age, Li Mu possessed such formidable strength. He was definitely not to be underestimated. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Zhao Yuhui hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Everyone, this is Li Mu from Jiangdong province. Recently, the Ji, Zhou, and Lin families from Jiangdong have all been destroyed by him, and the law enforcement team has also been helping maintain order for him. Everyone should remain calm." As soon as Zhao Yuhui finished speaking, the crowd fell silent. The Ji and Zhou families were nothing in their eyes. However, the Lin family was different. They had the backing of the Xinyuan family, and they too had been annihilated by Li Mu. The key point was that such a huge commotion had occurred. Yet the law enforcement team not only failed to arrest Li Mu, but instead assisted him in maintaining order. What did this indicate? It indicated that Li Mu was no ordinary person. Otherwise, the law enforcement team would never allow him to wreak havoc in Jiangdong province. Moreover, the Yinfeng Ridge was already fraught with danger. There had even been transcendent realm powerhouses who died inside. But there were also juniors from the Qi refinement realm who made it out alive, and even some small fry from the Qi motion realm. So, the fact that the four of them came out alive could only mean they were lucky. And besides, anyone who comes out from the Yinfeng Ridge will forget everything that happened inside. It's useless to ask further questions, Zhao Yuhui continued. The crowd exchanged glances. There was some truth in what Zhao Yuhui said. Perhaps Li Mu and his companions were just lucky. Take Zhao Xiaotian for instance. He is merely at the Qi control realm. The other two who made it out alive are at the true essence realm and Qi control realm, respectively. And neither of them has any significant background. It's safe to say that the people they sent in were just incredibly unfortunate. If we find out that their deaths are related to you, we will not let you off easily. Yang Yuanji cursed, then led the Yang family away. After all, the poisonous mist of Yinfeng Ridge has dissipated, and they still needed to search for anything that might be of use. Xiaotian, do you really not remember what happened inside? After everyone left, Zhao Yuhui curiously looked at Zhao Xiaotian. Dad, I really don't remember. But I do have some good stuff in my pocket. Zhao Xiaotian replied, pulling out various medicinal herbs and ores. Zhao Yuhui's eyes lit up upon seeing them. These were all valuable treasures that could fetch a good amount at the Starry Pavilion. He then turned to Li Mu and said, Li Mu, thank you. The Zhao family head is being too polite. I don't even know what happened inside. Perhaps I didn't help at all. Li Mu smiled. Haha, I know my son's abilities better than anyone. Even if you don't remember what happened, the fact that he could gather these resources and come out alive means you must have lent him a hand, Zhao Yuhui said. Maybe, Li Mu replied with a calm smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Naturally, he wouldn't tell Zhao Yuhui that his memory had not been altered. By the way, if it were just the Yang family, the Tang family, and the Song family involved, it wouldn't be such a big problem. But with the Mao family from the capital involved, things could get tricky. The Mao family is one of the 10 major families of the enforcement team, and their people died at Yinfeng Ridge. They definitely won't let this go easily. You four survivors will be their target, so be careful, Zhao Yuhui warned. Haha, if they come looking for me, I'll just admit that I killed Mao Xingli. I'm curious to see what they do about it. Li Mu sneered and then left. Brotherly. So fierce. Zhao Xiaotian looked at Li Mu with admiration. No matter whether Li Mu had the strength to back it up, his courage alone was enough to earn his respect. All right, let us head back. Zhao Yuhui sighed. He wasn't sure if Li Mu truly didn't remember, but since Li Mu had brought Zhao Xiaotian back alive along with so many resources, he owed Li Mu a significant favor. Meanwhile, in the Mao family courtyard in the capital. What? Annihilated? An elderly man's face turned red with anger upon hearing the news. Yes, father. Mao Xingli took over 10 people with him, along with his third brother. And they all died at Yinfeng Ridge. A middle-aged man reported respectfully. This makes no sense. Although Yinfeng Ridge is fraught with danger, that third brother is a powerful figure in the soul travel realm. Mao Xingli himself is incredibly strong, plus we assigned him top-notch bodyguards. How could they all be wiped out? The old man's brows furrowed deeply. Father, do you think it could be that the entities within Yinfeng Ridge are aware of our discovery regarding the three-tailed spirit fox? Perhaps that's why they struck so ruthlessly and disbanded Yinfeng Ridge. The middle-aged man asked. With Yinfeng Ridge gone, there's no way to verify anything. The old man sighed. That's not entirely true. For people from Yinfeng Ridge made it out alive, we should be able to learn something from them. Their memories have all been altered. They won't remember what happened inside. It would be futile to ask them. The old man shook his head. If it were truly useless, They wouldn't have sent Mao Xingli in, the middle-aged man replied with a smile. Father, altered memories can sometimes be restored. Chapter 82. Who dares to cause trouble at the West Mountain Villa? Huh, what do you mean? Father, through our investigations over the years, we've discovered that those who come out of Yinfeng Ridge actually have their souls altered by someone else, which is why they can't remember what happened inside Yinfeng Ridge. That's why we deduced that there must be a three-tailed spirit fox in Yinfeng Ridge, as they are best known for their ability to confuse. Once someone is misled, it becomes easy for their memories to be tampered with, the middle-aged man said. The old man nodded. The Mao family had always believed that there must be valuable treasures in Yinfeng Ridge, which is why they had been secretly investigating it. This time, they even sent their prodigy, Mao Xingli, to investigate inside. But they never expected that an entire team would be wiped out. Tampering with memories can actually be restored, but the difficulty of restoration is extremely high. Not only are precious herbs required, but also the assistance of skilled experts. It requires someone who has surpassed the Saint Realm. The old man sighed. In truth, he knew this all too well. The Saint Realm was already rare. And as for those who had surpassed it, their soul strength was incredibly formidable. They could engage in soul travel even during the day and under the blazing sun. Their souls could travel dozens of kilometers to kill. Not only did the Mao family lack such individuals, but even the entire 10 great families did as well. If such a person were truly found, how could they possibly be interested in Yinfeng Ridge? So this is a contradictory situation. Indeed, only those who have surpassed the Saint Realm have a chance to restore tampered memories. But father, you're worried that even if we find such a person, they wouldn't personally intervene for something as trivial as Yinfeng Ridge, right? The middle-aged man asked. The old man nodded, but the middle-aged man continued. Father, in the past, Yinfeng Ridge only existed in Jiangdong Province, Yujing Province, and Lingnan Province, so these big shots didn't care. But now that Yinfeng Ridge has disappeared, and we've sent so many people to find the three-tailed spirit fox, only to have them wiped out, do you think that's just a coincidence? What are you trying to say? Father, what I mean is that Yinfeng Ridge is not simple. There might be something there that even those who have surpassed the Saint Realm would find interesting. If we can persuade such a person, we have a chance to uncover what Yinfeng Ridge really is. The middle-aged man said. All right, let us first find such an expert. Then we can look for those 4 individuals. The old man replied. The middle-aged man nodded, his instincts telling him that Yinfeng Ridge was definitely not ordinary. So even if hiring someone who has surpassed the Saint Realm required a hefty price, he felt it would be worth it. Meanwhile, while the father and son of the Mao family were plotting, Li Mu had already returned to the West Mountain Villa. When everyone saw Li Mu return, their anxious hearts finally settled down. After all, he had been out for several days without any news, which would make anyone worried. Bro, you scare me to death. Li Qianqian hurried over, grabbing Li Mu's arm as she spoke. Aren't I back now? Li Mu rubbed Li Qianqian's arm, exchanged pleasantries with everyone, and after dinner, he returned to his room. Young master, what exactly happened in Yinfeng Ridge? Your soul has suffered such serious damage. Nangong Yu asked with great concern. As a peak-level expert in the soul travel realm, she could easily tell that Li Mu's soul had been severely injured. However, since Li Mu hadn't shown any signs of distress in front of them just moments ago, she refrained from asking further. It's nothing. A few days of rest, and I'll be fine. Just keep an eye on things outside. I don't want to be disturbed for the next few days. Li Mu replied. Understood. Nangong Yu nodded. She trusted Li Mu's abilities, knowing he had ways to heal his wounded soul. After she left, Li Mu took out a pill furnace from his storage ring. With so many resources available in Yinfeng Ridge, particularly the Millennium Soul Nurturing Wood, it was perfect for soul repair. In the following days, Li Mu focused on refining pills to mend his soul. At the same time, he practiced the Xiantai body refinement technique and discovered that it complemented the Pure Yang Dao Technique perfectly, allowing him to fully unleash the potential of his Pure Yang body. As a result, his physical strength improved significantly. Meanwhile, while Li Mu was honing his Xiantai body refinement technique, 2 groups of people stealthily approached the West Mountain Courtyard. Manager Wang. Right ahead is the West Mountain Courtyard where Li Mu is staying. One of his subordinates reported. Hee. I mentioned a few days ago that I would give him a surprise. Today, I'm here to fulfill that promise. Manager Wang sneered. Manager Wang, should we notify the family? There's no need for that. Li Mu killed Tang Xiaobai, making him an enemy of the Tang family. If I take down the family's enemy, they wouldn't oppose. Would they? Manager Wang replied coldly. But it seems Li Mu has a good relationship with the law enforcement team. The law enforcement team? Hee. I can kill with my soul, and Li Mu won't die. The law enforcement team won't be able to trace it back to me. Manager Wang stated. Manager Wang is impressive. His subordinates praised. watching as Manager Wang closed his eyes. They couldn't discern anything unusual. They just felt a chill breeze pass by, signaling that Manager Wang had entered the soul travel state. Such a technique could only be performed by a master in the soul travel realm. A few hundred meters away, Yang Chaodu stood respectfully beside an old man. Old Chun, ahead is Li Mu's West Mountain courtyard. I kindly ask you to take action and eliminate this scoundrel. Yang Chaodu said respectfully. Of course, having killed so many of my first-class heavens people, I certainly won't let him off. However, I need to test his true strength first. Old Chun nodded, then closed his eyes as his soul, enveloped in true essence, left his physical body. Moments later, the souls of Old Chun and Manager Wang encountered each other outside the West Mountain courtyard. They both paused in surprise, but soon lowered their guard upon realizing they were both there to deal with Li Mu, and they flew toward the courtyard together. Why do I feel a chill? Ji Xiaoya lay on a chair in the courtyard, gazing at the moon, feeling a cold breeze pass by and murmuring to herself. You should wear even less. I can't help but think that even my brother would struggle to resist. Li Qianqian teased as she looked at Ji Xiaoya. At the age of 18 or 19, Ji Xiaoya wore a revealing nightgown that accentuated her curvy figure, making it hard for even a woman to resist. Xianxian, what are you talking about? That's my brother Li Mu. He wouldn't think like that. Ji Xiaoya replied, somewhat irritated. The two of them laughed and joked. But in the air, their spirits carried a hint of greed. Damn, this Li Mu really knows how to enjoy himself. Playing around with these two must be quite a thrill. Wang, the manager, licked his lips and said, once we take care of Li Mu, can we each have one? Li Lao asked. No problem. They both nodded, and then headed toward the place where Li Mu was resting. Meanwhile, Nangongyu was dozing just outside Li Mu's room when she suddenly felt a chill and instantly opened her eyes. Who dares to cause trouble at the West Mountain Villa? Nangongyu shouted, and then immediately entered a spiritual state, rising into the air. Chapter 83. They never learn, huh? Who is that person? Why is there a master of the spirit travel realm beside him? The two of them became a bit unsettled upon seeing Nangongyu. They had anticipated that Li Mu might be a master of the spirit travel realm, but they believed that their own spiritual power was significantly stronger. Together, they could definitely take down Li Mu. However, they hadn't expected that there would be another expert by Li Mu's side, and judging by this guy's spiritual power, he was far stronger than they had imagined. Let's get out of here. The steward Wang dared not linger and immediately turned to leave. Nangongyu's spiritual presence was overwhelmingly powerful and aggressive, clearly not someone to be trifled with. If they stayed any longer, they might end up losing their lives here. Where do you think you're going? Nangongyu coldly stared at the two of them. After all, wandering into the spirit travel realm at such a late hour could only mean trouble. The fact that they wanted to run after seeing her was clearly aimed at Li Mu, right? When Li Mu was in seclusion, he had instructed her to ensure that no one disturbed him. Now, these two dared to cause trouble? They would pay the price. Before they could react, Nangongyu's spiritual presence had already darted in front of them. What incredible speed! Run! Li Lao's expression changed dramatically. Generally, a master of the spirit travel realm, even when wrapped in true essence, wouldn't dare to move too fast at night. Otherwise, any flaw in their true essence could expose their spiritual presence to the wind, causing damage. But Nangongyu's speed was clearly beyond their wildest imaginations. Thinking of escaping? It's too late. Nangongyu flew in front of them, her gaze icy. Ahem, miss. We just came to enjoy the view of Shishan at this late hour. Please don't misunderstand. We were just about to leave. The steward Wang immediately forced a smile. Yes, the scenery of Shishan is beautiful. We came to appreciate the view. Oh, enjoying the view? Then why did you come here in the dead of night? Do you have such good eyesight? Nangongyu asked. The two looked at each other. Coming to appreciate the view at such a late hour? That excuse was truly pathetic. Stop looking. Split up and run, Li Lao shouted, and immediately he and steward Wang dashed off in different directions. No matter how strong Nangongyu's spiritual presence was, she couldn't stray too far from her physical body, or she risked losing her soul. Therefore, if they ran in different directions, she definitely couldn't kill both of them at the same time. You're both just too weak. Nangongyu shook her head. If these two had stronger spiritual power, reaching the late stage of the spirit travel realm, then running in different directions might have allowed them to escape. But one was in the early stage, and the other in the mid-stage of the spirit travel realm. Their speed was less than a third of hers. Thus, Nangongyu first pursued Li Lao, as he was in the mid-stage of the spirit travel realm and his spiritual presence was a bit faster. Damn it! Li Lao's face turned pale as he saw Nangongyu closing in, and he immediately accelerated. However, once his spiritual presence flew too fast in the air, his true essence could no longer keep up. The chilling wind penetrated through his true essence, reaching his spirit, and Li Lao felt his spiritual presence trembling, on the verge of collapsing. Die! Nangong Yu's soul had already caught up, transforming into a streak of light that pierced directly through old Li's soul. Bang! With a crisp sound, old Li's soul shattered instantly, dispersing into a gust of cold wind that vanished into the void. What? In the distance. Manager Wang witnessed this scene and was so frightened that he nearly lost his mind. He dared not linger any longer and immediately fled towards his physical body. As long as his soul returned to his body, he could escape with his life. Want to kill Li Mu? Let the experts from the Tang family handle it. He wouldn't be coming back anymore. This woman is too damn powerful. Where do you think you're running? After killing old Li's soul, Nangong Yu charged straight towards Manager Wang's soul. Hurry! Manager Wang accelerated, already just a few meters away from his physical body. Just as he was about to return, Nangong Yu blocked his path. Please spare me, my lady. Please spare me. Manager Wang immediately begged for mercy. He knew that once his soul was gone, his physical body would be nothing but a living corpse. He didn't want to die. After decades of hard work to reach the realm of spiritual travel, he wanted to continue living. Spare you? Then why did you come to the West Mountain courtyard? Nangong Yu asked. My lady, we are from the Tang family. Li Mu killed Tang Xiaobai, and the Tang family sent me to kill Li Mu. I never expected he had such a powerful protector. Had I known, I wouldn't have come. Manager Wang cried, snot and tears streaming down his face. Oh, just you guys trying to kill the young master? Nangong Yu was speechless. Li Mu's strength was even above hers. Even if Li Mu's soul hadn't fully recovered yet, these two would still be dead if they came. Young master? What status does he have? Manager Wang was confused. Wasn't Li Mu all alone? Wasn't he a remnant of the Li family? How could he be a young master? You don't need to know that. Nangong Yu sneered, then charged forward immediately. Please spare me, my lady. Manager Wang, panicking, could only beg for mercy. However, a soul battle is not like a physical confrontation, where one can still resist even if they are outmatched. In a soul confrontation, if the power gap is too great, one charge is enough to obliterate the opponent's soul. Thus, with one charge, Manager Wang's soul instantly dissipated. Huh, what is happening? It's cold. On the ground. A few subordinates looked at Manager Wang's physical body and shivered. The West Mountain is already high. It's normal to feel a bit of a chill. One person said, I wonder how Manager Wang is doing. Did he manage to kill Li Mu? While they were pondering, they suddenly saw Manager Wang's body collapse to the ground. They rushed over to help him up, trying to wake him, but no matter what they did, it was useless. They even splashed cold water on him. But he remained as still as a corpse. The only sign of life was his breathing, resembling a person in deep sleep. How could this be? One of the subordinates panicked. They seldom dealt with experts in the realm of spiritual travel and didn't understand what this situation meant. Meanwhile, in the air, Nangong Yu did not make a move. Although with her strength, she could easily turn these people into fools. Dealing with their physical bodies would be too much trouble. It would be better to let them leave with the body of Manager Wang. Once they return, it could serve as a deterrent to the Tang family. If the Tang family dares to cause trouble again, she wouldn't mind helping Li Mu deal with them. While she wasn't sure how strong the Tang family was, if Li Mu wasn't afraid of offending them, why should she be? So, Nangong Yu directly returned to the West Mountain Villa, reuniting with her physical body. Li Mu also stepped out from his room, having sensed the battle of spirits outside. Did a powerful figure from the spirit travel realm come? He asked. Yes. One from the Tang family, and one from Epin Tiantang. I've turned them both into fools. Nangong Yu replied respectfully. It seems they don't learn their lesson. Li Mu sighed. Do they really think I'm easy to bully? Chapter 84. This is going to be a massacre. Young master, should I go and give them a warning? Nangong Yu asked. Forget it, you're not their match. Li Mu shook his head. Although Nangong Yu was at the pinnacle of the spiritual journey realm, the Tang family and Epin Tianxia were both well-known powers in the Dragon Kingdom, and Shi wouldn't stand a chance against them. Besides, he was ultimately headed to the capital, so any grudges could be settled then. Are they really that strong? Nangong Yu inquired. Didn't your master tell you about the powers in the Dragon Kingdom? Li Mu looked at her with some confusion. My master said that anyone who threatens the young master deserves to die. No matter how strong they are, I will kill them. Nangong Yu stated earnestly. All right, go rest. Li Mu rubbed his forehead. Nangong Yu was loyal, but she had spent all these years in the West Mountain Villa without encountering any real experts. Did she really think being at the peak of the spiritual journey realm was enough? If she encountered someone in the transcendence realm, or even the saintly realm, she wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. By the way, young master, has your soul recovered? That was fast. Nangong Yu looked at Li Mu in surprise. She remembered that when she had ventured too far in the past, it took her a whole month to recover from soul damage. Yet, Li Mu had suffered such severe injuries and was back to normal in just a few days. His soul's self-healing ability was astonishing, just average. Li Mu smiled nonchalantly. After all, he had refined a pill for soul recovery, so the healing speed was naturally quick. The next day, Li Mu went directly to the Star Pavilion. It had been a while since his last transaction with them, and he was curious whether they had fulfilled their promise. As soon as Li Mu arrived at the Star Pavilion, Qian Feng rushed over to greet him. Li Mu, if you hadn't come soon, I would have gone to the West Mountain Villa to look for you. Oh, what is up? Do you remember our last transaction with the Star Pavilion? Qian Feng asked. Of course I do. Do you already have a plan? Li Mu inquired. Not just a plan, it's already in motion. Qian Feng replied. Oh, you've lured Xianyuan Jingda out? Li Mu asked. Exactly. We held an auction in Yujing province, and there's a treasure that Xianyuan Jingda desperately wants. He will definitely attend in person, Qian Feng said. When is it? Tomorrow night. Qian Feng replied. No wonder. Li Mu muttered to himself. If he had delayed for another couple of days in Yinfeng Ridge, he would have missed the opportunity. Xianyuan Jingda was in charge of the plan under the codename Jade Dragon. So he must know the specifics from 8 years ago. 8 years. The truth was finally about to be revealed. Are you really offering the item he wants? Li Mu asked. Of course. Xianyuan Jingda is an old fox. If it were fake, do you think he would come? Qian Feng said. Thank you. Don't mention it. It's just a transaction we're doing. You better not make a move in Yujing province. Qian Feng said. Oh, why not? You know that each province has its own law enforcement division. In Jiangdong province, Lu Hui might turn a blind eye to you, but in Yujing province, the head of the law enforcement team, 1T, stand idly by. Plus, there's the Yang family in Yujing province, who are quite powerful. Their family head is a transcendent expert and will likely participate in the auction as well. If you make a move in Yujing province, things will get complicated. Qian Feng explained. You don't need to worry about that. I know what I'm doing. Li Mu replied with a calm smile. Since Xianyuan Jingda had already been drawn out, if he missed this opportunity, he would have to go to the capital. The capital is a mixed bag, full of experts, and he might not be able to uncover the truth from years ago, so he absolutely couldn't miss this chance. Then, just be careful. When the time comes, you can use the Sheng Tian Bank's Black Gold card to select any private room. Qian Feng advised. Got it, Li Mu said, then left the Xingqian Pavilion. Once Li Mu had left, an old man stepped out. Old Zhou, why did we choose Yujing province for the auction? Wouldn't it be better to hold it in Jiangdong province? Qian Feng asked. We're making a deal with Li Mu, not doing him a favor. If we held it in Jiangdong province, do you think the Xianyuan family wouldn't notice? Then we would get dragged into it, the old man said. Qian Feng pondered for a moment and realized he was right. Since Li Mu was in Jiangdong province, if Xingqian Pavilion happened to hold the auction there, the Xianyuan family would definitely become suspicious. After all, the Xianyuan family members weren't fools. They were one of the top 10 families in Longhua. Old Zhou, do you think Li Mu will make a move in Yujing province? Qian Feng asked. From his earlier demeanor, he won't let Xianyuan Jingda leave Yujing province. But it's not going to be that easy. Old Zhou replied. Oh, what do you mean by that? Do you think Xianyuan Jingda is a pushover? He is a transcendent expert, and Yujing province has the Yang family and the Floating Cloud sect, all of whom will definitely participate in the auction. When all the experts gather, it won't be easy for him to act. Old Zhou explained. That guy is unpredictable. Qian Feng sighed. Ever since he got to know Li Mu, the guy never played by the rules. No matter how strong the enemy was or how complicated the situation became, he always acted recklessly. This time, with so many experts around, would Li Mu hesitate? After leaving Xingqian Pavilion, Li Mu didn't return to the Xishan courtyard, but went directly to the law enforcement team headquarters to find Lu Hui. Li Mu, what do you want? Lu Hui frowned. He knew that when this guy came looking for him, it couldn't be anything good. I just wanted to let you know that I'm going to kill someone, Li Mu said with a smile. Kill someone? Who? Yunlan sect, Yun Kong. Li Mu replied. During his time in Yang City, he had already formed a grudge with the Yunlan sect. After that, the Yunlan sect had been sending people to trouble him. As of now, there is still one sect leader left. Although he poses no significant threat for Li Qianqian and the others, a late-stage true essence realm practitioner is still quite dangerous. This time, he is heading to Yujing province to deal with Xianyuan Jingda, but the outcome is uncertain, and it's unclear how many days he will be gone. If Nangong Yu gets held up by something, Li Qianqian and the others could be in real danger. Therefore, he must eliminate some threats while they are still in their infancy. Yun Kong must die. Are you going to kill just one person, or wipe out an entire clan? Lu Hui asked. The wildfires may burn out, but the spring breeze brings new life. Li Mu replied. Lu Hui shivered. Li Mu's implication is clear. He intends to wipe out the clan. The Yunlan sect is a major sect in Jiangdong province, with at least a few hundred members. If Li Mu kills so many people, as the captain of the enforcement team, he cannot remain indifferent. Yet, Li Mu has come to him to explain the situation. What on earth does this guy intend to do? Chapter 85. I'm here. Li Mu, you shouldn't have come to find me. Lu Hui looked at Li Mu with a mix of disbelief and exasperation. If Li Mu hadn't approached him, he could have simply waited until Li Mu had wiped out the Yunlan sect, and then sent someone to investigate the situation there. Whether or not the investigation would yield results was another matter. Lin Tao had done it this way before without any issues. But now that Li Mu had come to him to discuss the matter, it complicated things. Captain Lu, I'm here to make a deal with you, Li Mu said with a smile. A deal? What kind of deal? Do you know who the captain of the law enforcement team in Yujing province is? Li Mu asked. The captain of Yujing province? Zheng Hong. He's also a vassal of the Xianyuan family. Why are you asking about this? Lu Hui responded, somewhat puzzled. Although Yujing province was adjacent to Jiangdong province, Zheng Hong had no authority over him. What if I were to stir up trouble in Yujing province? Killing members of the Xianyuan family, right in front of Zheng Hong? What do you think? Li Mu asked. What did you just say? Lu Hui's eyes widened as he jumped up in surprise. Kill members of the Xianyuan family in front of Zheng Hong? Has Li Mu lost his mind? You heard me right. I'm going to Yujing province to kill members of the Xianyuan family, right in front of the captain of the law enforcement team. Then I'll return to Jiangdong province. Do you have the guts to protect me? Li Mu challenged. Wait a second, let me think this through. Lu Hui began pacing back and forth. This was completely unexpected, and he couldn't make any decisions right away. After a moment of contemplation, he quickly picked up the phone and called the headquarters in Kyoto. After hanging up, Lu Hui said, Li Mu, do you know that cross-provincial law enforcement is not allowed in our law enforcement team? Not allowed for cross-provincial law enforcement? Li Mu repeated. For example, if someone commits a crime in Jiangdong province, it's under my jurisdiction. But if they flee to Yujing province, then it's under Zheng Hong's jurisdiction. However, since the crime was committed in Jiangdong, Zheng Hong can choose to intervene or not, but I have no authority to arrest anyone in Yujing province. Lu Hui explained. So whether we can catch that person is up to Zheng Hong, right? Li Mu asked. Lu Hui nodded. That's the gist of it. Then I'm going to wipe out the Yunlan sect now, and you have no objections, right? Li Mu asked. Huh, you're not just wiping out the Yunlan sect. You're acting on behalf of justice. The Yunlan sect has committed many heinous acts in Jiangdong province over the years, and I've already gathered quite a bit of evidence. I hereby entrust you to annihilate the Yunlan sect, Lu Hui declared. Sounds good. Li Mu nodded, realizing that Lu Hui was quite reasonable. Since he was planning to go to Kyoto, it made sense to collaborate with the forces behind Lu Hui for now. Once he reached Kyoto, he could assess the situation further. After Li Mu left, Lu Hui immediately contacted headquarters. Dad, do you have any intel about someone from the Xianyuan family arriving in Yujing province? Lu Hui asked. Yes, there's an auction in Yujing province tomorrow night. And Xianyuan Jingda from the Xianyuan family will be attending. Zheng Hong from the law enforcement team in Yujing province will definitely accompany him. Huh, how does Li Mu have this information? And why does he want to kill Xianyuan Jingda? His audacity is truly remarkable, Lu Hui remarked. Indeed, he is the first to openly oppose the Xianyuan family like this. But since we're already on the brink of a fallout with them, and Li Mu is willing to show goodwill, we might as well go with the flow. Yes, father. After leaving the law enforcement team, Li Mu made his way directly to the entrance of the Yunlan sect. As one of the top sects in Jiangdong province, the entrance was naturally quite grand. Inside the gate, Yun Kong was leisurely basking in the sun. Master, shouldn't we just leave? An elder looked at Yun Kong with concern. After all, the Yunlan sect and Li Mu were locked in a feud to the death, and both the Lin and Ji families had already been destroyed by Li Mu. Although Li Mu hadn't attacked the Yunlan sect during this time, that didn't mean he would spare them. Moreover, without any backing, even if Li Mu decided to annihilate the Yunlan sect, the law enforcement team wouldn't intervene. Why was Yun Kong so calm? Leave? Why would we leave? Do you think I've been in a daze this whole time? Yun Kong sneered. Huh, master, do you have a plan? Heh, ever since Lin Shui died, I knew Li Mu wouldn't let us off the hook. With his temper, even if we left Jiangdong province, he would still pursue us relentlessly. Since that's the case, let us go for a mutual destruction, Yun Kong declared. Mutual destruction? Master. But Li Mu can easily take out someone in the late stage of true essence realm. Your strength. Yun Kong cast a disdainful glance at the elder and said, of course, it won't be me fighting him. Do you all remember that genius from the Ji family? The genius from the Ji family? You mean Ji Shaodian? Exactly. Their Ji family was wiped out, and I brought back his father's ashes, which I sent to the Xianin sect. Ji Shaodian, filled with grief and anger, immediately dispatched experts. Do you think I would still dare to stay in Jiangdong province otherwise? Yun Kong scoffed. Master, You're truly preparing for the worst. I admire you. The elder immediately gave a thumbs up. After all, with the experts from the Xianin sect guarding them, Li Mu would definitely think twice before being reckless. Then the elder seemed to remember something and asked, Master, I recall that the Ji family was burned down. How did you find Ji Xiaotian's father's ashes? Are you foolish? As long as it's a pile of ashes, how could he tell if it's his father's? Besides, everyone in the provincial city knows his father died at Li Mu's hands. How could there be any doubt? Yun Kong replied. The elder was taken aback. Then he was thoroughly impressed by Yun Kong. This is truly taking the art of using a borrowed knife to a whole new level. Just then, an aged voice rang out from outside. Yun Kong immediately led everyone to the door and saw a white-haired elder standing there. May I ask if you are an expert from the Xianin sect? Yun Long inquired. Indeed, I am Han Changqing, an elder from the Xianin sect. The old man stroked his beard, speaking with pride. Ah, Elder Han, I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Yun Kong said respectfully. Cut the pleasantries. Ji Xiaotian is my apprentice. His clan was wiped out, and the sect has tasked me with avenging him. Just point out who the perpetrator is, and I'll take care of it. I need to get back to my training. Han Changqing declared. Senior, how about we take a break first? Yun Kong suggested. No need for a break. Just take me there. Han Changqing insisted. Yun Kong nodded. Since Li Mu was at the West Mountain Villa, he could lead Han Changqing to kill Li Mu, and then he wouldn't have to worry about anything else. No need to go. I'm already here. Li Mu's voice rang out from outside. Yun Kong's eyes lit up. It seemed he wouldn't even need to lead the way. Li Mu had come right to them. Chapter 86. Soul Techniques. Here he comes. Here he comes. That kid Li Mu is here. Yun Kong was thrilled to hear Li Mu's voice. Han Changqing sneered as well, thinking to himself, a kid from a small town like Yang City, what nerve does he have to go against the Xianin sect? So, Han Changqing joined Yun Kong and headed to the entrance of the Yunlan sect's main hall. Li Mu, you dare to come alone? Not bringing Lu Hu to bolster your courage? Yun Kong sneered upon seeing Li Mu. Heh, I'm more than enough on my own. Li Mu shrugged, asserting that even if Han Changqing showed up, it wouldn't change the outcome for the Yunlan sect. Kid, you sure have a big mouth. Han Changqing glared at Li Mu. You're from the Xianin sect, right? I almost forgot about our grievances, but since you're here, let's settle this. I'll find a time to storm your mountain gate and take down that brat Ji Xiaotian. Li Mu said in a low voice. Presumptuous. You think you can storm the Xianin sect's mountain gate? Today, I'll make sure you have no place to bury your body. Han Changqing shouted. Old man, you must be at the spirit travel realm, right? In broad daylight, the advantages of the spirit travel realm aren't that great. Li Mu chuckled. The advantage of the spirit travel realm is being able to separate one's soul from the body for long-range combat. But that only works at night. And now, with the blazing sun overhead, if the soul appears, even under the protection of true essence, it would be destroyed in an instant. It seems you know a bit about the spirit travel realm. You should also know that the advantages of the spirit travel realm over the true essence realm are not just about soul travel. Once you reach the spirit travel realm, the sensitivity of the soul increases. In other words, your six senses become sharper and your reaction speed quickens. So even in broad daylight, the spirit travel realm has a significant edge over the true essence realm. Han Changqing smiled. Oh, is that so? Li Mu was taken aback. His soul had always been strong, so he thought the difference in strength between the true essence realm and the spirit travel realm was simply about soul travel. He didn't realize the gap was this large. Heh, I see you're just pretending not to know. You were able to kill late-stage true essence realm practitioners in an instant. You must be a powerful spirit travel realm practitioner, right? It's quite impressive that you've broken through to the spirit travel realm at your age. But you shouldn't have gone against my Xianin sect, or you'd end up falling at my hands. Han Changqing sneered. A powerful spirit travel realm practitioner? Perhaps. Li Mu shrugged, as he didn't even know what level he was at. Anyway, his soul could travel, but during the daytime, he didn't want to let it out. Besides, with Han Changqing's level of strength, he didn't feel the need to use his soul. So arrogant. Han Changqing chuckled coldly, then waved his sleeve, sending a blast of true essence rushing forward. Go. Li Mu didn't hesitate, flicking his finger as a blast of true essence shot forth, transforming into an arrow that directly struck Han Changqing's true essence. Bang. With a crisp sound, Han Changqing's true essence was instantly shattered. Such powerful true essence. Han Changqing was astonished. He hadn't expected Li Mu's true essence and techniques to be so formidable. Is he really that strong? Li Mu chuckled coldly. This was merely a casual strike of his. After saying that, he strode forward with incredible speed. Trying to engage me in close combat? Not a chance. Han Changqing sneered, fully aware that his weakness lay in his physical body. Once he was up close, he would struggle against even the average experts in the spirit travel realm. Therefore, Han Changqing immediately retreated while unleashing a flurry of attacks, hoping to force Li Mu back. Is that all you've got? Li Mu couldn't be bothered to use his true energy. Instead, he simply punched away at Han Changqing's attacks. Bang, bang, bang. With each resounding impact, Han Changqing's strikes were pushed back by Li Mu. So strong? Han Changqing was taken aback. Li Mu's true energy and physical prowess were astonishing. No wonder those in the true energy realm had been no match for him in the past. Senior Han, I'm here to help you. Yun Kong, seeing the situation, wasted no time and launched an attack against Li Mu. He knew his strikes posed little threat to Li Mu, but as long as he could create an opportunity for Han Changqing, the latter would surely unleash a lethal move. Han Changqing nodded, then pressed his palms together, silently chanting a complex incantation. Immediately, blood-red true energy surged behind him, coalescing into a blood-red skeleton. Blood skeleton, devour the heavens and the earth. Han Changqing shouted, and the blood skeleton lunged at Li Mu. Wherever the blood skeleton passed, it brought with it an overwhelming aura of death. Li Mu seemed to see countless vengeful spirits wailing from within the blood skeleton, stirring his very soul. What kind of technique is this? How many lives has it taken? Li Mu's expression darkened. Is this the kind of sinister and ruthless technique used by the Xianyin sect? They all deserve to die, just like you. Han Changqing sneered and commanded the blood skeleton to approach Li Mu. With a roar, the blood skeleton emitted a soul-piercing sound that caused the members of Yunlan's sect to collapse to the ground, completely devoid of the courage to resist. Li Mu's soul trembled as well. He immediately soared into the air and punched at the blood skeleton. The blood skeleton specializes in attacking the soul. What good will your fists do? Han Changqing chuckled coldly, then commanded the blood skeleton to dissipate and phase directly through Li Mu's physical body. In that instant of passing through the blood skeleton, Li Mu felt as though his soul had been pierced, sending a jolt of pain through him. This technique can actually harm the soul? Li Mu was taken aback. Wasn't it only the soul that could inflict damage on the soul? How could this technique harm it? You must be rather uninformed. This isn't just an ordinary technique. It's a technique fused with soul skills. Han Changqing laughed heartily. Soul skills? What are those? Li Mu was stunned. He had never heard of such a thing. You don't know about this? Han Changqing was perplexed. Li Mu an expert in the spirit travel realm? How could he not know about soul skills? Seeing the genuine confusion on Li Mu's face, Han Changqing realized that this guy wasn't pretending. You are a dying man, so let me enlighten you. Soul skills are actually a unique type of secret technique. But instead of cultivating true essence, you cultivate the soul. Otherwise, relying on the soul to clash head-on, that's just too primitive. Han Changqing laughed heartily. Unique techniques related to the soul? Li Mu was taken aback. It seemed he needed to find some soul skills to practice as well. All right, you can die now. Han Changqing shouted, and then the blood skeleton reappeared, wrapping Li Mu up completely. After that, Li Mu's soul began to be torn apart by the blood skeleton. You little brat, keep acting tough. Yin Kong immediately burst into laughter. Do you really think these soul skills can do anything to me? Li Mu sneered coldly. The reason he hadn't gone all out was to test what soul skills were all about. Now it seemed, they were nothing extraordinary. Chapter 87, The Moment of the Hunt? Just a war of words. Yun Kong coldly stared at Li Mu, while Han Changqing put forth all his strength, convinced that Li Mu wouldn't be able to easily fend off the blood skeleton's attack. A war of words? What a joke. Li Mu let out a cold laugh, then reinforced his spirit. The blood skeleton, which had been attacking his spirit, was instantly repelled. Roar. After being pushed back, the blood skeleton immediately let out a roar, and an overwhelming aura of death spread out, enveloping Li Mu within it. You are dead. Li Mu's expression darkened. The death aura from earlier was nothing compared to the current one. He had thought that Han Changqing had only killed a few dozen people, but it seemed that to give the blood skeleton such formidable power, at least hundreds must have perished at Han Changqing's hands. If it were just simple slaughter, it would be fine, but clearly, the blood skeleton had absorbed the souls of those people. Otherwise, it wouldn't possess such strength. But you need the strength to kill me first, Han Changqing said smugly. Oh really? Do you truly believe that I can't deal with this pathetic blood skeleton? Li Mu's lips curled up slightly, then with a wave of his hand, streams of true essence immediately shot out, surrounding the blood skeleton. Such powerful true essence? Han Changqing was somewhat surprised. He had thought that Li Mu's earlier use of true essence was all he had. But now, Li Mu was unleashing so much true essence. It was terrifying. Break for me, Li Mu shouted, and a massive hand formed from the gathered true essence, directly grasping the blood skeleton. Crack! With the sound of shattering, the blood skeleton began to break apart. Damn it! Han Changqing was taken aback. If the blood skeleton was destroyed, his losses would be significant. So, Han Changqing prepared to summon the blood skeleton back, but that massive hand held it tightly, leaving the blood skeleton with no way to escape. You evil scoundrel! You deserve to die? Li Mu shouted fiercely, then exerted force again, preparing to annihilate this blood skeleton. Yun Kong's expression changed drastically. Could it be that even Han Changqing was no match for Li Mu? Kid, I admit that your physical body and true essence are powerful, and in those aspects, I am no match for you. But do you really think I, Han Changqing, have no other means? Otherwise, how could I have come this far? Han Changqing coldly stared at Li Mu, his aura shifting violently once more. What do you intend to do? Li Mu frowned. Could it be that Han Changqing had other tricks up his sleeve? Kid, you forced my hand. So let me show you the ultimate technique of my Xianin sect. Han Changqing roared, and immediately pulled out a handful of pills from his pocket. Cloud mist pills? Upon seeing these pills, Li Mu instantly recognized them. These things have no offensive capability. Their only purpose is to create clouds of mist, similar to smoke bombs. However, this isn't just about creating simple smoke. It forms a thick layer of mist in the sky, and when the quantity is sufficient, it can block out the sun. It seems you have quite an eye for valuable things. Well done. This is the cloud mist Dan. And today I will show you the supreme skills of the Xianin sect. Han Changqing shouted, then threw a handful of cloud mist Dan into the air. Bang, bang, bang. With each loud explosion, a thick cloud of mist instantly filled the once clear sky, shrouding it in darkness. As the mist thickened, the light diminished. This is what it means to obscure the heavens and block the sun. Without sunlight, the elder can embark on a spiritual journey. Yun Kong watched in amazement at this scene. Han Changqing sneered, Kid, do you know what the Xianin sect is best at? It's the soul. Just now, with the blazing sun, I couldn't embark on a spiritual journey. But once the cloud mist Dan takes full effect, it will be no different from night here. That's when the hunting begins. Hunting begins? Li Mu asked. Indeed. Your physical body and true essence are indeed strong. I am no match for you. But when it comes to the soul, you could never be my opponent. Han Changqing said proudly. Oh really? Let us see about that. Li Mu replied with a cold smile. He had been contemplating how to embark on a spiritual journey, and now that Han Changqing had created the conditions for him, he was ready to test the limits of his own soul. Protect my physical body. If there's a chance, destroy his physical body directly. Han Changqing immediately instructed Yun Kong and the others. Yes, Elder Han. Yun Kong nodded, then split off some of his people to protect Han Changqing's physical form, while the rest prepared to find an opportunity to destroy Li Mu's body. After all, once a spiritual journey was undertaken, the physical body would be immobile. If Li Mu didn't use his soul against Han Changqing, his own soul would suffer a heavy blow. So no matter what, today Li Mu was doomed. How did I not anticipate this? Li Mu frowned. Although he could embark on a spiritual journey, once he did, he wouldn't be able to control his physical body. If his body was destroyed by Yun Kong and the others, no matter how powerful his soul was, it would be useless. Then I'll just kill you all first. Li Mu made up his mind, transforming into a streak of light and charging directly towards Yun Kong and the others before Han Changqing could embark on his journey. Elder Han, act quickly. Yun Kong exclaimed in shock. He was no match for Li Mu at all. Han Changqing didn't hesitate either. His soul immediately separated from his body and lunged towards Li Mu. Die! Li Mu bellowed, then waved his hand, sending dozens of true essence blasts flying out, transforming into several sword energies that shot straight towards Yun Kong and the others. Damn it! Yun Kong hadn't expected Li Mu to be able to divert his attention to them at this moment, so he had no choice but to use his techniques to fend off Li Mu's attacks. PFFF. PFFF. With the sounds of impact, one by one, the people around him fell beneath Li Mu's onslaught. Even he himself, after taking a hit from Li Mu, was severely injured, barely hanging on to life. Die! Li Mu glanced back at Han Changqing, realizing that the speed of the soul couldn't match that of the physical body. So he charged straight at Yun Kong. As Han Changqing's soul rushed forward, Li Mu threw a punch that pierced through Yun Kong's chest. PFFF. Yun Kong was left dumbfounded. He had thought that with Han Changqing's arrival, he would be spared from death. But to his shock, he was killed by Li Mu right in front of Han Changqing. It was infuriating. Damn it! Han Changqing roared in anger. Li Mu was openly provoking him. In an instant, Han Changqing's spirit surged toward Li Mu, while he also commanded the blood skeleton to attack. He was determined to annihilate Li Mu's physical body and reduce him to an idiot. At the same moment, Li Mu's spirit detached from his body, surrounded by Han Changqing's spirit and the blood skeleton. Kid, it seems you know a bit about spirit travel. You understood that the speed of a spirit can't match that of a physical body, so you took advantage of the time difference to kill Yun Kong and the others, ensuring your body posed no threat. Han Changqing said coldly. Just average, Li Mu replied with a grin. If it weren't for encountering Nangonyu, he wouldn't have even realized he could travel in spirit form. Chapter 88. Total annihilation. Very good, very good. No wonder you dare to oppose my Xianin sect. However, even so, you cannot escape the pursuit of my soul. Han Changqing sneered. Soul? Are you so sure that my soul is no match for yours? Li Mu chuckled. If it were when his soul was heavily injured, perhaps he wouldn't be a match for Han Changqing. But he had already repaired his soul, and his strength had surged. With Han Changqing's level of soul power, he truly didn't take him seriously. What a joke. Your physical body and true essence are already so powerful at just 25 or 26 years old. Even if you are a super genius, you can't possibly have enough energy to cultivate your soul to such a level. Han Changqing said. Well, you might be disappointed. Li Mu grinned, and then lunged at Han Changqing's soul. Attack! Han Changqing shouted, and the blood skeleton immediately flew toward Li Mu. After that, Han Changqing's soul also charged at Li Mu. With the combined effort of himself and the blood skeleton, he couldn't believe they wouldn't be able to kill Li Mu. Bang! 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 Li Mu's soul directly pummeled Han Changqing with punches. Without any soul techniques, he relied purely on his fists to smash Han Changqing's soul to pieces. How can your soul be so powerful without any soul techniques? Han Changqing was on the verge of collapse. He thought Li Mu's soul would be average at best, but it turned out to be incredibly strong. But why was Li Mu's soul so powerful without any soul techniques? It didn't make sense. Would you believe me if I said I learned soul travel just a few days ago? Li Mu asked. A few days ago? Impossible. Han Changqing rolled his eyes. If Li Mu had only learned soul travel a few days ago, his soul couldn't possibly be this strong. Believe it or not. Li Mu couldn't be bothered to explain and continued his relentless assault on Han Changqing's soul. Han Changqing didn't dare to face Li Mu's soul head-on and could only rely on the blood skeleton to block Li Mu's fierce attacks. After a moment of heavy assault, Han Changqing felt that his soul was starting to give way. After all, controlling the blood skeleton while also managing his own soul consumed a significant amount of soul power. Even though he was at the late stage of the soul travel realm, he was beginning to struggle. Meanwhile, Li Mu showed no signs of fatigue at all. Damn it. How can your soul be so formidable? Han Changqing was on the brink of despair. Not only was Li Mu's attack power strong, but it was also incredibly enduring. Does Li Mu not have any weaknesses? Strong? I don't even know. Li Mu shrugged. Maybe it's just a trait of the pure yang body. With that, Li Mu launched another fierce attack. Bang! With a powerful punch, the blood skeleton was instantly shattered. Without the blood skeleton, Han Changqing's soul was no match for Li Mu. Run! Han Changqing wasn't foolish. He knew that if he continued fighting, he would surely be obliterated. So he immediately started to flee towards his physical body. Trying to run? Li Mu sneered coldly and sprinted after him. Damn it, why are you so fast? Han Changqing was stunned. The reason the speed of the soul couldn't be too fast was to avoid being blown away by the wind. Li Mu's speed was twice that of Han Changqing's. Wasn't he afraid of being swept away by the wind? First, my true essence is well protected, and second, my soul is strong enough that a little wind poses no threat. Li Mu said as he stood in front of Han Changqing. Li Mu, spare me, and I can make sure the Xianin sect won't come after you again. Han Changqing realized he couldn't outrun Li Mu and that if he didn't beg for mercy, he would truly be finished. You don't think I'm inexperienced, do you? Maybe that worked 8 years ago, but not now. I live by one principle. Root out the problem. Li Mu replied coldly, looking at Han Changqing. What? You? Han Changqing's lips twitched in disbelief. He hadn't expected someone so young to be so mature. Huh. Prepare to meet your end. Li Mu's soul transformed into a streak of light and pierced through Han Changqing's soul. Uft. Han Changqing's soul instantly dissipated, vanishing from existence. Afterward, Li Mu's soul returned to his body, and he glanced at the ruins of the Yunlan sect before setting it ablaze. Once he had completed this, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, revealing a clear blue sky once again. Moments later, someone arrived at the law enforcement team to report. What? You say the Yunlan sect has been completely annihilated, and the Xianin sect's soul realm experts are dead? Lu Hui exclaimed. That's right. The Yunlan sect has been wiped out, and the soul realm experts from the Xianin sect have perished. Now, the Yunlan sect is nothing but ruins. The subordinate reported respectfully. Ruins, nothing but ruins. Lu Hui swallowed hard, feeling a chill run down his back. He had thought Li Mu was just joking when he dismissed the soul realm experts. But it turned out to be true. Soul Realm experts were so easily killed by Li Mu. Just how powerful was he? This guy is only 26, right? Could it be that he really is at the transcendence level? A 26-year-old at the transcendence level? In the capital, that would make him a top genius. This guy has only been through 8 years since the Li family incident. What on earth has he experienced? After killing Han Chongqing, Li Mu did not return to the Xishan villa, but headed straight to Yujing province. After all, there was only 1 day left. So it was best to familiarize himself with the terrain in Yujing province first. A few hours later, as night fell, Li Mu arrived at Baiyu City in Yujing province. Baiyu City was significantly larger than the city in Jiangdong province, and there were certainly more experts around. Based on previous information, the Lin family was considered the top family in Jiangdong province, but in Yujing province, they could only be regarded as a second-tier family. This was because Yujing province had richer resources, leading to the cultivation of more experts and a greater number of prominent families and sections. Even the Yang family, which had Soul Realm experts, could only rank third in Yujing province. As the captain of the law enforcement team in Yujing province, Zheng Hong had reached the late stage of the Soul Realm, a whole major realm higher than Lu Hui. Thus, the overall strength of Yujing province was significantly stronger than that of Jiangdong province. It seemed that dealing with Xianyuan Jingda tomorrow night would be quite troublesome. After conducting a thorough investigation, Li Mu couldn't help but furrow his brow. There will be several practitioners participating in the auction at the spiritual realm. If it's just a matter of physical strength, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of anyone. However, the souls of those in the spiritual realm are not to be underestimated. And both his body and soul could be under attack. Being unfamiliar with the area in Yujing province, if he were to get injured, it would be difficult to leave Baiyu City. It seems he has underestimated the experts of Long Country. Li Mu furrowed his brows. And this is just the talent of Yujing province. In the capital, there will only be more experts. He will have to face the Xianyuan family, as well as the other 10 great families and 10 major sections. However, he cannot miss the opportunity to deal with Xianyuan Jingda after finally waiting for it. With a cold smile, Li Mu headed to a hotel to check in. As soon as he arrived in the lobby, he spotted a familiar figure.